When I was a child, some people may have had similar dreams. That is, they wanted to turn off the TV and go to sleep in the dream, but no matter how they turned it off, the TV just couldn't be turned off. Even if you unplugged the power cord, the TV was still on. I often see news online that a female anchor forgot to turn off the camera when taking a shower, exposing the whole process. I often hear people pointing fingers at the anchors, saying that they are selling themselves. Seeing these, I want to laugh a little because for some things you don't know their difficulties unless you experience them yourself. This story was relayed by my junior high school classmate, and the following is introduced from her perspective. I am a student who graduated from a second-tier university. I look pretty good and have a good figure. After graduation, I was poached by Panda to be an anchor by chance. Later, because of my good popularity, I was poached to Yourong TV. Being an anchor is nothing more than singing, dancing, and occasionally showing something to attract attention, and fans will follow you immediately. Easy and profitable. But in recent days, I have encountered some strange things. These things started on the third day after I switched to the live streaming platform. I live stream at night, and because there are many people watching at night, I deliberately chose the period from 10 to 12 o'clock and went offline on time. I was very tired after turning off the live broadcast that night, so I went to bed directly. As a result, when I got up the next morning, I found that the live broadcast room was still open, and the camera was facing my bed. There were still many people watching in the live broadcast room, saying that the anchor was sleeping on the live broadcast, and the sleeping posture was so sexy. There were a lot of barrages and rewards, and my face turned red all of a sudden, but at the same time I was also very strange. I clearly turned off the computer last night, so why was it still on in the morning? And the camera was facing the bed. At that time I was thinking, could it be that I was too tired at night and forgot to turn off the computer, so I didn't care much? The next day, I live streamed as usual and waited until 12 o'clock to turn off the computer. At this time, I also paid attention to it. After turning off the computer, I also unplugged the plug. After making sure that the computer screen was dark, I went back to bed to sleep. Who knew that when I woke up the next morning, I found that the computer was turned on again, and when I checked the plug, I found that it was already plugged in. This time, the comments were even more popular, and some even said that they saw my pink. I was shocked because I remembered clearly that I turned off the computer yesterday and unplugged it. How come the computer was turned on again in the morning? I thought about it and thought of a possibility. It might be that someone entered my room and secretly turned on my computer. After all, anchors will live with several anchors in an apartment arranged by the company. I live with several other anchors, all of whom are anchors of Rome TV. We are not very familiar with each other. So who would know who they are? Maybe they sneaked in the middle of the night to steal something or play a prank. When I thought of this, I got a little angry. Those who can make such a scary joke must not be good people. But when I saw a fan's comment, I was dumbfounded. The previous dead anchor was very dedicated. He was still live streaming at 4 o'clock in the morning. You went to bed so early, which is not kind. Although it was posted by someone accidentally and was quickly swiped away, I still saw it. When I saw this message, I was shocked. Dead anchor? What dead anchor? I asked this question curiously, and the fan who said this answered my doubts. It's the previous anchor in this room. He is dead. He was still live streaming when he died. I felt cold in my heart. After all, if a person heard that someone in my position had died before, he would probably be scared to death. I wanted to ask something else, but the comment was swiped away all of a sudden, and the person just now didn't reply to me again. I felt a little weird, but I didn't think much about it. I just thought it was a joke from fans. Until the morning, my friend asked me to join the company's anchor group. I saw the conversation between several people. I was so scared that my hands shook and I almost dropped my phone. Have you heard that a new anchor in room 174174, I wanna die, has arrived? She's a woman. I just entered the WeChat group and saw someone gossiping. Coincidentally, room 174174 was the one I was broadcasting in. Soon, someone answered, yes, she's pretty. I heard that the company gave her a base salary of 50,000 yuan and poached her from Panda TV. 50,000 yuan. Is that true? She can be a first-line internet celebrity. Many people began to envy her. Come on, you don't know what the live broadcast room is like. Who would be willing to come if the price is not so high? The anchor who said this was called Lily. From her tone, it seemed that she knew something. Seeing what she said, I felt a little scared. Is there really something wrong with this live broadcast room? Some people saw the news that I joined the group and hurriedly said that a new anchor had come in and told me not to talk nonsense. When I saw their conversation, I became suspicious and asked what was going on. But when they saw me, they all knew that I was the new anchor of the 174,174 live broadcast room, so they didn't say anything. The chat group suddenly became cold, but the more it was like this, the more strange it was for me. Thinking about what the fans said last night, I felt that this live broadcast room seemed a little weird. Originally, I wanted to add those anchors as friends, but I saw that there was no response for a long time, so I had no choice. Although I was scared, I couldn't stop the live broadcast at night, right? Because it was clearly written in my contract that I couldn't stop the live broadcast, so I continued the live broadcast that night. However, before the live broadcast, I deliberately slept for an afternoon. After the live broadcast ended, I was careful and turned off the computer at night, unplugged the power strip, and locked the door so that no one could enter my room. After doing all this, I lay on the bed and pretended to sleep. To be honest, I was quite scared at that time. My colleagues' words during the day kept echoing in my ears. I felt the chill in the room, as if something was staring at me. Although I slept all afternoon, my eyelids gradually became heavy in the second half of the night. I didn't dare to sleep or move around, just staring at the computer screen. I don't know how long it took, but I finally fell asleep because I was so sleepy. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. My first reaction was to see if the computer was turned on. To be honest, I didn't dare to look at the computer at first glance. I was afraid that the computer would be turned on again. After all this time, I locked the door. If the computer was turned on, it must not be someone from outside who came in and turned it on. Fortunately, I took a look at the computer, and the computer was turned off and the power board was not plugged in. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw this, thinking that I was just scaring myself these days. Thinking of this, I felt much better, so I prepared to get up and buy breakfast. But when I opened the door, I saw that the door of the live broadcast room next door was open, and there were many people standing outside. There were also several girls crying. Even the police and reporters came. I curiously approached to ask what happened. I found out that the anchor next to me died yesterday. I heard that it was a sudden death. I was shocked and asked what happened. A beautiful anchor told me that early this morning, several people had agreed to go out for breakfast, but no one answered the door after knocking for a long time, and the phone call was unreachable, so they just opened the door and went in. At that time, the apartment was under the management of the company, and it was normal for several sisters to leave keys with each other. But when she just opened the door and saw the body next to the computer, she was directly scared and called the police. It seems that this girl has a good relationship with the anchor who died suddenly. I don't know what to say, so I can only comfort her a few words and go out. When I came back in the afternoon, I saw that the room next door was open, but there was no one outside. It is estimated that after what happened in the morning, few people will come back tonight. I wanted to leave and stop broadcasting for a day, but I don't know why. I always feel weird in my heart, and I want to go in and see what's going on. When the anchor is broadcasting live, he has a habit of recording the content of the live broadcast, which is convenient for uploading to video websites for promotion, and also convenient for the company to check and see if there is any illegal live broadcast content. So I went into the live broadcast room without thinking. Fortunately, the anchor's computer was still there and had not been taken away. I turned on the computer and found the live broadcast folder and the content of yesterday's live broadcast. I opened the video and watched it carefully. First, I didn't feel anything. It was just a live broadcast like usual, and I didn't see anything unusual about the anchor. It is worth noting that although it was 12 o'clock that night, the anchor was still energetic and there was no sign of sudden death at all. I continued to scroll down, and when it was 12:30, the anchor said bye-bye to the fans, then turned off the computer and went to bed. From beginning to end, There was nothing special, but the video was not over yet, and there were still a few hours to go, so I became more curious. Fast forward the video, about an hour later, the video was turned on again. However, this time the anchor did not continue the live broadcast, but went to sleep directly. The camera was facing the bed, and the sleeping posture of the live broadcast could be seen completely. I seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue, and I froze in place. An inexplicable fear and terror emerged in my heart. In the video, the anchor was asleep, and it was impossible for him to turn on the computer. And I believe that every anchor will definitely close the door before going to bed. Although others can come in and turn on the camera with a key, most people will not do so. Moreover, I feel that this incident is exactly the same as what happened to me 2 days ago, and there seems to be some connection between them. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. I didn't dare to stay in the room anymore. After turning off the computer, I quickly left the room. After all, someone had just died here in the morning, and I didn't dare to stay any longer. Also, I didn't dare to go back to the room. I wrote a notice to ask for a day off after the live broadcast, and then went out to find a hotel to sleep. It was just that I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about it, but I couldn't figure it out. The anchor was obviously asleep, but she died the next morning, and it was a sudden death. All these things indicate that this is not something that ordinary people can do. The only detail is that I encountered the same weird thing as her. So, will other people also encounter this thing? Asterisk. Thinking of this, I asked in the WeChat group. It was probably because of Lily's death. The anchors in the group were not in a good mood. When they heard that I found some clues, they all bubbled up. But when I asked about the camera, they all said that they didn't encounter it. I thought to myself, this can't be just me and this anchor? Does that mean that her death is not accidental, and it may even happen to me? Thinking of this, my heart was cold and I was scared. At this time, someone suddenly added me. Seeing that it was the anchor in the group, I accepted it. As soon as I accepted the friend addition, she sent me a message. My name is Wu Jia. I'm Lily's best friend, the one who talked to you during the day. Lily, probably the name of the dead anchor. I immediately recognized her identity when I saw this message. When the anchor died, she cried the most sadly beside him. Before I could reply to her, she sent me another message, saying that her best friend's story had also happened to her. I was surprised and asked what the specific situation was. She told me her story, but unexpectedly, it was exactly the same as mine. I was relieved to hear that someone had the same experience as me. At least now I was not the only one who encountered strange things. She said that she was pulled by Lily to live broadcast, and her best friend had told her before that this live broadcast room was a bit strange. But she didn't believe it. It was not until today, when Lily got into trouble, that she realized that this matter was too weird. Speaking of this, Wu Jia also sent a few crying emojis. I could feel that she should be in the same mood as I was in the morning, and she was extremely scared. I asked her if she could come out for a meal and talk about it, but she refused, saying that she would leave the city on a flight tonight. She also said that she didn't want to do live broadcasts anymore, and she contacted me today just to ask me not to do live broadcasts anymore, at least not to do live broadcasts in this agency, and to leave early. I actually thought so too. After all, such a big thing happened. Even if it was nothing, it would be impossible to continue live broadcasting here. At least my mentality has collapsed. Thinking of this, I also decided to resign from the company. I asked Wu Jia for her phone number, and after the chat, I called the company, but no one answered the phone. I had no choice but to plan to resign tomorrow and stay in the hotel tonight. But who knew that something happened that night? At 10 o'clock in the evening, which was the time for my live broadcast, I had nothing to do in the hotel, and I didn't have the habit of going to bed early, so I played with my phone. At this time, people were chatting again in the WeChat group that had been quiet for a day. I opened it and saw that a live streamer was talking. "Did you live stream today?" Another live streamer made a scared expression and said, "Who dares to live stream today? This kind of thing happened in the apartment. I don't dare to go back. I'm staying in a hotel outside." Me too. I don't want to go back these days. It's too scary. Yes, someone died in the apartment. No one would dare to go back to sleep. But at this time, the next message scared me. You are too timid. Learn from the new live streamer in our 174,174 live stream room. He is very dedicated and is still live streaming today. Really? Too dedicated. Worthy of being the #1 internet celebrity in our company. As he said, several messages were like expressions. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't live stream today. Could there be other live streamers in the live stream room? But when I turned around, I didn't hear of such a thing. After thinking about it, I curiously opened my live stream room, but when I saw the scene in front of me, I was shocked. There was really someone live streaming in the live streaming room, and the host was me. My heart was about to jump out of my throat at that time. The fear in my heart had reached its peak. If the previous things can be explained, I really can't explain this one. I was obviously not in the room. Why was the live streaming still on? Who was the person live streaming? At that moment, I was scared to death. I never believed in ghosts and gods, but I believed everything at this time. Thinking of what Wu Jia said and Lily's death, I was so scared that my face turned pale and I almost threw my phone away. But I calmed down immediately and called Wu Jia. First, I wanted to ask her about her situation, and second, I also wanted to find someone to talk to. After all, I had just started live streaming for a few days and knew a few girls. But when I called, the other party's phone was turned off. They must be on the plane, so I didn't have time to answer. I didn't think much about it. At this time, I was just thinking about what I should do. Will something happen? Or should I go to the company to resign tomorrow morning and then ask an expert to see? Thinking of this, I made up my mind and felt better. I didn't watch the live broadcast anymore, but chose to go to bed quickly. That night, I stayed up all night and fell asleep in the second half of the night. I ran to the apartment early the next morning to find the agent to terminate the contract. But when I got to the apartment, I was completely dumbfounded. At this time, the apartment was crowded with people. Even media reporters came, as if something big had happened. I hurriedly pulled over an anchor from our company and asked her what happened. She told me that someone died again. This time it was Wu Jia. I was stunned. Didn't Wu Jia leave on the plane yesterday? But when I got to the room and saw Wu Jia's body, I was sure that they were not talking nonsense. At this time, I was so scared that I almost screamed, because I know that Wu Jia took a flight yesterday afternoon, and generally speaking, she would have passed away in the afternoon. But why did she die in the apartment? I was extremely scared because the consecutive deaths of 2 anchors made me feel that this matter was not over yet. Just like what was shown on TV, as if I would be one of them. Lily's death did not cause much response, but 2 days in a row, another one died, which attracted a lot of attention, media opinions came, and the agency also became popular. Of course, the cause of Wu Jia's death is the key, and there is only one conclusion: sudden death. Hearing this conclusion, I realized that the 3 were definitely not accidental. After all, I saw that she was fine yesterday morning. How could she die suddenly at night? Thinking of this, I didn't have time to explain anything to the company, but thought about asking my friends to introduce me to see if they knew any masters who could help me exorcise evil spirits or something. It's just that in today's society, masters are either cheating money or cheating on sex, and there are really no real capable ones. I looked for a circle of friends, but there was no reliable one. However, a friend gave me inspiration. He told me to watch the Supernatural live broadcast. Maybe I could find a master there. I thought about it and searched in Yurong TV. Finally, I found a live broadcast room with the highest popularity and a good reputation. There is a ghost in the live broadcast room. Maybe because of the famous name, there are many people watching the live broadcast, and the host's introduction is also awesome, solving various supernatural events live. After reading his introduction and looking at the screen of his fans, they all said that this host is a real person. I breathed a sigh of relief and entered the live broadcast room, ready to ask him to help me. But as soon as I entered the live broadcast room, the host who was broadcasting suddenly paused and said with a smile, "Oh, it seems that a special friend came today." I didn't know what happened yet, and the host told his fans that he had something to do today and couldn't broadcast live, and then turned off the live broadcast. At this time, someone added me. I looked at the name. His name was Lu Qing. Turned out to be that host. The note was, "There is a ghost in the live broadcast room." I hesitated for a while and passed him. While I was still thinking about how to tell him about this, he had already sent me a message, saying, "You are quite special." My heart moved slightly, and I trembled at that time. It turned out that the special friend he just mentioned was me. No wonder he added me after the live broadcast. I asked him what was special about me, and he sent me a mysterious expression. You must have encountered something recently, right? I was surprised for a moment and hurriedly nodded and said yes, and then told him about what I had encountered recently. When I entered the live broadcast room, I felt that he was a capable person, whether it was his clothes or the tone of his voice. Now I believe it more after hearing what he said. He didn't even look at me, but he could tell that I had encountered something just by looking at the chat room, so I firmly believe that he must be a master. After listening to me, Lu Qing was silent. I waited for a long time but didn't see him reply. I was very scared, afraid that my only hope was lost. So I hurriedly asked him what was wrong and whether the things I encountered were very troublesome. He asked me if I was from Qi Live Agency. I live broadcast on Yurong TV, but I signed with Qi Live Agency, which is my agency. I said yes immediately, and he was silent for a while before replying. No wonder I felt you were different. You must have encountered some troubles. I didn't expect it was from that place. I asked him in confusion how he could tell that I was different, and he said that even on the internet, a master could tell at a glance whether the other person was a man or a woman, not to mention a human or a ghost. It made sense to me. Maybe I was too scared at the time, so I didn't think much about it, and after listening to a few words from him, I believed it. He told me that people in this industry often encounter some strange things, and they are not surprised, but this is the first time for me. After saying this, he didn't reply to me again. The less he spoke, the more anxious I became. What he said made me panic, and I thought to myself, could it be that I really encountered something? Asterisk. I thought that it would cost money to ask for help, not to mention that he made this matter so scary. After thinking about it, I said straight to the point. How much money are you willing to help me? As long as you help me solve this matter, I will give you any amount of money. I thought that Lu Qing said this deliberately to raise the price and make more money. After all, people are like this now. It may not be a very important matter. He deliberately made it scary to make more money. But unexpectedly, Lu Qing said that it was not a question of money, but that the matter was indeed difficult to handle. As he said that, he gave me a link and I was immediately attracted by the title of the link. A female anchor on a certain platform died suddenly after broadcasting for 3 consecutive days and nights. Sudden death? My heart sank, and I clicked the link with some fear. The link contained a news, and the more I read, the more scared I felt. Because the content was about a female anchor on Yurong TV who died suddenly after broadcasting for 3 consecutive days and nights without rest. Yurong TV, isn't it the platform I am on now? When I saw the company name at the back, my heart almost jumped out of my throat. That female anchor turned out to be the anchor signed by our company. When I signed before, I saw her name in the agent's computer, so I knew her. But what I didn't expect was that she died. And she died suddenly. This is exactly the same as Lily. I suddenly remembered what the fans said before, and my heart was horrified. After Lu Qing sent me the link, he told me after a while, what is said in this news is true, but it was suppressed by the top, so it was not spread. But what's interesting is that before she died, what she encountered was very similar to you, and the 2 people who died recently seemed to have encountered the same thing as you. My heart tightened, and I was scared and didn't know what to say, because what he said was all right, and the 3 people who were confirmed to have died all died in the same way. And they all died suddenly. Lu Qing continued, the way of death is the same, which means that the live broadcast room you are in. No, it should be said that there is a big problem with the apartment rented by the economic company. You should understand what I mean, right? I nodded subconsciously and replied to his message asking me what to do. Is it enough to leave the apartment? Who knows that he replied, it's useless. Didn't you see? You left the apartment last night, but you are still live broadcasting, which shows a problem. Although there is a string of ellipses after it, I know what he wants to say. He means that I may not be able to leave the apartment. He even wants to say that maybe the next person to die will be me. My fear has reached the extreme, and I hurriedly asked him what I should do. He didn't answer me, but told me in an orderly manner, I have studied the anchor who died before. It is indeed very strange. The camera will automatically turn on in the middle of the night. Some things in the room will even move by themselves. There are also things like sleep paralysis. All the signs show that there may be dirty things in this apartment. Before I had time to get scared, he continued to reply to my message. The first anchor, that is, the one in your previous room, encountered this incident 3 days before her death and died on the 4th night. And the other 2, Xiaofang, also had 4 days. Shuer, I guess, is also the same. You should understand what I mean. I asked him if he had been paying attention to our agency for a long time. He smiled and said that it was for sure. In his line of work, he would check wherever there is a problem. He was originally going to use our company as material for live broadcast. My heart tightened, and I was more certain that there was something strange about my agency. No, even said that there was something wrong with our apartment. Wait, for days? I have been live streaming for 3 days, and tonight is the 4th day. Could it be? I was shocked at the time and asked him if I would die tonight. At this point, he stopped replying to my message. I panicked for a moment and asked him what to do now. At this time, he replied to my message with a smile and said, "I was joking with you. How could it be so coincidental? Look how scared you are." I was really scared at that time. Seeing him reply to me like this, I felt a little angry. I thought I was so scared, and he still scared me like this. He explained, "Sometimes, fear comes from the heart, and it is necessary to relax appropriately. You have to remember that sometimes, the most terrifying thing is not those things that may not exist, but the human heart." I nodded in agreement. Although I agreed with what he said, I really didn't have the heart to think about other things now, so I asked him what to do about my problem. He said, "Although I was joking just now, it's true that you are in big trouble. Don't go back to the apartment today. I'll come to you later. Remember, don't open the door if anyone calls you before you see me." I nodded, thinking that I could only rely on him now, and I could only believe what he said. After that, I gave him the address and mobile phone number of my hotel, and transferred 100,000 yuan to him before turning off the computer. The 100,000 yuan was what he asked for. Although I felt cheated, if what he said was true, my life would probably be gone. So I didn't have time to care whether the money was cheated or not. After turning off the computer, I stayed in the room and waited for him to come. After waiting for about half an hour, there was a knock at the door. I wondered how he could arrive so quickly. I went to the door and saw a young man standing outside through the peephole. Because I had seen him before when he was live streaming, I recognized him at once. I hurriedly opened the door to let him in, but he said that it was too late and it would be too late if he didn't leave. As he said that, he led the way in front and walked out of the hotel. I followed behind him, not daring to think about anything. Now only he can save me, and I can only do what he tells me to do. After walking behind him for a while, I realized that this was the way to the apartment. I felt uneasy and hesitated, and asked him, "Are we going to the apartment?" "Yes, if we don't go to the apartment, we won't know what it is, and we can't get rid of it." When I thought of the 3 people who died in the apartment, I was very scared, but after thinking about it, I felt that what he said made sense, so I had to follow him and went out of the apartment together. He looked outside for a long time and let me go in first. I was very scared at that time, but he said it was okay, he was there, I just went in, nothing would happen. I had no choice but to nod and walk into the apartment first. But just when I opened the door and entered the living room, there was a loud bang, and the door behind me was closed directly. I wanted to open the door in fear, but the door would not open. I was extremely scared all of a sudden. I wanted to shout, but no one answered me outside. Even the anchor had disappeared. Just when I was scared, my cell phone rang. I saw it was a strange number, so I answered it without thinking. "Help! Help me! Hello? Where are you?" I could tell it was the anchor's voice, and I wanted to shout as if I had grabbed a life-saving straw. But for some reason, the sound was stuck in my throat and I couldn't shout it out. "Where are you? Didn't I ask you to wait in the hotel? Why can't I find you?" My whole face turned pale, and I was extremely scared. I shook my voice and asked in a crying voice, "No? You brought me to the apartment?" When he heard this, his face probably became very ugly, and he said hurriedly, "It's bad. It's not me. I'll explain it to you later. You stay there and don't move. I'll be there soon." Then he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, I was extremely scared. It was the anchor who brought me here just now, but how come I was the only one here all of a sudden, and now he called me again to ask where I was? Could it be that the one who brought me here just now was not the anchor at all? If it wasn't the anchor, who else could it be? The more I thought about it, the more scared I became, and I was terrified to the extreme. At that time, I didn't even dare to move, because Lu Qing told me not to walk around, so I waited for him to come. I stared at the handle tightly, not daring to blink. I hoped that the door would open in the next second, and then he would come in to save me. But after waiting for a long time, no one came in. I remember that the road from the hotel to the apartment was not too far, and it would take at most 20 minutes to get there. But I felt that half an hour had passed, and my mood suddenly fell to the bottom. At this time, I felt that the air around me was cold, cold from the bottom of my heart. which scared me to the extreme. At this moment, I felt something blowing on my neck. It was cold, and it seemed that someone was standing behind me. I wanted to look back, but I didn't dare to. Gradually, I saw a bunch of long hair floating around my ears, slowly approaching. I could even hear my own breathing and heartbeat. I was so frightened that I wanted to shout, but my throat seemed to be blocked by something and I couldn't make any sound. Want to run? My feet were numb and I couldn't even move because of fear. Suddenly, she patted my shoulder and I screamed immediately. I turned around and wanted to run, but was held back by a hand. "Why are you running?" The voice was familiar. Was it Lu Qing's voice? I turned around and saw Lu Qing standing behind me, expressionless and looking at me indifferently. I was relieved to see him and asked him where he had been just now. He scared me to death. He said he was fine and went out to see if there was anything special. I nodded and said nothing. Since he was here, I felt relieved. But suddenly, my heart trembled again and I stared at him with some fear. Was he really Lu Qing? If he is real, then where is the one who brought me here? But if he is fake? Suddenly, I heard a giggle around me. The sound was very sharp, creepy, and uncomfortable. I asked him if he heard any laughter. Lu Qing shook his head at me expressionlessly. At this time, the laughter had disappeared. I always felt that this Lu Qing was weird, as if he was not the one I saw in the live broadcast room. So I kept a watchful eye in my heart. Although I was scared, I knew that if I didn't rely on myself, I would probably die at any time. Lu Qing told me to go to my room to see if there was anything dirty. I nodded and followed him to the room. But I walked behind and called Lu Qing with my mobile phone. If the phone rang next to me, it meant that this Lu Qing was real. If not, the call was connected, but there was no beeping sound around me. Instead, after a while, Lu Qing's voice came from the phone. "Hey, I'm stuck in traffic. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Hearing this voice, my heart was in my throat. I turned back to look at Lu Qing in fear. He still entered my room without noticing, probably looking for something. At this time, I seemed to hear the giggle again. This time it came from my room. I was too scared to go in, but I wanted to look inside, and curiosity drove me to the door. At this time, a face suddenly poked out, and I almost fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Lu Qing looked at me expressionlessly. I didn't dare to speak, just shook my head, but I was extremely scared, because I knew that he was the one who wanted to harm me. He was also the one who killed Lily, Wujia, and even the previous anchor. Seeing that I didn't speak, he continued, "Go back to the room. I'll watch outside. If there is anything, I will call you. Go in and die." The previous anchors who died all died in the room, and he probably wanted to kill me in the room too. At this time, I didn't know where I got the courage from. Instead of going in, I pushed him away and ran quickly to the door of the apartment. Since staying here would kill me anyway, I might as well try and see if I could run out. But before I ran a few steps, my hand was grabbed by him, and he seemed to be a little angry and asked me where I was going. I shouted, "Don't pretend. You are not Lu Qing. You want to kill me. I won't go in with you." Unexpectedly, he actually let go of his hand, and I fell to the ground due to inertia. My head hit the ground and I fainted in pain. Before I fainted again, I vaguely saw that the door of the apartment opened, and then someone walked in. When I woke up, it was already the next day, and I was already in the ward. The one who stayed next to me was Lu Qing. I was shocked when I saw him, and I almost threw a pillow at him. But when I saw him talking to fans with laughter, I realized that this was the real Lu Qing. When he saw me wake up, he waved to the fans and said that the heroine had woken up, the live broadcast was over, and see you tomorrow night. After that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he asked me how I was now. Is there anything wrong? I shook my head and said with a wry smile that I was just a little dizzy and my legs hurt, but nothing else. Lu Qing was relieved when he saw that I was fine, and said with a sweat, "I'm glad you're okay. Otherwise, I really don't know how to explain to Qingqing. I can't tell her that the girl you asked me to protect is in trouble now. She will beat me to death." Qingqing, my good friend, introduced me to the live broadcast room to find an expert, but I didn't expect that they actually knew each other. I didn't care much about these details, so I asked him what happened yesterday. Lu Qing said, "There was a traffic jam on my way here yesterday. I don't know why there were so many people in the middle of the night. Anyway, I took a long detour to get to the apartment. When I arrived, I saw you lying on the ground. Fortunately, you didn't get hurt. Otherwise, I would be so guilty." I smiled and said it was nothing, and then told him what happened yesterday. To be honest, thinking about what happened yesterday, it's still creepy. If Lu Qing hadn't arrived, I would have died long ago. I thought about it and asked him who the fake Lu Qing was and whether he was a ghost. Lu Qing thought for a while, looked at me seriously, and asked me back, "Do you believe that there are ghosts in this world?" If it was before, I would definitely shake my head and say I don't believe it, but after experiencing what happened yesterday, I completely believe it. If it wasn't a ghost yesterday, then what could it be? Lu Qing said to me solemnly, "There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they don't exist. For example, the person who pretended to be me yesterday. I don't know who he is, let alone what he is, but I can be sure that he is definitely not a human, and he wants to harm you." I was shocked and asked him what was going on. He thought for a while and said, "He checked this matter yesterday, and from what you described, it should be that this apartment is not clean. In short, don't go back to the apartment. I will take care of everything." After that, he handed me a yellow talisman. I have seen yellow talismans in movies and know that they are used to ward off evil spirits. This is the first time I have seen it in reality. If it was before, I would definitely shake my head and say I don't believe it, but after experiencing what happened yesterday, I completely believe it. If it wasn't a ghost yesterday, then what could it be? Lu Qing said to me solemnly, "There are many things in this world that you can't imagine. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they don't exist. For example, the person who pretended to be me yesterday. I don't know who he is, let alone what he is, but I can be sure that he is definitely not a human, and he wants to harm you." I was shocked and asked him what was going on. He thought for a while and said, "He checked this matter yesterday, and from what you described, it should be that this apartment is not clean. In short, don't go back to the apartment. I will take care of everything." After that, he handed me a yellow talisman. I have seen yellow talismans in movies and know that they are used to ward off evil spirits. This is the first time I have seen it in reality. He said, "I will take this talisman first so that it will be safer. If there is anything, I can call him or Ching Ching." I nodded and thanked him. He smiled and said that I paid the money, and after paying, I should do something. After that, he looked at me by the bed with a smiling expression and seemed to have some good feelings. I am not bad looking and some people pursue me, but I always reject them. Because of my job, I rarely communicate with others and even hate boys. But this man makes me feel warm and safe, so I feel at ease around him. Seeing him looking at me like this, my face turned red. He smiled and said that this is the right way. Smile more and life will be better. As I said last time, ghosts are not scary. The scariest thing is yourself. I nodded and decided to try my best to be cheerful. He smiled and said that he had something else to do and had to leave first. He would contact me by phone if he had anything else. After that, he left. After he left, I got up. Because I didn't suffer any injuries, I went through the discharge procedures and returned to the hotel. The first thing I did when I arrived at the hotel was to call the agency to resign. After all, after experiencing this kind of thing, if I stayed again, my life would be at stake. But before I could press the phone had already called. It was Manager Wang of the company who called and asked me to go to the company. It was already noon when I arrived at the company, and Manager Wang received me very warmly. He poured me tea and water and asked me about my life. I looked at the WeChat group on my phone and found out what happened. It turned out that because 2 people died, many anchors had terminated their contracts. Now I was the only anchor left. No wonder the manager was so polite. The manager said with a smile, "Xiaoman, are you still adapting to our company? Is it okay to live broadcast in the apartment?" I knew he wanted me to stay, but I had decided to leave, so I didn't beat around the bush and directly said that I wanted to resign. When he heard me say I wanted to resign, his face immediately fell, but he still said calmly, "You can't resign. It's stated in the contract that you must live broadcast here for 1 year." I knew he was going to do this, and I was ready to breach the contract. At most, I would pay tens of thousands of dollars in liquidated damages. He smiled and said, "Others can breach the contract, but you can't. I hired you at a high price, so you can't just leave. If you leave, how can our company operate?" I almost cursed him. Isn't this a robber? If he doesn't let me breach the contract, I will just quit and sue him in court. I don't believe he won't let me terminate the contract. Of course, I didn't dare to say this to his face. After all, Manager Wang is fat and voluptuous, and he is usually a lustful person. I heard that he made many people famous in the past, and most of them are related to him. If I piss off such a person, I really don't know if I can leave alive today. So, I didn't say it clearly, but I thought in my heart that at worst I would ask my friends for help. Even if it was a breach of contract, I must terminate the contract. Manager Wang smiled and said to me, "Xiao man, you said that you are a popular person in our company. I am not bad for you. Look, as long as you don't leave, I will agree to any conditions you have. A basic salary of 30,000 is not enough, right? Then 50,000 is always okay, right?" I saw that he kept pestering me, so I simply said it. "Manager Wang, it's not a question of money or not. The key is that I still have to live. You said that 3 people have died in this place. Who would want to stay? I give you a suggestion: return the apartment, rent another apartment, change to a new environment, and recruit a few more female anchors. It's also possible." Who knew that after hearing this? Manager Wang was startled, looked around, and hurriedly closed the door and said, "Don't talk nonsense. How can you move an apartment?" I was startled by his abnormal behavior and wondered why he was so excited. 3 people have died in the apartment. This matter can be big or small. If it is serious, the company's reputation can be ruined. The only way now is to change the office location and start over. But looking at Manager Wang's appearance, he seems to be very disgusted with this approach. Manager Wang said to me sternly, "This apartment must not be moved. Even if we die, my company will die in this apartment." What he said was a bit serious, and I felt a little creepy, and then I said, "Then you can find a Taoist priest to take a look, right? I feel that this place is not clean." I was also giving him a suggestion. After all, although I was ready to resign, I didn't want to see other anchors being harmed in it. After hearing what I said, Manager Wang dropped the teacup in his hand to the ground with a plop and said to me in a trembling voice, "Oh, my aunt, you must not find a Taoist priest, otherwise something will happen." At this time, I became curious. He refused to move and refused to ask someone to take a look. What was going on? "Can you still open this company?" I certainly didn't dare to ask that, but curiously asked him, "Why is that?" Manager Wang hurriedly said, "This is none of your business. You just need to continue live streaming. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Knowing too much will only cause trouble." At this time, I became even more curious. Manager Wang seemed to know something. The more he deliberately avoided it, the more it showed that there was something wrong with this apartment. Just like Lu Qing said, it seemed that there was really something unclean inside. The more he did this, the more I wanted to resign. So, I submitted my resignation letter directly, regardless of whether he approved it or not. I didn't dare to stay in such a place for a moment. After seeing my resignation letter, Manager Wang simply knelt down and begged me, "My aunt, please don't resign. If you leave, there will be no one in the apartment. There must be no one there. Someone must live stream." I was startled and jumped up from the bed. I looked around again. This was really an apartment. I pinched my arm hard and found that it was true. My face turned pale. I reacted and immediately took out my phone to call Lu Qing to ask what was going on. But Lu Qing didn't answer the phone, only left a voice message saying that he had something to do and couldn't answer my call. I had to send him a text message saying that I fell asleep last night, and for some reason I woke up in the apartment early in the morning. Seeing that he hadn't replied to my text message, I didn't dare to stay any longer. So I got up quickly and prepared to get dressed and leave. Thinking of this, I found a set of clothes from the closet and prepared to go out. But at this time I was surprised to find that there was a nurse's uniform neatly placed next to my bed. The nurse's uniform is still very sexy. It is very tempting to wear it on the body. Many men like their girlfriends to dress like this. Therefore, many female anchors will also buy similar sexy clothes to attract fans' attention. But I remember very clearly that I don't have such clothes. Not only this nurse's uniform, but also some relatively revealing vacuum underwear and sexy asterisk 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 next to it. At that time, I broke out in a cold sweat. These clothes are obviously not mine, so how could they be in my room? And what happened yesterday? I slept in the hotel, but I returned to the apartment in the morning? I didn't dare to think too much. My first thought was to leave the apartment quickly. Because I booked a flight for the morning, it was already morning. So I prepared some things and went to the airport. But just after I opened the door, I ran into the aunt who came to clean the apartment. I know this aunt. She comes to clean every Wednesday. She is a cleaner arranged by the company. When she saw me, she stared at me with disdain, then shook her head and said, "People nowadays, why don't they cherish themselves? Why don't they find a decent job? They have to do this kind of thing. It's a sin." As she said, she was about to leave. I got angry all of a sudden. What does this cleaning aunt mean? Is she scolding me? How can I be undecent as a host? I didn't steal, rob, or sell anything. What's undecent about me? I usually read too many comments about anchors on the internet, saying that anchors are all prostitutes. I was already a little uncomfortable. Now someone actually said it in front of me. I went up to ask her why she said it without saying anything. The cleaning lady looked at me with disdain and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. What's the difference between you anchors and prostitutes? Look at what you are wearing." I immediately got angry and asked her what I was wearing. Wasn't it fine? She sneered and said that it was not what I wore today, but what I wore last night. I was stunned and asked her what was going on. What did I wear last night? She didn't say anything, but just advised me, "I think you look good. Don't be so careless about yourself. Go home and find an honest man to live a good life. Don't think about it all day long." After that, she ignored me and went to clean up. I wanted to ask her something else, but she simply ignored me. I cursed her for being crazy and went to open the door. As soon as I walked downstairs, I saw Manager Wong running over. Seeing me, he quickened his pace with a smile on his face and ran over to say, "Hey, my little sister man, you're awake. You did a great job last night. Our company's revenue has increased by more than 3 times. I plan to give you a raise as a reward." I was stunned and asked him, "What did I do?" Manager Wong said with a smile, "What else can I do? Live broadcast. Yesterday you were wearing that nurse uniform. You were so beautiful. If you showed off a little, you got a lot of gifts and our platform also benefited from it. Good job, Xiaoman. I didn't misjudge you." I was even more confused and asked him, "What live broadcast? I didn't do any live broadcast yesterday. On the contrary, I clearly slept in the hotel last night, so how could I come back to the apartment?" Now that I think about it, Manager Wong came over early in the morning. I wonder if it was Manager Wong who carried me back in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, I suddenly got angry. Manager Wong said hurriedly, "How could I do such a thing? Besides, you must have felt it when I carried you back." I thought about it and it was true. I didn't drink or do anything yesterday, so I shouldn't have slept so soundly. But if it wasn't Manager Wong who did it, how did I get back to the apartment? Manager Wong's fat was twisted into a ball, and he looked at me with narrowed eyes and smiled and said, "Xiao Man, don't joke around. You did a live broadcast yesterday, and you did a good job. Look, the company is making money, you are rich, and your value has increased. What a good thing, don't leave." Okay. I was about to cry. I said I really didn't do a live broadcast. I didn't know what happened. Your apartment is really weird. I don't want to do it anymore. Manager Wong was stunned and said to me, "If you don't believe it, go and turn on the computer and check it yourself. There are videos and cameras outside to prove that I didn't do anything anyway. Anyway, I tell you, we signed a contract, and you can't leave even if you want to." After that, he left directly. His threatening tone scared me so much that I didn't dare to say a word. After he left, I was curious about what happened last night. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. After thinking about it, I decided to listen to Manager Wong and go in to see if I was not live broadcasting yesterday. Because it was daytime and the sun was shining outside, I was a lot bolder. After entering the house, I felt the chilly air, as if the air conditioner was on. I didn't think much about it. I turned on the computer and clicked on yesterday's video. In the video, I saw me wearing sexy pink underwear, dancing with my slender figure, attracting many fans. The number of fans also increased from tens of thousands to more than 100,000. Gifts kept coming in. In just 2 hours, I made at least 5,000 yuan. I blushed and was surprised, because the anchor in the video was indeed me. But I remembered very clearly that I didn't live broadcast at all yesterday, but went to bed early. However, I can be sure that it was me because I got up today and was in the apartment. Could it be that I really live broadcast yesterday? At this time, someone sent me a message on WeChat. It was sent by Manager Wong. It was a video. I clicked it and realized that it was the surveillance outside the apartment. I was dumbfounded when I saw the surveillance, because the person in the surveillance was me. After I opened the door of the apartment, I walked in step by step. At that time, I was still wearing pajamas, and I should have come out of the hotel. However, I also noticed that the eye in the video walked a little strangely, as if sleepwalking. When I got closer to the camera, I could see the eye inside clearly. My face was very pale, so pale that it was scary. At this time, I saw another person walking in from outside the apartment. It was a man with a black bag in his hand. After he walked up to me, he took out the things in the bag. It was a nurse's uniform, pink underwear, and some erotic things. After taking it out, he slowly changed it for me. After I put on the clothes, he whispered a few words in my ear and left. Because the camera was too far away, I didn't hear what he said clearly. But I in the video went straight into the room after the man finished speaking. I was very curious about who the man was. When I was concentrating, the man who was about to leave suddenly looked up at the camera and chuckled. I was shocked and almost dropped my phone. Because this man was him, Lu Qing, especially that scary laugh. I remember it very clearly. At that time, I even thought that it was Lu Qing who did it. But later I thought that this should be a fake Lu Qing because the night before he lied to me and wanted to harm me. Thinking of this, I got angry. What does this fake Lu Qing mean? Instead of killing me, he went to great lengths to carry me back, put this on me, and let me continue to live broadcast. What is his purpose? Why did he kill Shuair and the others in the same way? Now my mind is in a mess. But I know one thing, that is, I can't stay here any longer. After running out of the apartment quickly, I called Lu Qing. At this time, the phone was connected, and I almost cried to tell him what happened yesterday. Who knew that after listening, Lu Qing said calmly, "I know, because you can't leave this apartment at all." I hurriedly asked what he meant. He said that this matter could not be explained clearly for a while. Anyway, you just don't leave the apartment. I was confused. What does it mean to not leave the apartment? Didn't he ask me to leave the hotel yesterday? Lu Qing knew I was confused, so he simply told me something. Don't worry. It's safe for you to stay in the hotel. As long as someone keeps live streaming in this apartment, nothing will happen. But once no one is live streaming, something will happen. So, it's safe for you to stay in the apartment. I was confused and wanted to ask something else. But Lu Qing said that it was not good for me to know too much about this matter. So I shouldn't ask any more questions, and he would come to me after he finished his work. After that, he hung up the phone. I thought he was quite reliable, but now, why do I feel that he is not reliable? If I were asked to go back to the apartment, only a fool would agree. So that night, I moved out. I wanted to leave by plane, but because of something, I was delayed and didn't catch up in time. And what's worse, there were no more tickets for that day. I had to stay in the hotel at night. However, because of what happened yesterday, I didn't dare to sleep at night, so I simply had lunch and went to the hotel to sleep. After sleeping all afternoon, I deliberately drank coffee to refresh myself at night so that I could see what happened. At night, I didn't sleep all the time. When it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, I was still very energetic. I guess it was because of the coffee that I didn't feel sleepy at all. But no one came in, and I even suspected that the fake Lu Qing would not come today. But when I thought that there was no one in the apartment, and Lu Qing said that there must be someone in the apartment to broadcast live, I became alert and didn't dare to relax. He will definitely come today. Thinking of this, I squeezed the talisman that Lu Qing handed to me. Thinking that I didn't pay attention to the yellow talisman when I fell asleep yesterday, I must hurry up today. But after waiting until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, the fake Lu Qing didn't come, but another person came. This person was fat and plump. After opening my door, I couldn't see his appearance clearly because of the field of vision. Until he walked up to me, I could see his face clearly. Manager Wang. When I saw him, my breathing stopped, because I thought of many people who might harm me, but I didn't think of him. Thinking back to what he said to me before, could it be that he was the one who had been plotting against me behind my back? But to my surprise, he just came in and looked at me, then left, leaving the room without looking back. I looked at his back curiously. At this time, I didn't know where I got the courage from, but I followed him directly. Perhaps because I had the talisman in my hand, I was a little bolder and followed behind Manager Wang. Not too far away, just in time to see the direction he was walking. To be honest, I felt that Manager Wang's walking posture was weird, and it was very similar to the way I saw me walking in the camera, just like sleepwalking. Could it be that he was also possessed by evil spirits? Thinking of this possibility, I became bolder, because if Manager Wang was walking in the direction of the apartment, it would prove my guess. When the time comes, I will definitely find out something by following this clue. So, I took up my courage and continued to follow him out. But after following for a while, I found something wrong. Manager Wang did not walk towards the apartment, but walked in the opposite direction. There was a road over there. It was late, so there were no cars. But there was an old woman squatting on the road, burning paper money. When Manager Wang saw the old woman, he paused for a moment, walked in that direction, and squatted in front of the old woman. I didn't understand the details, so I just watched from a distance, wanting to see what Manager Wang wanted to do. But who knew he did nothing, just squatted beside him, his lips moving slightly. Although he was not far away, I didn't hear what he said. After squatting for about half an hour, he got up and left. At this time, he changed the direction of his walk and walked towards the apartment. I didn't continue to follow him because that road led to the apartment, and I didn't dare to go there at night. But at this time, I was interested in this old woman. Because I was very curious why Manager Wang came here to meet an old lady and then left after the meeting. So I gathered my courage, squatted down beside the old lady, and asked her, "Old lady, I want to ask you something. What did the man say to you just now?" The old lady suddenly stopped and looked at me sideways. When I saw her face, I was almost scared. The old lady was very old, so there was almost no flesh on her face. The dry face was very scary under the firelight, and I was scared to stand up quickly. The old lady said, let's go. Everything will be fine after tonight." I was very curious about what she said, as if she was reminding me of something. I wanted to ask something else, but the old lady had already picked up the paper money and left slowly, and ignored me. I saw that it was getting late, so I wanted to go back to the hotel. But when I turned around, I saw that there was still a piece of paper that had not been burned completely on the ground. I looked at it and found that it was not paper money, but a piece of white paper with an address written on it. Number 39 Tonghui Road. At this time, I suddenly thought of what the old lady said. After thinking about it, it seemed that she was kindly reminding me. Did she leave this address for me to go to this place? I think this is the only possibility. Maybe the old lady wants to help me. Thinking of this, I made up my mind to go to this address tomorrow and go back to the room to sleep. It was almost morning when I returned to the hotel, and I fell asleep peacefully. When I woke up, it was noon. Seeing that I was still in the big bed in the hotel, I breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't even have breakfast. I went out and took a taxi to find the address on the white paper. Tonghui Road is not far away, and number 39 is also easy to find. It is a family. At this time, the door of the house was open, so I went in and asked, "Excuse me, is the old lady here?" I didn't know the old lady's name, but I looked at the address and it was correct, so I asked. A middle-aged woman greeted me. It seemed that she should be the old lady's daughter. When she saw me, she asked me what I wanted to see her mother. I said that the old lady asked me to come to her. Hearing this, the woman sighed and told me that her mother's condition worsened a few days ago and she had passed away. Hearing this, I almost cried out, "How is it possible? I saw her yesterday." I guess the woman thought I was crazy and pointed to the house without attitude and said, "If you don't believe it, just look for yourself." Of course, I didn't believe what she said and walked in directly. As soon as I got inside, I was scared. There was a black and white photo frame hanging in the living room. The old woman in the photo frame was exactly the same as the one I saw last night. The old woman was really dead. When I saw the photo on the morning hall, I shuddered all over and was directly scared. Looking at the morning hall, there were still several people guarding the spirit, and they seemed to be the old woman's children. My heart suddenly sank half, and I took a long breath and forced myself to calm down. At this time, a man who was guarding the spirit inside came out and came to me and asked who I was. Before I said anything, the woman said I was a lunatic and insisted that I had seen our mother last night. I know that although the old woman is gone, there must be a reason for leading me here, so I mentioned what happened last night. After listening to me, the man raised his eyebrows slightly, said a few words to his wife and said to me, "Come with me, we'll talk outside." After going out, the man told me that he was the old woman's son and the one just now was his daughter-in-law, and asked me not to mind. I didn't mean to blame them because even I felt that this matter was quite absurd. If it were someone else, it would be good if they didn't kick me out. The man said that his mother died the night before yesterday. She died of illness, and the person I saw last night was also his mother. I was stunned for a moment. Didn't he say that the old woman died the day before yesterday? Why did I see yesterday? Without thinking deeply, I understood what he meant at once. Maybe what I saw last night was, the man told me that if his mother left me the address, she must want to help me. If I trust him, I should tell him everything in detail. After hearing what he said, I told him everything that happened yesterday. After listening, the man lit a cigarette and said, "I guess my mother wants to help you." "Help me?" I was confused. The man explained to me, "Yes, my mother is usually warm-hearted. She will help when she sees something unfair. Especially you must have encountered something recently, so my mother will help you." My heart tightened and I nodded. I did encounter something recently, and it was not an ordinary thing. But I was afraid that no one would believe me if I told him, so I didn't tell him in detail. But the man said directly, "And what you encountered is not a normal thing." I moved slightly, and when these words came out of his mouth, I felt that my head was about to explode. He asked me if I had encountered anything recently. I thought about it. Since he was the old woman's son, I should be able to believe him, so I told him everything I encountered in the live broadcast room. I don't know why, I always feel that this man is very reliable, so I said everything that was suppressed in my heart. After listening to me, the man took a deep puff of cigarette and asked me if his mother had said this to me yesterday. "Let's go, everything will be fine after tonight, right?" I nodded and said yes, and he continued, "That's because she helped you solve the problem yesterday. The man yesterday was probably going to harm you. My mother found out and intercepted him halfway and helped you solve it. So she said this to you." I was relieved after listening to him. It seemed that the mother-in-law was really trying to help me. I was moved and wanted to express my gratitude, but the man waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. Although my mother helped you once, it didn't end. She just solved the problem yesterday and didn't know that the person who harmed you was not that person. Not Manager Wang." When I heard this, my head was about to explode. I thought that Lily's death, Zhao Feng's death, and the fake Lu Qing were all done by Manager Wang. Now listening to the man's words, it seems that it is not that simple. The man put out his cigarette and said to me solemnly, "Someone must be targeting you, and this Manager Wang you mentioned should be watching you from the side." My heart sank and I understood something. No wonder Manager Wang refused to let me go, but asked me to stay in the apartment and refused to terminate my contract. I thought about it and asked him, what about the fake Lu Qing? Is he trying to harm me? I saw on the camera that he carried me back in the middle of the night, and a few days ago he tricked me into going back to live broadcast. I thought about it. If it wasn't Manager Wang, it was most likely that he wanted to harm me. The man shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. I haven't seen him. But one thing is certain, it's definitely not a ghost who wants to harm you." "What is that?" I asked him puzzledly. The man explained, "It is not easy for ghosts to harm people, otherwise, the world would be full of ghosts. Ghosts play tricks on people because people's hearts are very fragile and easy to be invaded. But you were asleep the night before last, and you didn't realize that you came to the apartment. This is not something a ghost can do." I thought about it and asked him if it was a ghost. I have seen in horror novels before that ghosts can do many things after being possessed, such as walking, running, and even harming people. The man smiled and said to me, "That's impossible." I said that ghosts harm people by taking advantage of the fragile side of people's hearts and attacking people's consciousness. Let's not talk about whether he can possess you when you are asleep, but whether you realize that you were possessed at that time. I thought about it, and this really didn't happen. I slept soundly that night and woke up in the apartment the next day. The man nodded and said, "Yes, so it is impossible to be possessed. And there is only one explanation. The one who wanted to harm you that night was definitely not a ghost." I shuddered all over, as if something was blocking my throat, and asked him, "If it's not a ghost, then what is it?" He shook his head and said, "Then I don't know." After thinking about it, he asked me back, "Have you met anyone who has a grudge against you recently?" I thought about it but couldn't think of anyone because I had a lot of friends when I was on the Douyu live broadcast platform, and the relationship was pretty good. Even if there were people who had conflicts, they didn't have a deep hatred to harm me. Besides, there are even fewer friends who want to hook up with Lily and the others. Otherwise, why would you make it so complicated to harm us? After thinking about it, I didn't get along with anyone, so I shook my head and said, "No." The man was also a little confused, frowned and said, "That's strange. Why would something spend so much time to harm you for no reason?" I saw that he was thinking about something, so I didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, he snapped his fingers and said, "By the way, you said that someone died before you came here to live broadcast, right?" I nodded and said yes, but I just read it on the news. I don't know if it's true. After all, such a big thing has not been reported outside. I still doubt the authenticity of this matter. "Wait for me." As he said, he went in for a while, and when he came out, he took out a mirror for me. I asked him why he gave me the mirror, and he said that when I find a suspicious person, I can take a mirror to look at his face and I will know. I didn't know what he meant, and I wanted to ask him something else. He said to me, "How about this, you go back first? My mother's funeral is tonight, so I can't talk to you anymore. Tomorrow I will go directly to you. I will prepare some things to help you look at them, and then you will know everything." I wanted to say something else, but the old lady was going to have a funeral, and I couldn't drag him to help me look at them today, so I had to nod and thank him before leaving. I was always uneasy and didn't dare to go back at night, so I had to call Lu Qing. But no one answered the phone, and I didn't know what he was doing. I wanted to go back to the hotel, but I was worried that Manager Wang knew the address of the hotel and would come to see me again at night. So I left the old lady's house and went to stay at my friend's house. My friend is Qing, my only friend in Hangzhou. She is also a host, and I have a good relationship with her. But I didn't dare to tell her about what happened recently. I just said that I missed her and hadn't seen her for a long time. I went to sleep with her today. But just as I arrived at the neighborhood where her family lived, before I entered, I saw another car coming from the intersection. It stopped at the gate of the neighborhood, and when he swiped his card, he lowered the window, and I could see the driver's appearance clearly. Lu Qing? Why is he here? Is there something going on here? I remembered that Lu Qing told me that he and Qing knew each other, so he must be here for something. Thinking of this, I was just about to go up and say hello to him, but the car had already driven in. I followed him in and came to the door of Qing's house. Qing's door was not closed, as if someone had just entered. I walked in and wanted to shout, but after thinking about it, I didn't shout out, but walked in directly. When I got to the living room, I saw Lu Qing sitting alone on the sofa, staring blankly at the window. Because it was night, it was very dark, and he didn't turn on the lights, so the figure made me a little panicked. I wanted to go up and call him, but suddenly, I thought of what the man said, hesitated, took out the mirror, and looked at him. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it. When I looked at it, I was so scared that I almost threw the mirror away. Lu Qing in the mirror was actually laughing. Just like what I saw in the apartment before, his laughter was very scary. I was shocked and tried my best to cover my mouth to prevent myself from making any sound, for fear of being discovered by him. I raised my head and looked at Lu Qing again. He sat there motionless with a thoughtful look on his face. I was thinking this shouldn't be the real Lu Qing, right? Only a fake Lu Qing would make such a scary laugh. But I thought about it again and felt something was wrong. If he was a fake Lu Qing, why did I see him at the gate of the community just now? It's evening now, and there's still sunshine. Don't they say on TV that ghosts are not afraid of the sun? Thinking of this, I recalled what the man said during the day. It wasn't a ghost that hurt me, but the people around me even. Could it be him? Only then did I suspect Lu Qing. But just as I was thinking, Lu Qing in the living room had disappeared. I was about to look for him when I heard his voice behind me. Why are you here? My heart tightened, and I turned around and saw Lu Qing standing behind me, looking at me. I was startled, but I tried my best to be strong, not daring to be too direct, so I smiled and said I was fine. He told me, "Why didn't you tell me when you came?" From his tone, it seemed that he was blaming me. I don't know why he was angry, but from his tone and behavior, I became more and more suspicious of him. Coupled with the fact that I saw Sher in the mirror just now, I have reason to believe that he is the one who wants to harm me. Although I don't know why he wants to harm me, I still subconsciously took a step back. Lu Qing mistakenly thought that I recognized him as a fake Lu Qing, so he told me not to be afraid. I am the real Lu Qing. I didn't answer your call these days because I had something to do. Why didn't you stay in the apartment and come here? After what happened in the past few days, I became much bolder, deliberately calmed down and said that I was scared alone in the apartment and wanted to find Qing to accompany me. After that, I looked at him carefully, ready to test him, and asked him what he had been doing recently. Why didn't he return my call? Lu Qing took out a bag, and in the bag was a red high-heeled shoe. I didn't know what that meant, and just when I was about to ask, he answered me that it was found in Lily's room. I moved slightly, and was a little scared and didn't dare to get close. After all, it was something that a dead person had touched. Lu Qing said to me, "This is worn on Lily's feet. Let me show you something else." He took out another plastic bag, and this time the bag contained a red underwear. I took it and looked at it repeatedly, and asked him if this was also worn by Lily, who knew that he shook his head and said, "This was worn when Wu Jia died." I asked him in confusion, "What do you want to explain?" He looked at me, just like that for a few seconds, without saying a word. I saw fear in his eyes, and was terrified by being stared at. I said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm scared." He said indifferently, "These two are Achio's things." "Akio?" I asked him doubtfully. He nodded and said that Akio was the female anchor who died at the beginning. I was startled when I heard this, and my hands trembled, and I dropped the bag on the ground. I was just afraid instinctively, but I was confused about what was going on. Why were the things of the female anchor who died before worn by Lily and Wu Jia? Is this a coincidence? I don't think so. Or is Lu Qing lying to me? I was originally suspicious of Lu Qing, but after thinking about it, I felt that it was not the case. Now I don't even know how to tell whether he is helping me or has some ulterior motives. Lu Qing picked up the bag, looked at me, and continued to say that the things belonged to Akiyu. So he followed this clue and found the home of the female anchor and discovered some secrets. I asked him curiously what secrets. He looked at me and did not answer directly, but said to me, "It is better for you not to know this secret. When it is time for you to know, I will let you know it naturally." I got angry all of a sudden. This was about my life. What did I mean by I didn't know it was good? But I didn't dare to curse him directly. After all, I was alone with him now. If he was a good person, I might lose someone to help me. If he was a bad person, I would be in more danger now. Thinking of this, I decided to endure it and observe slowly. Lu Qing said to me, "The fake Lu Qing took you back to the apartment before, and then put on a nurse's uniform and for you, right?" Hearing this, my face immediately turned red. After all, the person standing in front of me was a man. But after thinking about it, I nodded and acquiesced. He said, "I checked these things. These are all Akiyu's." I immediately looked at him with my eyes wide open and said in a lost voice, "You mean? Think about it. The night before Lily died, she was wearing the shoes of the previous female anchor. On the day Wu Jia died, she was wearing the underwear of the previous female anchor. Don't you understand the connection between them?" Lu Qing asked me back. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I said in a trembling voice, "Then, I wore the nurse's uniform that the female anchor wore when she was live broadcasting." Speaking of this, the fear in my heart reached its peak. This means that the next person to die will be me. Lu Qing nodded and said, "Yes, so the night before last, I deliberately didn't answer your call. I just wanted to see what that woman was going to do to you. I was just guessing at first, but when I saw that he took you back and changed your clothes, I understood that this was not accidental but a method she used." When I heard this, I interrupted him and asked him, "Then was it Akiyu who took me back? Wasn't she dead? Or was she a ghost who took me back?" Lu Qing nodded and said, "It should be. I remember the old woman's son told me that ghosts cannot forcibly take away sleeping people. Even if they are sleepwalking, they still have some consciousness. But at that time, I didn't feel anything at all, so I shouldn't have been taken back to the apartment by a ghost." Now, after listening to Lu Qing's words, I was confused. Who was right? He saw me thinking for a long time and asked me what's wrong with me? "Don't you believe me?" Seeing that I didn't answer, he laughed and said, "I can remind you that you have paid. If you don't believe me, then I guess there is no need for us to cooperate anymore. Anyway, I won't return your money. After all, I have tried my best to help you." He waved his hand and looked like he was going to leave. I hurriedly held him back and said, "No, I believe you. Isn't it enough to believe you?" After saying this, I regretted it and wanted to slap myself. What if he was the one who wanted to harm me? Wouldn't I be walking into a tiger's mouth? But when I thought about it, I couldn't bear to part with the 100,000 yuan. It's not that I'm greedy, but I have no choice at this time. I think anyone would do the same. Seeing that I believed him, Lu Qing smiled and said to me, "Since you believe me and give me money, I must help you get this done. Otherwise, wouldn't it be ruined? My brand." I thought about it and it made sense. So many viewers were watching the live broadcast. If he was a bad guy, wouldn't that ruin his brand? After thinking about it, I decided to trust him again. He also returned to the topic and apologized to me, saying that he had used me before. I thought about it and thought that it was for my own good, so I didn't blame him. I asked him what to do next. Should I go back to the apartment or leave the apartment? He thought about it and said, "If I guess correctly, Akiyu should take action in the next few days. I think it would be better for you to go back to the apartment first, especially to your room. I will wait for you at the door of the apartment. If something happens, I will help you catch her." I was actually quite afraid to go back. After experiencing so many things and listening to Lu Qing's terrifying words, it was as if I knew I was going to die today, but I had to go back. I thought about it and decided to ask him, "How did Akiyu die? Why did she kill so many people?" Lu Qing shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I only know that if she dares to touch my customers, I don't mind beating her to death." My heart tightened, but I was grateful to him. With his words, I felt relieved. So I nodded and decided to go back with him. When I arrived at the door of the apartment, I was a little timid and didn't dare to go in. Lu Qing reminded me, "I gave you a talisman. With it, you will be fine." Speaking of this, he suddenly thought of something, took off his coat, put it on me and said, "This is my Taoist robe. You just need to lead her out later. With my Taoist robe, she can't hurt you." I nodded, gathered my courage, and went in. After opening the door, it was cold because no one had been back in the apartment for a long time. I took a deep breath and went straight to my room. After entering the room, I closed the door and deliberately left a gap so that Lu Qing could rescue me in time. I wore Lu Qing's clothes and went into the room. I stayed for a while and saw that it was still early, but I was a little sleepy. If it were usual, it would be more than 8 o'clock and I hadn't started the live broadcast yet, so I didn't have the habit of going to bed early. But I don't know why. I was particularly sleepy today and my eyelids were spinning. I tried my best to keep myself awake, so I stood up. But as soon as I stood up, I felt a cold wind blowing towards my neck from behind. I trembled all over and turned back slowly with some fear. This time I saw a woman with long hair. The woman was standing on the bed, bending over to look at me. Her long hair covered her face and I couldn't see her appearance clearly, but I guess I would be more scared when I saw her face. She had been standing behind me, but I didn't know. I felt my heart was about to jump out of my throat. I wanted to shout, but I couldn't. I simply ran to the door. But I didn't know that the door was locked and I couldn't open it. The woman got off the bed and slowly walked to me. I screamed, "Akiu, don't hurt me. I have no grudges against you. Why did you come to me?" Hee hee. It was that creepy laugh again, just like what I heard before. It was a man's voice. I was confused. Could he not be Akiu? Just when I was confused, Akiu took off the wig on his head and the red clothes on his body, revealing a familiar face. At this time, I finally saw his face clearly. He was Lu Qing. Yes, it was Lu Qing who wanted to hurt me. "It's really you who want to hurt me." I screamed and stepped back subconsciously. At this time, Lu Qing gave people a completely different feeling. He sneered and approached me and said, "You can't run away. You have been drugged by me, and you can't leave this room." I suddenly felt dizzy and was about to fall down. Lu Qing in my vision was blurry. I smelled a smell and realized that he had drugged his clothes. After I put on his clothes, I naturally inhaled the drug. I felt dizzy and subconsciously held the handrail. I had no strength in my body and felt that I was going to die. But I didn't accept it and asked him, "In fact, that fake Lu Qing is also you, right?" Lu Qing waved his hand and said that I was really stupid and only realized it now. Unfortunately, it was too late. I used my last strength to ask him, "Why did you want to kill me? Did you kill Lily and Wu Jia? Why did you do this?" He didn't answer, but continued to approach me, grinning at the corners of his mouth, smiling horribly. This was the first time I saw him smile, and it was the kind of scary smile. I felt like I was about to die and couldn't control my breathing. At this time, the door opened and a man walked in. He was wearing a black jacket and a pair of black frame sunglasses. He looked pretty cool. The most important thing was that when he saw him, Lu Qing's expressionless face suddenly became a little ugly. "Is it him?" I was surprised to find that he was the old woman's son, the man who warned me during the day. After the man in the jacket came in, he looked at me and said to Lu Qing, "Let's go." Lu Qing looked at me and then at the man in the jacket. He seemed a little taboo, but he didn't move, as if challenging the man's majesty. The man saw that Lu Qing didn't move and seemed a little angry. He asked again, "Are you going?" The voice was not loud, but it was majestic in the cold apartment. At this time, I felt that the man had a pure manly temperament, and my fear was much less. Lu Qing seemed to be a little afraid of this man, so he could only follow him with his face close to me, bypassed me, and left without even looking at me. I wanted to say thank you to him, but the drug took effect, and I felt dizzy and passed out. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. The man was standing next to me, and I was relieved to see him. When he saw me wake up, he asked me how I was. Did I feel uncomfortable? I shook my head and said thank you to him, and then I remembered about Lu Qing. I was a little scared when I thought about what happened yesterday, but I couldn't help asking him, "How is Lu Qing? Where is he?" The man said, "Lu Qing was arrested by the special department before I went to find you last night. I am responsible for dealing with little ghosts like Lu Qing. Before yesterday, I would not believe such things. After all, Lu Qing helped me a lot. If he wanted to harm me, he would have harmed me long ago. But I really couldn't understand what happened yesterday. Why did he want to harm me? Did he really kill Lily and Wu Jia?" The man saw my confusion and explained to me, "In fact, the answer is very simple. As a ghost-catching anchor, if he wants to be real and make his audience believe, the easiest way is to raise ghosts. Raise ghosts? But why does he kill people to raise ghosts? Because humans and ghosts are different. Ghosts cannot stay in the world of the living normally. Lu Qing forced the ghost to stay with him for support, so he had to provide blood and essence. However, using too much blood and essence will cause irreversible damage to the body, so he chose to let the ghost kill people and use other people's lives to replace blood and essence. That's why he keeps killing people. The man said, "It's best to forget what happened before. Some things are inconvenient to reveal to you. There are many things in this world that you can't explain, but it doesn't mean they don't exist. As for those things, it's better for ordinary people not to know." The following story was told by a fortune teller who was on a business trip 2.5 years ago. Of course, I didn't tell you that I was cheated of 500. This fortune teller is called Su Anmin. He said he was abandoned. When his master picked him up and gave him this name, he hoped that the country would be peaceful and the people would be safe. The following is described in Su Anmin's tone. "My name is Su Anmin. My master is a feng shui master. I grew up with him and learned a lot. Later, he got Alzheimer's disease and I took over the shop. However, new and old customers saw that I was only in my 20s and thought I had no real skills. They usually turned around and left, so I never opened the shop. How can a living person be suffocated to death? That day, I was about to download a food delivery software to do part-time work. When I looked up, I was overjoyed because there was a black cat at the door, hugging the pillar and climbing up. This is called a black tiger hugging a pillar in feng shui. Anyone who sees it will make a fortune. As soon as the cat climbed up, a young woman in her 30s came in and asked me to find a house for her. The young woman had faint blue and red veins on her ears, indicating that she was frightened. The more afraid the customers are, the bigger the business will be. It seems that the black tiger holding the pillar will bring wealth. I quickly put down my phone, pretended to be a master, and asked where the location was. The young woman said it was in Changba. I was discouraged when I heard it. It was so hard to come here for business. Why did it have to be in that unlucky place? Before my master became demented, he set 3 strict rules for me to enter the industry. First, do not fit in the yin yang group. Second, do not step on the feng shui door. And third, do not go to Changba. Not fitting in the yin yang group means not joining the circle of peers, and not stepping on the feng shui door means not looking for a wife in the industry. I understand these, but I don't understand what is taboo about Changba. The old man said, "If you want to live to be 99, don't talk nonsense and do it if you promise. If you can't do it, you are a dog." I don't want to be a dog, so even if the young woman offered double the money, I still refused. The young woman didn't know the inside story and thought she was in big trouble. She sank her face and said that if you don't go today, I won't leave. Then she pulled down the collar of the dress with one hand. As a solo virgin, I almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Damn, what is she doing? Is it worth it to just look at the house? However, I immediately found that there were many eye-catching blue finger marks on that piece of skin, and the finger marks were incomplete, as if there was a broken finger. Oh my God, her husband is really good at playing. Wait a minute. I frowned and saw a small dark red rash under the woman's heart. Feng Shui calls it the house evil, which means that the house is a hindrance to people and has threatened her life. When the house evil spreads over the heart, she will definitely die. She doesn't have much time. Before I could see clearly, the young woman grabbed me and said sternly, "You have been looking at it for so long. It's fun, right? If you don't look at the house with me, I will go to the police station to report you for violence. It's really a bastard who sits at home and the pot comes from the sky. I'm not afraid of this, but for our business, not helping someone in need is as bad as killing them. It's like an old lady lying in front of you. Will you help her or not? Helping her is risky, but not helping her would be a shame." I gritted my teeth and decided to be a good person. Unfortunately, I didn't know how much I paid for being a good person this time until later. The young woman saw that I agreed and thought that the trick worked. She said arrogantly that it was just a stopgap measure and asked me not to think that a toad would really have a chance to eat swan meat. I was too lazy to explain to someone like her who didn't know what was good for me. Changba is on the west side of the county town, a little off, but when I got there, I found that the feng shui was actually pretty good. The 5 mountain ranges behind it formed a 5 blessings, which is considered to be a safe and prosperous place. There are 3 mountains in front, the middle one is high and the 2 sides are low, which is the Bija mountain in feng shui. Feng shui emphasizes the presence of outstanding people and good places. A family with great fortune and virtue living opposite Bija mountain can produce a top scholar, and an ordinary person can also get on the list. There was a high school in the past. When choosing a school site, my master was asked for help. The old man chose a site in front of a local Bijia mountain. Now the high school is well known nationwide and often appears on 10-cent news. Every year, many students are admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University. There is nothing wrong with the other things. I was a little nervous at first, but at first glance, Changba is not a poor mountain or bad water, so I was not so worried. After entering the house and taking a look around, I realized that the problem of this house lies in its own pattern. The layout of a Yang house should be narrow in front and wide in the back, like the character Jia, so that evil spirits cannot enter and good fortune can be retained, so as to attract wealth and fortune. But this house is wide in front and narrow in the back, like the character Yo, which is very unlucky. Only in houses are built like this, so that spirits can enter easily but not leave, and it is used to consolidate and comfort spirits. If a person lives in this place, at the least, he will lose his family, at the worst, he will die and his wife will be unhappy. The gods and ghosts will play tricks on him. This is a typical haunted house that people often talk about. When the young woman heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she told me the reason why she came to see the house. It turned out that this house was owned by a couple before. The husband was a rich scumbag who went abroad with his mistress. The original wife was disappointed and sold the house at a low price, which was exactly what I said about the unhappy couple. Because they were in a hurry to sell, the house price was very low. The young woman got a bargain and was very happy. Unexpectedly, on the first day she moved in, she suddenly felt someone touching her in the middle of the night. The hand was cold and she woke up with a start. At first she suspected that she was dreaming, but when she looked down, she was stunned. She found that there was a human hand with a missing index finger on her body, which quickly shrank into the quilt and disappeared. She was so scared that she immediately opened the quilt, but there was nothing in it. She searched the whole house again, but there was no one, not even a hair. After that, as soon as she closed her eyes, she felt that hand coming again, cold and unscrupulous, making her feel like she was dying. She couldn't stand it anymore, so she asked for the 5 emperors' money and the Longquan sword, but none of them worked, and she was playing tricks on the gods and ghosts again. Then she said condescendingly, "I look like a swindler, but I didn't expect that I really have some tricks. I look like a swindler, but you still force me to come? You are not as stubborn as a woodpecker." I ignored her, thinking to myself, this is how the finger marks on her body came from, which is a bit troublesome. Something has come into the house. I have no problem changing the layout and feng shui, but I really have no experience in dealing with evil spirits, because each evil spirit has its own cause and effect. If you act rashly without understanding the cause, you will easily get into trouble. However, the house itself has never had any problems. The severed finger should have been attracted here because there is no one here and the layout is fierce. Just like a homeless person who is rubbing against the eaves. Just send it away. Everything has its first time. If you want to eat this bowl of rice, you can't be timid, just do it. I asked the young woman to get 2 bags of glutinous rice flour first. The young woman was confused when she heard about glutinous rice flour and asked me if I wanted to roll glutinous rice balls for that thing. What the hell is rolling glutinous rice balls? I want to use glutinous rice flour to clean the house. It was dark now, so I followed the master's example and took a red string, tied one end to the foot of the bed and the other end to the handle of the open door, and hung a bell at the end of the red string. Then I spread a layer of glutinous rice flour on the floor, and finally, lit a very expensive tribute incense in the middle of the bedroom. After the preparations were done, I asked the young woman to go to bed with me. When the young woman heard this, she immediately covered her chest and warned me, saying that I should not think that I could trick her into bed with some tricks. She had learned women's self-defense skills in the gym and could kick her crotch. I said, "Don't worry, I'm just lying on the bed, not sleeping with you. But there is one thing you have to remember. You can only cover yourself with the sheets, not the quilt. This is a trick. When that thing comes to you, you can't see people, you can only see the bed. So no matter what happens, you must never lift the sheets." The young woman agreed, but she was still guarding against me under the sheets. I felt a pain in my balls. What sin did I do to see her house evil spirit? But she stuck close to me, making me so angry that I couldn't calm down, and half of my body was hot again. Women are so soft. The 2 of us lay there awkwardly for a while, and didn't hear any movement. The young woman was a little impatient and wanted to talk, so I covered her mouth at once, because through the thin sheets, I saw the fire of the tribute incense light up. Something is coming to eat incense. The meaning of tribute incense is to treat the other party to a meal and show hospitality, and the glutinous rice flour on the ground is like occupying a seat, which means that there is no place for him in this place, and he can't stay even if he wants to. The red line is tied all the way to the door, giving him a step down. He has eaten and given gifts, giving him enough face. As long as the bell rings, it means that the thing follows the red line and leaves here obediently, and the house is clean. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. I feel a subtle rustling sound coming from far away, as if someone is stepping on glutinous rice flour barefoot. The sound is getting closer and closer step by step, as if it is circling around the bed. It is looking for the young woman. The young woman also heard it, and she was so scared that she grabbed my arm tightly, and her nails were sunk into my flesh. I almost didn't scream in pain, and I could only endure it, not to mention how painful it was. After all, it was something I had never dealt with before. To be honest, I was also quite scared. I couldn't help but imagine a dead person walking around outside the bed sheet. My heart was beating fast, and I kept thinking, "Bell, bell, you have to ring quickly." But after a long time, the bell still didn't ring, and the footsteps were getting faster and faster, as if the thing couldn't find the young woman and was anxious. It was strange. The house cleaning method should have worked, so why didn't it leave? Before I figured it out, the fire of Gongxiang went out suddenly, as if it was blown out by someone. My heart sank. Gongxiang fire extinguishing fairy didn't accept it. It was like inviting him to dinner, but he turned the table over, and he was going to turn against me. What the hell was going on? This set of procedures was flawless. Where did the moth come from? Unless I figured out the reason, and my head was sweating. Fortunately, even if the thing got angry, it couldn't see us. At most, we could just stay up all night and think of another way tomorrow. But I didn't expect that at this moment. I suddenly felt a little cold. When I touched the sheets on my body, I panicked immediately. The young woman was afraid that her body would be exposed outside the sheets, so she wrapped herself tightly. I don't know when. She rolled away all the sheets on my side. At the same time, I felt a chill behind my ears, like someone was blowing air behind me. What the hell? At the same time, the young woman couldn't hear the footsteps and thought that thing had gone away, so she stuck her head out. When she showed her head, I don't know what she saw, and she screamed, "Oh my God! This unlucky woman." Evil things also like to communicate with people who can see themselves. If you meet him, he can pester you. This is why you have to pretend not to see ghosts in movies. The worse the situation is, the less panic you can panic. Things have collapsed. The best strategy is to run away. I grabbed the young woman and wanted to take her out. But the young woman was already scared crazy. She felt someone pulling her, and suddenly took out something and sprayed it at me. I was caught off guard and was sprayed in the face. Tears fell like rain in an instant. It was a few anti-wolf sprays. This made me angry, and I really wanted to slap this stupid woman twice. Since ancient times, good people have not been rewarded. It's really not wrong at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young woman stumbled and tried to run, but she ran in the opposite direction of the gate like a blind eagle. I quickly yelled at her to run out along the red line, but before I finished speaking, the young woman suddenly stopped moving, turned her head, and looked at me straight. I immediately noticed that the young woman's right hand was a little unnatural. The index finger was slightly bent, as if she didn't know how to use this finger. My ears buzzed. The finger marks on the young woman's body were missing the index finger. Before I could react, the young woman's hands were stuck on my neck, and she shouted loudly, "Why are you chasing me away? Why are you chasing me away?" The voice was sharp and shrill, not a human voice at all, and the strength was definitely not something the young woman could use. I just felt that my throat was about to be crushed by her, and my eyes were suddenly filled with blood and I couldn't breathe. Could it be that I would die before I could accomplish my mission today? That wouldn't work. If I died, what would happen to the old man? I suddenly remembered that the finger marks I saw during the day had a neat position where the index finger was cut off, which was obviously cut off. Whatever you fear in life, you will fear after death. Those whose fingers have been cut must be afraid of sharp weapons. By the way, didn't the young woman hang a Longquan sword on the wall to ward off evil spirits? It was hung on the wall behind me. I struggled to pull the sword down. The sword was heavy, and it was cold when it was pulled out. When the young woman touched the cold light, she was afraid and wanted to hide. I took the opportunity to slap her in the face. I hit her because the top of the head can shake out the soul and drive out the things that can possess. After the slap, the young woman woke up. She looked at me, covered her face, and cried. It was obvious that she was so scared that she lost her soul and couldn't move. I broke out in sweat. At this time, the thing had just been shaken out and her yang fire was weak, so it was easy to hit it again. Sure enough, I heard a gust of wind around me, and it was chilly, as if an invisible person was about to pounce on us. I immediately stood in front of the young woman, took out my cell phone, and played the recording of a rooster crowing. Lewin Novel Network. Cuckoo. As soon as the crowing sounded, the wind suddenly stopped. I took the opportunity to pull the young woman on my back and ran out. While running, I felt something pulling me from behind, as if trying to pull the young woman off my back. The young woman screamed in my ear all the way. I felt that the thing had caught up with me, but I was one step faster than it and rushed out of the house. There was a dull sound of something hitting the door behind me. I knew it was safe, squatting on the ground and panting. Fortunately, my master forced me to join the school track and field team, and it was useful in this line of work. The young woman slid off me and was left shivering. I looked at her coldly, thinking that if she wasn't a woman, I would kick her twice. But the young woman's face turned red when she stared at me, as if she was looking at a hero, and she said softly, "Thank you for saving me." I have never been looked at by a woman with such eyes. My heart was pounding, and I was too embarrassed to scold her. A good man should not fight with a woman. Forget it. The young woman also knew that the matter had become difficult for her, so she asked me what to do now. I told her that I had figured out the origin of that thing, and I just had to wait until dawn. At dawn, the young woman followed me back to the house trembling with fear, and when she saw the glutinous rice flour all over the ground, she was so scared that she broke out in a sweat. On the glutinous rice flour, in addition to the footprints that the young woman and I stepped on along the red line, there were many other footprints. These footprints were in circles, as if someone was constantly turning around on the ground. I followed the traces of the glutinous rice flour all the way and found that the traces extended to a corner of the wall, so I asked the young woman to find tools to dig it up. After digging for a while, I felt that I had hit something, and it was a big wooden box. When the box was taken out and opened, the young woman screamed, "Ah!" Inside was a pile of white human bones, with an index finger missing from the right hand bone. Knowing that she had lived with this thing for so long, the young woman almost couldn't breathe and murmured, "Who on earth is this person?" I said this was the former owner of the house, the so-called rich scumbag who went abroad, and now he has really become a scumbag. The young woman was stunned and said, "How could that be possible?" I took a wooden stick and picked up the rotten clothes on the body, and a pile of ID cards, passports, and other things fell out, all belonging to a man named Zhang Shankai. The young woman saw the former owner and her face turned pale. It seems that I was right. The method of clearing the house will never go wrong. As long as they are outsiders, they can all be driven away, but it only does not work for one identity, the local owner. After the house was built, except for the young woman herself, there was only one household, the scumbag couple, and it could only be him. The house happened to be a Yang house built in the Een style. He was buried here, and the house was equivalent to his grave. He couldn't get out even if he wanted to. For him, the young woman was a foreign guest who threw herself into his arms. It was a waste not to touch her. It was also my bad luck. The first time I cleaned the house, I cleaned the head of the grave owner. I went to someone else's grave and asked the grave owner to get out. It would be strange if he didn't turn hostile. The strong dragon can't suppress the local snake. If I hadn't reacted quickly, both the young woman and I would have been killed. And Zhang Xingcai's wife has disappeared since she sold the house to the young woman. Now it seems that his wife is resentful of his philandering, killed him and buried him here, and lied that he went abroad and ran away. No wonder he attached himself to the young woman and shouted, "Why do you want to drive me away?" But at this time, the young woman seemed to remember something and murmured, "Strange." I asked her what she meant by this. The young woman then told me that Zhang Shankai was a decorator. She had met him by chance because of work. He was indeed a scumbag, but his finger was not cut off. Also, the soul will be preserved in the same state as the body when a person is buried. Therefore, according to Chinese tradition, no matter how a person dies, his body must be intact. So Zhang Xingcai's wife deliberately cut off his index finger before killing him? Why did she do that? There was no trace of the cut finger in the box. I don't know where it went. Forget it, no one knows except Zhang Xingcai's wife. While the young woman reported the case, I adjusted the feng shui, and the coldness disappeared instantly. The young woman felt it and admired me even more. She also transferred a sum of money to me, saying it was a small gift and hoped that I would not think it was too little. I was stunned when I looked at my phone. Wow, 88,000. The master was right. The black tiger embraces the pillar and never misses. Although I was singing so happy in my heart, I still pretended to be calm and said slowly that the number was not important. It was just to make a good relationship. As I said this, I secretly looked at her chest and felt relieved. The evil spirit in the house had gone away and her life was saved. The young woman thought I was taking advantage of her, so she lowered her head and looked very shy. It was obvious that she had a good impression of me. I couldn't help but think that this woman might not be as stupid as I imagined. At least her vision was okay. But at this moment, I suddenly felt that my right index finger was pricked by a needle. The pain made me shiver. I lowered my head and saw a small blood streak on my index finger. I guess it was injured when I was digging the soil, as if a thorn had pierced it. A man with a little injury would not take it seriously, so I said goodbye and went home. I walked out of the door and was secretly happy. If I got a few more orders like this, not only would I have no problem buying medicine, but I might also be able to drink the strongest liquor and pick up the most beautiful girls. My future would be bright. Just as I was looking forward to the future happily, I suddenly became a little curious. Why didn't my master let me go to the field? Since I was here, I found a place with relatively high terrain to look down. It didn't matter that I looked down. I didn't see it clearly yesterday through the villa. It turned out that there was a small bald mountain behind the villa. When I saw this small bald mountain, my heart was immediately beating. Damn, the feng shui of Changba is not right. If there was no small mountain, Changba would indeed be Wufulan behind and Bija Mountain in front, but it is completely different when connected with this small bald mountain. Isn't this the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin? This kind of feng shui of 9 ghosts pressing the coffin may not be found in hundreds of years. It is basically a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The overall situation is that 9 mountains form a perfect circle which wraps Changba inside, just like a fence, to prevent something in Changba from running out. The effect of this feng shui is the same as Leifeng Pagoda, which is specially used to suppress evil things, but the effect is far more domineering than Leifeng Pagoda. No matter what is suppressed, the Taoism must be very deep. Could it be that Master didn't let me go to the field because the things here are not to be messed with? Everyone is curious, and I couldn't help but guess. What kind of origin must be qualified to be suppressed by such a feng shui situation? Just when I wanted to take a closer look, my cell phone rang suddenly, which scared me. It was Master Gao next door who called and angrily asked me to go over quickly because Master fell down the stairs. My ears buzzed suddenly, and I quickly took a taxi to the county hospital. When I arrived at the ward, I saw the old man lying on the bed with his eyes closed, with tubes inserted all over his body, and the gauze on his head was soaked with blood. The nurse said that the old man was still in a coma and could only be out of danger when he woke up. When I heard the words life-threatening, tears flowed down my face. When I left, the old man also yelled that I should bring him 2 small puddings when I came back. He was going to hit the moon in the sky, and he had to bring one to Chang'a. Now I'm back, and the old man can't eat. Uncle Gao felt guilty, saying that he had a guest at the time, and he didn't keep an eye on the old man. Uncle Gao runs a medicine shop next door, but he doesn't sell ordinary amoxicillin and licorice tablets. In the jargon, it's called selling wild medicine, which means dealing in some things that don't conform to the rules. It is said that he has a wide range of channels and even sells fairy feet, unicorn whiskers, etc. I don't know if it's true. Uncle Gao is a very enthusiastic person. He is a fellow disciple of my master. When I'm not at home, Uncle Gao takes the initiative to help me take care of my master. I shook my head and said, "How can I blame you? You usually help us enough." Uncle Gao sighed and said that I didn't know what happened to the old man at that time. He ran down while shouting something like a drunkard. Maybe he saw the Lao Bygone advertisement. Drunkard? Damn. I reacted immediately. Could it be that the old man was shouting that the 9 ghosts were pressing the coffin? Is his accident related to my Shangchangba? If so, then I'm really in big trouble. But even if there is retribution, it should be on me. What did the old man do to anyone? The nurse called me to pay the fee and asked me what price medicine I would like to use. I immediately said that I wanted all the good ones. After paying 88,000 yuan, there was not much left. The follow-up treatment required more money. It was conservatively estimated that it would cost another 200,000 yuan. I vaguely remembered that when I was a child, I had a high fever. The old man had no money and the hospital refused to admit me. The old man found alcohol to rub my body inch by inch. He didn't sleep for several nights. When I recovered, the old man cried like a child. Today, the old man is in danger. I can't just leave him alone. But 200,000 yuan is not a small amount. Where can I find it? Just when I was worried, Uncle Gao suddenly grabbed me, frowned, and said that your face is not right. I was stunned and asked him what he meant. Uncle Gao looked at it carefully for a long time, shook his head in confusion, and said that your face is very strange. The Fate Palace is dark and red, as if you are entangled by something, and it is hard to tell what it is. I will give you something to wear, and you will know what is entangled with you. He took out a transparent sign the size of a mahjong and put it around my neck, saying that this is the soul-searching jade from Longhu Mountain. Generally, it will not be sold for less than 15,000 yuan, so I will wear it for free first. This thing does not look like jade, but like plastic. The texture is rough, just like the wholesale from Yiwu. It is estimated that it is one of the wild medicines sold by Uncle Gao. I thanked Uncle Gao, but I didn't take it seriously. I thought, what can I be entangled by? Could Uncle Gao have seen it wrong? Uncle Gao patted my shoulder and said with a smile, "Why are you being polite? If it weren't for your master, I would have..." Uncle Gao seemed to remember something and quickly changed his words. He said that your master asked me to take care of you, and I promised, so I have to do whatever I say. Uncle Gao is quite a righteous man. However, with my master's situation, I don't have the energy to think about my own affairs. When Uncle Gao went back, I posted a lot of ads for watching houses on my mobile phone. Of course, they all fell into the sea, and there was not even a response. I was so anxious that my tongue was burned. At night, a nurse called the bed next to me and said that he would accompany me when he made money, and it would not be hard, for our future, etc., as if he was very happy. When people are in trouble, they always feel extra lonely. In fact, I also hope that there is a woman who can comfort me and accompany me, but who is willing to be with me, a young man with no money, no house, and no car like me. Not to mention, I only liked one woman before, and that woman left a huge shadow on me. However, who doesn't have some shadows in life? Thinking about this, I fell asleep leaning against the bedside table without realizing it. As the saying goes, you dream about something during the day. I was dazed and had a dream. I dreamed of a woman whose face I couldn't see clearly but whose figure was very slim. She held my right index finger tightly, hugged me tightly, and said thank you for bringing me out. That voice was so nice. I have never had such a feeling before. Because it was too beautiful, I didn't want to wake up. As a result, at the critical moment, I was suddenly shaken awake by someone. When I opened my eyes, I saw Uncle Gao's sullen face in front of me. I was startled, and before I could react, Uncle Gao grabbed something and asked me, "How did you do this?" I took a closer look and found that it was the plastic card Uncle Gao gave me yesterday, but I didn't know when it had broken. Strange, I didn't press it on? Why is it so fragile? Maybe it was really wholesaled from Yiwu. But when I thought about Uncle Gao saying that this stuff was worth 15,000, I suddenly came to my senses. Oh no, the medical bills haven't been filled yet, and I'm in debt again. But Uncle Gao didn't mean to ask me to pay. He just turned around like a quail, saying that this is bad. This is bad. I asked him what was going on, and Uncle Gao told me that the soul-detecting jade is like a test paper. If you are fine, it is transparent. The more fierce the thing you provoke, the darker its color will be. From small ghosts to big evil spirits, all can be tested based on the color, but I've never heard that this soul-detecting jade can break. This can only mean that the thing is so fierce that the soul-detecting jade can't stand it. My head exploded immediately. What could that be? Uncle Gao sighed and said, "I was just thinking about asking you." Then, as if he remembered something, he slapped his thigh and went out, asking me to wait here while he found a reliable boss to take a look at me. I was a little nervous about Uncle Gao's operation. While wondering what trouble I had gotten myself into, I got up and went to the toilet. The old lady who was accompanying me in the next bed saw me and whispered, saying that the young man's eyes were blue, and it was obvious that he had overindulged himself. If he didn't replenish his kidneys, he wouldn't be able to get hard again. You know so clearly your daughter and I indulged? But I also felt it and I really had a little back pain. I couldn't help but think of that dream again. It seemed that her slippery touch was still on my right index finger. As a result, when I reached the toilet and raised my hand to unbutton my pants, I was stunned. Yesterday's red blood thread was winding around my right index finger, and it seemed to be a little bigger than at the beginning. Moreover, it didn't look like a wound, but more like an extra blood vessel. What the hell is going on, parasite? The person queuing behind me was anxious and asked me if I couldn't find a few. I quickly gave up my seat and looked at this thing carefully. I thought to myself, please don't be a disease. Nowadays, people really look down on it. Before I could figure it out, someone called me and said that he saw my advertisement on the internet and asked me to come to the power plant bridge to look at his house. I was very happy at once. I used the remaining money to find a nurse and took a taxi to the power plant bridge. The driver was quite talkative. When he heard that I was going to the power plant bridge, he asked me mysteriously if I had heard of the haunted story. Then, regardless of whether I wanted to listen or not, he told me a vivid story. He said that one of his friends was off work at night. It rained heavily halfway and saw a child squatting at the power plant bridge. He was soaked all over and didn't know what he was looking for in the mud. He thought that the child was too playful. He was still digging mud here in the middle of the night, so he rolled down the window and asked him why he didn't go home. He could give him a ride. The kid didn't look up, but continued to dig in the mud, mumbling that he was looking for his keys and that he couldn't go home without them. He got out of the car to help the kid find them. But when he saw the kid's face, he sat down in the mud. The kid's face was bloody and he had no eyes, only 2 big black holes on his face. He smiled at him, and 2 front teeth were missing from his mouth. His friend still can't remember how he got home that day, but he only remembered that he had been burning for 3 days. Since then, more and more drivers have seen a suspicious figure squatting on the bridge of the power plant in the middle of the night on rainy days. But no one dared to stop and ask. After he finished speaking, the driver looked at me, wanting to see what it looked like when I was scared to pee, but he was very disappointed to find that I didn't have this sign. Now we have arrived at the place, and coincidentally, the place where the customer and I agreed to meet is the bridge of the power plant. The kid looking for the keys. I secretly wondered if it had anything to do with today's business. In our business, if we encounter evil spirits, we usually don't mess with the old or the young, because we can't afford to mess with them. However, in my situation, I have to take on the hot potato. The house is a single-family villa. The fat man opened the door for me. The house is magnificent, but even a poor dog like me can see that it is not of high taste. It looks like a large bath center. I was secretly happy. Regardless of whether it is rustic or not, it is enough to show that the owner of the house is a rich man like the young woman, and his business is not small. But the fat man raised his 2 fleshy eyes and glanced at me. Seeing that I was wearing a fake brand of clothes, his face turned cold. "What kind of master are you? If you didn't tell me, I would have thought you were a monkey that ran out of a zoo. How can you be a housekeeper? Can the fat man speak human language?" I want to confront him, but I came here for medical expenses. Lu Sun said that if you don't make money, you are a bastard. It's nothing to endure it for the old man. I tried to ask politely, "Excuse me, who is the owner of the house?" The fat man spoke with a bourgeois accent, and his mouth was as sharp as a knife, cutting off most of his fortune. He was supposed to be poor and humble, and probably a migrant worker who left his hometown. It is easy to see the king of hell, but it is hard to be a little devil. This is what people like him are like. Unexpectedly, the fat man curled his lips and said, "I am not the owner of the house, so what are you? Why don't you take a piss to see if you are worthy of it?" I was secretly surprised when I heard it. This is strange. With his face, it is impossible for him to have such a fortune. The fat man said his surname was Xiong and he was a contractor. He didn't let me sit down. He just said indifferently, "I will give you a chance. Start your performance. If you can really see anything, you are lucky. If you want to make up a lie to fool me, I have plenty of ways to make you unable to survive in the county. Show your uncle, I will ask him for more money later, including mental damage compensation." However, this fat guy has 3 dull white eyes and a small protruding mouth. He likes to take advantage and is greedy. It may not be easy to make money from him. Thinking of this, I looked at the house. It doesn't matter if I look at it. This fat guy looks like he is pounding garlic jars. He needs to be hammered. He is really lucky. This house is actually a dragon and tiger house. There is Hutu Mountain behind it and the power plant river in front of it. It faces south and faces the green dragon, and the back is the white tiger. This kind of dragon and tiger house can be ranked in the top 3 of Yang houses. The owner's wealth is endless and the family is safe. The interior should be a new Chinese-style design. In order to get light, the front and back walls facing the gate were opened up to open a large balcony, which looks particularly transparent and bright. I knew what was going on and said, "Your business has been bad recently, and your wealth has been leaking out. You've seen a lot of deals go through your hands, but in the end they all went to your competitors. Your business is about to collapse, and you're going to run out of money." Fatty Xiong's face suddenly changed. Sure enough, he hadn't gotten any business since the renovation was completed, and they always broke the contract at the last minute. He was so unlucky that he wanted to find someone to see if there was something wrong with the feng shui. Of course, the front door faces the balcony, which is dilapidated and can't gather wealth. It's like poking a hole in the solid dragon and tiger house. The wealth goes in through the door and out of the balcony, just like passing through a colander. You can see it but can't get it. Fatty Xiong quickly asked me if there was a way to solve it. I said, it's easy. Move the fish tank over and block the balcony. As the saying goes, mountains control population and water controls wealth. If water flows continuously, wealth will flow continuously. Plant some bamboo in the southeast of the backyard. This is called step-by-step growth. Business will get better and better. Fatty Xiong did it immediately. Sure enough, a phone call came in not long after, saying that a big man had survived. There was a lot of money. He was so excited that his hands were rubbing like flies. I saw that things were going well, so I calculated a number and hinted that he would give him a fortune. But Fatty Xiong turned his face when he heard it and said, for a young man like you, I am giving you a favor by letting you in. You go out and tell people that he has seen my house. It's enough for you to become famous. I haven't asked you for advertising fees yet, and you are asking me for money. He threw 10 yuan at my feet and said that he knew the rules and gave me some according to my merits, so I didn't need to change it. Your mother, this is not enough to take a taxi. This fat guy is going to destroy the bridge after seeing that I have built the house. But it is still too young to play this trick on me, so I smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Xiong is not satisfied with my business ability. Then I will withdraw the bureau and go back. Fatty Xiong glared and asked in disbelief, withdraw? This thing can be withdrawn. I nodded and said, the feng shui bureau is like acupuncture. Can't be wrong by 0.5 millimeter, so it can be withdrawn with a slight move. But I am young and inexperienced. What if my subordinates don't take it seriously and the small hole becomes a big hole? It will be a big fortune. Please bear with me when the time comes. Who made me a young boy? As I said that, I pretended to do something. Fatty Xiong couldn't sit still anymore, so he reluctantly transferred the money to me and said sarcastically, real masters regard money as dirt and treat seeing things as practice and don't ask for money at all. You are a money grubber, and you may never achieve anything in your life. Stupid, who is a money grubber? Everyone knows who is a money grubber, but when I saw that the transfer amount was 38,000, I was quite satisfied at the time, so I didn't care much. Usually the old man would charge at most 1,800 for a deal, and always taught me that greed is a taboo, and the young woman's windfall was purely accidental. I only planned to offer 10,000, including mental damages, and I felt that I had asked for a lot. Later, I learned that Fatty Xiong had asked others to look at the house. One offered 166,000, and the other offered 200,000, but he was reluctant to spend any of them because he wanted to find someone who didn't understand the market to take advantage of him. When I was about to leave, Fatty Xiong didn't see me off and even rolled his eyes in disdain, and I found a black mark on the white of his eye. This is called Ka-in Sha, which means that something bad is following him. However, Fatty Bear never mentioned this kind of thing. I remembered what the driver said, so I asked him if there were any other strange things happening around him recently. Fatty Bear was stunned. His face turned ugly, and he said, I think you are just an old sow wearing a bra. One said after another, this money is not enough to scare me and extort more. I advise you to get out of here quickly. I am rich, but I am not stupid. He didn't seem to be lying. Am I overthinking it? Forget it. There is nothing to say to such a kind of person who takes kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. I took the bus to save money. On the way back, a woman with a child came. There was no seat on the bus. Many people pretended to sleep when they saw her, so I stood up and let her sit with me. The woman was very grateful and asked the child to thank me, but unexpectedly, the child saw me and howled with a wow, as if someone was pinching him, which scared me. The people on the bus were all sighing and smacking their lips because they were annoyed by the noise. The woman was embarrassed to say that the child was spoiled and asked everyone to forgive her. Someone said sarcastically, why is he so spoiled taking the bus? Why doesn't he let his father buy a Mercedes-Benz? The woman didn't say anything. I could see that she had a prominent nose and sharp cheekbones, dull hair and white eyes. She looked like a widow. The child's father must have died long ago. I casually said to the person, since you love quietness so much, where is the Mercedes-Benz your father bought for you? No one on the bus said anything. The widow thanked me even more. The child pointed at me and cried and said, Mom, don't talk to him. He is like my dad. There is a person on his body. There is a person on his body. I was stunned. What the hell? What does this mean? The widow embarrassedly asked the child not to talk nonsense. Someone whispered, the child has clean eyes. There must be something bad in him. He won't live long. I immediately remembered what Master Gao said. Am I really entangled by something? So I immediately asked the child, what does the person on my body look like? But when the child saw me talking to him, he buried his face in his mother's arms and cried even more fiercely. He was about to faint. The widow begged me not to argue with the child, but I was afraid that the child would cry and commit some crime, so I didn't dare to ask any more questions. The train arrived at the station, so I got off. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or something else, but I really felt like something was staring at me from behind, making my neck hairy. But when I looked back, there was nothing. Damn, since I got to Yangshipping, everything seems to have become evil. If only I could find someone with yin and yang eyes to take a look. Muttering to myself, I arrived at the ward, but I smelled a smell of onions first. I saw a young man about my age sitting by the old man's bed, holding a pancake in one hand and a spicy skewer in the other, with 2 large gluten sticks between his fingers, eating heartily. I was stunned. Who are you? The pancake looked up and saw me, and popped a piece of fish tofu, smiled at me in a familiar way, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Just call me Mr. Chung. Who? Isn't he the same person as the previous caregiver? I saw him look at me very carefully, from top to bottom like appraising a treasure, then shook his head, showing a very regretful expression, as if looking at a terminally ill patient. What's the connection? It's really a stupid tree with stupid fruit, and you and me under the stupid tree. I was about to ask him if he had walked into the wrong door, but Uncle Gao came and put a bowl of instant noodles in front of the pancake, and said attentively, peppercorn beef fillet flavor, 3 minutes. Then Uncle Gao winked at me. Beidou, you are finally back. Mr. Chung has been waiting for you for a long time. Why don't you say hello to him? Fuck. Uncle Gao said in the morning that he would find a big guy to show me. Could it be this pancake? Xiao's didn't even look at me. He just picked up a fork and rolled up a ball of instant noodles, hissing from the spiciness. Old Gao, you know I always want money over life, but I can't destroy my own reputation. Prepare for the child's funeral. I've seen his situation. He won't live for 49 days. What the hell? Normally, anyone who hears this would have to take a broom and greet him, but what happened to me recently is really wrong. What kind of evil spirit have I committed? Why do everyone who sees me have to report the death? Master Gao was anxious. No way. If this child really has something wrong, I can't explain to their old man. Mr. Chung, think of a way. I'll give you more. Xiao's didn't say anything. He took the junk food and was about to leave. Master Gao's face became more and more solemn, and he pulled me and asked me to beg him together. I begged him. I didn't like this weird thing, but I knew it was impossible for him to be an ordinary person who could make Master Gao so humble. I wanted to know what he meant by his bad mouth. He didn't say anything, so I deliberately provoked him. What's there to beg for? There are so many scammers these days. Master Gao, are you fooled? It's not difficult to open your mouth to report a death. Who can't do it? Sure enough, Xiao's turned his head and said with a smile, Brother, since you are about to die, I will give you a free question. Have you been to any extremely vicious feng shui formation recently? My ears suddenly buzzed. He was talking about the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin in Yang Shui Ping? No, I didn't even mention this matter. How did he know? Xiao's took another bite of the big gluten and said calmly, The thing that was pressed there has caught up with you. My heart sank. I had felt something was wrong before, but I had never dared to think in that direction. What I feared would come true. I also knew that the thing was definitely evil, but what was it? And wasn't it pressed? How did it catch up with me? Xiao's waved his hand to leave and told me that the cemetery in Shishan was on sale, so I asked to ask before it was too late. How could I let him go like this? I immediately stopped him. At this time, a phone call came in. I stopped him and answered it. Turned out to be Fatty Xiong, asking me to go over again and offer me a price of 100,000. I was still worried, but this news made me happy again. If I could really make 100,000, I could make up a small part of the old man's medical expenses. But I haven't figured out what Xiao's said yet, and I'm a bit confused. I didn't expect to hang up the phone. Xiao's put down the gluten and asked seriously, Does this Xiong live by the bridge of the power plant? Fuck, how can he know everything? Seeing me nod, Xiao's seemed to have made up his mind and said, This time if you take me to Xiong's house, I will reluctantly help you think of a solution. Master Gao was excited and said that I was really destined to die and didn't do what Mr. Chung said. Why did he go to Xiong's house? Did he want to steal the business? But he didn't look like a feng shui expert, so he couldn't be robbed. However, due to my situation and curiosity about him, I naturally agreed. Schaushabing drove a car, a half-old Buick GL8, which looked nothing special. I was stunned when I got inside. The interior was tattered, as if it had been torn by hand. When I looked at the seat carefully, I got goosebumps all over my body, countless teeth marks. Fuck, this guy can't be a part-time human trafficker, right? He drove the car skillfully and said, "Brother, you are new here, right? I like your inexperienced look." I was also young and full of energy at that time. I thought, what's so great about being a feng shui expert? I had to dampen his spirit anyway. So I calmed down, focused my mind, and looked at his aura. The old man taught me two ways to look at feng shui. One is to observe the shape, and the other is to observe the aura. Observing the shape is like the dragon and tiger house on Bija Mountain that I saw before. Judging good and bad luck by shape is suitable for observing the land and house, while observing the chi is above observing the shape, because everything in the world has its own field chi. If the chi is bright, it will prosper, and if the chi is dim, it will decline. The higher the level of practice, the clearer the chi observation will be, and the more accurate it will be. Under normal circumstances, the field chi is divided into yellow, purple, red, black, and white. I barely recognized that his forehead was black, which represented the forehead of his parents. It seems that he has lost his parents, and his nose, which represents wealth, is red, indicating that he is short of money now. It turns out that this hand-grabbed pancake is very pretentious, but in fact he is a lonely poor guy like me. As the saying goes, why should a poor guy embarrass a poor guy? And my anger has disappeared by half. However, his forehead is a very positive golden color, which shows that he is very capable, and the car is filled with black and purpling chi. So those traces were made by a dead person. He can treat evil spirits as goods, which is really good. The rest of the chi was not clear with my current ability. In order to avoid showing my weakness, I didn't say much nonsense and went straight to the point to ask him how he could see what was going on with me. What was that thing that was bothering me? Schaushabing stretched out his hand. The consultation fee is 50,000 yuan. I'll give you 20% off for the first cooperation, so 45,000 yuan will be enough. You want so much money for just one question, why don't you go and rob it? Also, your math was taught by a physical education teacher? I said, didn't you say you would tell me if I took you to Xiong's house? Schaushabing tooted. I mean, if you take me there, I can accept your commission with compassion, but I didn't say I don't want money. He threw me a business card with oil stains and some pepper and salt on it. I pinched the corner of the business card and saw that the layout design was like Miss Bao. It said, Chang Xinghe, a new supernatural star in the 21st century, paid consultation, reasonable fees. Our goal is to have no evil spirits, and there are 2 QR codes, Alipay and WeChat are all available. As long as you consult, you have to pay. That's right, since he is doing this business, he can't let him work for free, but I don't have that much money. Just when I wanted to ask if it could be cheaper, I saw a line of small words on the business card, which said, no bargaining, no credit, don't ask, which choked me and I couldn't ask. At this moment, the car stopped and waited for the green light. Chang Xinghe glanced at me sideways, and suddenly he seemed to see something disgusting, sucked his teeth, and closed the car window. I was quick-witted and knew that he was not looking at me, but something behind me, so I turned my head away, but the window was clean, not even a chicken feather. This made me very confused. What was this kid doing in front of me? I asked him what he saw. He took out a handful of squid shreds from somewhere and started chewing them. He said nonchalantly, there's a woman in a flowered shirt outside. She may not know the way. She's wandering around aimlessly. Her brains are flowing from her hair to her shoulders, affecting her appetite. The consultation is complete. She owes me 45,000 yuan. You're still asking for money. Are you a debt collector reincarnated? And brains? I don't know if this guy is trying to scare me. I wanted to look back again, but he pulled me and drove the car with a foot on the accelerator. He whispered, don't make eye contact with that thing, or she will follow you like the thing that's been haunting you. Before he finished speaking, the car turned a corner. I saw a car accident in front of me from a distance. A small car was driving in the opposite direction and hit a large truck. The driver of the small car hadn't fastened his seat belt yet. Half of his body was knocked out of the windshield and his head was shattered. When he got closer, my hair immediately stood up. It was really a woman wearing a flowered shirt. Shit, no one can predict the future, but Chang Xinghe can see things that ordinary people can't. No wonder Master Gao treats him like a bodhisattva. So, he really saw the thing in the coffin following me. The hairy feeling on the back of my neck became stronger, and I couldn't help but wonder, damn, that thing is sitting in the back seat of the car now, right? Of course, I can't see anything in the back seat. I suppressed my uneasiness and looked carefully at Chang Xinghe's eyes. I didn't pay attention just now, but this guy's eyes are very clear, just like a child's eyes, as if they have never been stained by any worldly fireworks. At this time, Chang Xinghe said, "Why don't you get off the car and wait for me to take you to romantic Turkey?" Shit, we arrived so quickly. I got off the car, but he tilted his head and looked at the bridgehead of the power plant. The corner of his mouth curled up to reveal an ambiguous smile, as if he saw something interesting. There was nothing on the river surface of the power plant except floating plastic bags. He was so scary. Fatty Bear opened the door, and Chang Xinghe stared at Fatty Bear. I don't know if I'm overthinking or what, but I always feel that there's something wrong with the way he looks at Fatty Xiong. Fatty Xiong didn't notice it at all, and said to me slowly, "You're lucky, kid. I'll give you another chance. I'll set up a rich quick scheme for me, the kind that works more powerfully. I know you're limited in ability, and I don't ask to be better than Bill Gates, just about the same as Li Ka-shing." After hearing this, Chang Xinghe seemed to be trying to hold back his laughter and almost got pneumonia. I thought to myself, you're really not stupid if you want to be Li Ka-shing with just 100,000 yuan. So I shook my head and said, it's not that I won't help you, but the wealth of a person's life is fixed, and you have this pattern, and a teacup can't hold a bucket of water. Fatty Xiong's current wealth doesn't seem to be what he should have in his life, and forcing it to be anything else will only bring trouble to himself. Fatty Bear was stunned and said, "Don't think I'm an outsider. Can't feng shui change a person's fate? One of my buddies owed a lot of debts last year, so he asked someone to set up that kind of situation. Now he has bought a private jet to Dubai to hire a young model." He said with an expression as if he was sending away a beggar and said condescendingly, "I know you care about money, and the price is negotiable. Recognize your mother." Chang Xinghe interrupted and asked who your buddy asked to set up the situation. Fatty Bear thought about it and said impatiently, "It's a cripple. I think his surname is Jiang. It's a pity that the cripple has left the local area. Otherwise he would definitely be asked to help, and you three-legged cats would have a turn. Because of the rule of not conforming to the yin and yang group, I have never interacted with my colleagues, so of course I don't know this Jiang. But there is indeed such an immediate feng shui technique in the world called in-face feng shui. The gains and losses of a person's life are all predetermined. The so-called in-face feng shui is actually to borrow the power of ghosts and gods, to tear down the east wall to repair the west wall. If you seek wealth and fame, you may have to sacrifice your life and health. What's more, after all, you are cooperating with that kind of thing. While attracting wealth, you may also attract bad things. And Fatty Xiong has no other desire except to get rich quickly. After listening to me, he also claimed that he could eat salted fish and resist thirst. He insisted that I set up the place. He also took a green environmental protection bag given by RT-Mart supermarket and poured the contents on the coffee table. There were 10 bundles of RMB as big as bricks. No one has a grudge against money, let alone my current situation. According to the rules, you have to sign a life and death statement to set up in-face feng shui, which is equivalent to the current disclaimer. Fatty Xiong didn't hesitate and signed it immediately. I saw that everything was in line with the rules, so I set up a most effective wealth-attracting layout for him. It is not difficult to do. After measuring the wealth position of the house, bury a string of gold foil, open the gen position, and arrange 3 things on the line through the ghost gate, namely a lock of the owner's hair, 10 small nails, and the spare key of the house. Finally, light 3 incense sticks facing the ghost gate and let the owner worship. This is a contract signed with ghosts and gods, which means that the owner seeks wealth, and the door of the house is opened for the mortals who travel from north to south. The hair, nails, and keys are offerings to show sincerity, and are willing to give everything in exchange for wealth. My third uncle only set up this formation once. The client was a programmer. His wife had an affair with the boss. He suffered a double blow in his career and love. He vowed to make a name for himself and also wanted to make money. Not long after the old man set up the game, I saw him on TV. The app he made was popular all over the country. Almost everyone has it on their mobile phones. He became a big boss. I called the old man to see it, but the old man just shook his head and said nothing. As expected, the man disappeared from the public sight not long after, and I don't know how he is now. Chang Xinghe looked at the way I set up the formation, but showed a thoughtful expression, and whispered, "Brother, who taught you this feng shui technique?" Seeing his fuss, could it be that attracting wealth into the house is a pretty awesome technique? I was proud in my heart, saying who else could it be? My old man. Chung Xinghe took a breath and then said, "Let me ask you another question. Does your old man have a pipe with 3 eye scars?" When he said this, he seemed a little nervous. I was a little secretly happy. Didn't you just rely on your early entry to be awesome, and there is something you are so afraid of? So I said, "I can't say, I haven't seen it." Chung Xinghe then let out a long breath. I don't know if it was disappointment or relief. I saw that he was talking nonsense, and just when I was about to ask him what he meant by this, I suddenly found that the incense was wrong. The 3 incense sticks burned down quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. I have never seen incense being eaten so quickly. It was as if there was a dead person waiting impatiently and was wolfing down the incense in big mouthfuls. This thought gave me goosebumps on my back. Chung Xinghe also stared at the incense burner, as if he saw something. I hurriedly asked him what he saw. He stuffed a piece of spicy strips into his mouth and said, "Something came in. The back of my head was numb." So fast? At this moment, I heard a whoosh sound, and something suddenly fell from the ceiling and smashed down towards Fatty Bear. I was standing next to Fatty Bear at the time. My body reacted faster than my brain. When I came to my senses, I had already pulled Fatty Bear to a safe place, and a loud bang exploded where Fatty Bear had just stood, and glass shards splashed all over Fatty Bear and me. Fatty Bear was startled and cursed, saying that the bastards in the decoration team were really fucking tired of living. They dared to let me off when working for them. Tomorrow, I will fine them all the money they spent on buying pants. Humph. In Fatty Bear's curse, I seemed to hear a voice vaguely, as if someone was upset because of a good thing. But when I listened carefully, I couldn't hear it. This gave me goosebumps, and when I looked at the ground again, I found that the shapes of the fragments on the ground were all oblong. The lights were broken like tears, and the owner of the house died in the middle of the night. It was a bad omen. It seemed that the thing that came in was not a good thing. Fatty Bear was afraid that a disaster was about to happen. I hurriedly told him that this feng shui arrangement might not work, but before I finished speaking, Fatty Xiong called again, making him jump for joy. It turned out that a stock that had been locked in for a long time was soaring again. He immediately said that he would never withdraw from this situation, and then threw the eco bag containing 100,000 yuan at me, telling me to stay where I wanted and not wait for him to get angry. It's hard to persuade a dead ghost with good words. I'm at my wit's end with Fatty Xiong. Logically, I can only say goodbye to avoid being implicated, but I remembered that Chung Xinghe insisted on coming here, but he didn't do anything for a long time. What on earth did he do? Sure enough, Chung Xinghe didn't seem to leave. He just looked at my eco bag and counted his fingers seriously. "You consulted us about the problem today, and it's 95,000. Just give me the money in your bag." "Give me a shit, you can't stop charging every 3 sentences. You are really a water seller crossing the river, now it's all about money." I hurriedly said, "You have asked us both questions today. I won't ask you for more. Let's call it even." It suddenly started to rain outside. It was already dark. A bolt of lightning struck. The power went out in the house, and it was pitch dark. Fatty Bear cursed, took out his cell phone to light up, and went to check the switch, and then I suddenly smelled a smell. The smell of wet duckweed. I have been fishing with the old man since I was a child, so I am very familiar with several nearby rivers. The watergrass in Fusho River is duckweed, and the watergrass in Biang River is Myeondaxian, but only duckweed grows in the power plant river. My heart is getting colder and colder. The thing that came into the house crawled out of the power plant river. The driver said that the kid at the bridgehead always comes out to look for the key when it rains. Pa, pa. At this time, a wet footstep sounded in the house, as if someone came out after taking a shower without drying himself. The sound was not loud, but it was very close, so it was particularly clear. Fatty Bear heard it and cursed. "Whose stinky feet stepped on the water? This carpet is made of cashmere wool. Can you afford to pay for it?" Chung Xinghe chewed something like an old cow and said it was not him, and naturally it was not me. Fatty Bear also heard it. We were both behind him, but the footsteps were near the door. Just at this moment, the clacking footsteps seemed to react to Fatty Bear's voice and suddenly approached, as if the wet person was running towards him. Fatty Bear finally realized something was wrong and didn't bother to check the gate. He hugged me and shivered. He couldn't stand up and slid down. Fortunately, he didn't pull my belt down. After a long time, he trembled and asked me in a low voice, "Did something come into the house? Now I know I'm scared, and I thought you really want money but not life." My heart was in my throat, but for some reason, the footsteps didn't really hit Fatty Bear. Instead, They passed through where he just stood, as if they hit nothing. Then, the sound of doors opening and closing suddenly came from the house. It sounded like that wet thing went into every room, as if it was looking for something. It was so freaking scary. Fatty Bear was so scared that his soul was gone. He used me as a shield and hid behind me, while angrily scolding me for being a waste who only took money but didn't do anything. What was the point of eating? What kind of money is this? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Solve the problem now or return the 100,000 yuan to him. You are asking for trouble and blaming me. Didn't your mother teach you to be a decent person? Originally, this house is a dragon and tiger house, and things that are not human can't come in. But when you set up the game of inviting money into the house, you took out the key and offered it as a sacrifice, which means you invited him in. The money has been made, and now you want to get rid of me because you've taken advantage of me enough. Don't you know it's easier to invite a god than to send him away? Fat Bear was speechless at this point, and he held me tighter. After hesitating for a long time, he said as if he was cutting meat, "Then what are you still standing there for? Get that thing out of here quickly. It's my bad luck, and I'll give you another 100,000. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted. With another 100,000, the old man's medical expenses will be collected. But that was your hair and nails hired by you, and it is the contract between you and the buyer. If I, an outsider, get involved, wouldn't it be bad luck for me?" Fat Bear heard the strange footsteps that seemed to go upstairs, and hurriedly asked me what it was. As a result, when he heard the word key, he trembled all over and covered his mouth, as if he was afraid of screaming out. I felt something was wrong and immediately asked Fat Bear if he knew the child. Fat Bear's teeth trembled and clashed, and he didn't answer. It was obvious that he was indescribably scared, and then he wanted to run out. But it was too late, the door couldn't be opened. Fat Bear was like a beast caught in a trap, pulling the door and howling, not to mention how desperate he was. He is still a man, and the young woman is braver than him. Just as I was about to speak, Chang Xinghe suddenly said, "What's there to be afraid of? Isn't that your son?" I was stunned. "Son?" At this moment, a bolt of lightning struck, and I saw the footprints on the expensive carpet. Those footprints seemed to have entered each room one by one, very neatly, and obviously very familiar with this house. It didn't look like the first time they came in. Speaking of which, people would only look at each room first if they haven't been home for a long time. Unexpectedly, when Fatty Bear heard it, he was like being struck by lightning, and he shouted reflexively, "Bullshit! That's not my son." As soon as the voice fell, I suddenly realized that the wet footsteps disappeared at some point. At this moment, another bolt of lightning struck, and I took the opportunity to look at the carpet, but my heart was lifted. 2 fresh footprints appeared behind Fatty Bear. That means the thing that stepped on the footprints was behind Fatty Bear, or Fatty Bear. The lightning disappeared, and when I looked at Fatty Bear's figure in the dark, I almost fell to the ground. There was a head shape on his shoulder, as if a child was lying on his back. The Fat Bear obviously didn't know that there was something on his body. He said incoherently, "Why don't you come up with a solution for me? If that little bastard is still haunting me, you should beat him to the 18th level of hell. No, beat him to death. No, beat him to death. I will give you 200,000. He grabbed me like a life-saving straw and muttered, "He shouldn't be able to find it. He shouldn't be able to find it." The child was on the back of the Fat Bear. I was scared when he came over, but I still heard something wrong. What did he mean by he shouldn't be able to find it? He is not his son, but he is a family unless... I guessed it. This makes sense. How can the poor Fat Bear have such wealth? Be careful. It was Chang Xinghe's voice, but before I could react, I felt something damp, cold, and sticky, sliding from Fatty Bear's shoulder, along Fatty Bear's hand, onto me. That thing came so fast that I had no time to hide. I felt myself falling to the ground, as if there was a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds on my chest, and I couldn't move my limbs at all. I was being oppressed by a ghost. My eyes suddenly turned white, and my ears were buzzing. I vaguely seemed to hear Chang Xinghe shouting something, but it seemed like the signal reception was poor, so I couldn't hear it clearly. I just felt that the smell of duck claw grass seemed to be close to my nose, and I gradually had a very strange feeling, as if I was being pulled out of my body by something. I understood it all at once. Damn it, that kid had a grudge against Fatty Bear, but I saved Fatty Bear before, and he used me as an accomplice and wanted to use me as a scapegoat. What bad luck. My mind raced to get out of this predicament, but I couldn't move at all and I couldn't do anything. I just felt Chung Xinghe reaching out to me, as if he wanted to help me, but at this moment, my ears suddenly returned to normal, as if the signal had stabilized again. Then, I heard a childish but creepy scream from the thing on my body. Almost at the same time, the thing seemed to be thrown out by a great force and hit the opposite wall heavily. I was stunned. What was going on? At this time, a clear but cold female voice rang in my ears. Looking for death. This voice sounded very familiar. Like the woman in the dream. The index finger on my right hand suddenly hurt, as if it was burned by fire, and I suddenly had an ominous feeling, as if this index finger would do something terrible. At the same time, I felt Chung Xinghe holding me down, and shouted, "Have mercy!" No, I didn't do it just now, how could I do that? But who did it? Could it be? I was a little afraid to think about it. Then, the female voice disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Fatty Bear also heard something was wrong, and immediately asked the little bastard loudly if he had solved it. I slowly got up and said, "You have to solve this matter yourself. If you owe a debt, you have to pay the debt. If you kill someone, you have to pay the life." Fatty Bear's huge figure obviously trembled, but he still said with his neck stiff, "What nonsense are you talking about? I paid you to come here, not to listen to your nonsense, you." I interrupted him. "You killed the child, right? You have been his father. How could you do this?" Fatty Bear panicked. "You? How did you know?" When the lightning flashed before, I found that the southwest corner of the courtyard was unusually wide, and a rockery was placed there, causing the house to be not square. This is called the pendant corner, which means that the child of this family died an untimely death. In addition to the performance of the child, it means that he is the child who died in this family. He and Fatty Xiong are from the same family, but Fatty Xiong said that he is not his son. There is only one reason, that is, Fatty Xiong is the child's stepfather. I replied, "You can say it or not, retribution may come late, but it will not never come." Fatty Xiong suddenly grabbed me and said, I say, but you can't blame me for this." Turned out that the child was called Hao Hao, and he was 6.5 years old when he died. This house was their ancestral property. Hao Hao's father died early, but fortunately he left a lot of money to them. Fatty Xiong renovated their house and met Hao Hao's mother. Fatty Xiong was tempted to take advantage of this ready-made bargain. Although Fatty Xiong is not good-looking, he is eloquent and treats Hao Hao very well. He claims to treat Hao Hao as his own son and coaxes his mother around, so she really remarried him. Fatty Xiong came for money and took the opportunity to find all kinds of reasons to ask Hao Hao's mother for money. Men are the sky of the family, and they should have their say. Hao Hao's mother gave it back at first, but later she became wary, saying that the family's property was left to Hao Hao, and she couldn't let Hao Hao's dead father down. Fatty Xiong was so angry. People say that a couple can have children, and a couple should be of one mind. Why is the stupid woman turning her elbow outward? The dead man and the burden Hao Hao are outsiders, but this woman actually favors them. She is fucking unfaithful. Lewin Novel Network. Hao Hao didn't know so much about the inside story, and he liked Fatty Xiong very much, because he finally had a father, and he didn't want to lose him again. Fatty Xiong gave him a cold face, and he tried to make Fatty Xiong happy in various ways. This is what Hao Hao learned from TV, called filial piety. Fatty Xiong saw that Hao Hao liked him so much, and he came up with an idea. One day, while Hao Hao's mother was out getting a beauty treatment, Fatty Xiong asked Hao Hao to go with him to the power plant river to fish for turtles, and asked Hao Hao to bring his key with him, otherwise he would not be able to return home. Hao Hao was so happy that he hung the key around his neck. When they got to the river, Fatty Xiong suddenly said that the key had fallen. Hao Hao lowered his head to look for the key, and Fatty Xiong covered his head with a black cloth bag. Then Fatty Xiong hid Hao Hao in the bridge hole of the power plant bridge, took a voice changer and called Hao Hao's mother, asking for 10 million. It was going smoothly, but Hao Hao, the little bastard, was looking for death. Fatty Xiong's black cloth bag was not covered well, and Hao Hao saw Fatty Xiong's face and shouted, "Dad." Fatty Xiong made a decision at that time. If his face was seen, he had to kill him, otherwise all the efforts would be in vain. Later, Hao Hao disappeared without a trace, and his mother couldn't stand the blow and had a mental breakdown. Fatty Xiong took the opportunity to send her to a mental hospital and took all the family property. Fatty Xiong felt aggrieved when he said this, saying that this matter can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame that stingy old woman. Why is she so stingy? And that little bitch who looked around. They are asking for trouble. Money is something that you can't bring with you when you are born and can't take with you when you die. How stupid it is to risk your life for money. Fuck. Don't you understand it very well? Why don't you say this to yourself? At this point, Fatty Xiong still muttered a little unwillingly. It is said that he can't find it. I know what this means, and I also know from here that Fatty Xiong did it. Fatty Xiong is from Boizhou, which is a mountain town. Since ancient times, there have been many bandits and robbers. They have a tradition that after killing someone, they will gouge out the person's eyes because they are afraid that the dead person will see their appearance and seek revenge on them in the future. Therefore, the bandits in Boizhou have a nickname called the eye-gouging thief. According to the driver's description, the child's eyes were gouged out. Isn't this the legend of Fatty Xiong's hometown? I guessed it when I heard the sentence. It is said that he can't find it. And Fatty Xiong's face should only be a poor life, but he has everything now. Now it seems that he has occupied something that did not belong to him. The property here should have been inherited by Hao Hao. Chang Xinghe interrupted and said that Hao Hao said that he was strangled to death. Before he died, he didn't understand why his father did this. And he didn't know why father had to gouge out his eyes first. His voice was hoarse when he screamed. I always wanted to ask father. No wonder Hao Hao was buried in the river of the power plant for a long time. He wanted to go home, but he couldn't find the key. He could only look for it when it was raining and the yin energy was heavy. Finally, someone took out the key and invited him today, and he entered the door. I clenched my fists. Damn, is this fat bear still a human being? 1,000 cuts are not light. A 6.5-year-old child. Even if it was for money, how could he do it? Moreover, up to now, he has no intention of repenting. Fatty Bear said impatiently, he said it. Can you help him get rid of that thing? The price can be negotiated. As he said, he complained again, saying, why am I so unlucky? It's all a setup. Zhang Shankai got rich, but I'm so fucking good. I found a wild fox zen like you, and ended up letting a wolf into the house. I was stunned for a moment. Zhang Shankai? Oh right, he said before that a friend had set up a inside feng shui and went to Dubai to hire a young model. He was talking about Zhang Shankai? If that's the case, Zhang Xingcai's death might not be that simple. There was also something wrong with his index finger. Maybe it was related to the things in the 9 ghosts coffin. Fatty Xiong said before that Zhang Xingcai's feng shui was set up by a cripple named Zhang. If we find him, maybe we can find out the origin of the thing that's been bothering me. Just when I was about to ask him a few more questions, something suddenly rushed towards Fatty Xiong from the corner of the wall. Fatty Xiong felt it and stepped back with a roar. This time, he hit the door and it opened. I heard a stumbling sound of footsteps, and Fatty Xiong ran out while howling. When he left, the lights in the room suddenly lit up, which hurt my eyes. After I got used to the light, I saw the door open, and the string of wet footprints also walked out of the door. He followed Fatty Xiong. Now it's all right. Fatty Xiong asked for it. Chang Xinghe was staring at me. His clear eyes were cold, and he looked at me like he was looking at something instead of a person. I was so scared by his gaze that I asked him what he was looking at. He smiled with a smile on his lips, looked away, and walked out leisurely. He looked back at me and said, are you going to spend the new year here? I was sharp-eyed and saw him quietly put something into his arms. I remembered what Chang Xinghe was doing at the Xiong family. He was a person who didn't get up early without profit. It was impossible for him to learn from Lei Feng and do good deeds. What the hell did he take? It was still raining heavily outside. Chang Xinghe and I got into the car in the rain. He shook the water off his head like a dog that had just taken a bath. The child knew that I was not an accomplice, and apologized to me before leaving. I said it didn't matter. Ignorance is not a crime. The child was miserable enough, and I was not a cold-blooded person. Chang Xinghe said that you really helped a lot. Wasn't it you who set up the trap to bring the wolf into the house? It was to bring money into the house. Now that the matter of Fatty Xiong has come to an end, I thought that I couldn't bring him here for nothing, so I decided to find a way to get something out of him no matter what. But before I could open my mouth, he said, I know what you want to ask. To find out what the thing on you is, you have to find the cripple surnamed Jiang first. I immediately asked, do you know that cripple surnamed Jiang? Chang Xinghe said, don't worry about it, but I know that the cripple surnamed Jiang will find someone to go to the field every once in a while. These people have a common feature, that is, they are all born in the year of Chun, the month of Chun, the day of Chun, and the hour of Chun. Moreover, those who did not live for 49 days will be missing a right index finger when they die. Goosebumps all over my back. I was also born in the year of Chun, the month of Chun, the day of Chun, and the hour of Chun. Chung Xinghe looked at me with that strange look again. I didn't see it at the time, but later I realized that he was not looking at me at that time, but at something else. I subconsciously looked at my right index finger and saw that the blood vessels on it were bigger and coiled on it, like a living thing that was getting stronger and stronger. What the hell is this? My heart was getting tighter and tighter. 49 days. If that Jiang Kezi really left the local area, then the only person I could ask now was the young woman and the pervert Zhang Shenkai. I couldn't communicate with Zhang Shenkai, but Chung Xinghe could. At this time, Chung Xinghe started the car. The direction was south along the power plant river, which was exactly the direction of the field dam. It seemed that he and I had the same idea. I couldn't help but ask him why he changed his mind at the beginning. Didn't he say that I was hopeless and asked me to buy a grave? Chung Xinghe was silent for a while before saying, I think you seem to be different from those other people with Chun fate. Different? What's different? Before I could ask, he added, of course, I might be wrong. If I am wrong, just pretend I didn't say anything. Your mother. I became more and more curious about him. I was not sure who he was or what he was going to do. The only thing I was sure of was that he knew a lot of things I didn't know. Not long after the car arrived, Chung Xinghe said, retribution comes really fast. I followed his line of sight and found several police cars parked under the bridge of the power plant, and there were many onlookers pointing and talking around. It turned out that someone went out to fish at night and found a fat man kneeling by the river, as if he was washing his hair. When I got closer, I was scared and sat down in the river. The fat man's head was only in the water, and he was drowned. The fat man had no signs of struggling, and no one had ever seen such a weird death. The forensic doctor came to investigate and found the body of a little boy below. I don't know how long he had been dead, and he was covered with duck claw grass. It seemed that the fat man committed suicide out of fear of crime after killing someone. The investigation is underway. Chung Xinghe drove the car across the power plant river without looking at me and said, How said thank you to you. I wanted to say rude to the outside, but I thought this behavior was too stupid, so I gave up. I couldn't help but say to Chung Xinghe, your eyes are really enviable. Isn't this God's gift? Chung Xinghe raised his lips and smiled a little coldly. People like you who don't know when they will die are also quite enviable. I was stunned. What the hell is this nonsense? Among the 5 billion people on the earth, who can know when they will die? Could it be that I just realized that he knows when he will die? But this is not the scope of Yin-Yang eyes. This is the scope of the king of hell. How does he know? He stretched out a hand with his palm facing up towards me, meaning that I have to pay him to answer. I thought that such questions were not worth wasting money, so I didn't ask any more. The car quickly drove to the field dam, and it was just around the corner. I was about to point out the villa of the young woman, but Chung Xinghe's face was stern, and he suddenly turned the steering wheel to the right. I was caught off guard and my face hit the left glass heavily. Then I felt that one side of the car floated up, as if it was going to flip over, which almost scared me to death. When I realized what was happening, I realized that the car had entered a small alley. Then he braked suddenly. I didn't wear a seatbelt, so I ran into the windshield like a weightless astronaut. At that time, the driver in the flowered shirt flashed in my mind. Fortunately, Chung Xinghe's conscience had not been completely wiped out. He reached out and pulled me back. When my butt fell back on the seat, I remembered to curse. You're driving a fucking QQ speed? But before I could say anything, I saw a black luxury business car quietly sliding past the road we just walked on. I was sharp-eyed and found that the chi in that car was not right. Strangely enough, I found that I seemed to be able to see the chi more clearly than before. I also remembered that the old man said that seeing the chi requires one to practice hard on one's own, and on the other hand, it is to accumulate merits. Could it be that my merits have increased because of Hao's matter? The whole car was a very mellow dark purple color. Purple represents power and status. In ancient times, people often said, purple air coming from the east, when expressing their blessings, which meant wishing people good luck in official career. The people in the car were not ordinary people, but the privileged class. Under the purple air, there was also a black air. This black air was very turbid and fierce, indicating that the car was also loaded with a vicious thing. The car turned around, and I saw a young girl about my age sitting in the passenger seat. She had delicate features and fair skin, and seemed to be able to emit light in the dark night. I was stunned. I had never seen such a beautiful woman on TV, and strangely enough, she slightly side-eyed, as if looking at us through the night. The index finger of my right hand suddenly hurt again, and the pain was so severe that I almost cried out. Chung Xinghe pressed my head down, as if he was afraid that I would be seen by the people in the car. When I raised my head again, the car was gone, so I asked him if he owed money to anyone. Chung Xinghe looked at me like I was a fool. That's from the Tianshi Mansion. Tianshi Mansion? That's the top of the pyramid of the industry. It's indeed the official position. They are in charge of all matters related to the yin and yang. But for a small fry like me, it's like a street vendor not knowing the tax bureau chief. It's nothing special. I haven't violated the law or evaded taxes, mainly because I don't make enough tax points. What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that Chung Xinghe has a guilty conscience? Chung Xinghe backed out the car and drove in the opposite direction. I hurriedly asked him, "Are you not going to the field?" Chung Xinghe said there was no need. We were too late. Zhang Xingkai had already been taken away by the Tianshi Mansion. My heart was suddenly tightened. Why did the Tianshi Mansion catch him? He was a low-level evil spirit, just like the melon seeds and paper scraps thrown around. Why did the Tianshi Mansion go out to catch him? Or, my heart was getting heavier and heavier. Did the Tianshi Mansion also get alarmed by the field? Chung Xinghe drove the car back to the main road and asked, "Where do you live?" He was able to take me home, so he seemed to have some humanity. I told him to just take me to the county hospital if it was convenient. Unexpectedly, he looked at me and said, "You owe me so much money. Take me to your place to stay for a while, and you can offset part of the debt." Fuck. I knew he was poor, but I didn't know he was so poor that he didn't even have a place to live. I asked him where he spent all the money he earned over the years. Which one did he spend it on? Chung Xinghe smiled faintly. I haven't made much since I entered the industry. Only 200 million. He was so awesome that I immediately looked at him with new eyes. Where is it? One memory, one amnesia. Are you fucking telling crosstalk? If you don't take me there, you'll pay. I had no choice but to think of myself as doing good deeds and taking in homeless people, so I told him the location. When we got to the place, I got out of the car and was about to open the door, but Chung Xinghe grabbed my hand. "Let go, I don't like men." "I don't like men either." Chung Xinghe tilted his head and asked me to watch the door. "Are you blind?" I saw that someone had crudely painted a bird with 3 legs on the door and the lock with paper ash. The painting was not as good as mine, but he was used to show off. I don't know whose naughty child it was. I was about to wipe it off, but Chung Xinghe said, "This is a mark. I'm afraid someone is targeting you." I thought to myself, who can target me? Chung Xinghe seemed to be thinking, a pig farmer. I regretted not learning needlework. Otherwise, I could have sewed his mouth shut now. "On mean, you're back?" At this time, the owner of the antique shop next door came out stealthily, looked around, and whispered, "Did you get into trouble?" I was stunned and asked him what he meant by that. The antique shop owner told me that several groups of people came to my shop to look for me in the past 2 days. None of them seemed to be good people. They also told the neighbors that if they saw me, they would inform them and they would reward me handsomely. Then he added that I could rest assured that he would not tell on others. If it really didn't work, he could let me hide in his old house in the countryside. I must not touch loan sharks in the future. Fuck, I was stunned. When did I become so popular? I hurriedly asked who they were. The antique shop owner took out a business card. The business card was very high-end, with black background and golden handwriting. There was nothing else, only a string of phone numbers. Before I could figure out what was going on, the antique shop owner pulled me over again and whispered, "Teacher Gao is going out today too." Before he left, he asked me to tell you something. He told you not to get too close to that Chung. This person has a bad reputation. He is famous for recognizing money instead of people. You just entered the industry and don't know how deep the water is. Don't let him cheat you. My heart was lifted up immediately. At this time, Chung Xinghe coughed, which scared me. He asked me to open the door, otherwise he would give me money. Damn, I think he is really a debt collector. I had no choice but to open the door. Chung Xinghe came in and suddenly asked, "How long have you known Lao Gao?" I was stunned. That was my uncle. We had known each other since childhood. What happened? Chung Xinghe sat down and took out a handful of plums. While eating, he said, "I'll give you a piece of advice. Be more careful. Lao Gao is a well-known person in the industry who does not get up early without profit. There are too many scams. Don't let others take advantage of you." Fuck. Playing werewolf? No matter who is right, it's always right to be more careful. In short, since I went to the field with you, it's like one foot is stuck in the mud, getting deeper and deeper. However, no matter what happens, I have to collect the medical expenses for the old man first. At this time, my phone rang. It turned out that the monk sent a WeChat message in the high school classmate group, asking who was rich and wanted to borrow money. This was a bit strange. The monk was a second-generation rich man. His father was the boss of a construction company. He always paid for meals and drinks with his friends. How could he borrow money? Sure enough, a female classmate who usually talked a lot replied, saying that you are so rich and you are still borrowing money from us. Aren't you afraid of us? Several other classmates followed suit. Some of them who liked to take advantage asked him if he had any plans recently. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Do you want to have a few drinks at the old place? The monk smiled bitterly and said, don't mention it. If he really needs money, he will encounter something bad. It turned out that Hishang's father passed away this year. As soon as he took over the business, he was unlucky. First, a major investment failed, and then the partner went bankrupt and ran away. The company and the house were all slept by the debt collection company. Now he is penniless and hides from place to place, sleeping in the car every day, trying to borrow some gas and take out money. Of course, the group was as quiet as a chicken. Several classmates who boasted that they earned millions of yuan a year and had several properties did not say anything. I guess they were ready to wait until the limelight passed before saying that they had just got off the plane in the United States. Not to mention those who often took advantage of Hishang. They can take advantage of you, but if you encounter anything, they will run faster than Lu Xiang. The particularly talkative female classmate was called Zhang Man, and she said, I told you to take out money for insurance a long time ago. Now it's all right, right? If you don't want to be like Hishang, you have to leave a way out for yourself. Our company has newly launched home property insurance. There are several sets with high compensation rates. If you are interested, please contact me for a private chat. Other classmates saw that the topic had diverted from borrowing money, and then they followed suit. Hishang was silent. Hishang and I actually have a mediocre relationship, and we even had a fight. I am the poorest person in the group, but I think that no one understands better than me what it means that a penny can make a hero fall. I sent a private red envelope of 200 yuan to Hishang, saying, Brother, I am having a hard time now, so you can make do with some hot meals. If you can't, stay at my place for 2 days. Chang Xinghe was let in, and it was the same if I drove 1 sheep or 2 sheep. It took Hishang a long time to receive the red envelope, and he sent a crying emoji, saying, On mean, I finally understand what it means that if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. But if you are poor in the city, no one will ask you. I and Hishang will remember this favor. At this time, Bai Gang, who was selling plumbing, sent another message in the group. By the way, monk, you said that your luck has suddenly become so bad. Is there something wrong with feng shui? Isn't Su On Min a feng shui master? Let him take a look for you. Zhang Man immediately followed up with a sentence. Don't cheat your father. Su On Min is a poor dog who can't even eat. If he really has that ability, why doesn't he make himself rich? He had me, Su On Min. I saw you swindling in the shopping street a few days ago. I didn't call you because it was embarrassing. Why don't you come out and reveal the inside story? He also sent a mocking expression of a silly panda. I thought to myself, shit. The biggest rule in our industry is that you can't set up a formation to see things for yourself. This will be punished by God. Everyone posted laughing emojis, and the group was filled with a happy atmosphere. Another rich second generation in the class, and Jiayong, said, Su On Min? Since he did that thing, I haven't seen him come out with the face. When I saw that thing that in Jiayong mentioned, my heart suddenly tightened. Then in Jiayong at Ed Gao Yakong, wife, you were the heroine in that thing back then, do you remember? Gao Yakong posted a dignified and elegant smile and said you shouldn't force others. Gao Yakong's profile picture has not changed for so many years. I felt a little anxious. Hishang couldn't help but send a message in the group. On Min, can you really see things? Then you have to save me. To be honest, my thing is evil. I am usually quite calm, but I just don't want to embarrass myself in front of Gao Yakong. When I reacted, I had already replied in the group, No problem, come to the shopping street to find me tomorrow. The group exploded immediately, and messages came one after another, waiting to see the joke. Zhang Man said that everyone should be a witness. If it's not good, it's fine. I will expose it in the county group and see how he will cheat people in the future. Gao Yakong also sent a comforting expression, saying don't force it. Who forced it? I'm not a liar. I have to make Hishang see it for you. But I calmed down and thought, I was too full. I was entangled with things now, and the old man's medical expenses were not collected. I was already under attack from both sides. How could I care about other trivial matters now? At this moment, I heard a snoring sound. I looked back and saw that Chung Xinghe had fallen asleep leaning on the spring and autumn chair. I realized that he had very white skin, three-dimensional facial features, thick eyelashes hanging down and dark, and he was quite handsome when he closed his mouth. It would be great if there was a duck collector. This thing can definitely be sold at a good price. I kicked a torn towel quilt used as a footpad on him. It was getting late. I thought it was good to hire a nurse. I should sleep first, get enough energy, and deal with the things above so that I can continue to earn medical expenses. I dreamed of that woman again in a hazy dream. Her appearance was still blurry, but it seemed clearer than last time. I could barely see that her outline was beautiful. However, although she was still leaning in my arms and holding my right index finger tightly, she seemed to be in a bad mood. If I were awake, I would have to ask her about her origin and identity, as well as the matter of 49 days in Jiangkazi. But after all, it was a dream, and I couldn't reach the rationality of awakening. I was obsessed with lust and even asked her what was wrong like an old couple. She said unhappily, "Do you think the woman in the car is pretty?" This voice is like the sound of nature. Although it is the same as the one that said looking for death, it is not as sharp as it was at that time. Instead, it is a bit aggrieved and distressing. I thought for a long time before I remembered that she was talking about the business car of the Tianshi mansion. That's right. I was stunned at the time, but the pain on my index finger distracted me instantly. Just when I thought of this, my index finger hurt again, and she became even more angry. "In the future, you will meet her again, but I don't allow you to look at women other than me." I hugged her very naturally and said I wouldn't look. "No one is as pretty as you." She smiled and said, "Haven't you seen it yet?" The voice softened and sounded better. I said firmly that even if I didn't see it, I knew it, although I didn't understand why I knew it. She was happy and leaned on my chest, but she seemed to remember something and said seriously, "Tomorrow you will see a willow tree with 3 bird nests. There is something good in the top nest." I asked her what good things could be in the bird nest. She smiled and said, "Just remember it." I agreed and was about to be affectionate with her when I heard a scream. I opened my eyes immediately. Damn, who is killing people? Listening again, it was a singing voice. I had a beautiful nightmare at night. I wanted to wake up, but I couldn't resist the heartbeat. In the dream, you are a bottomless black hole. I can't resist the weightlessness. When I went downstairs, I saw that it was Chung Xinghe who was shaving and howling. I immediately told him to shut up and not to call the police. He said very dissatisfiedly how good the song was, and he really didn't know how to appreciate it. "God bless you. If you want to sing, you should sing a song of gratitude to me. What are these? You ruined my good dream." The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I decided to cook only a bowl of wontons and let this guy stare at me while I eat. At this moment, Chung Xinghe saw me in the mirror and said, "Brother, I see that you are getting weaker day by day. Is your body hollowed out by yourself? Take some Luwei Dihuang pills, which are only more than 30 yuan a box." Who is weak? You know it so clearly. Do you take it often? However, I also saw from the mirror that my dark circles were indeed very big, and my double eyelids had become 3 layers, looking very haggard. Maybe I didn't get enough rest these days. I glared at him for a few times and went to cook wontons, but found that the wontons were gone long ago, and there were empty pots and bowls in the sink. I finally realized that I might have brought trouble to my family. Just as I was about to get angry, I heard a cautious voice. "Is On Min here?" Hishang came. I went out to greet him, but I was stunned. Is this Hishang? In high school, Hishang was more than 1.8 meters tall, more than 200 pounds, with a muscular body and a flat head all year round. At first glance, he looked like Lu Zhishan, so he got the nickname Hishang. But now, he is only about 120 pounds, with sunken cheeks, a layer of skin drooping under his chin, and a scruffy beard, as if he was 10 years older. It can be seen that he lost weight in a short period of time. You can imagine how difficult his recent life has been. Hishang was a little embarrassed, saying that I had been causing you trouble since high school, and I didn't expect that I would come to you again now. Yesterday I regretted my forced show-off, but seeing him like this, I softened my heart and told him not to be so polite. Now I can see that Hishang has a gloomy face, and his forehead is black, which is obviously unlucky, especially the black air on his nose, which means that his wealth is leaking and he is in debt. This black air has even spread to the philtrum, indicating that he may be forced into a desperate situation. It seems that it was not my illusion yesterday. My ability to see qi has indeed improved. In this way, I should do more good deeds and accumulate more merits. The greater my ability and the more I earn, the old man will be saved. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. I asked Hishang to tell me how evil things are. Hishang stroked his face and said that in fact, he had a very evil dream at the beginning. I dreamed of an old man and an old woman, wearing layers of black clothes and thick-soled lotus shoes, entering the house. They looked pale, pushing him and saying that there was a thief at home, asking him to catch the thief. He didn't take it seriously at first, but now he has the same dream every day, and he feels a little scared. Since the dream, his family has been unlucky one after another. Now the old man and the old woman in the dream are getting more and more anxious. They said that it would be too late if he didn't catch the thief. They asked him why he kept dragging his feet and angrily hit him with a stick. As he said that, he took off his dirty t-shirt, and I saw that there was really a rattan-like mark on his back. Chang Xinghe interrupted while brushing his teeth. 5 collars and 3 waists are funeral clothes, and white-soled lotus shoes are funeral shoes. Isn't this a double ghost entering the door? Who doesn't know? You are the only one who talks too much. But before I could scold him, Hishang fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Really? Really there is a ghost? Chang Xinghe was just looking for fun, pointing at the door and saying there were 2, one with a long tongue and one without a head. I was afraid he would scare Hishang, so I kicked him. I noticed that Hishang's Tianjai palace was slightly emitting a green light, and I knew that what Hishang encountered was a problem with the Injai, that is, the ancestral tomb. Chinese people pay attention to burying their ancestors in a feng shui treasure land to seek blessings. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you must respect your ancestors. Similarly, if there is a problem with the tomb, your descendants will be unlucky at best or even die at worst. I asked him to take me to their ancestral tomb. The ancestral tomb of Hishang's family is not far from here, just at the foot of the mountain on the other side of the Biang River. Chang Xinghe was bored, so he followed me out. The monk thought of his employees who were asking for their salaries, and said with envy, I didn't expect you to be successful in your career and have a partner. Chang Xinghe said while eating Wang Senbei, I am not his partner, but his creditor. I followed him mainly because I was afraid that he would run away. The monk was even more moved when he heard it, and put his arm around my shoulder and said that we 2 brothers really sympathized with each other, and we would be damn friends for life and death in the future. We don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month. I thought to myself that if this is the case, you might have to be buried with me in more than a month. Before I arrived, I was thinking that since such a big thing happened to the monk's family, there must be a big mistake in their family's grave, so I was mentally prepared to repair the grave and renovate it, and I also brought a bag of tools. But when I got to the place and took a look, I was secretly surprised. On the contrary, the acupuncture point of his family was actually very clever. The terrain of the tomb hill faces south and is embraced by a hill. The hill looks like a gorgeous beauty from the side, but her belly is bulging, just like a pregnant woman, which means she is very rich and has an endless life. In feng shui, this is called a big-bellied beauty. The ancestral tomb is set in the belly of a big-bellied beauty. As long as the feng shui is not broken, there will be endless money for generations. The monk asked hurriedly, how can feng shui be broken? Of course, in fact, the so-called good feng shui is a situation which must be complete and the implied things are indispensable. For example, you cannot move the crop in the phoenix situation, and you cannot move the 7 inches in the flying snake situation. Once, my third uncle showed a family a tiger with an open mouth. If you can bury the ancestors in the tiger's mouth and take the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, the descendants can produce military officers who dominate one side. As a result, on the day of the burial, 2 young men were bored and said that there must be some treasure in the tiger's mouth. Let's dig it. The 2 of them did it and dug out a few stones in the same shape as the tiger's teeth. When the old man saw it, he immediately shook his head and said that the feng shui was broken and this place was useless. The old man was unwilling to accept it and asked the old man to remedy it. The old man said, you have already pulled out the teeth from the tiger's mouth. What kind of military officer can you produce? It's all fate, you are destined not to enjoy that feng shui. The monk slapped his thigh and said that this pregnant beauty had a miscarriage. So her luck was so bad? What the hell, it's strange here. Whether it's looking at the shape or the qi, this acupoint is now very appropriate. It is clearly still blessing the descendants continuously, as stable as an old driver. This is so wrong. Chang Xinghe finished eating want senbei and broke another pack of want snow cake. He looked at the graves and ate while saying, "What's wrong? Do you want me to ask the locals for you? There's an old lady squatting over there, wearing a green belt with kind eyes, and I'm sure she can find out something." The monk was stunned when he heard it. "Green belt? Could it be my third grandmother? On mean, you creditor." I nodded. People often say that dogs can see things that people can't see, and it's true. Chang Xinghe stretched out his hand with his palm facing up again. "New customers get a 10% discount. 68,000. Can you stop raising the price? You've raised the price again in 2 days. Sun Ernyang is not as black as you." I told the monk to ignore him. "I'm here." As he said that, he went down to the grave mountain to take a closer look. When he saw the order of the graves, it turned out to be the famous phoenix spreading one wing. This level is definitely not inferior to my old man. So he asked the monk, "Do you know which master saw the feng shui of your house?" The monk said that his grandfather went out to chop wood and saw a master who was walking on the mountain and stepping on the cave being chased by a wolf. He drove the wolf away with a hatchet. The master pointed out this cave to express his gratitude. His origin is unclear. From the accent, he is also a local. It seems that his surname is Li. He has a name called something like Shansu. Oh, he is still a family with me. It's a pity that he doesn't follow the rules of the Inyang group. Otherwise, I really want to get to know him. At this time, I suddenly found that there was something wrong with a grave. The tombstone was the joint tomb of the monk's grandparents. Both old people died of old age and died happily. They have been dead for more than 10 years. The monk was still young at that time and could no longer remember what they looked like. I looked carefully at the surrounding soil and said that the problem had been found. In front of the grave, Confucius took poison and died. The dead here were obviously killed by poison, and definitely not died of old age. The monk slapped his head and asked me if it was my grandparents who came to me in the dream. Oh my God. I didn't expect that the old couple were murdered and involved in a murder case. If that's the case, why did they come to me in the dream after being dead for more than 10 years? Moreover, the content of the dream asked him to catch the thief, not the murderer, and he kept saying that it was too late, it's not that simple. I looked at the hill of the big-bellied beauty and the grass roots here, and I had a clue in my mind. I told the monk that your family might have offended someone, so dig up the grave first. The monk got the order and took the tools to dig the grave with me. However, the tombstone was designed to be very solid, and it was difficult for 2 people to dig it. I thought Chang Xinghe was also a laborer, so I planned to call him to be a soldier. I saw him squatting in front of a small earthen slope, arranging the remaining want snow cakes in front, muttering something, and touching his head to the air in front of him, showing a very warm smile. It was like feeding snacks to an invisible child. I suddenly remembered the words that Uncle Gao asked the antique shop owner to bring to me. "This guy only recognizes money and not people. Don't let him cheat you." Hey! Before I could come to my senses, I was hit in the face with dirt. Looking back, I saw that the monk had lifted the stone tablet by himself. The monk wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled at me. "On mean, stop occupying your hands. I can dig it open in 2 strokes. Fuck." I still remember that when I was in high school, the monk got drunk and knocked down the marble sculpture, "Stick to Dreams, Let the Rainbow Fly," on the school playground. This incident caused a big fuss at the time. If it weren't for the surveillance, the school leaders still don't believe it. To put it in the words of online novels, it's so terrifying. Sure enough, the monk didn't let me touch the tools, and he dug the grave open in a few strokes, revealing 2 red lacquer coffins. As soon as I saw the coffin, I was more certain that the problem was here. But before I had time to open the coffin, I heard a group of people coming behind me. One of the big men was also very strong. He slapped the monk in the face and slapped him on the spot for 2.5 weeks. Before the monk could stand firm, he grabbed the monk by the collar and said sternly, "Little bastard, why don't you hide from your debts and go to the ancestral grave to do something stupid? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" It turned out that these were the monk's family members, and the one who beat them was his second uncle. The monk quickly explained our purpose. After listening, his second uncle stared at me half-believingly. His second aunt was not so easy to deal with. She put one hand on her waist and pointed at my nose with the other hand. She cursed like a teapot. What cats and dogs can come out to deceive people? Bully my nephew for his low IQ, right? One-sided statements made my ancestors die in the wilderness. What if it ruined our luck? The relatives around me also questioned, thinking that the reason I made up was too bizarre. If something really happened, it would not be solved by saying that I had made a mistake. Can I bear this responsibility? Chung Xinghe didn't help me either. He squatted in the grave circle, eating melons while eating melons. Affect luck? I told them to think about it carefully. It's not just the monk's family, but the whole family that will have a hard time. How bad can their luck be? Don't they know it? But if the problem can be solved, your life will be better immediately. Even if it's a gamble, why not take it? The faces of the people present were the same as the monks, dark and blue, and they were definitely unlucky. Sure enough, after hearing what I said, those fence-sitters began to waver again, except for the second aunt who refused to give in and stood in front, saying that this was a sin of unfilial piety, and that they would be fried in a frying pan after death. I took advantage of her saliva flying and winked at the monk. The monk was not stupid. He flipped the lid of the coffin with 2 palms. Everyone turned around and glared. Uncle number 2 knelt down in front and shouted, "No, no, who are these 2? It turned out that when Grandpa and Grandma were buried, the family was well off, and the clothes used to wrap them were embroidered with gold and silver threads bought from Sichuan, which should not decay for 100 years. But now the 2 bodies are wearing ordinary funeral clothes, and they look wrong. The monk's grandfather is nearly 2 meters tall, but the body in the grandfather's coffin is only about 1.7 meters, and the bones are not so shrunk. Grandma is not tall, about 1.5 meters, but the body in the grandmother's coffin is tall, about 1.65 meters. The monk was shocked for a long time, and then he grabbed me and asked what happened. Did Grandpa and Grandma turn into corpses? How can corpses be turned into corpses like this? Just as I thought, the monk's grandpa and grandma were replaced by someone else, and now someone else is buried here. In feng shui, we call this phenomenon stealing burial. As the name implies, if a family has bad luck, then burying their ancestors secretly in someone else's prosperous graveyard can help them get a free ride and prosper in the next year. I saw the grass roots and coffins before, and I was sure that the grass roots in front of the tomb would rot, and the wedges on the 2 red lacquer coffins were not original, and they were obviously opened by someone. If it wasn't a stolen burial, then what else could it be? This big-bellied beautyland is one of the best feng shui in the county. It must have been targeted by someone. Burying their family members secretly here is equivalent to stealing the fortune of the big-bellied beauty to their own home. So the old couple told the monk in a dream that there was a thief in the house, a thief who stole the feng shui. Blocking someone's wealth is like killing their parents. When my second uncle heard this, he roared and asked me who was so shameless, and if I found him, I would skin him and make a sofa. The monk asked nervously, where did his real grandparents go? The remaining relatives also talked a lot, like zombies out of a cage, surrounding me tightly. I asked them to calm down. The bodies that were secretly buried had been exhumed. Feng shui meant that they had been taken back. More importantly, the culprit should be found so that Grandpa and Grandma could be reburied. Relatives nodded one after another. They felt that it was too pitiful to leave Grandpa and Grandma outside and be alone. Not only was it pitiful, it was also dangerous for the monks. If the ancestor's grave was good, the family would be lucky and the ancestral grave would emit green smoke. If the ancestor was buried in an evil grave such as the land of blind people or beggars, the descendants would be unlucky. Looking at the monk's fortune, not only was his wealth robbed, but his fate was also in danger. The thief might have thrown the old couple in an evil grave. The monk's father might have died young because of this. So when the old man came to dream, he was anxious and said that there was no time. The longer the old man stayed in the evil grave, the more dangerous his descendants would be. The monk got angry. Who has such a big grudge against our family? After stealing the feng shui, he also hurt people. Isn't it too cruel? When I said that the monk's family had offended someone before, this was what I meant. The other party killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I asked them to think about which family they had a blood feud with, or during this period of bad luck, which local family suddenly became rich. The monk's family said that they didn't have such a big enemy, so they checked the rich people. However, during this period of time, there were demolition households, lottery winners, and startups listed in the local area. There were so many of them that it was not easy to filter. Damn, there are so many people who have become rich. When will it be my turn? Second uncle was a hot-tempered man. Seeing that he had nowhere to vent his anger, he looked back at the 2 coffins and immediately said, "These 2 old thieves stole our family's feng shui. We can't let them go like this." He was about to drag the 2 corpses out and grind them to ashes. Second aunt saw this and quickly told second uncle not to be impulsive, but unexpectedly, second uncle just got in front of the coffin and suddenly sat down on the ground with a "oh my god" sound. The monk quickly asked him what happened. Second uncle pointed at the coffin and said tremblingly, "I saw the old man inside move a little." I quickly ran to the front of the coffin, took a look at the corpse inside, and immediately shouted loudly, "Monk, quickly close the coffin lid." The monk listened to me and quickly took up the two coffin lids and closed them. As soon as they were closed, he heard a movement inside, like some living thing was scratching the coffin board inside, trying to get out. As soon as this movement came out, the relatives were immediately scared and screamed, and retreated several meters away. This is a problem. I quickly asked the monk to bury the two coffins back. My second uncle was not happy about it. He said that we finally dug out the two old thieves. Why did they fill them back? Wouldn't that mean they gave up the feng shui to them? I said, there is no way. They calculated that this is a corpse that died suddenly. Hair grows when exposed to light. Look for yourself. The nails are 2 inches long. If you don't put it back, it will be a corpse. The monk said hurriedly, wouldn't it be better to burn it? I shook my head. If you burn it, the resentment will be even greater, and it will be more troublesome to entangle you. My second uncle felt helpless and had no choice but to tear off the bark of an unlucky elm tree. I was secretly shocked by the strength of his hand. I thought that the monk's family probably really had the genes of Lu Jishan. My second aunt was next to him, comforting him while seeming to be relieved. The other party did everything perfectly and was a hard hand. Could it be that he specialized in doing things in the dark? The monk's face may cause an unexpected disaster at any time. Human life is more important than anything else. If it doesn't work, I'd better ask Chang Xinghe. After all, too many lice don't itch and too many debts don't worry. I showed Chang Xinghe a warm smile that was unique to landlords. Chang Xinghe had an expression of "I knew it" and stretched out his hand to me again. I thought that this guy was really obsessed with money, so I had to say, "You also know my current conditions." Chang Xinghe didn't retract his hand, but motioned me to look at his hand, and I found that there was a handful of melon seeds in his palm. The melon seeds tasted like cream. Although they were warmed by him, they were surprisingly delicious. At this moment, Chang Xinghe sighed. Why do good people in this world not live long, and evil people are left for thousands of years? What does this mean? I looked up and found that his clear eyes were staring at the monk's second aunt, as if he saw something special. When he looked at Fatty Bear, he also had this look. Could it be that there was something wrong with the second aunt? But she is also from this family. Can't she just dig a hole and jump into it? I still remember. When we were digging the grave before, how did the monk's family come so promptly? I asked the monk's family, and they all said that it was the second aunt who notified them, saying that the monk was a traitor and owed too much debt. So they wanted to use the ancestral grave to start a business, so of course they came to stop us. The second aunt is now staring at the coffin, and she is also panicking. When no one is paying attention, she takes out her mobile phone and starts typing. Her hands are shaking, and she looks like she has something to hide. Looking at the second aunt's face again, I was stunned again. It's strange. A woman like the second aunt who married into a wealthy family should be a lucky woman for her husband. But her cheekbones are pointed, and her eyebrows are connected to her heart, which are all poor. This is not affected by the current fortune, but it is real, like Fatty Bear. She is born poor, and she is destined to have no money to spend all her life. What kind of years are these? Poor dogs become rich, and noble ladies become country girls. I looked at the monk and asked him what kind of person your second aunt is. The monk thought about it and said that the second aunt was fine, just vain, petty, greedy, mean, but she was fine otherwise. Fuck, the monk looked honest, but he was very skilled in scolding people. The monk added, I haven't had much contact with them in recent years, and I can't remember clearly. It seems that the second aunt had a bad relationship with Grandpa and Grandma before, and she also stopped contacting us. Bad relationship? I was interested, so I asked the monk to elaborate. The monk thought about it and said that he heard that one year when Grandpa celebrated his birthday, he didn't know why he quarreled with his second uncle and aunt. The quarrel was very serious, and he shouted that he wanted to break off the relationship, sever the relationship in local dialect. He didn't know the specific reason, so the monk called a more talkative relative to inquire about it. It turned out that the second aunt had a nickname called Moving Hamsters. The monk's family is a family business, and the second aunt is a cashier. At the end of the year, when it was time to reconcile the accounts, the monk's father found that the accounts were not right. He checked and found that the second aunt had made false accounts and took the money. The money was not much, nor was it little. The second aunt and her husband were not short of money. Why did they do such a sneaky thing? The monk's father talked to the second aunt privately, but the second aunt threw a tantrum at the time, saying that the eldest brother wanted to monopolize power, so he fabricated false evidence and wrongly accused her of stealing money, trying to squeeze them out of the family business. Everyone felt that the second aunt's status did not require her to take advantage of this. The monk's father thought that the family's shame should not be made public, so he did not care much and transferred the second aunt to a position that had nothing to do with money. However, the second aunt did not change her bad habits, and she took advantage more and more blatantly. People in the company secretly asked her to move the hamster. Grandpa Hashang finally found out about this. The old man was very angry and said that second aunt was short-sighted and would not let second aunt interfere in the family business. Second aunt's brother thought that his sister was bullied and came to make trouble during Grandpa's birthday, which made Grandma so angry that she had high blood pressure. Grandpa announced that he would cut off ties with second uncle's family. This is strange. Why is second aunt so short of money? The monk said that second aunt didn't have any hobbies of spending money. She was very stingy in food and clothing. She didn't buy a house or land. I don't know what to do with the money. Of course, some people are born to be misers, but second aunt doesn't look like that. She is really poor. As soon as I thought about it, I said loudly that I had a way to deal with the two feng shui stealing corpses. Second uncle and others gathered around immediately and asked me how to deal with it. Second aunt's face changed immediately. I said it was simple to treat the person in his own way. There was a tomb not far away. It was a coincidence that it could restrain the corpse from turning into a corpse. However, it was more sinful. If the corpses were buried there, the descendants of the two corpses would be unlucky. Everyone knew what it meant to be a tomb. If you couldn't give birth to a son, there would be no one to visit the grave in the future. But I didn't really want to do this, I just wanted to force the culprit out. Sure enough, a group of people came from behind the forest and protected the coffin. The leader roared fiercely, "Let's see who dares!" The monk slapped his thigh as soon as he saw the people coming. Fuck! I forgot that when our family was unlucky, it was this bastard who became rich. The leader was in his 30s, wearing a brand name, but his collar was open and his leather shoes were slipping. He looked unremarkable. He glared at second aunt and muttered that he couldn't even take care of a grave. What the hell was he doing? Second aunt was ashamed and didn't dare to look up. This man is called Zhang Wenbin, and he is the younger brother of the second aunt. The monk family was all stunned, saying that they never thought that the one who secretly buried him was this ungrateful person. It turned out that when the second aunt flew up to the branches and married into the wealthy monk family, the second aunt's parents thought that his brother would have a stable life in this life, so they asked the second aunt to buy him a wedding house, give him a dowry, save money, arrange a leadership position, etc. Zhang Wenbin also ate, drank, whored and gambled while waiting to become the general manager. But the monk family was not stupid, and they could not give him everything he wanted. Although they also helped him, he was a hole that could not be filled, so the second aunt stole money to give him. That time when Grandpa celebrated his birthday, the second aunt could not leave, so Zhang Wenbin came to ask for money. He was originally dissatisfied with his stingy in-laws. Not only did he come in empty-handed, but he also said that the old man and his wife were still alive, and what kind of birthday celebration was it? It made his sister serve this old thing, and he had to go there again. The old man who is still alive is a thief. Grandpa and Grandma were furious. Second aunt protected her brother, and no one was allowed to say a word against him. Second uncle was a wife slave and didn't say a word. Monk's father was so angry that he slapped Zhang Wenbin and said he would never associate with us in this life. Second aunt, the brother-supporting demon, was furious at the time and said that her husband's family bullied her brother, and she would never be able to take care of the old man and the old lady in the future. So she didn't come to the funeral of Grandpa and Grandma. Later, Zhang Wenbin's appetite became bigger and bigger. He couldn't support himself by relying on second aunt. He had a lot of bad debts and had no money to pay. He was arrested and imprisoned for several years. So he held a grudge and thought that the monk family didn't help him. That's how the feud was formed. Second aunt recalled this past event and looked very self-blaming. She murmured that her sister was incompetent and made you suffer. This also opened my eyes. This really shows you fighting Huang Gai. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. Zhang Wenbin looked at the monk's family with a smug look and said, "Don't look down on the poor youngsters. You are unlucky today because you bullied me in the past. But your family is still very strong. I threw the two old thieves in your family into a dead end, but only one of them died." The monk thought of his father, his eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists. He was about to beat Zhang Wenbin, but Zhang Wenbin had many men, and some of them had knives. The monk's relatives retreated several meters again. The second uncle retreated the farthest, and the second aunt was very proud. I was afraid that the monk would suffer, so I pulled him back. As a result, when I saw his face, my heart was lifted up. The monk's life palace was fine just now, but now it was suddenly covered by black air, and it offended the heaven, and a disaster was about to come. When I calculated the time, the disaster would come around noon, and now it was 45 minutes away from 12 o'clock. The grandparents must be found within 45 minutes. Otherwise, the monk will die. I immediately said to Zhang Wenbin, I advise you not to be so ruthless. After all, this is someone's ancestral tomb. Tell us the whereabouts of the old man and the old lady, and then move your family's secret burial away. It's not too late now. It's not just in time for the monks, but also for Zhang Wenbin. Although secret burial works, it is also a negative feng shui, which will definitely damage his virtue. It's time for him to be punished. The body of the secret burial was a violent death with resentment. If it is not moved away, he will be unlucky today. Zhang Wenbin laughed when he heard what I said. Do you fucking think you can scare me by farting? Move it away. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that I came here for this matter. Strange. I was mentally prepared for a tough battle. How could he be so straightforward? As Zhang Wenbin spoke, he took out a piece of paper. I stretched my neck to take a look. It turned out to be a land transfer contract, which showed that the monk's family was heavily in debt and unable to repay. Zhang Wenbin bought the land as collateral and ordered the monk's family to move the grave quickly. The monk's family was dumbfounded. Zhang Wenbin smiled and said, Your family members are all here today. What are you still doing? Waiting for your ancestors to move by themselves. The monk's forehead was bulging with blue veins. You are too bullying, Zhang Wenbin said leisurely. Yes, your family is not doing well now, and you have no money to clean up the ass of these ancestors. For my sister's sake, I can also do it for your family. Come, help my brother-in-law's family move the grave. Zhang Wenbin's men got the order and raised their arms to dig up the grave. Even a clay figure has some earthiness, not to mention the monk. Their eyes turned red. They clenched their fists and rushed forward, knocking down a group of people, shocking several thugs. But before I could stop him, a scarred thug stabbed the monk in the stomach with a knife. The monk was strong, but he was not made of iron, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the monk's family all ran away, and my second uncle ran the fastest. When I hugged the monk, my hands were covered with blood, and my heart sank immediately. The evil point was working. If Grandpa and Grandma didn't come back in more than 30 minutes, the monk would not be saved. Second aunt was very worried. Binzi, if someone dies, don't let it implicate you. Okay? Zhang Wenbin glared at second aunt. You know shit. This is my land. I stabbed him in self-defense. It's useless. Second aunt was relieved when she heard it and said smugly, I've always disliked this kid. He deserves to be stabbed to death. Why was he born with luxury? I don't think he has that much luck. As she said that, second aunt seemed to remember something, pointed at me and complained, Hey, by the way, don't blame me for the land. It's all this, it was a little bastard who led the trouble. Otherwise this family of idiots would not have discovered it at all. Oh. Zhang Wenbin looked at me gloomily when he heard it. It's you who are causing trouble, right? You dare to interfere in my business. I think you are just a mouse licking a cat's pussy, just looking for excitement. Brothers, teach this young charlatan a lesson. The few people he brought with him had tattoos on their arms and gold chains. They were tailor-made for the fight against gangs and evil. After hearing this, they rushed towards me. The one who rushed to the front was the scarred face who stabbed the monk. My heart sank. I'm not afraid of fighting, but if time goes on and I can't find out where the evil cave is, the monk will really be hopeless. There was a sound of breaking wind in front of me, and I knew that the fists of those henchmen were coming down. But I didn't expect that when the scarred face's fist was about to fall on my head, it suddenly stopped. When I looked up, his expression changed. His eyes, which were fierce just now, suddenly became dull. Then he opened his mouth and said, I'm hungry. What? Not only did I not understand, Zhang Wenbin was also stunned and immediately said, Xiaohu, why the hell are you imitating Donkey Braze? Beat me. The henchman called Xiaohu slowly turned his head and showed a very weird smile. I eat. I was sharp-eyed and saw a black line quickly appearing on the henchman's philtrum. I immediately understood that this guy was possessed by evil spirits. The other party was probably a starving ghost. I was moved and turned to look at Chang Xinghe. I saw that he was still squatting outside the grave circle like a turtle. His bright eyes narrowed and he showed me a sly smile. I remembered that he was throwing want snow cakes in the air. Before I could react, the henchman rushed over to a colleague next to him and bit off a piece of the man's biceps. Oh my God! It's haunted. When the remaining henchmen saw this scene, the timid ones sat on the ground, and the brave ones ran away. Xiaohu, who had been possessed by the evil spirit, looked around and opened his mouth excitedly to Zhang Wenbin. His teeth and tongue were all stained red with blood. Second Ant screamed and protected Zhang Wenbin, saying that if you want to eat me, don't touch my brother. Zhang Wenbin also had the same intention, and pushed Second Ant onto Xiaohu and turned around to run. But he didn't run fast enough, and I tripped him when I stretched my leg. He was standing in front of the grave pit at that time and fell in. Dang! The lid of the coffin was not closed tightly, and he fell into the coffin directly. The two corpses were naturally the ancestors of Zhang Wenbin and Second Ant, and those two people were poisoned to death, so they were so resentful. It is easy to imagine what Zhang Wenbin did to his parents in order to get rich by secretly burying them. A scream came from the coffin. It was Zhang Wenbin's voice. Sister, sister, save me, our father is alive. When Second Ant heard it, she looked at the coffin in disbelief, and saw a pair of hands with white hair and long nails stretched out from the coffin and hugged Zhang Wenbin's waist. Second Ant wailed at that time, but she was entangled by Xiaohu and couldn't get away at all. When she saw me by mistake, she grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted, "Save my brother. I only have this one brother. As long as you save him, you can let me do anything." I immediately said, "It's easy. Then tell me, where are the monk's grandparents?" Second Ant showed a very embarrassed expression, but when she saw her brother suffering such torture, she was heartbroken and said, In the woods north of the Biang River, under a willow tree." Chang Xinghe shook his phone and said, "Go quickly. I have called 110 and 120. I looked at the watch and there were only 15 minutes left. Fortunately, the woods were not far away, and I had practiced track and field, so I arrived in 5 minutes. I saw that the two mountains on the left and right of this place were close, called the Dragon and Tiger Double Sandwich, and the main man died early. It was really a place where the family would be extinct. I found the right place and was excited at first, but when I entered the forest, I found that it was a willow forest, full of willow trees. At this time, a voice rang out, "Master, what are you looking for?" I turned around and saw that my second uncle was scared away and was hiding here. "You are really sorry for Lu Zhishan's genes." I briefly explained the purpose of my visit. When my second uncle heard that human life was at stake, he was also the man of the family. He immediately became nervous and asked how to find it. I said, "It doesn't matter, I know which willow tree it is. Although the forest is large, there is only one small curved leaf willow." I took my second uncle to the bottom of the willow tree. The soil here is soft and very easy to dig. Not to mention that my second uncle is strong and powerful. He dug it open in a few strokes. Sure enough, there are 2 black shrouds embroidered with gold and silver threads, tied into 2 packages, and there are 2 bones inside. My second uncle glared and asked how you know it is this tree. Because the monk's back was hit by the old man with a wooden stick. Most of the local willows are weeping willows, and their branches are very soft, but the branches of the small curved leaf willow are hard and can be made into sticks. While saying that it was amazing, my second uncle hugged the 2 black cloth bags in his arms and ran towards the ancestral grave like a whirlwind. My second uncle actually ran faster than me, and I should be able to catch up this time. I just breathed a sigh of relief, and when I looked up, I suddenly found that there were 3 bird nests on this willow tree. Just like what the woman in the dream said. I have always been very courageous and curious. When I encounter such an opportunity, of course I have to find out. If there is something, what could it be? When I was a child, I often climbed trees to take bird eggs. I climbed up in 2 steps. One of these 3 bird nests is a white-rumped swallow and the other is a willow sparrow. The eggs are delicious, but I don't recognize the one on the top. It is black and dense, and there is no bird feathers or bird droppings around it. It is clean and strange. There was a fist-sized hole in the bird's nest, very deep, so I reached in and touched a round object. I took it out and saw that it was a bead as big as a bird's egg. This bead was crystal clear, not like a pearl, and I couldn't tell what material it was made of. Felt heavy and valuable in my hand. I put it in my pocket, slid down from the tree, and returned to the monk's cemetery. The ambulance and police car had already arrived, and they took away a carload of people. The cemetery was also cleaned up, but Xiaohu, who was possessed by a hungry ghost, was still eating the spoiled offerings on the cemetery in big mouthfuls, and he ignored anyone who pulled him away. Zhang Wenbin was also carried into the ambulance. I don't know what happened to him, but looking at his face, the black air had already submerged his forehead. I guess he won't have a good few days. Second aunt looked at Zhang Wenbin, crying with heartache, and said to herself, I told you long ago that the cripple was a crooked devil. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Now it's great. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to my parents? Cripple? I immediately grabbed second aunt and asked her if the cripple's surname was Jiang. Second aunt was shocked by me and asked me how I knew it. After asking, it turned out that Zhang Wenbin knew the cripple from somewhere, who said that as long as he secretly buried his parents in a rich family with good feng shui, he would become rich overnight. For the sake of her son, Zhang Wenbin's mother bought pesticides, ate one portion herself, and put one portion in his father's soy milk. After burying them, he really became rich overnight. Then Zhang Wenbin listened to the cripple's words again, spent a huge amount of money to buy yang shipping, and demolished the temple and built a house for the cripple. As she spoke, second aunt cried even louder, saying that she had killed her parents, dug up graves, and demolished temples, and that she had done all these immoral things. Now she had received retribution, but the cripple disappeared. Her brother was kind and simple, and must have been tricked by the cripple. I was secretly shocked. Was there a temple in Yangshuping before? It was obviously used to suppress the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin. What was the origin of that thing that could even eat the fireworks of the world? And the feng shui situation of the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin, could it be that Jiang Cripple used Zhang Wenbin to break it? I wished I could pull out the mysterious Jiang Cripple right now and ask him everything. At this moment, a hand patted my shoulder, which scared me. I turned around and saw that it was Cheng Xinghe. He squinted his bright eyes at me and said, Brother, what time is it now? It's 12:30. Wrong, it's dinner time. I remembered that it was thanks to this guy that he had attracted the hungry ghost to help me. I am not an ungrateful person, so I took him to eat. Cheng Xinghe is quite thin, but he has a big appetite. I saw him eat a pot of boiled pork slices, 3 servings of 3 fresh dumplings, 2 bowls of fried noodles, and a serving of steamed dumplings. I felt that it was almost enough, so I asked the waiter to pay. But I didn't expect him to stop the waiter. No, I was touched. He must have seen that I was short of money recently, so he took the initiative to treat me. He is a good person. Since you treat me, I will order a few more. Damn, you are not afraid of being stuffed to death. If you have this appetite, why don't you watch Evil Spirits on Kuaishou and become a food broadcaster? But when I remembered the hungry ghost, I thanked him. He ate the fried cakes without raising his head or opening his eyes. Don't be polite. I'm mainly worried that no one will pay you back after you die. These days, the one who owes the money is the boss, so you have to protect him. Your mother. Just at this time, the hospital called and said that the prepaid medical expenses were not enough, and asked me to go over to pay, and asked me how the surgery fee was raised, and the old man's situation could not be delayed any longer. I hurriedly said that I had collected 100,000 yuan and sent it immediately, and I was thinking of a way to get the remaining 200,000 yuan. After sending the money, I looked at the old man and saw that his cheeks were sunken because he had lost weight in the past few days, and I felt distressed. I secretly swore that I must save him. The monk also entered the county hospital, and now he is out of danger. He grabbed my hand and thanked me repeatedly. I saw that his face gradually became ruddy, and his forehead became open and bright. Knowing that his family's fortune has returned, I was relieved. Sure enough, when I went out, I heard that the partner who ran away had returned, and it seemed that he could turn the tide and revive the company. After the classmates learned about this, they were once again furious. Some said it was a coincidence, some said I was really capable. Zhang Man was the most enthusiastic. She sent several private WeChat messages, saying that her husband was not at home these 2 days, and asked me to go to her house in the evening to see the feng shui of her house to attract wealth. But when she heard that I had to pay, she cursed me, saying that I only cared about money and not people. She also sent a screenshot of the chat to the group and said that I was crazy because I was poor. I asked for money for seeing things for classmates. I was simply shameless. I sent a quotation sheet to the classmates group. When they saw it, they asked me why I didn't grab it. Because in their opinion, my feudal superstitious industry is only worth 5 or 10 yuan, and I really treat myself as a dish. I need 200,000 now. 5 or 10 yuan, what the hell are you doing to fill the sea? Back at the door, the first thing Cheng Xinghe did was to go to the banmian stall on the street to buy banmian, and he even asked the boss to give him a tea egg. Uncle Gao's shop was still closed. I saw the owner of the antique shop sitting on a recliner, eating melon seeds and basking in the sun. I had an idea, so I went over and took out the bead from the bird's nest to show him, and asked him if he knew what it was. The owner of the antique shop took a look, turned around and put on the three-piece set of gloves, glasses and magnifying glasses, looked at it carefully in the sun, frowned, and said it was really strange. I have been in this business for a lifetime, and I have never seen anything except the soul-returning bead. I have handled all kinds of beads, but I really can't tell what this is. The soul-returning bead is a treasure in legend, and it is probably not in reality. However, things are valuable because they are rare, so I asked the owner of the antique shop, "Is this thing that no one has ever seen valuable?" The owner of the antique shop looked at me and said it was hard to say. "It depends on the buyer. This might be a unique piece. Are you willing to sell it?" I said that in the old man's current situation, I am willing to sell my kidney, let alone sell this thing. The antique shop owner nodded generously and said that your old man really didn't raise you in vain. If you trust me, leave the things with me. I will find friends to study them together. You wait for me. This is at least a hope, so I agreed. I looked down at my index finger. The lines on it seemed to be getting bigger day by day. Will it swallow me up after a long time? I became more and more anxious. Where is that Jiang Kezi now? What does he want to do with us Chun Ming people? Even if I have to die, I don't want to be a confused ghost. For the old man, I can't die. At this time, I also remembered the temple in Yangshiping. I took out my mobile phone to check and found that there was really content about the temple. It turned out that the temple was called the Water God Temple. This is strange. Since ancient times, the Water God Temple has been by the water, but the place where the 9 ghosts pressed the coffin is in the mountains. What kind of water god is it? A closer look revealed that the temple had a long history. It had existed since the construction of our small county town. The most special thing was that there was no deity in the temple. What kind of temple is there without a deity? There was no one to worship. But this temple just existed quietly. People living nearby seemed to have some kind of rules. Usually, no one worshipped it, but at a certain time, they would offer sacrifices and regularly renovate it. So the nameless water god temple existed until last year, until Zhang Wenbin demolished it for development. The locals couldn't stop it and said that Zhang Wenbin would definitely get his comeuppance. Now it seems that Zhang Wenbin's comeuppance has finally come. Jiang Kezi didn't dare to break the feng shui of the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin by himself, and used the unlucky Zhang Wenbin as a gun. The water god. Is it the woman in the dream? Just when I thought of this, someone patted my head and asked me if I was a virgin thinking about love. When I looked up, it was Cheng Xinghe. I said, "I missed your sister," and he pointed to the reflection on the glass. I looked back and was shocked. Damn, I don't know when my face was bleeding from the nose. I hurried to wash it. When I looked in the mirror, I found that my eye sockets were getting deeper and deeper, and I was getting thinner and thinner, as if my energy was sucked dry by something. I didn't feel this change at first, but it was terrifying when I thought about it carefully. Am I slowly being entangled to death by that thing? In a moment, in the mirror, I saw Cheng Xinghe behind me showing a sympathetic expression to me, which made people feel scared. But when I turned my head, he immediately pretended that nothing happened and whistled. I knew in my heart that this guy followed me, and his purpose might not be simple. That night, the woman in the dream appeared again. She was still graceful, and the contours of her face were a little clearer than last time. But I still couldn't see her full face. But this made her look more mysterious and more attractive. I finally became defensive and didn't dare to hug her. She seemed disappointed and said, "Anmin, what's wrong with you?" I said I was a little scared. She smiled and said, "Just bear with me for a while. I will be with you soon." Really with me? I asked her what she meant by that. But she deliberately kept me in suspense and said that you would know when the time came. Then she got into my arms again. No man can resist this temptation. To be honest, I really want to hold her for the rest of my life. At this time, she seemed to remember something and asked me how I got the beads I gave you to someone else. I told her that I was in urgent need of money. She tilted her head and thought about it and said that it was not impossible, but someone was going to be unlucky. Unlucky? Just when I wanted her to elaborate, I suddenly touched a place on her body that felt wrong. I touched it carefully and it was hard and smooth, like scales. I opened my eyes at once and felt a cold sweat. Scales? No one has scales. Oh my God. Come on. Come on. At this moment, I heard a scream from the next door. It was the voice of the antique shop owner. I suddenly remembered the words of the woman in the dream. Someone is going to be unlucky. and I got out of bed and ran to the antique shop. Chang Xinghe arrived earlier than me, holding a bowl of tofu pudding and standing at the door of the antique shop. I looked inside past Chang Xinghe and got goosebumps all over my body. The antique shop was so crowded that it was crawling with snakes. The snakes covered the floor so much that the original color could not be seen. It almost formed a snake carpet. We are in a busy city with a dry climate. Usually, a small cauliflower snake is rare, let alone so many. Moreover, these snakes are not small in size, with different colors and species. Why are they gathered here? The antique shop owner was trapped in the shop. He wanted to get out but didn't dare to step on the snakes. He stood on a chair and almost cried. No one could tell whether these snakes were poisonous or not. I was afraid that the antique shop owner would be bitten, so I grabbed a broom and tried to sweep the snakes away to save him. Who knew that when the snakes touched me, they immediately fled away as if they were stung, and actually made way for me. Strange, these snakes seemed to be afraid of me? What should I be afraid of? Are these snakes timid? When I carried the antique shop owner out, the owners of the gold shop, microloan shop, and jewelry shop next door all came, some with brooms and some with dustpans. Snakes are usually easily frightened, but today they still had no intention of leaving. They were still crowded in the antique shop and seemed not to want to leave. What was even more strange was that these snakes were running around everywhere, as if they were looking for something. The antique shop owner's face was as white as paper, and he kept muttering, "Evil, really evil." I also felt it was strange. I had recently adjusted the feng shui of the antique shop, so there should be no problem. I looked at the air and I was stunned. There was a slight green air in the room. I can actually see green air? In theory, when you first start learning to read air, you can only see 5 kinds of air: yellow, purple, red, black, and white. Green is the main spirit, and only things that are not human or ghost can see it. This is the first time I have seen it. I vaguely feel that feng shui masters may also be divided into levels, but because of the incompatible yin and yang group, I don't know what level I am at now. In short, I have made a lot of progress compared to before. I guess it is the accumulation of merits during this period. The more accurate I see in the future, the more money I can make. But then I think again, I may only have more than a month to live, which is equivalent to pouring cold water on myself. It is unlikely that I can reach a high level in such a short time. I should think about making money and saving my life first. Soon the firefighters came and cleaned up the snakes. They educated the antique shop owner that it is okay to keep pets, but there are so many of them that they have threatened public safety. The antique shop owner was very wronged and said that he really didn't know. He had never seen so many snakes in his life. The firefighters didn't quite believe it, saying that with such a large number, they must have been dumped here by the farm. The owner of the microloan store quickly asked the owner of the antique shop if he had offended anyone recently. The antique shop owner was even more in tears, saying that he had been in this business for so many years, operating with integrity and honesty. How could he offend anyone? I don't completely agree with this statement. A few years ago, I saw with my own eyes that he sold the green jade snuff bottles imported from the glass factory to foreign tourists as if they were used by the emperor during the Yongjing period. But even if he really offended someone, why did he use such a weird and laborious method? After the firefighters took the snake away, the antique shop owner didn't dare to go back. He sat in front of my door and gasped for breath. I took him a bowl of iced sour plum soup bought by Chang Xinghe to calm his nerves. Chang Xinghe saw it and immediately made a bookkeeping gesture to me. I remembered the green air in the antique shop, so I asked him if there were any strange people in the shop recently. The antique shop owner tilted his head and thought about it, and suddenly slapped his thigh. "Don't say it. There really is." It turned out that a woman with a triangular face came to their house last night and asked him to hand over the things. They were hers. The woman looked very strange. Although she didn't move after entering the house, her body was swaying from side to side, as if she had no backbone. There was also a very strange fishy smell on her body. When the antique shop owner heard this nonsense, he quickly said that he didn't take her things. The woman with a triangular face narrowed her eyes and said viciously, "If you don't give it to me, don't regret it later." While the woman was talking, the antique shop owner found that her tongue was forked. At that time, he didn't take it seriously and thought that the woman might not be mentally normal. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes today, this happened in the store. It was so fucking scary. Then he grabbed me and asked me if the woman had released the snake for him. Would she come again? Chang Xinghe ate tofu pudding while looking outside and said, "If they can't find what they want, of course they will come back again." When the antique shop owner heard this, He wanted to cry but had no tears and said, "What can I do? How can I know what she wants?" I was quick-witted and immediately asked the antique shop owner, "Where's the bead I gave you yesterday?" When the antique shop owner heard this, he blinked for a long time and said, "Didn't I tell you that I would take it to a reliable friend of mine for appraisal? Don't mention it. My friend just left last night and the triangular-faced woman came in right after. Was it really the bead that caused the trouble? What on earth was that thing?" I was afraid that the bead would implicate him if there was a problem with it. So I immediately asked the antique shop owner to get the bead back as soon as possible. When the antique shop owner heard this, he hurriedly said that he would contact that friend right away and ran back to the store. My heart was getting heavier and heavier. What on earth did that woman ask me to take the bead for? Could it be that she wanted to harm me? Chang Xinghe looked at me and said calmly, "Things picked up for free are either disasters or misfortunes. You should be more careful. You are everywhere. Are you afraid that people will sell you as dumb? But is he an eye or a surveillance camera? How come he seems to know everything?" Suanmin. Just at this moment, a very gentle voice sounded at the door. "Long time no see. This voice is very familiar." I looked up and was stunned for a moment. It was Gao Yakong. I haven't seen Gao Yakong for so many years. She used to be a school beauty. Now she is more charming and rich than when she was a student. She is getting more and more beautiful, but immediately, I remembered the past. My heart felt like someone scratched it, and it hurt. At this time, another person coughed. It was in Jiayong. His belly was bigger, but his eyes were still malicious. "Hey, old classmate, do you still remember the two of us? It was thanks to you that you helped us get together." I really want to press his domineering face to the ground and rub it. Gao Yakong hit and Jiayong coquettishly, then looked at me and asked, "Suanmin, we heard that you are very good at seeing things for Hashang, so we want to ask you to see our family's affairs." "Our family? They are really married now." And Jiayong added, "Actually, anyone can be found, but my wife is kind-hearted. She heard that you are crazy about poverty, so she helps you. Fuck you, but business is business, and there is no shop that drives customers away. Besides, I am in urgent need of money, and Jiayong's family is rich. If we really want to do business, we must ask for more." Just when I thought of this, Chang Xinghe enthusiastically offered them tea and gave them a seat. "Please come this way, two distinguished guests, and talk to our boss in detail." "Boss?" Gao Yakong looked at Chang Xinghe and was a little surprised. And Jiayong was stunned. "Fuck, you poor bastard still hired employees?" He smiled and looked at Chang Xinghe. "How many months of salary does your boss owe you?" Chang Xinghe pretended to be surprised and said that you are really a joker. "Our boss gave me a bonus of 20,000 yuan yesterday." I was secretly shocked. If you keep bragging, you will blow away all the cows in the county. But Chang Xinghe's eyes are very clear and his expression is very frank. Looking at him like this, I almost believe it. And Jiayong was also fooled. He stared at me as if wondering what kind of shit luck I had. Gao Yakong smiled slightly and said, "Okay, stop joking. Let's talk about business." It turned out that Jiayong inherited the family's car dealership. The business was good, but for some reason, something strange happened in the car dealership recently. Whenever someone came to see the car, he could always hear a woman crying in the parking lot, sobbing, not to mention how scary it was. At first, Jiayong thought that some female employee had been wronged, so she yelled, "If you can do it, then do it. If you can't do it, get out, and if you want to cry, go home and cry." But when the staff heard the boss scolding and came to watch the fun, he found that the 3 female employees were there, which gave Jiayong goosebumps. If it wasn't his female employees, who could it be? The parking lot was in the suburbs, and there were no houses nearby. He searched inside and out, but he could only hear crying sounds, but couldn't find anyone. He was muttering in his heart, and something even more terrible happened. That day, a customer who was looking at the car came to test drive the car, but just when he was about to open the car door, he screamed and sat on the ground. And Jiayong asked him what happened, and he said that the car window reflected light, and he saw a woman standing behind him, with blood on her face. When he looked back, there was no one behind him, and he ran away in fear. One after another, more customers said they saw that woman when they were test driving. Everyone knows that used cars are not clean sometimes, and there are many accident cars. They are afraid that there are bad cars here, so who would be willing to buy them? Good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads far and wide. Some college students who are bored heard about it and came here to shoot Douyin and do live broadcasts, saying things like, "Shocked, supernatural car dealership, directly hit the bad car, bloody and exciting, scare your father to death, etc., and reposted them on the official account. They became famous in the whole county. No one dared to come to their store to buy a car. They haven't opened for a while. And Jaeyoung was so anxious that his cheeks were swollen. Some employees asked cautiously, "Did something dirty really come in?" And Jaeyoung used to be a school bully, so he didn't believe this. He just said that the employees were incompetent and he didn't need to find some water army to wash his image. There are ghosts in the world. Until one night when he went to the car dealership to drive, he suddenly felt the back door open, and the car felt heavy, as if there was an extra person in the back seat, and then there was a sobbing cry in the car. Then, a chill hit his ears, and a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "I want to go home." And Jaeyoung thought which ghost dared to get on his car and treat him as a deity. As a result, he looked back, but saw nothing. Just as he was wondering, he glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye and saw a woman lying behind him, with blood all over her head, her face pressed behind his ears, and her white eyes staring at him. This scared Jaeyoung so much that he rolled out and never dared to go to the car dealership again. Just when he was thinking of finding someone to see, he heard that I had settled the matter with Shang, and Gao Yakong was going to come to me to try. After all, we have known each other for so many years, and he knows what kind of person I am, and he is assured, so he came here specially. What kind of person am I? In their eyes, I was a bad person. I pretended to take an abacus, clacking it, and said, "I can do this, 200,000. And Jaeyoung was shocked and said it was different from the quotation. "Are you really crazy?" I said, "It depends on how much this thing is worth to you. We have known each other for so many years, so I won't take a deposit. Just pay the full amount after the deal is done. If it doesn't work out, I won't take a penny." The cost of operating the car dealership is not small every day. For them, the sooner it is solved, the better. Calculated, 200,000 is not much. Gao Yakong looked at Jaeyoung with some concern. And Jaeyoung sneered and said, "Okay, but you know my character. Let's play big. If you can help me, I will transfer the 200,000 immediately. If you don't have the ability to pretend, you have to transfer your store to me as compensation." This is close to rogue. I have never heard of paying for failure. I still remember that I saw in the classmate group a while ago that Jaeyoung wanted to find a storefront in the shopping street to open a new store, but he never found one. It turned out that he had set his sights on me. If I succeed, I can solve their family's problems. If I fail, I can still get a storefront. It doesn't matter. He is still treating me like a fool as before. However, this matter is not bad for me. First, I am only 200,000 short. If this money is in place at one time, no matter what happens to me, the old man will be relieved. This kind of work is not something you can encounter every day. Second, this matter doesn't sound difficult to handle. It is probably that the evil spirit doesn't know the way home, so I just need to send it away. I can even see the green air now, so it won't be difficult for me. The only thing is that Jaeyoung, this bastard, is full of bad water. Don't dig a hole for me to jump into like in high school. But for the old man, I dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. He is nothing. I smiled and said okay. Then according to the rules of our industry, let's add one more thing. If I am satisfied, you will not only give me 200,000 yuan, but also kowtow to me 3 times and say thank you masterly 3 times. I have to post it on WeChat Moments as feedback to the customer. There is no such rule in our industry, but he owes me these 3 kowtows. And Jaeyoung gritted his teeth and looked like he wanted to kill someone. Gao Yakong said quickly, "We are all classmates. There is no need to make such a joke." I smiled. Yes, I was just joking. I dare not forget it. But Jaeyoung was provoked by me, slapped the table, and said okay, let's sign the contract. And Jaeyoung drove a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Just as he was about to get in the car, I saw a woman turning around the corner. It was a very thin back, twisting and turning when she walked. Looking closely, damn, she had a faint green aura on her body. I remembered what the antique shop owner said, and immediately wanted to catch up to see what was going on. But at this time, Jaeyoung patted my shoulder and said, "You haven't seen a Mercedes-Benz before? If you want to look, just look at it. For the sake of old classmates, it doesn't matter if you take a selfie with my car." I shook him off and looked over again, and the figure on the corner of the street disappeared. I couldn't help but feel disappointed and had to get in the car. And Jaeyoung thought I was jealous of his car, and deliberately showed off his back-pushing feeling when he started. "Without us, you will never be able to ride a Mercedes-Benz in your life. Right? Why don't you thank my wife properly? It's enough for you to brag for 2 years." Gao Yakong laughed with a very innocent expression. Exactly the same as that time. Cheng Xinghe looked at Gao Yakong, but he looked thoughtful, as if he saw something. When we got to the place, we saw that the car dealership occupied a large area, and there were many cars lined up inside. It was really easy to get lost when you entered for the first time. Moreover, the cars all looked good, and the prices on the brands were very affordable. If I had the money, I would buy one. There was a chill in the storefront as soon as I entered the door, as if the central air conditioner was turned on, which gave me goosebumps. After observing the shape, I knew why there were evil spirits here. The big belly and small mouth stored in chi. This was a land called a gourd land. If it was used to raise little ghosts and practice zombies, it would be just right. In chi is easy to enter but difficult to leave, so it would be more effective to do some crooked ways. This kind of land is not common, and people often ask for it at a high price. The master said that those who use land are not serious people. If someone comes to you and asks you to find it, don't agree. If you step on a point, don't tell anyone, otherwise it is likely to lose merit. So I didn't say anything. After observing the shape, I looked for chi, and sure enough, I saw a stream of black chi. This black air is thick and heavy, mixed with a little red, which is called adding blood to the blood. It seems that this woman died very violently. In addition, she has been raised in this dark place, and her resentment is getting heavier. If we don't clean it up, something big will happen. At this time, Cheng Xinghe seemed to be a little surprised and said, "Huh." I asked him what he saw. He squinted his eyes and smiled, saying that we have a good fate with her and met again. What do you mean, is it still an acquaintance? But how long have I known him? Where can we find common acquaintances? He habitually stretched out his palm towards me, and I knocked his hand away, thinking that I should do it myself. I followed the black air and found the place where the black air was heaviest, a bright red Porsche sports car. At this time, and Jiayong was a little impatient and asked, "Can you see it? After coming here, you just wander around, without a compass, or burning yellow paper and incense, and you don't look like a prince when you put on a dragon robe. You have watched too many movies with Uncle Ing, right? Your chicken-ass place is not worthy of a compass." I pointed at the Porsche and asked, "Is it because this car came here that it started to cause trouble?" And Jiayong was stunned, and after a long time of calculation, he slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, it's true. This car was an accident car. The owner was a young woman who died in a car accident. Her head was hit through the front windshield and she died on the spot. But surprisingly, the car had no damage except the windshield, and it came to him." Gao Yakong complained, saying that he asked you to check the evil car a long time ago, but you just didn't listen. If you sold it, there would be no more trouble. And Jiayong said that there are so many evil cars, how could I know it was this one? Then he asked if we could handle it. This dead person is indeed evil, but as the saying goes, a biting dog doesn't bark, and a murderous ghost doesn't make trouble. For dead people like this, usually because there are no relatives to burn paper for them, so they can't find the way home, so they wander outside, trying to attract people's attention and send her back to Yin and Yang Road. So I squatted down and lit incense. She would definitely not get incense normally. Lighting incense now is like treating a homeless person to a big meal. She will definitely come. I will ask her where she came from and send her off. By then, the old man's matter will finally be settled. I will just wait for Jiayong to kowtow to me. Sure enough, not long after, I heard a sobbing cry, which made my head explode. Gao Yakong immediately hugged his arms. And Jiayong remembered the previous experience and his face turned green. He said, "You look at me carefully," and took Gao Yakong out. There was a beeping and popping sound behind me. I thought the dead were coming. But when I turned around, it was Cheng Xinghe who brought a handful of pine nuts today and was peeling them. He also asked me if I wanted to eat them. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. He added, "Brother, do you have any stories with the boss lady of the car dealership?" I was shocked. He saw this. The antique shop owner was even more in tears, saying that he had been in this business for so many years, operating with integrity and honesty. How could he offend anyone? I don't completely agree with this statement. A few years ago, I saw with my own eyes that he sold the green jade snuff bottles imported from the glass factory to foreign tourists as if they were used by the emperor during the Yongjing period. But even if he really offended someone, why did he use such a weird and laborious method? After the firefighters took the snake away, the antique shop owner didn't dare to go back. He sat in front of my door and gasped for breath. I took him a bowl of ice sour plum soup bought by Cheng Xinghe to calm his nerves. Chang Xinghe saw it and immediately made a bookkeeping gesture to me. I remembered the green air in the antique shop, so I asked him if there were any strange people in the shop recently. The antique shop owner tilted his head and thought about it, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Don't say it. There really is. It turned out that a woman with a triangular face came to their house last night and asked him to hand over the things. They were hers. The woman looked very strange. Although she didn't move after entering the house, her body was swaying from side to side, as if she had no backbone. There was also a very strange fishy smell on her body. When the antique shop owner heard this nonsense, he quickly said that he didn't take her things. The woman with a triangular face narrowed her eyes and said viciously, "If you don't give it to me, don't regret it later." While the woman was talking, the antique shop owner found that her tongue was forked. At that time, he didn't take it seriously and thought that the woman might not be mentally normal. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes today, this happened in the store. It was so fucking scary. Then he grabbed me and asked me if the woman had released the snake for him. Would she come again? Chang Xinghe ate tofu pudding while looking outside and said, "If they can't find what they want, of course they will come back again." When the antique shop owner heard this, he wanted to cry but had no tears and said, "What can I do? How can I know what she wants?" I was quick-witted and immediately asked the antique shop owner, "Where's the bead I gave you yesterday?" When the antique shop owner heard this, he blinked for a long time and said, "Didn't I tell you that I would take it to a reliable friend of mine for appraisal? Don't mention it. My friend just left last night and the triangular-faced woman came in right after. Was it really the bead that caused the trouble? What on earth was that thing?" I was afraid that the bead would implicate him if there was a problem with it. So I immediately asked the antique shop owner to get the bead back as soon as possible. When the antique shop owner heard this, he hurriedly said that he would contact that friend right away and ran back to the store. My heart was getting heavier and heavier. What on earth did that woman ask me to take the bead for? Could it be that she wanted to harm me? Chang Xinghe looked at me and said calmly, "Things picked up for free are either disasters or misfortunes. You should be more careful. You are everywhere. Are you afraid that people will sell you as dumb? But is he an eye or a surveillance camera? How come he seems to know everything?" Suanmin. Just at this moment, a very gentle voice sounded at the door. "Long time no see. This voice is very familiar." I looked up and was stunned for a moment. It was Gao Yakong. I haven't seen Gao Yakong for so many years. She used to be a school beauty. Now she is more charming and rich than when she was a student. She is getting more and more beautiful, but immediately, I remembered the past. My heart felt like someone scratched it, and it hurt. At this time, another person coughed. It was in Jiayong. His belly was bigger, but his eyes were still malicious. "Hey, old classmate, do you still remember the two of us? It was thanks to you that you helped us get together." I really want to press his domineering face to the ground and rub it. Gao Yakong hit and Jiayong coquettishly, then looked at me and asked, "Suanmin, we heard that you are very good at seeing things for Hashang, so we want to ask you to see our family's affairs." "Our family? They are really married now." And Jiayong added, "Actually, anyone can be found, but my wife is kind-hearted. She heard that you are crazy about poverty, so she helps you. Fuck you, but business is business, and there is no shop that drives customers away. Besides, I am in urgent need of money, and Jiayong's family is rich. If we really want to do business, we must ask for more." Just when I thought of this, Chang Xinghe enthusiastically offered them tea and gave them a seat. "Please come this way, two distinguished guests, and talk to our boss in detail." "Boss?" Gao Yakong looked at Chang Xinghe and was a little surprised. And Jiayong was stunned. "Fuck, you poor bastard still hired employees?" He smiled and looked at Chang Xinghe. "How many months of salary does your boss owe you?" Chang Xinghe pretended to be surprised and said that you are really a joker. "Our boss gave me a bonus of 20,000 yuan yesterday." I was secretly shocked. If you keep bragging, you will blow away all the cows in the county. But Chang Xinghe's eyes are very clear and his expression is very frank. Looking at him like this, I almost believe it. And Jiayong was also fooled. He stared at me as if wondering what kind of shit luck I had. Gao Yakong smiled slightly and said, "Okay, stop joking. Let's talk about business." It turned out that Jiayong inherited the family's car dealership. The business was good, but for some reason, something strange happened in the car dealership recently. Whenever someone came to see the car, he could always hear a woman crying in the parking lot, sobbing, not to mention how scary it was. At first, Jiayong thought that some female employee had been wronged, so she yelled, If you can do it, then do it. If you can't do it, get out, and if you want to cry, go home and cry. But when the staff heard the boss scolding and came to watch the fun, he found that the 3 female employees were there, which gave Jae-young goosebumps. If it wasn't his female employees, who could it be? The parking lot was in the suburbs, and there were no houses nearby. He searched inside and out, but he could only hear crying sounds, but couldn't find anyone. He was muttering in his heart, and something even more terrible happened. That day, a customer who was looking at the car came to test drive the car, but just when he was about to open the car door, he screamed and sat on the ground. And Jae-young asked him what happened, and he said that the car window reflected light, and he saw a woman standing behind him, with blood on her face. When he looked back, there was no one behind him, and he ran away in fear. One after another, more customers said they saw that woman when they were test driving. Everyone knows that used cars are not clean sometimes, and there are many accident cars. They are afraid that there are bad cars here, so who would be willing to buy them? Good news doesn't go out, but bad news spreads far and wide. Some college students who are bored heard about it and came here to shoot Douyin and do live broadcasts, saying things like, shocked, supernatural car dealership, directly hit the bad car, bloody and exciting, scare your father to death, etc., and reposted them on the official account. They became famous in the whole county. No one dared to come to their store to buy a car. They haven't opened for a while. And Jae-young was so anxious that his cheeks were swollen. Some employees asked cautiously, did something dirty really come in? And Jae-young used to be a school bully, so he didn't believe this. He just said that the employees were incompetent and he didn't need to find some water army to wash his image. There are ghosts in the world. Until one night when he went to the car dealership to drive, he suddenly felt the back door open, and the car felt heavy, as if there was an extra person in the back seat, and then there was a sobbing cry in the car. Then, a chill hit his ears, and a woman's voice suddenly rang in his ears. I want to go home. And Jae-young thought which ghost dared to get on his car and treat him as a deity. As a result, he looked back, but saw nothing. Just as he was wondering, he glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye and saw a woman lying behind him, with blood all over her head, her face pressed behind his ears, and her white eyes staring at him. This scared Jae-young so much that he rolled out and never dared to go to the car dealership again. Just when he was thinking of finding someone to see, he heard that I had settled the matter with Shang, and Gao Yakong was going to come to me to try. After all, we have known each other for so many years, and he knows what kind of person I am, and he is assured, so he came here specially. What kind of person am I? In their eyes, I was a bad person. I pretended to take an abacus, clacking it, and said, I can do this, 200,000. And Jae-young was shocked and said it was different from the quotation. Are you really crazy? I said it depends on how much this thing is worth to you. We have known each other for so many years, so I won't take a deposit. Just pay the full amount after the deal is done. If it doesn't work out, I won't take a penny. The cost of operating the car dealership is not small every day. For them, the sooner it is solved, the better. Calculated, 200,000 is not much. Gao Yakong looked at Jae-young with some concern. And Jae-young sneered and said, okay, but you know my character. Let's play big. If you can help me, I will transfer the 200,000 immediately. If you don't have the ability to pretend, you have to transfer your store to me as compensation. This is close to rogue. I have never heard of paying for failure. I still remember that I saw in the classmate group a while ago that Jae-young wanted to find a storefront in the shopping street to open a new store, but he never found one. It turned out that he had set his sights on me. What a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If I succeed, I can solve their family's problems. If I fail, I can still get a storefront. It doesn't matter. He is still treating me like a fool as before. However, this matter is not bad for me. First, I am only 200,000 short. If this money is in place at one time, no matter what happens to me, the old man will be relieved. This kind of work is not something you can encounter every day. Second, this matter doesn't sound difficult to handle. It is probably that the evil spirit doesn't know the way home, so I just need to send it away. I can even see the green air now, so it won't be difficult for me. The only thing is that Jae-young, this bastard, is full of bad water. Don't dig a hole for me to jump into like in high school. But for the old man, I dare to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. He is nothing. I smiled and said okay. Then according to the rules of our industry, let's add one more thing. If I am satisfied, you will not only give me 200,000 yuan, but also kowtow to me 3 times and say thank you masterly 3 times. I have to post it on WeChat Moments as feedback to the customer. There is no such rule in our industry, but he owes me these 3 kowtows. And Jiayong gritted his teeth and looked like he wanted to kill someone. Gao Yakong said quickly, "We are all classmates. There is no need to make such a joke." I smiled. Yes, I was just joking. I dare not forget it. But Jiayong was provoked by me, slapped the table, and said, "Okay, let's sign the contract." And Jiayong drove a Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Just as he was about to get in the car, I saw a woman turning around the corner. It was a very thin back, twisting and turning when she walked. Looking closely, damn, she had a faint green aura on her body. I remembered what the antique shop owner said, and immediately wanted to catch up to see what was going on. But at this time, and Jiayong patted my shoulder and said, "You haven't seen a Mercedes-Benz before? If you want to look, just look at it. For the sake of old classmates, it doesn't matter if you take a selfie with my car." I shook him off and looked over again, and the figure on the corner of the street disappeared. I couldn't help but feel disappointed and had to get in the car. And Jiayong thought I was jealous of his car and deliberately showed off his back-pushing feeling when he started. "Without us, you will never be able to ride a Mercedes-Benz in your life, right? Why don't you thank my wife properly? It's enough for you to brag for 2 years." Gao Yakong laughed with a very innocent expression. Exactly the same as that time. Chang Xinghe looked at Gao Yakong, but he looked thoughtful, as if he saw something. When we got to the place, we saw that the car dealership occupied a large area, and there were many cars lined up inside. It was really easy to get lost when you entered for the first time. Moreover, the cars all looked good, and the prices on the brands were very affordable. If I had the money, I would buy one. There was a chill in the storefront as soon as I entered the door, as if the central air conditioner was turned on, which gave me goosebumps. After observing the shape, I knew why there were evil spirits here. The big belly and small mouth stored in chi. This was a Yin land called a gourd land. If it was used to raise little ghosts and practice zombies, it would be just right. In chi is easy to enter but difficult to leave, so it would be more effective to do some crooked ways. This kind of land is not common, and people often ask for it at a high price. The master said that those who use Yin land are not serious people. If someone comes to you and asks you to find it, don't agree. If you step on a Yin point, don't tell anyone, otherwise it is likely to lose merit. So I didn't say anything. After observing the shape, I looked for chi, and sure enough, I saw a stream of black chi. This black air is thick and heavy, mixed with a little red, which is called adding blood to the blood. It seems that this woman died very violently. In addition, she has been raised in this dark place, and her resentment is getting heavier. If we don't clean it up, something big will happen. At this time, Chang Xinghe seemed to be a little surprised and said, "Huh." I asked him what he saw. He squinted his eyes and smiled, saying that we have a good fate with her and met again. "What do you mean, is it still an acquaintance? But how long have I known him? Where can we find common acquaintances?" He habitually stretched out his palm towards me, and I knocked his hand away, thinking that I should do it myself. I followed the black air and found the place where the black air was heaviest, a bright red Porsche sports car. At this time, and Jiayong was a little impatient and asked, "Can you see it? After coming here, you just wander around, without a compass, or burning yellow paper and incense, and you don't look like a prince when you put on a dragon robe. You have watched too many movies with Uncle Ing, right? Your chicken-ass place is not worthy of a compass." I pointed at the Porsche and asked, "Is it because this car came here that it started to cause trouble?" And Jiayong was stunned, and after a long time of calculation, he slapped his thigh and said, "Damn, it's true. This car was an accident car. The owner was a young woman who died in a car accident. Her head was hit through the front windshield and she died on the spot. But surprisingly, the car had no damage except the windshield, and it came to him." Gao Yakong complained, saying that he asked you to check the evil car a long time ago, but you just didn't listen. If you sold it, there would be no more trouble. And Jiayong said that there are so many evil cars, how could I know it was this one? Then he asked if we could handle it. This dead person is indeed evil, but as the saying goes, a biting dog doesn't bark, and a murderous ghost doesn't make trouble. For dead people like this, usually because there are no relatives to burn paper for them, so they can't find the way home, so they wander outside, trying to attract people's attention and send her back to Yin and Yang Road. So I squatted down and lit incense. She would definitely not get incense normally. Lighting incense now is like treating a homeless person to a big meal. She will definitely come. I will ask her where she came from and send her off. By then, the old man's matter will finally be settled. I will just wait for Jiayong to kowtow to me. Sure enough, Not long after, I heard a sobbing cry, which made my head explode. Gao Yakong immediately hugged his arms. And Jiayong remembered the previous experience and his face turned green. He said, "You look at me carefully," and took Gao Yakong out. There was a beeping and popping sound behind me. I thought the dead were coming. But when I turned around, it was Chung Xinghe who brought a handful of pine nuts today and was peeling them. He also asked me if I wanted to eat them. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. He added, "Brother, do you have any stories with the boss lady of the car dealership?" I was shocked. He saw this? At this time, the old man with rat whiskers said to himself, "What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to cultivate white qi. It's a waste." I immediately understood that although Wang Qingqing is fierce now, she is only the most basic black qi. If she kills someone, it will become a higher level of white qi. Rat Whiskers also kills two birds with one stone. He uses the scapegoat method. On the one hand, he can rescue in Jiayong, and on the other hand, he can make Wang Qingqing, who has swallowed a life, more powerful, so that he can harvest a little ghost. Just because he can deal with Wang Qingqing so easily, we know that he is definitely not a vegetarian, and we are definitely not his opponent. I wanted to wait for Jiayong to come and teach him a lesson, but who knew that his backing was so strong, who has been in charge for 20 years, and today I am being crushed by others. I haven't got 200,000 yet, and I can't leave it here. The best strategy is to run away. I winked at Chung Xinghe and asked him to find a way out and run away quickly. But Chung Xinghe shook his head, which meant that if we met this rat whisker, we couldn't run away. At this time, and Jiayong hurriedly urged Shushu, "Master, it was that idiot inside who ruined your big plan. It's not too late to deal with him now." When Shushu heard this, he coughed towards me and said, "Whose children are you? After all, I am the successor of the master. I can break bones but not lose face. Since I can't hide, I simply came out with my head held high and said, 'Senior, it's not in accordance with the rules for you to do things like this. There is no scapegoat for your colleagues.'" When Chung Xinghe saw my righteous attitude, he looked at me like a fool, but he and I were grasshoppers on the same line, and he couldn't run away, so he had to come out with me, and muttered that if I really offended the ghost breeder and lost my life, I would go to his grave to carry the tombstone to atone for my sins. And Jiayong immediately said, "Have you ever looked in the mirror? If you don't have money to buy one, you can just pee and look in the mirror. Who are you to claim to be a colleague of the master?" Shushu was a little surprised to see how bold I was. He squinted at me and said, "Didn't your elders teach you that our Mr. Hay doesn't follow the rules when doing things?" "Mr. Hay, what do you mean?" But unexpectedly, Chung Xinghe's face changed immediately, as if this title was so scary. I noticed that Chung Xinghe's eyes fell on the handle of Shushu's black umbrella. The handle looked very shabby, and there were 3 eye scars on it. Before I could see clearly, I suddenly felt a cool air sprayed on the back of my head, and then a white hand stretched out from nowhere and hugged me in front of my chest, with red nail polish on the nails. It was a ghost he raised. The hand forced me to kneel down, and I felt that something was wrong. Just like when Shaola pushed me, it seemed to push me out of the body. This thing wanted to hurt me. Chung Xinghe's face turned cold, and he wanted to come over to help me. But he seemed to hit an invisible wall, and was thrown far away, and his head hit the front of a Toyota Prado heavily. It was so loud that it hurt to hear it, but he didn't say a word, and gritted his teeth to stand up. He was really a character. My heart was getting heavier and heavier. Chung Xinghe was not a good person, but in front of this old man, he was like a 3-year-old child. Could it be that Mr. Hay was such a cheating existence? I had just entered the industry and I was mentioned to such an iron plate. It was really unlucky. Shushu's voice came near and far with a cough. "Kid, you have good talent, but you are unlucky. You met me. Please give my kid a meal." Before he finished speaking, I said loudly, "You are the one who is unlucky, right? Anyway, you will not live for 100 days. I will go first on the road to the underworld. Anyone who does not wait for you is a dog." The strength on my body disappeared immediately, and Shushu's voice changed. "Can you read Qi?" And Jiayong saw that I was going to be unlucky. He was gloating, but when he saw the old man's attitude suddenly changed, he was stunned. "What is reading Qi?" Shushu ignored him at all. I just felt that my body regained balance. The white hand with red nails changed its attitude and actually supported me attentively. I stood up and saw that Shushu's expression had changed from vicious to anxious. I didn't say anything and looked at Chung Xinghe, who fell beside Badeo. Shushu saw what I meant, and Chung Xinghe also stood up slowly, as if supported by an invisible person, in a posture that no human could do by himself. When Jiayong saw this scene, his legs softened and he sat directly on the ground. Ghost? There really is a ghost. Gao Yakong was relatively calm, staring at us coldly. Shushu held up an umbrella and walked a few steps towards me, as if he was anxious to hear what I was saying. There was black air on Shushu's Baosho palace. Although the black air was suppressed by the purple air in the heaven, it was about to break out, which meant that within 100 days, he would face a life-and-death catastrophe, and gray-black air also appeared on his children's palace, which was a case of the inferior overcoming the superior, indicating that this catastrophe was because his closest relatives wanted to turn against him. I said, "Your family is unlucky, and your descendants are unfilial, which will cause you big trouble. If you can settle this close relative, it's fine. If you can't settle it, you will be the one who is unlucky." The old man immediately asked, "Then help me see if I can still find what I'm looking for?" A red gas appeared on his wealth palace, which was scorched, and the surrounding black gas was stuck along the red gas, indicating that he and the close relative were competing for a vital thing. But strangely, this thing would not fall into his hands, nor into the hands of relatives. Instead, it was a situation where the fishermen benefited from the snipe and the clam fighting, and it would benefit outsiders. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. So, he would rather that the thing benefited outsiders than fall into the hands of close relatives. At this time, I found another thing I had never seen before. In addition to the gas that I usually knew, there was another faint purple gas on the forehead of the rat whisker. I didn't know what this purple gas represented, and the master didn't teach me. With that in mind, I went to see Chung Xinghe and found that he also had that kind of energy on his forehead, but it was light yellow. When the master heals me, I have to find him to study. At this time, Shushu stared at me and suddenly asked, "Kid, who are you to Malianxing?" I was stunned. "Do you know my master?" In my memory, the master has always been in seclusion, relying on repeat customers to make a living, and never goes out unless he is forced to make a living. So even if he is good at feng shui, he didn't save much money for me. I didn't see him interacting with anyone in any circle. He also didn't allow me to interact with colleagues. I always thought that he might owe money to a colleague and was afraid that someone would find him. When Shushu heard this, he seemed very excited and started to cough violently. It took him a long time to recover and he nodded. "I am old. I should have thought of it earlier. This old thing was better than me when he was young, and his offspring are better than the ones I raised." It seems that Shushu has known the master for a long time. Don't let the flood flush the Dragon King Temple. That would be embarrassing. The old man would use his walking stick to knock my head when he wakes up. I asked him what his relationship with my master was. Shushu sighed and said, "These are all old things. I won't say more. Go back and tell Ma Haizui that Luo Dingchun in Sichuan is done with this matter and go to see him." I had no choice but to nod, thinking that I should not tell the master about his dementia. He loves face. It would be embarrassing to let old friends know that he looks forward to taking popsicles to Chang'e every day. At this time, Shushu's voice turned cold, and he said to Jiayong, "Boy, you are very brave to use my old friend's child as a substitute to protect yourself from disaster." This sounded like a chat, but I instantly heard murderous intent from it, and Jiayong had always relied on Shushu as a backer, but he never thought that Shushu actually had a connection with me. He was stunned and immediately stammered, "No, I thought he had no relatives or family, and no one would ask about his death, so, if I knew he was related to you, I wouldn't dare to touch the emperor's head even if I had 100 guts." Shushu didn't say anything, but coughed twice while covering his mouth, and Jiayong obviously felt that something was wrong, and knowing Shushu's ability, he was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead. His eyes kept rolling around. Suddenly, he grabbed me and said tremblingly, "Anmin, I didn't mean it. Please help me beg the master to forgive me this time because we have been classmates for so many years. He wanted to kill me just now, and now he's asking me?" Then, as if he remembered something, he pulled Gao Yakong over again and said loudly, "I know you like Gao Yakong. I'll let her accompany you for one night, no, let her accompany you for a month or even a year. As long as she says a word of love to me, you can do whatever you want with her." He pushed Gao Yakong towards me. Chung Xinghe was stunned. "Your classmate is really a talent." Gao Yakong looked at Jiayong with a very cold look, as if he was not surprised that he would do this, but when he looked at me, he seemed to be a little expectant. I caught Gao Yakong, and Gao Yakong curled his lips, as if he had known I would do this. And Jiayong was moved to tears. "And Min, you are such a good buddy. Really? I am lucky to know you in this life. But I pushed Gao Yakong aside and said coldly, I have a wife, no need. Gao Yakong raised his head and stared at me in disbelief, as if he had been insulted. His eyes darkened. Shushu laughed loudly and put his fingers on the black umbrella, as if he was going to attack Jiayong. And Jiayong opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but was so scared that he couldn't speak. His crotch was wet, and the whole parking lot was filled with urine smell. But at this time, I glanced at Jiayong, and my heart suddenly tightened strange. The anger on his face was wrong. He has offended so many people now, and he should be in big trouble. But strangely, his face turned into a strange red color. This red color is just like the one in PS, which is pasted on the Life Palace, and his Life Palace, which was originally shrouded by black air, has changed its color. This means that he will not be unlucky recently, but will be lucky. I can't do anything to him today. If I force him, I will hit a wall. This guy should have found other masters to change his fate. As soon as I thought about it, I called out to Shushu, Senior, this is my own grudge with him, so please don't bother. When Jiayong heard it, he grabbed my hand and kept shouting, good brother, and good, and so on. The smell of urine almost made me faint. Shushu was a little surprised and said that our Mr. Hay didn't know anyone karma. You just read my chi, and I can't let you see it for nothing. I had thought about it a long time ago, and I said that if there is such a rule, can Wang Qingqing be given to me? It's good that Jiayong is not dead. I still want to get the 200,000 yuan. Shushu laughed loudly, coughing while laughing, and then patted my shoulder with one hand and said, Kid, you are really a clever ghost. I know the truth about you. Are you interested in learning to raise ghosts? I shook my head and said that I appreciated the kindness. I was also a newcomer to the art of reading qi, and I was afraid that I would not be able to digest it. Raising ghosts is indeed powerful, but the master is right. Those who take the crooked path will not see the light after all. Don't touch it if you can avoid it. However, this ghost raiser is an old acquaintance of him. Could he have been in this business before? I didn't dare to guess further. Shushu was very disappointed, but he didn't force it. He said, everyone has their own aspirations. I respect your intention. Okay, stretch out your hand. No one will not give a gift when meeting a junior. He gave me a small box. This was given by our leader back then. I don't need it now. I see that you are just starting out, so I'll give it to you. What is the leader? Is he their leader? When I opened it, I saw a translucent oil in a small box that looked like Vaseline. Could it be for my skin care? A rough man can't use it. When Cheng Xinghe saw it, his eyes were immediately straight. Rhinoceros oil. Brother, give me the oil and don't owe me the debt. Oh my God. It must be a good thing to make this money-minded guy say this. I immediately put the thing in my pocket. Get lost. At this time, Shushu's black umbrella opened with a bang. If I'm still alive in 3 months, we'll see each other again. The black umbrella closed again, and Shushu was gone. Fuck. Why did you leave so fast? I don't know what this box of Vaseline is for. And now standing in the position where Shushu was just now is Wang Qingqing. Wang Qingqing stared at Jiayong, and Jiayong was so scared that he bumped his butt into an elantra, with urine stains on his pants. I exchanged glances with Wang Qingqing, who was very grateful to me and understood what I meant. She stood still and said to Jiayong, now that I have dealt with Wang Qingqing, you should pay me, right? Under the current situation, let alone asking Jiayong to give me 200,000 yuan, he would be happy to let him lose everything. Sure enough, he trembled and transferred the money to my account. When I saw the 200,000 yuan arrived, I felt relieved instantly. At this time, several people came to the door and said that they had an appointment to see the car. And Jiayong took the opportunity to say that he had helped me a lot today, and I would take care of it for a while and then treat you to a drink. He was about to run away, but I stopped him. Wait a minute. And Jiayong's back froze, and then he turned around cautiously and smiled flatteringly. Anything else? I said we had agreed before and you still owe me 3 heads. I turned on my phone and said, I'm free now, you can start. And Jiayong clenched his back teeth and stared at me intently, as if he wanted to eat my flesh. I smiled back and glanced at Wang Qingqing. Wang Qingqing immediately took a step forward, and Jiayong didn't hesitate for a second. He knelt in front of me and kowtowed 3 times, gritting his teeth and said, Thank you, Master Li. The few people who were watching the car were all startled and whispered to each other. Some people who were curious took pictures of this scene. I also finished taking the photos and casually sent them to the class group. The message in the class group exploded immediately. I locked the screen without reading it. I put it in my pocket, hiding my achievements and fame. I left the car dealership with Wang Qingqing and Chang Xinghe, and heard Jiayong gnashing his teeth and muttering, "Suan Min, this matter is not over with you." When I turned around, and Jiayong took several steps back in fear, and changed his face like a Sichuan opera face changing to a smiling face. This time, I saw Gao Yakong staring at me. That look was gloomy, but when she found that I was looking at her, she immediately changed to a harmless look and smiled at me, still with bright eyes. I am not afraid of dead people, but I don't know why. I think Gao Yakong is scary, and I have goosebumps on my back. After leaving the house, I saw Wang Qingqing staring at the car dealership from the reflection of another car on the street. I asked her casually, "Are you unwilling to accept this?" Wang Qingqing nodded heavily. "Yes, I am unwilling to accept this, but..." She looked at me in the reflection and said sincerely, "Brother, although my job is not glorious, I know what is good and what is bad. If you were not here this time, I would have been gone long ago, so whatever you say is what it is. If you don't let me come back, I will never come back again. Don't mention it." Wang Qingqing's character is quite nice. She can let go of such hatred. I told her that it's not that I don't want you to take revenge, but Jiayong's luck is at its peak now. We can't do anything to him for the time being. If you can, please do me a favor. Wang Qingqing immediately became excited and nodded vigorously behind me. "Brother, I can repay your kindness with just one word from you, and I will do anything for you." I said that I didn't do anything for you, so it's not a favor. I just want you to stay with Jiayong for a while. Don't let him find out, and see if he has met with special people during this period. Changing fate is similar to plastic surgery, which requires regular maintenance. Therefore, every once in a while, he must meet with the person who changed his fate. Let Wang Qingqing monitor him, and I can know who is behind him and calculate when his good fortune will fall. My matter with him is not so easy to let go. After Wang Qingqing understood, she nodded repeatedly, agreed, and disappeared from the reflection. Chang Xinghe shook his head and said, "I have discovered that you are really lucky." I said, "It's because I always have shit around me." Chang Xinghe smacked his head and knew what I meant. He wanted to kick me, but I dodged him and stopped a car to go to the county hospital. The 200,000 yuan was finally settled. The old man was saved. Chang Xinghe got into the car with me and asked, "When will you settle the money you owe me? If you don't pay it back, you should add interest. Then you can add it. Anyway, I won't pay it back for now." After paying the money, I wiped the old man's face and finally put my heart at ease. The 300,000 yuan was not easy to come by, but I actually got it together. Sitting next to the old man, I suddenly felt very tired and wanted to take a nap after closing my eyes. Don't say it, when I thought about dreaming about that woman, I felt a little excited, but when I thought about the strange beads, scales and snakes in the antique shop, I was afraid to sleep again. The old man's money was collected, but I still didn't figure out what happened to me. Was it really related to the Tianshi mansion? Chang Xinghe was snoring loudly on the side, which made me very irritated. I was about to kick him a few times, but the owner of the antique shop suddenly sent me a message, saying that the matter of the beads had been investigated and asked me to go over quickly. I also remembered that I originally wanted to use the beads to raise money for the old man's medical treatment. Now that the old man's money was collected, the beads were not so important. Not to mention that the beads came from unclear sources, and I didn't know what their origins were, so I went over. The owner of the antique shop didn't meet me at the shopping street, but at the largest jewelry store in the county. By the way, he said he took it to a friend for appraisal, so I guess this is the place. It was my first time here. The jewelry store was quite large and empty. I entered a VIP room according to the address, but when I pushed the door open, I didn't see the owner of the antique shop, but an old man in a tang suit, who should be the friend the antique shop owner mentioned, because the old man was holding the bead. The old man looked at me and smiled. "Young man, where did you get this bead?" I am good at judging people, and I know that his eyes are full of suspicion and inquiries, which makes me very uncomfortable. He might not believe that it was taken out from a bird's nest, so he simply asked me, "Is there anything wrong with this bead?" The old man avoided answering and just urged me to tell you the origin of the bead. "My personality is that I will treat you the same way you treat me." This old man is like interrogating a criminal. Why should I explain it to you clearly? So I said, "If you don't want to tell me, just give me back the bead. I don't want to sell it now." At this time, a message came from an unfamiliar number on my mobile phone. When I opened it, I was stunned. There were only 4 words on it. Danger, run. What does it mean, sent to the wrong number? Before I put my phone down, many people suddenly rushed into the room. Several hands pressed me to the ground at the same time, as if they were arresting a criminal. I even heard the voice of the intercom saying that they had arrested me. I was confused. What the hell was going on? Who were these people? What had I done wrong? Over those who were holding my arms, I saw the woman in the Tiancher Mansion's business car. Her dark phoenix eyes were staring at me coldly. I immediately discovered that her forehead, like the old man with rat whiskers, also had a faint purple aura. This woman is from the Tiancher Mansion, but she is the same kind of person as Rat Whisker? No, more importantly, why did they do that to me? I have no money and no status. Are they going to resell my kidney? Damn, they are all good-looking. How can they be more evil than the Axe Gang? There is also the antique shop owner who at least watched me grow up. I didn't dig up his grave or kick his door, but he cheated me like this. Then the woman squatted down and looked at me expressionlessly, as if she didn't treat me as a person, but as an object, as if she was reading my fortune. This time, she was very close to me, and I smelled a scent of wood, which was a little cold and mysterious, and it matched her very well. I have to admit that although I know she is not a good person, her appearance is justice, and she is really beautiful. But at the moment when this thought came up, my right index finger felt like it was pierced by 10,000 needles at the same time, and it hurt like an explosion. It hurt several times before, but it was never as severe as this time. Couldn't help but screamed. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at the people who were holding me down. Those people immediately panicked and quickly proved their innocence. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I thought about it and decided to take advantage of the situation. I started wailing like a drama queen. I had already seen that the door was behind the woman. As long as these big men let go, I was confident that I could find a chance to escape. When the old man beat me when I was a child, I could always slide out from his iron palm. These people who bully the few by relying on their numbers are nothing. Sure enough, the woman said, "Let go." This voice is so heart-wrenching. It's so nice. The pain on my index finger had subsided, but with this thought, it hurt twice as much as before. If I had to describe it, it was like my fingertips were inserted into a pencil sharpener and cut. I was sweating all over my head, and my back teeth were almost broken, but I felt that the hands holding me down had all retracted. I was waiting for this moment. I turned up from the ground as fast as I could, stuck to the left side of the woman, and rushed out of the door. My reaction has always been faster than that of ordinary people. Moreover, I have practiced athletics, so ordinary people can't stop me at all. But I never expected that the woman turned very lightly and climbed up my arm at almost the same speed as me. Her slender fingers pulled back heavily, and I saw the ceiling flying in front of my eyes. Then I heard a crisp sound behind my head, and the severe pain spread. A dampness spread under my hair. Damn, it's bleeding. The surroundings were silent. I lay on the ground again with my face up and my legs spread out, looking at the luxurious chandelier above my head. I finally understood why those people were so afraid of this woman. The woman looked down at me like nothing had happened and said coldly, "Why don't you shout?" Zhang Wuji's mother said something, but I can't remember the original sentence clearly. The general meaning is that beautiful women are not good birds. It's true. The woman squatted down, and I saw my face reflected in her cold eyes. She continued, "I'll ask you in person, where did the bead come from?" I said I took it out of a bird's nest. Do you believe it? Before she spoke, the old man who had interrogated me just now said coldly, "Nonsense. Can a jiaozhu fly into a bird's nest by itself?" Jiaozhu? Really? My master told me that snakes become jiao when they grow up, and jiaozhu become dragon when they grow up. Animals that can practice cultivation have inner elixir. Jialongs become dragons by cultivating jiaozhu. Legend has it that if you eat this thing, you will become an immortal. Could it be that the woman in the dream gave me this to be good to me? At this time, a young man with a tough face interrupted with a cold face. "Mr. Du, I think this kid is very suspicious. Why not take him back and interrogate him slowly?" I slowly woke up from the afterglow of the concussion and said, "You are crazy. You are breaking the law, you know." The young man's eyes were still cold. "That kind of law can't control our business. Your mother." At this time, I saw the anger on the young man's face and couldn't help saying, "You can't pick up the girl you like, and you are angry, and you have no place to vent, right? I tell you, people look down on you because you are narrow-minded and suspicious. Can't you find the reason for yourself and stop harming innocent people?" As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned, looking at the tough man in disbelief. The man's expression also changed. "What did you say?" The man's treacherous door was on fire. A big red. Obviously, he couldn't get what he wanted. He was anxious and irritable and wanted to show it, but his eyebrows were black. I think it's because of this that people don't look at him straight. The man was embarrassed, and the people around him were obviously aware of it, and they all seemed to be trying to hold back their laughter. The woman called Mr. Du looked at me and suddenly said, "Can you read Chi?" At this time, there were screams outside and the sound of things falling over. I remembered that it was a jewelry store outside, and I thought, could it be robbers? No. There was another sound rustling, the sound of objects sliding. I glanced away and saw the light blue color that had appeared in the antique shop through the crack in the door. I immediately climbed up with a headache. Something is coming in. Before I finished speaking, the door was rushed open with a bang. I took a look and got goosebumps all over my body. There were countless snakes outside. Those snakes, like the ones in the antique shop owner's storefront, were of different colors and astonishing numbers. Last time it was a snake carpet. This time it was a snake flood. Moreover, a sinister voice sounded from outside. "Who stole my things? Give them back to me." Outside the porch stood a thin woman with a faint green aura, a triangular face. Although the situation was urgent, these people were able to deal with it in a well-trained manner. They were indeed elites. I reacted quickly and found that the window was quite large, so I decided to climb out of the window. But at this moment, I saw from the reflection of the glass that something was wrong with the woman surnamed Du. Other people were dealing with snakes, but she was pale and motionless. Although she seemed to be trying to restrain herself, her hands were shaking slightly. She seemed to be very afraid of snakes. Coincidentally, at this moment, the person in front of her was entangled by a snake and fell to the ground. The rest of the snakes slid to her feet along the fallen person. She didn't have the ability to deal with me just now, and she tried her best to retreat, but there was a table behind her and she couldn't retreat at all. I also saw that there was a black aura in her disaster palace. Obviously, she would encounter a disaster recently. Could it be the current situation? I don't know what I was thinking. I took 2 steps and carried her on my back. Whenever I recalled this decision a long time later, I felt that I might have taken the wrong medicine at that time. And the snakes were the same as before. When they touched me, they seemed to be more poisonous than them. They retreated desperately and made way for me again. The woman surnamed Du looked at me in disbelief. I turned around and ran to the window, but the woman surnamed Du immediately strangled me with her arm. "Wait a minute!" I immediately got angry. "Saving you is a favor. Not saving you is my duty. Are you really taking me as a horse?" But before I could scold her, I knew why she did it. I don't know when the bead fell to the ground, and a snake was about to swallow it. I thought to myself that I should be a good person to the end, just as I owed you in my previous life, so I held her legs with one hand and picked up the bead with the other hand. This posture was very ambiguous. I could feel that her skin against me instantly became hot. After getting the beads, the remaining people in the Tianshire mansion were still entangled by the torrent of snakes. I ran to the window, but when I stuck my head out, I almost cursed my mother. I forgot that this was the 7th floor, and if I jumped down, I would be bloody. But there was an air conditioner outside the window which was just big enough for 1 foot. If I stepped down, I might really be able to escape. So I asked this Du, "Are you afraid of heights?" She shook her head reluctantly. "That's good. But now I can't hold the beads in my hand. Anyway, I usually eat dirty food without getting sick, so I stuffed the beads in my mouth, put one hand on her back and the other hand climbed the window, and jumped down neatly. As a result, when I pulled the railing, I shivered and luckily I didn't let go. By the way, it was 35 degrees today, and the iron railing was so hot that it could roast sausages. But I still gritted my teeth and held on. I had 2 lives on my hands, and I had to bear it even if I couldn't. The woman surnamed Du stared at my hand, pursed her lips, and wanted to say something, but didn't say it. But at this moment, a thick and long thing suddenly hung down from above. It was a snake, spitting out its tongue at us for sharp fangs. It was a venomous snake. The woman surnamed Du suddenly became nervous and tightened her arms around me. Although she was light, she was still several dozen kilograms in weight. My foot was not firm and I fell sideways. The wind whistled past my ears, and the only thought in my mind was that I was very fortunate. Fortunately, I had collected enough medical expenses. At this moment, a hand stretched out from nowhere and grabbed my wrist. This hand was greasy and stained with pepper and salt. Chang Xinghe's head poked out of a window, chewing some bacon in his mouth. I was shocked. Why are you here? Isn't this guy sleeping in the hospital? Chang Xinghe looked at me and said with great sorrow, Do you have any conscience when you speak? I am not here to save you, but to steal the bacon. I think so. After landing safely, my heart was lifted again. This woman is very skilled. Will she catch me without mercy? I am not her opponent alone. I don't know if Chang Xinghe can help her. The woman seemed to see what I was thinking and said, Don't worry. I see it. You don't look like a thief. I believe you. Yes, there is no thief who saves the police in the world. She has some humanity. By the way, the bead is still with me. At most, I will give it back to her. But when I thought of this, I was dumbfounded. Damn. The bead was in my mouth just now. When did it disappear? That thing is not small. I don't even know how I swallowed it. I had to say embarrassedly, How about I return it to you after I go to the toilet? Don't worry. I will flush it for you then. The dude's face turned green, and he reluctantly said, No need, the jiaozhu can't come out. There is gastric acid in my stomach, not sulfuric acid, so it shouldn't be dissolved, right? However, this is not important. What is important is Jiang Kezi and my life of less than 40 days. I asked Du, Since you are here, I just want to ask, you and the 9 ghosts coffin. I was more cautious and said ambiguously, I guess so. I heard that the things under the 9 ghosts coffin were released by your Tianshi mansion. No, Du said firmly. The thing has indeed been taken away by someone, but we are also catching that person. I don't know where that person came from. For that thing, he even gave up his life. My heart suddenly sank. I was the one who took that thing away. So I asked her what she meant by that. She told me, in theory, that thing can't come out at all unless there is a person with a special fate who uses his own body as a container to bring it out. As long as the thing lives in that person's body for 49 days, the person's life will be sacrificed and it will regain its freedom. The so-called special fate means being born in the year, month, day, and hour of Chen. I suppressed my increasingly fast heartbeat and asked, What would you do if you find that container? She answered casually, Bury them alive in the 9 ghosts coffin land and repair the feng shui bureau. I almost couldn't stand buried alive. Chang Xinghe looked at me with a smug expression of, You see, damn, it's a good thing I didn't say it, otherwise I would have to be a terracotta warrior. And those people before didn't live for 49 days. Could it be that they were the ones who did it? I asked Du anxiously. Then, how many containers have you buried alive? Du frowned. The 9 ghosts coffin was broken a few days ago, and we didn't catch any of them before. That's strange. How did Zhang Shenkai, a man with a Chun fate, die? I asked again boldly. If we catch a container, do we have to bury it alive? Can we drive that thing out of the container? Is there no way to have the best of both worlds? It's a life after all. Du said firmly, It's impossible. Once that thing takes over, it will merge with the container and can't be driven out. Besides, the 9 ghost coffin is related to a big feng shui situation. Once that thing is really released, it will be too troublesome. We can't take this risk. And the reason why they are so nervous about the jiaozhu is because the jiaozhu is something in the 9 ghosts coffin, which is their clue to catching the container. After that, she looked at me. You asked so many questions. Do you have any clues? I got goosebumps on my back and shook my head. No. She looked at me seriously. Suan mean. I responded reflexively. Did she see that I was lying? Her cold eyes reflected me again. I like you. My heart jumped immediately. Damn, is she confessing to me? Did she fall in love with me at first sight? Isn't this a bit fast? Before I could answer, she gave me a business card. Recently, we really need talents like you. If you are willing, come here to find me. I was stunned. Let me enter the Tianshi mansion? What should I do? Is the thief crying, catch the thief? But I immediately thought of Jiang Kezi. According to Wang Qingqing's words, Jiang Kezi, the initiator of this breakdown, is also from the Tianshi mansion? I asked, Is there a cripple named Jiang in your Tianshi mansion? He is the real game breaker. When she heard this, a cunning look suddenly appeared in her eyes. There are many people named Jiang in Tianshi mansion, and I don't know all of them. If you want to find this person, come to Tianshi mansion to check. At this time, her hand came down. She said, Wait for your news, turned around with her slender figure, and went out, leaving only the mysterious woody fragrance in the air. Chang Xinghe bumped my shoulder. Did your soul go with Du Hengji?
Jiangxi?
I came back to my senses and saw these 3 words on the business card. Chang Xinghe chewed the bacon he found from nowhere and said, I advise you not to fall in love with her. Although she is young, she is the chief feng shui master of Tianshi Mansion. She is from the most famous Sichuan-Du family in the feng shui world. Like Mount Everest, she is hard to reach. I looked at him. Who are you? Chang Xinghe was stunned and put his greasy hand with bacon residue on my forehead. You have a fever? I am your creditor. I pushed his hand away. Aren't you also looking for Jiang Kezi? You know so many things about Chun Ming people. What is your relationship with Jiang Kezi? Chang Xinghe's clear eyes suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sound of iron fences, followed by an old lady's scream. Hurry up! There is a thief. I realized that this room was a residence and the balcony was full of bacon. And he said he was not here to steal bacon. Chang Xinghe changed his mind immediately, grabbed me immediately, and ran to the balcony. But this is the 3rd floor. There is also a certain degree of danger, however. There is an illegal balcony shed opposite. If I can jump over it, it will be okay. But if I fall down, Chang Xinghe said righteously, our creditor and debtor have a bond stronger than gold. If we die together. I was suddenly a little touched. It was the first time someone said to me, if we die together. Then he added, you first. You fucking asked me to detect minds. Just say it. At this moment, the old lady has already called the police. I still have to investigate the matter of the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin. You can't get caught. So I held the railing with all my strength on my leg muscles and jumped over. Several pieces of clothes hung out to dry passed in front of me. I heard a boom sound and knew that I landed safely. But I vaguely felt that something was wrong. Could I really jump over so lightly before? The feeling just now was like flying in the clouds. Even if I have practiced athletics, I shouldn't have this kind of physical fitness. It's like suddenly opening up the Ren and Du meridians. Before I could think, Chang Xinghe also jumped over, and we both fled back to the shopping street like Yanzi and Lisan. After drinking a few cans of iced Coke from Xiaolian in the grocery store, I felt like I was back to the human world. Since I entered the 9 ghosts coffin land, every day has been like a roller coaster, so damn scary. Before I could catch my breath, my heart tightened again. How can I live? Unless I can get that thing out of my hand. But according to Du Hengji, that thing is now integrated with me and cannot be driven away. The only way is to find Jiang Kezi. He must know the truth inside, so I can still have a glimmer of hope. Before I could think of anything, Shilian stuck her head out and said to me, Brother Anmin, Grandma Wu, who collects the water and electricity bills, has come to you several times today. Have you not paid recently? Pay it quickly, or you will be cut off in this hot weather. By the way, I have owed for more than 3 months, and Grandma Wu has been very kind by not cutting it until now. To be honest, the old man's medical expenses have been paid, but the rest is gone. Sitting and waiting for death is not a solution. Jiang Kezi needs to be found, and there are ways to find a way, and money still needs to be earned. If he really can't live for 49 days, then I have to leave some pension money for the old man. Thinking of this, I walked towards the storefront. Chang Xinghe burped several times, very dissatisfied. Brother, you have made a lot of money this time. Even if you don't pay the debt, why don't you treat the creditor to something to show your appreciation? I'll treat you to some seafood. Chang Xinghe's eyes lit up. Really? I called Shilian. Give him 2 bags of Tonkiankyo kelp silk, 2 bags for $1. Chang Xinghe jumped up and down. Suan Min, you are worse than Huang He from Jiangnan Leather Factory. When I arrived at the storefront, I looked for the bills for water and electricity. I had to pay with receipts. I remembered that our household registration books and other important things were in the wooden box of the old man on the 2nd floor. As soon as I opened it, I found it. As a result, when I took the receipt, I found a book under the box. The book was yellow and had a musty smell. I didn't know how many years it had been there. I pinched my nose and picked it up. I saw 2 handwritten words on the book, Qi level. My heart skipped a beat. Is this a secret book about looking at Qi? I opened it and saw it as expected. I have learned all the previous contents, but the middle part is the door to a new world. The old man may think that I will never see the green air in my life, so he did not teach me the contents after seeing the green air. It turns out that feng shui masters are also divided into 4 levels. Heaven, earth, black and yellow. Heaven is high, yellow is low, and the first level is divided into 4 levels. The first entry is the 4th level of the yellow level. However, Being able to see the green air means that you can already enter the third level of the yellow level. Upgrading one level, you can see one more kind of air, and the air will naturally be more accurate. If I can cultivate to a higher level, the more things I see, will there be a greater hope of self-rescue. I became excited at once, so I quickly did more business while cultivating merits and upgrading levels. I also made money. Looking back, I now understand what the air on the forehead represents. The yellow level is yellow, the black level is blue, the earth level is green, and the heaven level is purple. The darker the color, the higher the level. So, Shushu and Du Hongji have the ability of the fourth level of the heaven level? It's okay for Rat Whiskers, after all, he has been in the industry for a lifetime, but how old is Du Hongji? How did she do it? Being from a famous family is awesome. I was about to continue reading, when suddenly a voice came from downstairs. Anmin, are you home? It was Grandma Wu's voice. She came to collect money so soon. I hurried downstairs, smiled and said, Grandma Wu, please don't cut off our water and electricity. I will collect the money and pay it immediately. But Grandma Wu immediately grabbed me and said with tears in her eyes, I'm not here for this. You go and save your sister. She is possessed by evil spirits. I was stunned. Grandma Wu has a granddaughter named Hui Hui, who just started college this year. When we were young, we often played four-wheel drive cars together. She is usually sweet and enthusiastic, always calling Anmin brother. Knowing that there is no woman in our family, she always remembers to bring me a bowl of delicious food at home. I asked Grandma Wu not to worry, and explained clearly what happened to Hui Hui. Grandma Wu shook her head, wiped her tears, and pulled me home. Grandma Wu's house was not far away. It was only 200 meters away from the alley outside the door. Although the shopping street was a prosperous area, the alley was a village in the city, and there was filth and dirt everywhere. Before I entered Grandma Wu's yard, I suddenly smelled a very strange smell, fishy. But there was a lot of garbage here, so it was not surprising. When I entered the threshold, I was stunned. I saw Hui Hui tied to the pomegranate tree in the yard, struggling. Let me go! Let me go! I asked Grandma Wu, no matter what, you can't tie someone up like this. Grandma Wu wiped her tears and said that if I didn't tie her up, she would run away, and I didn't know where she ran. Sure enough, Hui's expression was indeed wrong. Her expression was dull, as if she was talking in her sleep, and she kept repeating, He came to pick me up. He came to pick me up. Let me go. Let me go. Who is going to pick her up? Grandma Wu sighed and lifted the clothes on Hui's belly. I was even more surprised when I saw her belly. It was as big as if she was pregnant for 10 months. But it was not right. She came to my house to play with me last month. It was normal. No one can get such a big belly in 1 month. I immediately checked Hui's breath. Sure enough, there was a faint green gas on her body. Hui is in a state of confusion now. I can't get anything out of her by asking her. I asked Grandma Wu to tell me what happened. Grandma Wu wiped her tears and told me that Hui had become strange recently. Grandma Wu's family was not well off. In addition to collecting water and electricity bills, she also set up a night market to sell fried skewers. Every time Hui came home, the first thing she did was to help Grandma Wu make skewers. But Hui didn't work at that time. She hid in her room when she got home, chattering about something. Grandma Wu wondered if she was in love. She asked her who she talked to every day. Unexpectedly, Hui said in a daze that she hadn't talked to anyone. She didn't know why she was always very tired recently and fell asleep as soon as she got home. Grandma Wu thought that it might be physical weakness, so she asked Hui to see a doctor. But Hui not only refused to go, but also became more and more impatient with Grandma Wu. Grandma Wu was very puzzled. The child had always been filial, so what happened now? Later, when she was selling fried skewers, she casually chatted with customers who often came to buy fried skewers. The customer was also very enthusiastic, saying that girls are originally in nature, and this change in temperament, maybe she ran into something unclean? So he asked Grandma Wu to go to the big temple to ask for some incense ash, and it would work once she drank it. Grandma Wu thought it made sense. So she did as she was told and put the incense ash in Hui's water. But unexpectedly, when Hui drank water that day, she smashed the cup directly on Grandma Wu's face, pointed at Grandma Wu's nose, and scolded her for being an old woman who dared to put things to harm her. She was scared and cried. That night, Grandma Wu heard the door open, as if someone came in. She wanted to check, but it was like a ghost pressing on the bed, and she couldn't get up at all. She heard Hui's room chattering in a low voice at first, but then the voice became louder and louder. The words were all dirty words, and even private words between men and women. It was definitely not like a girl of this age said it. It was clearly a man who came in and took advantage of Hui Hui. When it was dawn, the door opened again, as if someone went out. Grandma Wu struggled to get up. When she went to Hui Hui's room, she saw that Hui Hui's clothes were disheveled. It was obvious that she had done something with someone. Grandma Wu cried and asked who the beast was, but Hui Hui seemed to have lost her soul. She was in a daze and couldn't say a complete sentence. From then on, the sound of entering and leaving the door came every night, and the movement in Hui Hui's room never stopped. Grandma Wu was ashamed and afraid, and she didn't dare to tell anyone, fearing that it would ruin her granddaughter's reputation. But this was not a solution. She kept dragging it on until today when she brought Hui Hui food. She found that Hui Hui was pregnant and had a bulging belly. No one can have such a big belly in such a short time. Grandma Wu was so scared that she grabbed Hui Hui and asked her what was going on. Hui Hui laughed at her and said, "Old man, you are going to have a great-grandson soon." The voice was very strange. It didn't sound like Hui Hui's own voice. Hui Hui ran out and said, "He's here to pick me up. He's here to pick me up." Grandma Wu was really anxious and immediately tied Hui Hui up. She thought that she couldn't hide it anymore, and it was better to ruin her reputation than to lose her life, so she came to me. I hadn't been home for a day, and Grandma Wu was so anxious that she almost jumped into the well. Fortunately, I came and she begged me to save Hui Hui. I quickly agreed and said, "Grandma Wu, don't worry, Hui Hui's matter is my matter. I will definitely do my best." Grandma Wu was so grateful that she almost kowtowed to me. "Ma Lianxing is a good man, and you are also a good child. Hey, if your mother knew you are so successful now, she would be so happy." For my mother, throwing me to the master was a wise decision. She later married a rich man as a virgin, and her life was so comfortable. Because she was afraid that her new husband would be suspicious. She never saw me, and I didn't even know what she looked like. It is said that a child without a mother is like a weed, but for me, since I have never had one, I cannot say that I have lost one. It is enough for me to have the old man. Why did I think of this? I came to my senses and took a closer look at Hui Hui's chi. A peach blossom red appeared on Hui Hui's cheekbones, which actually means that she is lucky in love. She will be with the person she likes. It seems that Hui Hui likes that person very much. Unfortunately, the peach blossom red is surrounded by black, whether it is the life palace or the longevity palace, which means that the other party is a disaster for Hui Hui. Add to that the light green color, that thing is not a human. Hui Hui's situation is like the scholar who was targeted by the fox spirit in Liaozhai, and she is in danger. When a fox spirit seeks a scholar, it is usually for the scholar's spirit. Is this thing that harmed Hui Hui also for this purpose? As soon as I thought about it, I touched Hui Hui's belly to find clues, but unexpectedly, as soon as I put my hand on it, her belly suddenly moved by itself, squeezing and swarming, as if there were many small things trying to get out of it. I have never seen such a weird scene, and my hair stood up at that time. What is in her belly? Could it be a demon fetus? I am a novice in exorcising evil spirits, and I have never dealt with such a green thing. I found the old book I just found and took a quick look at it. As a result, at this time, a hand was placed on my shoulder. "Brother, dealing with this kind of thing is my old specialty. If you don't ask me, aren't you afraid of delaying the girl? Chang Xinghe is here again. Why are you everywhere? Is the kelp shreds not delicious or is Shulian not pretty?" But when Grandma Wu heard this, she was very excited. I thought it was not cheap to ask him to help, so I was about to stop him. Chang Xinghe waved his hand and said I would take care of it. He then made a gesture of keeping accounts with me. I looked at Grandma Wu's expression and thought that was right. Hui Hui's matter was important. It was not safe for a mediocre person like me to help. It was more appropriate for Chang Xinghe to help. At most, I would pay him back when I made money. I asked Grandma Wu what time the door usually rang at night. Grandma Wu said 10:30, which was very accurate. Oh, she was quite punctual. It was still some time before 10:30, and Grandma Wu said she would make me some midnight snack, so she went to the kitchen to prepare it. Chang Xinghe followed her when he heard it. I leaned against the pillar of the porch and looked at the stars for a while. Because I was too tired, I fell asleep unconsciously. It was hazy, as if that woman leaned against me again. Her outline became clearer and clearer under the starlight. Although I still couldn't see her full appearance, I could barely recognize her. At least she was no worse than Du Hengji. She raised her hand and touched my face, smiling slightly. "You are much more energetic. Energetic? Come to think of it, ever since she hid in my body, I have been very haggard, always feeling like I was being entangled to death. But now, I am actually full of energy again. What's going on? Could it be? I reacted instantly. Because I ate the jiaozhu? It is said that people who eat jiaozhu can fly in the clouds and become immortals immediately. So I can also achieve enlightenment and bring prosperity to my family? She laughed and leaned on my chest. That makes me feel relieved. Perhaps it was because of the power of jiaozhu that I was much more awake in my dream, and I immediately grabbed her hand. Who are you? Her black hair fell down like a waterfall, and I saw a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. You called me Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang. It is really the name of the water god. Could it be that she is really a fairy? No. I immediately warned myself. How could a god be sealed under the coffin of 9 ghosts? And how could he harm people? I immediately moved a little further away from her. What do you want to do to me? Her eyes darkened, obviously a little hurt, and her voice was low. I want to be with you. I hurriedly said, thank you, but I still have to stay alive to support my old man. Goddess of water, please be kind and go to someone else if you want to bother me. I have a classmate named Jiayong, who is strong and healthy. She gritted her teeth, and her eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light, which was clearly a very cold, murderous aura, which immediately scared me. She also realized it and quickly softened her expression, but she was still a little unwilling. You want to give me to someone else? I nodded like a chicken. I really want to live. Please let me live. But before I finished speaking, my fingertips started to hurt. This time, it hurt more than the previous times combined, and I almost rolled on the ground, wanting to chop off my index finger. Her cold voice rang in my ears. Do you still dare to leave me? No one can bear that kind of pain. I thought that a man of insight is a hero, and immediately said, I dare not. I dare not. I suddenly remembered that the people who had Chun fate before me had lost their index fingers. Could it be that they were tortured by her and cut off by themselves? This made me break out in a cold sweat. The pain in my hand subsided like the tide. She held my face with a pair of cool hands. I could barely see that her face was beautiful and evil in a blur. You are different from those people. The person I am looking for is only you. She kissed me, and I felt a sweetness I had never tasted before. My heart almost jumped out of my throat. Is this the taste of a woman? Brother, brother. A voice seemed to come from the horizon. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw Chang Xinghe's angular face in front of me. His tall nose almost hit my nose. I reflexively stepped back and hit my head on the pillar, making a loud noise. Fuck. Damn. I was concussed by Du Hongji today, and now I hit the old injury again. Don't be so excited. Chang Xinghe put a bunch of grilled mushrooms to my mouth. Hey, are you hungry? I'll grill them for you. You are a TVB actress, so many dramas all day long. But the grilled mushrooms are really fragrant, golden, and crispy, and they are coated with Grandma Wu's secret sauce. I haven't eaten for a long time, and my stomach is rumbling. So I took them and ate them. Look at you sweating. Chang Xinghe sat next to me. Have you bought Luwei Dihuang pills? Are you giving me money? It would be better to pay the water and electricity bills with that money. At this time, I suddenly heard a singing voice. I turned around and saw that it was Hui Hui singing. Love, love, let's cover the quilt together. Blow out the dragon and phoenix candles. We are so happy together. Chang Xinghe commented that this little song was quite vulgar, but I frowned. It was strange that I seemed to have heard this little song before, but I couldn't remember where I heard it. Grandma Wu had disappeared. It turned out that Chang Xinghe was afraid that she would encounter danger, so he had asked her to hide in front of our door. Don't say it, he sometimes speaks nonsense, but he is really quite appropriate in doing things. I also know that he follows me for some purpose, but I also remember his favor in my heart. I thought about it for a long time and wanted to thank him, but I couldn't say it. At this time, he suddenly winked at me and motioned me to look at the door. I turned around and saw a pair of feet wearing black shoes under the crack of the door. I was immediately excited that thing finally came. But when I looked at the watch, it was only 10:20. Did this thing come early today? A green aura spread from under the threshold. I was getting nervous when Chang Xinghe suddenly gave me a black tiger heart-piercing blow. I almost beat him up. I lowered my head and saw that he had taken out the box of burning rhino oil. Then, he applied a little on the top of his head and shoulders. The top of the head and shoulders are where the life lamp is. Could it be that the function of this burning rhino oil is to cover the life lamp of a person? In this case, non-human things cannot see us, which is equivalent to wearing an invisible cloak. I quickly applied it as well. A crooked shadow entered the yard. I took a look and saw a very thin person in the shadow, swaying from side to side when walking. I took a closer look. Wow, a triangular face? No wonder there is a green aura. I have a great affinity with her. Speaking of which, she seemed to have been looking for the dragon pearl, and said that the dragon pearl was hers, but Du Hongji said that the dragon pearl came out of the Nine Ghosts' coffin. I don't know who is telling the truth. Can't find the dragon pearl and come to harm people? I was about to be indignant, but I felt something was wrong. Isn't the triangle face a woman? How could she take advantage of Hui Hui? Chang Xinghe made a mouth shape for me. Lily, 100 wool yarns. Demon fetus. By the way, the master told me that there is a kind of snake whose eggs are hatched in the body, and the little snakes are born directly from the flesh and blood of the big snake, so after giving birth to the little snakes, the big snake will open its belly and bury its life. Could it be that this snake has a spirit and wants to give birth to baby snakes, but doesn't want to suffer physical pain, so it uses Hui Hui as a surrogate? Thinking of Hui's previous sweet appearance becoming like this now, a burst of anger arched in my heart. This account must be settled with this triangle face. At this moment, the triangular face came in crookedly. When he saw Hui tied to the tree, his voice immediately rose. Yes? Who tortured you like this? As he said that, he approached Hui in that weird posture. Damn it, you made Hui look like neither a human nor a ghost, and you still have the nerve to say that to others. I winked at Chang Xinghe and asked him to take action quickly, but Chang Xinghe smiled at me with narrowed eyes, smiling like a fox. I was immediately terrified. He must have bad intentions. Sure enough, the triangular face suddenly turned her head, pointed in the direction of us, wrinkled her nose and sniffed. When her nose wrinkled, I saw that her whole face wrinkled together, not to mention how scary it was. No. Her pupils suddenly stood up. There is a smell. There is a smell. Fuck. Wasn't it greased? How did she find out? In a blink of an eye, Chang Xinghe threw a few tissues under his feet. This bastard wiped off the burning rhinoceros oil on my body and wanted to use me as bait? Before I could curse you, I felt a gust of wind, and the triangular face was already rushing towards me. I turned over and hid behind the pillar. What was horrifying was that the triangular face wrapped its slender body around the pillar in an action that humans could not complete, and forced its triangular face towards me. The antique shop owner was right. Her tongue was really forked. It's you again. Because I was close, the fishy smell made me unable to open my eyes, and I only heard that weird voice drilling into my ears. I remember you. You stole my pearl. Give it back to me. It's mine. My heart was cold. The Jiaozhu had been eaten by me, and you wanted me to return it. To eat me? I hid backwards reflexively, but I didn't expect that my body suddenly became too light, as if it was not bound by gravity, and I actually flipped directly under the rain shield under the eaves with a bang. My head was hit for the third time today. No, I couldn't flip so high. I woke up in tears and severe pain. Could it be the effect of the dragon pearl? Before I could figure it out, the triangular face also followed and chased after me, and her speed was not slower than mine. Before I could react, she was about to bite my nose. At this moment, a puff of yellow smoke suddenly rushed towards us, choking me and making me cry. The smell was a bit familiar. I often smelled it when setting off fireworks. It was sulfur. The triangular face also smelled the smell, and she was terrified and retreated with her neck shrunk. I thought she was going to escape, but I didn't expect that she actually came to Hui and protected Hui tightly. No, she was protecting the demon fetus in Hui's belly, right? Chang Xinghe moved very quickly. I could hardly see the movement of his hand. I saw a sharp object sticking out from his sleeve and slashing at the triangular face like water. The position was very accurate. It was the place with the heaviest green energy on the snake, which was her 7 inches. I was stunned by the calm and neat skills. It was not unreasonable for him to make so much money for business. The triangular face wailed immediately. His slender body rolled violently on the ground, rolling up the dust. Chang Xinghe stirred the knife excitedly. Brother, come here. I will eat snake gall and give you some blood soup. I don't want to drink blood soup. Looking at the painful look of the triangular face, I suddenly felt very sorry. It is said that snakes take 300 years to become human beings. This snake practiced for such a long time to become human. Why was it slaughtered like this? But thinking again, who made her not follow the right path? Today's end is also her own fault. So I took a closer look. Triangle Face gasped in pain, but he stood in front of Hui Hui without moving, and threatened us with a hissing sound. You two little beasts, doing such evil is unacceptable, and you will suffer heavenly punishment sooner or later. Chang Xinghe couldn't stir up the snake's courage, so he simply reached in and touched around. You don't have to worry about us. Looking at the current situation, you are earlier than us. Wait a minute. I immediately grabbed Chang Xinghe's bloody hand. No, we seem to have made a mistake. Chang Xinghe didn't understand and looked at me in confusion. What do you mean? I looked at Triangle Face. Tell the truth. How did Hui Hui become like this? When Triangle Face heard what I said, his whole face twisted again, and he angrily spit out his forked tongue at me. Little beast of the Hui family, you still have the nerve to ask, didn't you make her like this? Hui family, that's right, this Triangle Face and us, both made a mistake. I asked Chang Xinghe to stop and not hurt innocent people. Chang Xinghe looked at me like I was a fool. What do you mean innocent? It was not this Triangle Face who harmed Hui Hui. The real murderer should be the one from the Hui family she mentioned. I am afraid that the Triangle Face is like us, and he came to protect Hui Hui. The Triangle Face looked at me in surprise. Aren't you from the Hui family? As I guessed, this Triangle Face has a friendship with Hui Hui and knows Hui Hui's situation, so he came to protect her. But the other party is too powerful, and the Triangle Face is about to shed his skin, so his ability has greatly decreased, and he is no match for them. The Triangle Face had no choice but to take a risk and found the Dragon Pearl from the 9 Ghosts' coffin ground. He originally wanted to use the Dragon Pearl to deal with the Hui family, but he didn't expect that the Dragon Pearl was lost on the tree. She looked everywhere for it, but couldn't find it. She had no choice but to come to protect Hui Hui today with the heart of dying. Master is right. Snakes are spiritual creatures. They value friendship and loyalty. As long as you do a favor to a snake, it will definitely repay you double. That's why there is the story of White Snake waiting for Su Xian for 3 lifetimes just to repay him with her body. Chang Xinghe then wiped his hands clean and sprinkled Yunnan Bai Yao on the 7 inches of Triangle Face. Then the Hui family you were talking about, is it? It's a mouse. I thought the song Hui Hui sang was very familiar before. Now I can finally remember it. It was the song sung by mice in the folk story of the mouse marrying his daughter. It is equivalent to the wedding march of humans. Chang Xinghe stared at me in disbelief. How did you see that? Simple, Triangle Face said just now. Little beast, you will suffer from heaven sooner or later if you do such evil. It's not new to call someone a beast, but we humans will at most be punished by heaven, and will never suffer from heaven. Only spirits like them who have cultivated into human form can suffer from heaven. This means that Triangle Face must have recognized the wrong person. Besides, I didn't have a chance to take a closer look just now. Now I look at the triangular face. Her forehead is wide and has a faint red color, which is a symbol of good people. In addition, her ears are round and fleshy, which shows that she is kind-hearted. With this kind of face, she must value friendship and be kind. She should be a spirit that accumulates merits and practices in the legend. She is on the right path and will never hurt people. So, although this triangular face looks scary, it is actually a friendly force to us. Thinking of this, I really sighed a little. Don't say that some animals are more humane than humans. When Chang Xinghe heard this, he muttered thoughtfully, "It's worthy of being the one chosen by God." What? Why did God choose me? The triangular face was very excited. You can read the chi? Then can you help me check it? Hee hee. At this moment, Hui Hui suddenly laughed at the door, and the sound was so creepy. My dear is coming, my dear is coming. I immediately turned my head to look at the door, and saw that the door had been opened silently at some point, and a man in black stood at the door. The man was slender and tall, with a very handsome face under the moonlight and delicate features. He looked like a Korean star on TV. No wonder Hui Hui was fascinated. But there was one thing. His chin was very pointed. His nose was very long, and there was a thin thing hanging behind him. Tail. Hee hee hee. He didn't move his mouth, but I heard a very strange voice coming from him. What a bunch of idiots. Idiots. The watch now pointed to 10:30. The real boss finally came. I looked at Chang Xinghe and wanted him to take action quickly, but at this time, I suddenly felt that I couldn't move. It was like a ghost pressing on the bed. When I looked again, there was a small black thing in front of me, pressing on my shadow, as if nailing my shadow to the ground. Fuck, Triangle Face said that this thing was powerful and he really didn't brag to him. All hope lies on Chang Xinghe. But Chang Xinghe didn't move for a long time. Damn, is he also pinned? I just want to curse. let alone triangle face, who was just dug 7 inches by Chang Xinghe, and he couldn't struggle even without nailing his shadow. Ah! At this time, Hui Hui screamed behind me, and I saw from the corner of my eye that her stomach was rolling like boiling water, as if the things inside couldn't wait to get out. He. The young man in black showed a smile. Children, come here for your father. If those things are really drilled from the belly, Hui, will be broken. A very smug smile. Lao Tzu is not afraid, the cause and effect cycle. This is all she asked. I said, Xiao Jinhua, why are you doing it for human beings? Are you Xiao Xian Xiao and wanna die? Then the young man in black squatted beside the triangle face, put his hand in the wound of the triangle face, and stirred it like Chang Xinghe just. "Es good to eat your snake boldly with the full-time little saw." The triangular face was twitching with pain and trembling with anger, but he was used to being a good person, and the curses were just some harmless words like bastard, which were not offensive at all. The young man in black touched the snake gall and murmured, "There is no good thing about people. They are greedy, angry, ignorant, love, desire, and hate, and have all the 5 poisons. They are not as good as us animals who talk about friendship. You are also blinded by your own greed. Just like that bitch, you delivered yourself to my door, and I don't want it for nothing." At this time, Hui screamed again, and I even saw blood on her belly from the corner of my eye. "Those monster fetuses are about to come out." The young man in black laughed again. "Try hard, get out by yourself, eat your mother's flesh, drink your mother's blood." I couldn't bear it anymore, and I suddenly remembered that one year during the Lantern Festival it snowed heavily, and Hui limped into the store with a covered bowl in her hand, saying that it was glutinous rice balls for us with brown sugar to be eaten while hot, and then she hurried back. I stopped her and asked her what happened. Turned out that she fell in the snow on the way. In order to protect the glutinous rice balls, she broke her legs and hands. Her hands were bloody, and her cotton pants were torn. I asked her why she was so stupid, which was more important, the glutinous rice balls or the people. She said, "I made it myself. It will be gone if it falls apart. So I'll let my brother taste my cooking skills. Isn't it okay?" After that, she limped away, and I wanted to give it to her, but she didn't let me, and she insisted that I eat it first. Watching her thin back disappear in the snow, my eyes were particularly sore. It's not a big deal, but apart from the old man, no one has ever been so kind to me. In my heart, she is my own sister. No matter what, I can't let her be tortured to death like this. I have to save her, no matter what the cost. At this time, Xiaoxiang's voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Can you really do anything to save her?" I immediately agreed in my heart, yes, as long as I can let her survive, I can do anything. Her voice seemed very happy. "Promise me one thing, I will help you. At this time, let alone one condition. 10 conditions are no problem." As soon as this idea came to my mind, the little black on the shadow suddenly seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, and it exploded with a pop, and the black blood was blown all over the floor. It turned out to be a little mouse, and when the little mouse died, I could move instantly. Fuck! I saw Chang Xinghe staring at me, as if he couldn't believe that I had this ability. "You don't have to believe it. This is not my ability." At the same time, Hui's stomach calmed down, and the demon fetus stopped moving. Triangle face rolled over and stared at me in disbelief. Not to mention the young man in black. He stared at Hui's stomach and stared at me. "Are you?" Before he finished speaking, Huibeikang's body seemed to be lifted into the air by an invisible hand, and then he screamed. With a click, Huibeikang's limbs were twisted and turned over, and the bones in the joints must have been broken. The hairs on my body stood up. Xiaoxiang didn't need to do anything to deal with Huibeikang, who couldn't even beat Triangle Face. Into this? What kind of existence is she? Drip, drip, drip. As Huibeikang screamed, blood began to flow out of his ears, nostrils, corners of his mouth, and eyes, and dripped onto the ground, wetting a piece of the ground. Xiaoxiang's laughter rang in my ears. She saw the blood and seemed to be in a good mood. That laughter was really beautiful, but it was also evil and scary. "I know who you are." Hui Baizong was tortured by this, and seemed to have suddenly realized it. Then he started to curse. "Why do you care about my business? Do you really think you are still the same as before? You escaped and you will be caught back at any time. I tell you, the person sitting in your seat now is..." "What identity?" I was about to ask, but I saw Hui Baizong's tongue was pulled out a section. A flash of cold light passed, and the tongue fell to the ground, splashing black blood on my face. I couldn't help but take a step back, and my limbs and bones were all cold. Hui Baitsong wailed again, as if he couldn't hold on any longer, sticking out his tongue and trembling, shouting, "Shake my life! Wahei Baitsong is also afraid of no choice. By the way, the connection between people and monsters must involve cause and effect. Since this is the case, I will bravely let him speak after finding out what hatred he has with Hui Hui. It turned out that a month ago, Huibeikang's wife was about to give birth, but the place where they lived was demolished. His wife had nowhere to hide with a big belly, so she hid in this urban village. As we all know, mice love to eat oil, and the one with the most oil here is Hui's house, which sells fried skewers. So Huibeikang settled down here and stole oil every day. Finally, his wife gave birth to a litter of little ones, which were bustling and pink, not to mention how cute they were. Huibeikang was happy and went to find the next nest. When he came back after finding it, he was stunned at the time. His wife and the little mice were all belly up, dead. There was blood on the nose and eyes of the corpse, obviously poisoned to death. How could Huibeikang bear this? After checking, he found out that Hui found that the oil in his house was stolen by mice and put rat poison in a bowl of oil. Huibeikang's family was used to eating oil every day, so they didn't suspect anything and wiped out the whole family. At this point, Huibeikang burst into tears. "She killed my wife and goose. I asked her to compensate me for my life and several children. Isn't that right? Buddha said that all beings are equal, but should the life of a mouse be lower than that of a human?" Triangle-faced man gritted his teeth and said, "It's what you deserve. Who told you to steal? We mice steal things. But this has been our way of life since ancient times." Huibeikang said angrily, "Cats can eat fish, dogs can eat fish, why can't we steal?" I also remembered that the reason why Hui's family has not made as much money as other families after selling fried skewers for so many years is because Grandma Wu insists on using good new oil every day, and the cost is much higher than other vendors who use gutter oil. Some people also advised her that she could just sell it to others anyway, but Grandma Wu didn't, saying that this thing is to be eaten by people and people can be poor but they can't be conscienceless. It was because of Grandma Wu's energy that the neighborhood committee invited her to collect water and electricity bills. Hui helps her grandmother every day. She must have found that the oil was stolen by mice and felt sorry for the good oil. Once the oil was found to be wasted, it was impossible to use it to fry skewers. Could only be thrown away. Many things in the world cannot be divided into right or wrong, and no one is qualified to divide them. Hui did nothing wrong, and Huibeikang felt that he did nothing wrong. At this time, Hui's belly suddenly moved again, as if those monsters could not be suppressed. Triangle Face said immediately, "If you want to save Hui now, I will bite Hui and poison those monsters to death." Huibeikang stared at Triangle Face with resentment. "Xiao Jinhua, if you dare, I will never forgive you." Cheng Xinghe also nodded. "If you want to save people, this is the only way. Brother, don't be soft-hearted." "When have I ever been soft-hearted?" Hui's face was full of disasters. She saw the green air spreading across her life palace and was about to die. If she wanted to live, she had to accumulate some merits. If she killed the fetus this time, she would escape this disaster but would also face other misfortunes. So I asked, "Is there any way to let Hui give birth to a demon fetus normally instead of having her belly cut open?" When Hui Baitsong heard this, he seemed to not believe his ears and was stunned. I looked at him and said, "I'm asking you." Hui Baitsong came back to his senses and said, "I'll do it myself." "Then why are you still standing there?" I said, "Deliver your child." Hui Baitsong immediately crawled to Hui's side. Not long after, a strange cry sounded beside Hui. It sounded like a mouse and a child. Hui Baitsong looked at me hesitantly while holding the pile of pink and tender things. Although Hui was still in a coma, her stomach had returned to its original state. I said, "You go." Not only Hui Baitsong, but also the triangular face widened his eyes. You just let him go like this? This is too easy for him." I had seen Hui Baitsong's aura before. The green aura on Hui Baitsong's forehead turned black. Obviously because of his sins, his cultivation was affected, and the new black aura was intercepted under his philtrum, indicating that he would soon be punished for this matter. Since God has already sent a disaster, I can't intervene. In fact, Hui Baitsong should also know the disaster he is about to suffer. Once the monster harms people, it will definitely suffer a heavenly disaster. Just like a bee stinging a person, it is a lose-lose situation. He took revenge on Hui with the mood of fighting to the death. Although all beings are equal, humans are the spirits of all things after all. Even if the monsters have cultivated into human form, there is still a gap between them and humans. There is no absolute fairness in the world, and no one can do anything about it. Those children were returned to him so that he could continue his offspring, and that was a good deed for Hui Hui. It took Huibeikang a lot of effort to believe what I said was true. He sat up tremblingly and was about to leave with those pink things in his arms, but he fell to the ground for some reason before he passed the door. Xiaoxiang wouldn't let him go. Then, I heard Xiaoxiang's voice. He can go, but he has to leave something behind. You'll need it in the future. I was very puzzled. What was it? At this time, Huibeikang seemed to have remembered something and came back to kowtow to me. I'll remember this favor. Whenever you need Huibeikang in the future, call me with this, and I'll never refuse. Then he added, we animals are different from humans, and we keep our words. I took a look, and it was holding a small gray thing in its hand. The tip of the tail? Chang Xinghe interrupted. The talisman. The so-called talisman is that the spirit uses a part of its body as a token and gives it to the master it recognizes. In other words, with this tail tip, I am the owner of Huibeikang. As long as I call it, it must come at my call. Generally, the talisman is taken from the spirit by the Taoist priest after the spirit is subdued. I have never heard of anyone willing to give a talisman. Animals always know how to repay kindness better than humans. Even Huibeikang is the same. At this time, I heard a groan behind me. It was Hui Hui who woke up. She rubbed her eyes in a daze, looked at me and said, Brother Onmin, why are you here? Hui Hui finally recovered. I was relieved, and when I turned around, Huibeikang had disappeared, and the triangular face was gone. No, I saw a big snake with a brown background and yellow flowers, as thick as a tree trunk, coiled under the eaves with a triangular head. I asked Hui Hui if she had any impression of a snake. Hui Hui was a little puzzled, but she still told me that one winter she went to Yangshipping to play and saw a hibernating snake being dug out of the field. Its body was covered with hoe marks, but the snake was still alive, so she applied medicine to the snake and caught mice for the snake to eat. Her friends laughed at her for not understanding the story of the farmer and the snake. She said that foreign snakes are foreign snakes, and Chinese snakes are Chinese snakes. They are different. Later in the spring, the snake recovered and died on its own. She never saw it again and asked me why I asked this. Yangshipping again? I saw the big snake shaking its head from the corner of my eye, and I knew that the triangular face didn't want me to tell her story, so I just evaded it. At this time, Grandma Wu came back and saw that Hui Hui was already recovered. She immediately hugged Hui Hui and cried with joy, and asked Hui Hui to kneel down and kowtow to me. I quickly said I couldn't bear it. At this time, I saw Chang Xinghe staring at Hui Hui and her grandson, as if he was very envious. By the way, he seems to have no parents either. Just like me, he is a lonely star, even worse than me. Maybe he doesn't even have an elder like my old man. When I came out of Hui's house, I saw Triangle Face waiting at the entrance of the alley. When he saw me, he wanted to kowtow to me to thank me. I waved my hand and said no. I actually admire Triangle Face, a spirit who values friendship. Even if everyone knows that saving a life is more important than the sky, how many people will be like Triangle Face and risk their lives to protect the benefactor? Just at this time, Chang Xinghe touched me. Brother, this snake is very badly injured. Why don't we? By the way, her 7 inches were cut by Chang Xinghe, and Hui Baizong was tossing her. It was really dangerous. At this time, she seemed to be unable to stand anymore and slid to the ground. I immediately went to help her and protected her wound, and asked Chang Xinghe to take out some more Yunnan Bai Yao. But Chang Xinghe shook his head and said that it was not me who scratched her wound, and Yunnan Bai Yao would not work for her injury. Triangle Face panted and said, I appreciate your kindness, but without the Jiaozhu, I won't live to see the sun. It was already early in the morning. The sky always gets bright early in summer. The clouds in the east had begun to turn red. Jiaozhu, I ate Jiaozhu, and I can't spit it out. But at this moment, I saw that her wound seemed to have healed a little. Chang Xinghe also saw it and immediately asked, Brother, do you have something on your hand? What could I have on my hand? But when I looked down, I saw that I had hit my head 3 times today and bled a lot. There was blood on my hand. I reacted quickly. Since I had swallowed Jiaozhu, would my blood be useful? Anyway, it wouldn't take much effort to try. So I cut a hole in my hand and squeezed the blood into Triangle Face's wound. Sure enough, Triangle Face's wound slowly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It really worked. Chang Xinghe gave me a thumbs up and said that I was the #1 nurse in the national server and was kicked by me. Triangle Face looked at me with a complicated expression as he saw his wounds healed, and murmured, "It was you who stole the Jiaozhu." I was caught in the act, and I was too embarrassed to deny it, so I stiffened my neck and said it was an accident. At this time, I remembered that Hui Hui said that Triangle Face was rescued by Yang Shuiping, and Triangle Face stole the Jiaozhu from the 9 Ghosts' coffin. Are she related to Xiaoxiang? I asked her, but she shook her head blankly and said that she was not as old as Hui Baizong and did not know the inside story. She went there to practice because the yin qi in the 9 Ghosts' coffin was very strong. Recently, she heard that the 9 Ghosts' coffin was broken. She heard that there was a Jiaozhu there, but no one around dared to touch it. She went there to steal the Jiaozhu because she was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. I couldn't help but be disappointed. Xiaoxiang was so powerful. What was her identity? Could it be that she was really a water god? But her style, it didn't look like a god. Triangle Face felt better now and said embarrassedly that she should have returned the favor to me. But she had secretly given her talisman to Hui Hui, and she couldn't have 2 masters, but she would definitely come to help me if I needed her. I didn't save her for her to return the favor, so she told me not to take it to heart. At this time, the first rays of dawn shone down, and the sky showed a beautiful dove gray. Triangle Face was used to hiding during the day and going out at night, so she thanked me profusely and said goodbye. She was seriously injured this time, and she had to go back to recuperate first. I also wanted to go back to the door to sleep, and when I turned around, I found that Chang Xinghe was gone. I looked at him again at the entrance of the alley and put another row of snacks. Did I see hungry ghosts or something? I walked towards him, and it turned out that he was giving it to a little beggar. The little beggar stared at the snacks, suddenly picked them up and ran away, without even saying thank you, but turned back while running and scolded Chang Xinghe as an idiot. Damn, this ungrateful kid. I was very upset and wanted to bring him back to beat him up. But Chang Xinghe shook his head and said forget it. The kid may not have met a good person. It's already pitiful enough. When he said this, his eyes were a little inexplicably sad. Obviously not a boy without a story. Did he also join the beggar's sect? If so, I want to learn from him. At this time, he had turned around and walked away. When I arrived at the door, I was stunned. The owner of the antique shop was waiting at the door. When I saw him, I started to fight with him. This old guy almost tricked me into the Tianshi mansion. I haven't settled accounts with him yet, but he came to a broken table to stretch his legs first. So I asked him coldly what he was doing here. The owner of the antique shop was in the wrong, so he smiled and said that there was a misunderstanding last time. He just heard his friend explain it clearly, so he apologized to me. Then I moved aside and saw that he put a box of beer and a lot of food on the steps. Chang Xinghe was very happy and bumped me with his shoulder, saying that he was very particular and could use food to shut his mouth. Besides, it was this old bald man who tipped off me when I went to save you. The antique shop owner didn't like it and said righteously, "You can say I'm old, but you can't say I'm bald. It's not that I'm soft-hearted. But the antique shop owner has watched me grow up, and I caused this matter. It's his duty to help me and not to help me. What else can I ask him to sacrifice for me?" So I nodded, indicating that the matter was over. The antique shop owner was very happy. I remembered the strange number that told me to run away that day, so I asked him if he had changed his number. Unexpectedly, the antique shop owner was very confused and said that the number was not his. That's strange. Who else knows about what happened that day? Chang Xinghe saw those people eating so eagerly, and without giving me time to think, he pushed me in and asked me to cook. I had no choice but to go to the kitchen and cook a table of food. The old man never liked to eat takeout, and after he became demented, he still complained that takeout smelled like corpse oil. I am a person who must do everything well, so my cooking skills are not bad. Chang Xinghe took a bite, looked at me straight and said, "I want to discuss something with you." I made him feel creepy and wanted him to fart. He opened his mouth and said, "Can you go to Thailand to change your personality? I want to marry you. Marry your father." Just when I wanted to scold him, I found that he still had meat in his mouth and fell asleep on the table. Since this guy came to me, I have never given him money, and he has suffered a lot, which made me feel a little guilty. I thought I would compensate him when I made money, so I covered him with a foot-wiping blanket. When people are idle, they will think about random things. I suddenly remembered that Xiaoxiang told me that she wanted me to agree to her thing. What could it be? But before I could figure it out, several people suddenly came to the door, led by a black-bearded man in his 40s. He looked at the door and said with a little disdain, "Are you Suan Min?" I glanced at Chang Xinghe, who had just fallen asleep, and asked him to keep his voice down. "What do you want from me?" As a result, his face froze, and he was almost a little angry. "You are a young person, and you don't even know me? You are not my father. Why should I know you?" "No, I don't know my bastard father." And the few people who came with him thought I was pretending to be stupid, and they were all anxious. "Who are you? How dare you talk to Mr. Han like this?" I took a look and saw that there was light on the black-bearded man's forehead, which was blue, which was the practice of the Shen level. Traveling together? Because I don't fit in the Inyang group, I didn't enter this circle at all, so of course I didn't know who he was. However, they looked so aggressive, as if they were here to cause trouble. This was strange. I didn't even know them, so how could I have offended them? The black-bearded man waved his hand and told the followers to shut up in a leadership style. Then he stretched out a hand as big as a dustpan to me. "Take out your feng shui bell. I want to check it." I was even more dumbfounded. What is a feng shui bell? Ah, I remembered it. In our industry, we attach great importance to inheritance and faction. When each disciple of a faction leaves his master's house, he will get a feng shui bell from his master's house. On it is his master's faction and rank, which is considered a business license for feng shui masters to be independent. As a grandson who inherited the business of my uncle, of course I can't have that thing. This kind of wild feng shui master is discriminated against in the eyes of these famous and upright people, and is inferior to others. It is called Wild Fox Zen. Blackbeard saw through it and sneered condescendingly. His followers also pretended to be powerful behind him. I was wondering why he didn't even know Mr. Han. He must be a wild fox. No wonder he did such a fraud, discrediting his peers and bringing shame to them. What kind of bullshit is this? Even if I am a wild fox, it is not your turn to come and throw dirty water on me. But before I could say anything, a follower gave me a certificate. It turned out that they were really officials who specialized in managing disputes in the industry, and I was reported by someone, saying that I operated without a license and cheated others of 200,000 yuan. Report? As soon as I looked outside, I understood in my heart. There was an E-Class Mercedes outside, which was in Jiayong's. Is this bastard going to fight with me? He is playing dirty. As they said that the few people wanted to take me away, asking me to cooperate with the investigation. The followers also sneered and said that I was crazy about money and had such a dirty hand. People in our industry called liars, and it was me who spoiled the whole pot of soup. I wanted to refute, but because I didn't belong to the Inyang group, I was really unfamiliar with the rules of the industry. Where could I go to seek justice? At this moment, a stretched Lincoln stopped at the door. The door opened, and a man got out. "Who wants to investigate my buddy?" I was stunned when I saw him. Isn't this the monk? The monk is now wearing a luxurious custom-made suit. His tendons have grown back, and he looks heroic and proud, a domineering president. The black-bearded man saw the monk and said, "Isn't this Mr. He? Why are you here?" The monk put his hand on my shoulder and said, "This is my buddy. He is in trouble. I will come even if it rains knives from the sky. Mr. Han, tell me, who did my buddy cheat out of 200,000 yuan?" One of the followers didn't know how to behave and immediately said, "He cheated." "Pa!" The black-bearded man hit the follower on the head and said, "How many times have I told you that you must investigate things clearly and not be so careless? If Mr. He hadn't come here in person, another person would have been cheated by you." The follower was obviously used to being the scapegoat. He nodded like a praying man, saying that he was not careful and believed the false accusation of the informant. He would definitely settle accounts with the informant later. I saw Jiayong get off the Mercedes-Benz from a distance. He obviously didn't believe his eyes, but he quickly got back to the car and ran away. Blackbeard seemed to have lost his memory. He had completely forgotten how he had just treated me coldly. He said warmly, "Little brother Lee, I didn't expect you to be our general manager's friend. General manager and I have a deep friendship. Isn't this like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple?" He also said that if I had just entered the industry and had any questions about the industry, I could go to Heshongshuan on Zijin Street to find him at any time. Don't make such misunderstandings. It's too hurtful. After that, he told the monk that he was wrong about this matter and he must not have any grudges against him. He still had to think about him about the new real estate project. The monk agreed indifferently, and Blackbeard spent a long time trying to please him before leaving. Watching the back of the Blackbeard, the monk spitted, then patted my shoulder and said, "On mean, didn't I tell you that you are my lifelong buddy? Why don't you come to me when you are in trouble? It turned out that after the partner of the monk's family ran away, he magically attracted a large amount of investment, which immediately brought the monk's family up. The people who had previously asked for debts all changed their faces, claiming that they didn't want the money and just regarded it as an investment in the monk's family. It's okay if they don't pay it back, just as a favor. What the monk said was right. If you are poor in the downtown, no one will care about you. If you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. When the monk was down and out before, the more harsh they were to the monk, the warmer they are to him now. The monk sighed and said that he was very grateful for the previous things, which made him realize what human nature is. He patted my shoulder and said that true friendship is revealed in times of trouble. I am the only true brother in my life. I felt embarrassed by what the monk said and waved my hands repeatedly, saying that it was because you were destined to be rich and noble. I was just going with the flow, and it was you who turned the tide. The monk bumped me with his shoulder and said that I was a master who had hidden my achievements. I said, let's stop bragging about business. What happened just now? The monk's face became serious, and he asked if you had offended Njayong. It turned out that Njayong didn't know who had helped him, and he got a lot of materials and went to the management office of our industry to report it. The materials were well-founded, and he also informed the bigwigs in the industry. If I was arrested, I would not be able to open a store, and I might even be sentenced. And the monk had opened a new real estate project recently, and he needed someone to look at the feng shui, so many feng shui experts recommended themselves to do planning for him, and he also met many people in the industry and heard about this incident accidentally. The man surnamed Han was also competing for this job, and he was very attentive to the monk, so of course he gave the monk face. It is true that where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and Jiayong knows the procedures so well, and there is obviously someone in the industry behind him. The monk waved his hand and said, "Leave that idiot's matter to me. I think he doesn't want to live anymore if he dares to do something bad to my brother." I told the monk not to show off too much. No one knows who is behind in Jiayong. It would be bad if he got into trouble. Some people who do Imian magic are desperate people who don't want merit. They are really not easy to mess with. The monk told me not to worry, and then winked at me, saying that I came here to kill two birds with one stone this time. In addition to helping you out, there is another thing, a good thing. It turned out that those feng shui masters were vying to check the feng shui for his real estate, not only because it was a lucrative job and could make a lot of money, but also because the feng shui of that place was very famous. Whoever could plan the feng shui of that place, once successful, would immediately become famous in the industry. Then he asked me if I knew the local Shuiwan building. I certainly know this building. It was built a few years ago, in the middle of the Fusho River. It hides the wind and draws the water. When you wave your hand, the mountains and rivers move. Sprinkling the soil makes it into an egg shape. This is called a spirit turtle holding an egg. It is the most profitable feng shui. As long as you can do business in this place, you will definitely make a lot of money every day. It is most suitable for commercial areas. If I remember correctly, although Shuiwan building did have a booming business at the beginning, it later became a place where someone died. The murder case was also very strange. One person died every year. In the first year, it was a cleaner who was said to have died in the bathroom. It seemed to be a heart attack. In the second year, it was a merchant who was crushed under the truck bed when unloading goods and was completely flattened. These two things were considered accidents and had no major impact. But the third year was the most famous. A pair of twins died. The children were running and playing and fell from the building and died together. Now the locals have become suspicious. Can't be such a coincidence if they want to die, right? There are rumors that this place is evil. When it was developed, many people's bones were dug out, but the developer was rich and powerful and suppressed it. The rumors got louder and louder, and the locals called Shuiwan building Shuiwan building. By the fourth year, although the business was still going on, all the merchants inside had quit. Many people said they heard someone sighing in the bathroom, but when they opened the door, there was no one. Some people knew the cleaner and said it sounded like the cleaner's voice. Some people heard someone shouting under the truck when they were transporting goods, "It hurts!" Some people heard the sound of children running and jumping on the stairs at night. It was so creepy. So in the fourth year, Shuiwan building declared bankruptcy, and the place became a ghost building. This time, the monk got the development rights of this location and planned to renovate and redevelop it. Many feng shui masters wanted to take this opportunity to become famous. He knew that I was in this business, so he wanted to keep the good things that could make him famous for me. I started to think about it. Since so many feng shui masters were eyeing this place, could I find out the whereabouts of Jiang Kezi from them? Only a fool would refuse a job that can earn both people and money. I told you not to worry. Leave it to me and I will make sure it is done for you. Since I started working, I haven't done big business. This is my first big job. I must treat it well. Maybe I can make a comeback and make a name for myself. Who doesn't want to reach the peak of life and marry a beautiful, rich woman? More importantly, I have to find that old bastard John Casey within more than a month. After the monk left, I studied the sketch and fell asleep unknowingly. In my dream, I dreamed of Xiaoxiang again. She was still leaning on my arms like before. She became clearer and clearer in my eyes. I could even barely see the outline of her facial features. Even so hazy, she was so beautiful and thrilling. How beautiful would it be if I could see everything clearly? Sometimes she is really scary, but sometimes she makes people particularly addicted. I couldn't help but ask, "Why can't I see you clearly?" She smiled slightly. "I haven't fully recovered yet. After a while, you will be able to see me." As she said, she covered me and I tasted her taste again. This taste is addictive. After a long while, she leaned on my shoulder again. "You have to go to the turtle egg-laying site tomorrow, so be careful." She also knew this. I remembered that she asked me to take the beads, and I agreed without any doubt. "Are you talking about those feng shui masters who compete with me?" Xiaoxiang smiled. "No, I asked you to be careful of an old acquaintance of mine." "She has an old acquaintance? Remember, go catch the tail." "Tail? What does this mean?" I immediately remembered that Hui Baizong said yesterday that someone wanted to catch Xiaoxiang. Could it be that thing? But she refused to continue, saying that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, and knowing too much would be bad for me. I had no choice but to nod. Suddenly, I remembered what happened yesterday and said, "Thank you for Hui's matter. If it weren't for her, Hui would have." "Your sister is naturally my sister." Xiaoxiang smiled gently. "Besides, I'm not doing this favor for nothing. By the way, she said that she wanted me to promise her something, so I asked her what it was." She smiled mischievously. "You'll know when the time comes. Now, someone is looking for you. Go." As if I was pushed by her slender fingers, I woke up suddenly. When I opened my eyes, it was my phone ringing. I picked it up and it was the hospital telling me that the time for master surgery had been arranged. I got excited and immediately borrowed an electric bike from the antique shop owner and rode to the county hospital. The operation went very smoothly, and the old man's life was finally saved. I was relieved. I stayed with the old man in the hospital for a long time. Although he hadn't woken up yet, it should be a matter of time. I saw that it was getting late, so I rode my electric bike to the monks' building again. I am very familiar with the Fusho River under the building. When I was a child, the water here was very clear. In summer, the old man took me there for an afternoon. The old man fished for shrimps and I caught snails. The water was good, so these aquatic products were delicious. Just add some pepper and star anise and cook them, and add some chili peppers. It was a rare meat dish. It was homely but delicious, and it was the best memory of my childhood. Unfortunately, the Fusho River is now seriously polluted. Disposable lunch boxes and plastic bags can be seen everywhere. The water is dirty and oily, and the smell is disgusting. Not to mention snails and shrimps, loaches are all dead. This kind of big feng shui is different from injai and residential houses. There are more directions for observation, which are divided into observing the sky, distinguishing the quality, observing the shape, and riding the air. Just because of this pollution, the feng shui of the turtle holding eggs has to be discounted. However, I suddenly felt that the feng shui here was a bit wrong. No, not only here, but the whole county seemed to have a bit more foul air. Even if there is pollution, it can only pollute the air, not the atmosphere. The feng shui in the county seems to have really changed. Since ancient times, when choosing a site for a city, feng shui must be considered to ensure safety. For example, Kunming is surrounded by lakes on 3 sides and mountains on 4 sides, and Wenzhou is like a city of peace and security. Therefore, there are basically no major natural disasters in those ancient cities. In the past few years, there was an earthquake in Boizhou and a flood in Yonghe, causing countless deaths and injuries. The old man said that it was all because of local development that disturbed the feng shui formation when the city was built. Could it be that the local feng shui formation is also broken? I felt guilty. Could it be that I broke the 9 ghosts and caused the trouble? Then this disaster is really big. It was all Jiang Keizi's fault. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I rode to the monk's property, intending to set up the formation early and find Jiang Keizi. When I got to the place, I saw a lot of feng shui masters. I didn't know them, but I saw that they all had feng shui bells on them, which showed that they were all from famous and upright families. The cars they drove were also very luxurious, either Mercedes-Benz or BMW. And Jiayong's lifeblood, the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, was nothing. So feng shui masters can make so much money? I really hope that after working in the industry for a long time, I can also make a name for myself. I passed by them, and none of them looked at me straight in the eye. I didn't have a feng shui bell on my waist, and I had an electric bike under my crotch. They probably thought I was a delivery man. At this time, they were talking about, how did Xiaohe decide? I heard that Mr. Han from Zhengyi came to recommend himself, but Xiaohe didn't give in. Yes, Mr. Han is an orthodox Shen level, and there are not many in a county. Mr. Han can't catch Xiaohe's eye, so we ordinary Huang level people have no hope, right? How can we say for sure? Maybe Xiaohe is young and wants to find someone of similar age and temperament. Then Xiaohe is an outsider. Our business is like Maotai. The older it is, the better it tastes. At this time, a person accidentally bumped into my electric bike and said angrily why the deliverymen these days are so panic-stricken and don't know how to walk. It's like they are in a hurry to reincarnate. He wiped himself with a tissue while saying that. Haha, how could you have thought that the lucrative job you were waiting for in line has fallen into my hands? I was about to push the electric scooter in when I suddenly heard a feng shui master say, "Oh, by the way, have you heard about the recent investigation of people in the Tianchi mansion? My business?" I immediately pricked up my ears. Of course. The other feng shui masters became excited. It seems that there is a big mess. Who do you think can break the 9 incense cauldron? 9 incense cauldron? Isn't that 9 ghosts pressing the coffin? Do feng shui masters of different factions have different names? Who knows? Maybe they are playing the dark side. But the thing under the 9 incense cauldron is so fierce. How many people in the world can suppress it? Must they be at the heavenly rank? There are only 12 heavenly rank feng shui masters in total. I don't think any of them look like it. Fuck, I also know that the heavenly rank is difficult to cultivate, but I didn't expect that there are only so few heavenly rank feng shui masters. Could Zhang Kezi be one of the heavenly rank? I immediately asked those people and asked them if there was a Zhang Kezi among the 12 heavenly ranks. Even if he is not a heavenly rank, Zhang Kezi is very capable, so he must be very famous in the circle. I didn't expect that the feng shui masters frowned at me and said, "Who is Zhang Kezi? I haven't heard of him." No, why are you asking Zhang Kezi? Are you going to deliver takeout to Zhang Kezi? Ha 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 ha. No one knows Zhang Kezi? This is a bit unbelievable. The feng shui masters drove me in, saying that no one present would eat takeout, and asked me to look inside. I walked and thought, didn't I make this trip in vain? And these feng shui masters have no clues about Zhang Kezi. Where can I find him? However, I have good news for you. I heard from my friends at the Tianchi mansion that after the 9 incense cauldron was broken, the Tianchi mansion seemed to have sensed that the feng shui of the world had changed. Now they are recruiting feng shui masters. Anyone interested can sign up. No way? Doesn't the Tianchi mansion only accept people from those old families? Can it be our turn? It is not our turn to be here, but haven't you all come? It won't lose a piece of meat if you try your luck. That's true. Is it really the only way to find him to enter the Tianchi mansion? On mean, the monk made an appointment with me to wait for me here. Seeing that I hadn't come, he came to pick me up and saw me. You have been waiting for me for a long time. Did our master's operation go well? I nodded. Very well. Thank you for your help. I heard about it at the county hospital. The monk went to the hospital without my knowledge and spent a lot of money. Why are you being so polite? Your business is my business, and your master is my master. The monk patted my shoulder and took me inside. Let's go in and talk. Those who were waiting in line to see the monk were all excited. Master Xiaohe, we've contacted each other on the phone. I'm Zhang Xiaofan, the eldest disciple of Mr. Menking. We're the best at haunted houses. Master Xiaohe, please consider our Zhangbei Gate. We're the best at dealing with evil spirits. Good boy, this is the standard for girls to watch idol concerts. They almost had glow sticks, but the monk didn't look at it at all. He hugged my shoulders and said, "Look, the feng shui planning of our building is only for my buddy Su Anmin. Don't queue up. Go home and take a shower and go to bed." What? It can be said that a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The delivery man? He doesn't even have a feng shui bell. Mr. He, You must have been deceived by him. The monk didn't even turn his head and took me into the construction site. Don't say it, he can trust me so much, which makes people feel warm. The monk took me straight to the rooftop with the best view. I looked down from the rooftop and couldn't help but gasp. To the left of this building is Baxi Bank. The roof of Baxi Bank is made into the same shape as a trident, facing the Shuiwan building. This is called silver halberd attracting wealth, which brings good feng shui to your home and sends evil spirits to the monk. On the right is Chiefing building. The roof is made into a saber shape, on one hand to attract wealth, on the other hand for defense. There are also immortal bridges and spiritual mirrors on the four sides. It is like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities, all trying to attract wealth for themselves and make the other party uncomfortable. It is simply a battle between feng shui masters, and it is so lively. Strangely enough, they all pointed their spears at the monk, as if they were facing a great enemy. If they want to grab feng shui, they will grab it, but they won't stab me, right? The monk has been in contact with this aspect recently, and he told me who the feng shui masters of these buildings were. I don't know any of them, just like a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. It can be seen that in order to defend against enemies from all directions, Shuiwan building has also thought of a way. On the left side, a hard small curved leaf willow was planted as a shield to block the evil spirit of the silver sword to attract wealth. The entire wall on the right is decorated with green mirrored glass, just to bounce the spiritual mirror back. Unfortunately, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, and they still lost after attacking from both sides. The monk frowned and said that he had heard that feng shui could kill people, but he didn't expect it to be true. Then he asked me if it was possible. If it was difficult, it didn't matter, and he didn't want to get himself into trouble. I shook my head and said it was okay. If I was afraid, I would not do this job. At this time, a worker asked if he could handle the haunted thing together with the feng shui this time, so that the brothers could rest assured. It turned out that since the monk was developing here, the workers worked day and night and rested here at night, but in the middle of the night they would feel someone pushing them, saying that this was his home and others had no right to sleep. At first, the workers didn't take it seriously, but when they woke up, they saw black handprints on their shoulders. There was a rumor that there was a haunted place here, and they were all scared and ran outside to set up tents to sleep. There was a young worker who was brave and didn't believe in evil. He insisted that it was cool in the building and he wanted to sleep in the building, but that night he dreamed that the person who pushed him seemed angry and said that he would fulfill his wish. He still didn't take it seriously, and the next day he fell from the building and died. No one knows how he fell, but they only know that he died miserably with his back of the head cracked. The monk was stunned and asked, "Is there such a thing?" The workers said that the contractor was afraid that this would affect the project, so they were not allowed to talk about it. However, those who worked here were the backbone of the family, with elderly and children, and no one wanted to die. The monk glanced at me, obviously a little worried. I told him not to worry, and I would stay here today to see whose home this was. These construction workers are all young and strong, and they are supposed to have strong yang energy. Those who can attack them must not be good people. But at this time, several people hurried to the construction site, and the leader was the black-bearded man named Han. Seeing that I was also here, he looked at the monk angrily. "Boss I heard that you want this yellow-haired boy to take care of the feng shui here. Is it true?" This black-bearded man is so well informed. Obviously, he has an informant in the monk's company. The monk said indifferently, "I asked my buddy to come. What's the matter? Do I need your permission?" Blackbeard stamped his feet. "Boss you are young and don't know how important feng shui is for a real estate project. How can you hand over such an important project to a rookie who has just started? He doesn't even have a feng shui bell." He didn't regard me as a competitor at first. I didn't expect that I, who was inconspicuous, would take advantage of the opportunity and grab the prize. I immediately felt cheated. The monk also got angry. "Old Han, I advise you to be polite. This is my project. I can find whoever I want. You invested or contributed. Why should I listen to you? If you dare to say a bad word about my buddy again, I will fucking make you never mix in the construction circle again." Blackbeard was speechless when he heard this, and then he looked at the person behind him as if he was looking for a savior. This person looks very elegant, probably in his early 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a luxurious suit. He is obviously a successful person. As soon as the monk saw this person, his sharpness was restrained a little. "Uncle Ma is here too?" It turned out that this person surnamed Ma was Ma Yuanxiu, the partner who had run away before. Thanks to this person who brought back the investment, the monk returned to this position. Ma Yuanxiu looked at the monk with a smile. This project is indeed your responsibility, but as an investor, I also think you need to think carefully about feng shui. Mr. Han has been in the circle for so many years and has always had a good reputation. He is also the successor of Mr. Han of Zhengyi. It is indeed safe to let him take charge. Blackbeard was immediately proud. As long as this matter is handed over to me, our Zhengyi sect will help us and make all the other feng shui formations fail. I said that Blackbeard was so fearless, and he even had a backer. However, what is Zhengyi? It seems very awesome, and I have never heard of it. I glanced at the monk and wanted to persuade him that there was no need to insist so much. If he offended the investors, wouldn't it be very unprofitable? Unexpectedly, the monk seemed determined and said to the man surnamed Ma, "Uncle Ma, since I am the monk responsible for this matter, then I have the final say. The feng shui here must be done by my buddy. If he is not capable, I will be fully responsible for the consequences." Damn, it's not appropriate for you to be so tough, right? After all, he is the sponsor. But I didn't expect that Ma Yuanxiu actually smiled, nodded slightly, looked at me and said to the monk, "You are not a child anymore, you always have your own reasons, but the matter is serious. I have to give an explanation to the investors. Otherwise, if you can succeed, I will give you more investment in the later stage. If you fail, I will have to change the person in charge." Fuck, this is to seize the power of the monk. The stakes are too high, right? But the monk didn't hesitate for a second. "Okay." I whispered to the monk, "The stakes are so big, why don't you consider it?" The monk touched the back of his head and said very honestly, "Because I trust you." My heart warmed up, and I made up my mind. I must not mess up this matter for the monk. Blackbeard stared at me, as if I had robbed his wife. When he left, he muttered, "What a prodigal son. If Mr. He were still alive, he would never let you do such a thing." The monk glared at him, and he looked at me. "Boy, don't think you can do this job just because you have a brain. You will know when the time comes. This place is not a bone you can chew." Ma Yuanxiu looked at me with a smile, as if he was very interested in me. It's strange to say, I looked at Ma Yuanxiu and he looked familiar, but I didn't know where I had seen him. Could he have been on TV before? The monk watched them leave and asked me what I was going to do now. I said, "Why do I need to ask? You have said so much, I can't be a coward, just do it." When the monk heard it, he immediately decided to help me and patted his chest, saying that no matter what kind of monster he is, if anyone dares to touch me, I will overthrow him first. It's not to mention that the monk's forehead is bright and red, and he is lucky now. It seems that the bad luck in the ancestral tomb has suddenly returned after the blockage has been cleared. I can benefit from it, so I agreed. It was getting dark, and I took this opportunity to look at the qi outside again. The master's book Qi Jie said that looking at qi during the day is to borrow sunlight, which is most suitable for observing people, while looking at the earth at night is most accurate by borrowing starlight. So the ancients talked about observing the stars at night, which was actually using starlight to look at qi. I chose a relatively open place and started to look at qi. In the past, I looked at qi blindly and looked at very simple things, but later I gradually found that the first 3 times of looking at qi in a day are the most accurate. The more you look, the less accurate it is. So Qi Jie said that you can't look at things more than 3 times a day, which is the reason. Today I only used it twice and there is still one chance. When I saw it, I was stunned. I saw a dark evil spirit coming out from the building, right between the 6 evil stars and the white tiger star. I have never seen such a strong evil spirit. There is something under the building, and it is a particularly fierce thing. No wonder the Blackbeard is so fearless. He must have seen it a long time ago. And the feng shui formations such as the spiritual mirrors around, is it not only to compete for the wealth of the turtle eggs, but also to block the evil spirits here? I remembered Xiaoxiang's words and thought that there was really her old acquaintance hiding here. If I could find this old acquaintance, maybe I could find out Xiaoxiang's origin. Thinking of this, I observed the land here again. This land faces Fusho River and backs on Laolong Mountain. It is a big hill holding a small island. It stands to reason that the wealth from all directions will gather on the turtle egg, which is the monk's land. But there is a vicious thing hidden in the egg, just like a sharp blade, which makes the building full of evil spirits. If you want to settle the feng shui here, you have to find that thing. So I followed the monk into the building. This location was formerly Shuiwan Building. At that time, Shuiwan Building was still a landmark building in our local area. The overall shape is lotus petals. Lotus is the token of Buddha, and the meaning is still very good. Unfortunately, it was attacked from all sides and could not suppress the evil spirits. The monk's current project is to renovate this building as a whole and make it a new commercial and residential building. There are still many workers working overtime in the building. The monk asked about the situation today. While he was talking, a worker came up from the elevator and asked the foreman's workers why there was still work in the basement. Didn't he hear the notice today? The foreman was very puzzled and said that our work had not yet reached the basement and no one had been sent down. Who told you that? The worker had a puzzled expression on his face and said that he went to the basement to get tools and indeed heard some noises, hitting the wall again and again. It was not our people, so when I heard that, I immediately took the monk to the basement by elevator. Sure enough, as soon as I got off the elevator, I heard a series of banging sounds and ran over there. As soon as I turned the corner, another worker came out. I asked the worker where the noise came from. The worker hurriedly said, "I'll take you there." I nodded and said thank you and walked in with the worker. The further I walked in, the louder the sound became. There was a sense of trembling under my feet, as if the floor would be lifted at any time. This feeling was so weird. It was like knocking on people's hearts. As I walked, I noticed that the basement of this building seemed to be octagonal, just like a gossip. The sounds seemed to come from the center of the gossip. Bagua and Lotus, they really seemed to be suppressing something. I looked around and grabbed the monk. "Something is wrong here. Don't follow me." The monk was stunned. "What's wrong?" I pointed to the ground. "Look at the soil. No one should have come here for a long time and it was all loose soil." The monk didn't react at first, so I told him, "There is no footprint on the loose soil. What do you think is making the noise now?" The monk was also scared when he heard what I said, but he immediately straightened his chest. "What's wrong? You are here. I am not afraid." I pointed at the worker again and whispered, "Then look at his feet again." The worker walked in front of us with a flashlight, but there were no footprints left where he walked. The monk's legs went limp, and he barely managed to sit on the ground. I had a hard time holding him up, but even though he was sweating, he still insisted on following me to the center of the hexagram. He is... There was a dark red mark under the worker's helmet. The worker who fell to death had no other external injuries, only a broken back of the head. Didn't he? The sound came from the center of the hexagram, not someone hitting the wall. The sound came from underground. This is already the basement. What is under the basement? At this moment, I saw something fancy at the center of the hexagram, but it was covered with dust and I couldn't see it clearly, so I squatted down to take a closer look. When I saw it clearly, I immediately shouted for the monk to run, but at this moment, the ground under my feet boomed and cracked. Before I fell in, I saw the worker grinning at me. The fall was really heavy. I felt a lot of bricks and tiles falling on me. My ears were buzzing. When I came to my senses, I heard the monk's curse. "Oh my God, that bastard worker is cheating me. Why is this a shoddy project?" I took out the portable flashlight from my arms to find the monk. With a strong light, I saw the monk lying on a pile of bricks, covering his eyes to block the light. I pulled him up and shone all around. The monk stood up, covering his butt, cursing and insisting on finding the worker and knocking him over. I said, "Don't look for it anymore. That thing appeared just to lure us down. If I guess correctly, the worker has now become an accomplice." As for the 4 words serving a tiger as an accomplice, everyone knows that people who are bitten to death by tigers will continue to be controlled by tigers after death, leading others to die in the tiger's mouth, and becoming accomplices to the tiger on their behalf, so that they can re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. In simple terms, it is to pull a substitute. The worker was obviously the evil spirit here, and he pulled us down to replace him. The monk was shocked and asked if he was also killed by someone else as a substitute. I said it was certain there were many deaths in this building before, and now it seems that the deaths were not simple. The monk nodded as if he understood. "This place is evil, and there are really many twists and turns." I asked the monk, "By the way, why did you choose this place for development?" The monk said, "It was not me who chose this place, but Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma ran away before, which made our family suffer a lot. After Uncle Ma came back, our family was relieved. He came to me and said that he wanted to develop this place and asked me if I was willing to do it. Of course, I was willing. Just as I guessed that Ma Yuanqiu was not simple. This method of killing people with borrowed knives was exactly the same as Jiang Keizi's tricking me into breaking the 9 ghosts pressing the coffin. There must be something under this building." The monk took the flashlight and shone it upwards, saying, "I didn't realize this place was deep enough. We can only wait for the workers to come and rescue us." I squatted down and studied the broken bricks. The monk was puzzled, Why are you looking at this? I said you should take a closer look. This is not an ordinary brick. As the young master of a construction company, the monk is very knowledgeable about building materials. Sure enough, after a closer look, he exclaimed, "This is an ancient brick. This kind of brick is fired with sand and soil, and this kind of craft is no longer used in modern times. Besides, due to the limitations of the craft, these bricks have many tiny bubbles on them, and now those bubbles are filled with glutinous rice paste. Glutinous rice paste was used to ward off evil spirits in ancient times. Bricks made of glutinous rice paste are only bricks from graves." The monk was stunned. "So, there is an ancient tomb under this building?" "That's right. Those who can be buried in a spirit turtle holding an egg must not be ordinary people." The monk was a foolish and bold man. He completely forgot about the ghost just now. He said excitedly that he loved watching Ghost Blowing Light and Grave Robbers Chronicles since he was a child. If this is an ancient tomb, there must be a lot of treasures. Isn't it rich? Not necessarily. Building a young house near the turtle holding eggs will make a fortune every day, and building a een house will last forever. Add to that the evil spirit that rises to the sky, which shows that the thing is very fierce. Burying it here is to use feng shui to suppress it. The monk stared. "No, if this is the case, then the people who built the building before didn't know? I'm afraid that the people who built the building before knew that there was such a thing here, so they deliberately built the building here. This is the inside feng shui. The harder you suppress the evil spirit, the more money you will get. It is a feng shui situation that takes risks. This place borrows the turtle holding eggs and has a situation to suppress the evil spirit. It should be able to get rich, but there must be some problems in the middle. The evil spirit was not suppressed, and the evil spirit leaked out, causing Shuiwan building to go bankrupt and people to die. Could it be that so many feng shui masters are vying to take care of things here, and it's also because of this thing? Anmin, look!" The monk pointed to the east at this time. "What is that?" I moved the flashlight closer and shone it where the monk pointed, and found that it was a long mural. The mural was colorful, and if you look closely, it seems to be the content of a sacrifice. A large group of people wearing ancient costumes, carrying chariots, cattle, and sheep, were kneeling and worshipping. A man with a fairy-like appearance stood in front of the platform, holding a lotus whisk in his hand, and burning incense to the sacrifice. There were 3 eye scars on the handle of the whisk, and behind the sacrifice, my heart was lifted up. Countless people were skinned like animals and placed on the altar in a white mess. This is a human sacrifice. I really haven't heard of it just now. Where is there such a large-scale human sacrifice? Who are they sacrificing to? I wanted to continue reading, but the content behind was torn off. I don't know who was so impatient. At this time, I felt that the monk was pushing me. I asked him why he was so anxious and asked him to take another look. But the monk didn't listen to me and kept pushing me. I was annoyed by his pushing and shook him off. "What are you pushing?" At this moment, the monk's voice sounded in the distance. "Anmin, what are you talking about? I'll go there after I pee." I got goosebumps all over my body. It wasn't the monk who pushed me. Who was it? At the same time, I felt a cool breeze blowing from behind me, blowing on my shoulders. The life lamp of a person is on his shoulders and head, and that thing is blowing my life lamp. At this time, I must not look back. As long as I look back, I will probably be possessed by evil spirits. The monk can't do anything except brute force, and no one can save me. By the way, Master said that the whole body circulates qi, and the finger force can guide the qi in the body out. This kind of qi is pure yang qi, while the dead are a group of condensed yin qi, which can disperse the dead. I had never encountered an evil creature before, and of course I had no chance to use this trick. Now that I remembered it, I immediately followed the method taught by the old man and tried my best to move the qi to my fingertips. Sure enough, the dantian was like a small flame burning, slowly steaming up, but it was my first time using it, and I couldn't move the qi to my fingertips. At this time, the thing behind me turned its head and blew at my head. I felt cold, which meant that the life lamps on my shoulders had been blown out by it. If it blew out the one on my head, I would be damned dead. No, I have to try harder. So I continued to use my strength, just like draining water, trying to draw out the qi. Finally, the qi slowly swam upwards like a small fish fry, but I began to feel dizzy and felt like I couldn't stand up. The life lamp on my head couldn't hold on for much longer. It's dead now. But at this moment, the small fish suddenly grew bigger and swam along my arm to my fingertips. I didn't wait for a second. turned around and gathered my energy, and hit the thing in the waist. Crash! There was a loud noise, like a pile of building blocks being broken up by me. The monk also ran over while zipping up. On mean. What did you break? I took the flashlight and scanned it, and immediately gasped. It turned out to be a pile of human bones. The monk was also shocked. Oh my God! What the hell is this? I squatted down and took a look, and told the monk that this is called unmelted bones. The so-called incorruptible bones are dead people who are kept in a place full of and evil spirits. After a long time, the bones will have spirits and become a kind of spirit. The white bone spirit in Journey to the West is such a thing. However, the incorruptible bones in front of me are relatively low level. At most, they can eat people's yang energy. However, eating up yang energy is not a joke. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Seeing that the corpse was wearing a long robe, it should be an ancient costume. There was a cut on the neck. It was obviously a violent death. It was also a sacrifice. At this time, I suddenly heard a clattering sound behind me, as if there were many fully armed people running in unison. I couldn't help but shine the flashlight down, but this light almost scared me to death. There were countless people rushing towards me, and the monk, those people, are all incorruptible bones. How could I possibly deal with so many undissolved bones when I only had one fry on hand? I panicked immediately. The monk had 200 degrees of myopia and didn't wear glasses. He had no idea what was running towards him and looked confused. No, even if he reacted, he couldn't run away. But at this moment, I suddenly remembered that I had recently recruited a new brother, Hui Baitsong. Isn't that guy very capable? Without further delay, I immediately reached for the amulet, but I couldn't find it no matter how hard I tried. I remember it was in my jeans pocket, and those things were getting closer and closer. The monk saw clearly and shouted, "Oh my God!" Then, reflexively, he raised the broken bricks on the ground and smashed them at those things. Not to mention, this smash was quite effective. The few bones that were in the front fell down immediately. By the way, there was glutinous rice on these bricks and stones. Glutinous rice can ward off evil spirits. But there were too many bones that were not rotten. It was impossible for the monk to beat them all back by himself. I was sweating all over. God had a good heart and finally let me touch the tip of the tail in my butt pocket. I quickly shouted, "Hui Baitsong, come out!" Squeak, squeak. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a sound of digging the soil behind me. When I turned around, the thin figure had appeared. I quickly asked him if he could help us. Hui Baitsong said with a big tongue, "Well, Hui Baitsong is one of the best gray immortals in the local area. It's easy for him to catch this thing." As he said, Hui Baitsong squatted on the ground. I saw countless black things spreading from his hands like shadows and rushing towards those unmelted bones. Strangely enough, those black things were like glue, and they immediately fixed those unmelted bones. Just like they fixed us at Hui's house. Just when I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Hui Baitsong looked back at us. "Run. This thing is a bit evil. I really can't resist it for long." He was sweating all over his head. I quickly pulled the monk out, but the cave entrance was too high, and we couldn't get up even if we tried our best. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a rope was lowered from above, and Chang Xinghe's voice was heard. "Brother, are you down there? I'm here to save you." However, the cave entrance was too high, and the rope couldn't reach it at all. The monk insisted that I step on his shoulders and jump up, and then throw him a rope to pull him up, but looking at Hui Baitsong's condition, I guess the monk couldn't hold on until I threw the rope. Once I went up, it was like leaving him to die. Just as I was anxious, I suddenly saw a figure behind Bawagu. After seeing it clearly, I immediately told the monk to step on me and leave quickly, because I had something else to do here. The monk was anxious and asked me what was more important than life. This thing was as important as life. The figure behind Bawagu was limping. It must be Jiang Kezi. He actually came here too. It seems that I didn't take this job for nothing. It can be said that enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. I must fight him to the death. Thinking of this, I glared at the monk. The monk knew my character and didn't dare to refuse. He immediately stepped on me to reach the rope. Chang Xinghe's voice came from outside the cave. "Brother, have you gained weight recently? Why is it so heavy?" I didn't have time to reply. I picked up the flashlight and ran towards Jiang Kezi. "Old bastard. You hurt me so badly." Suddenly, a pair of hands hugged my chest. "Are you going to die? Let me go." But Hui Baitsong used his unique skills again to control me and drag me back. I watched the limping figure disappear behind Bawagu. I was so angry that I was about to explode. I might have been pulled out when I moved. Chang Xinghe was eating melon seeds and arranged the shells into a heart shape. When he saw me wake up, he said with a smile, "Does it feel good to die?" "So good. I almost found Jiang Kezi." I asked about Hui Baizong. Chang Xinghe waved his hand and said that Hui Baizong almost lost his life to save you just now and had gone back to rest. You should have some humanity and don't use a little brother to death. I thought about it and wanted to find Jiang Kezi. Chang Xinghe sighed and said, "Brother, you are a little ungrateful. You are just getting started. Have you heard of the coffin demon? The legend of demons and monsters is that they can fascinate people, but I have never heard of the coffin demon." I asked him what he meant. He told me that this is a kind of spirit parasitic on the coffin, just like a mirage. It can transform into something people want to see and lead people over. It is often used as a tomb guardian. The ancients hated tomb robbers the most. The coffin spirit can let tomb robbers see the gold and silver treasures they want to see the most. After leading the tomb robbers over, the tomb robbers will never come out alive. He said with a sense of superiority, "The consulting fee is recorded. You mortals with mortal eyes are too disadvantaged, you can't see anything. So, it's because I want to find Jiang Kezi so much that I saw Jiang Kezi's phantom?" The monk was stunned and asked me what was going on below. I told the monk that the feng shui array here is really a yin feng shui, called 8 directions to suppress wealth. This method is very sinister, but it is also very effective. The so-called 8-sided pressure of wealth is to use the resentment of the ancient tomb to attract wealth, but you certainly can't take advantage of it for nothing. You must reach a certain agreement with the suppressed tomb owner. Now it seems that one person will die every once in a while. This agreement should be a human sacrifice. The scene I saw on the mural just now shows that the tomb owner enjoyed human sacrifice when he was buried. Those who did not decay were all sacrifices of the tomb owner. The one who is qualified to enjoy human sacrifice must be a fierce soul who killed countless people in his lifetime. There is only one kind of person who can hold the power of life and death of so many people. I took out my mobile phone and checked it, and I really found out that our place was a battlefield in ancient times. In a certain battle, there was a general named Wei Fengming. This general seemed to admire Bai Qi very much. After winning the battle here, he killed countless prisoners of war. But at this time, he was so powerful that he surpassed his master, and because of his cruel methods, he was feared by the emperor at that time, so he was conspired to be killed. However, after his death, his resentment did not dissipate, and he made a lot of trouble. The official in charge of Yin and Yang at that time came up with an idea to let living people sacrifice him to calm his evil spirit, which is exactly the content of the mural just now. But this living sacrifice cannot be done in one step. Living people must be sacrificed every once in a while so that he will not make trouble. This is not a solution for a long time. Later, a master set up a very powerful feng shui formation in the local area, and then he calmed him down. The very powerful feng shui formation immediately reminded me of Xiaoxiang. People in the Tianshi mansion said that Xiaoxiang was related to a very powerful feng shui formation, and Xiaoxiang was released by me. Is the so-called feng shui formation now out of work? The monk got goosebumps all over his body after hearing this, and asked me quickly, "According to what you said, this place is quite well suppressed. Why is it making trouble again?" I asked the monk, "Since you are an insider, do you know the rumors about this building before?" The monk thought about it and said that he heard a rumor that a large stone slab was dug up during the development. There was a very thick chain on the stone slab, and there were many ancient characters engraved on it. No one knew what it was used for. What's more strange is that when the stone slab was dug out, it was broken at the bottom, but the other part was not found. That's right. A feng shui master must have known about this matter and reached an agreement with the tomb owner. "I will wake you up and continue to sacrifice you. You will be pressed down by me to bring me wealth." It seems that the tomb owner agreed. But later, something went wrong and the tomb owner was unhappy, so he continued to make trouble. If the tomb owner's business is not settled, the monk will also be unlucky to develop this place. Did the black beard tell me that this is not a bone I can chew? The monk crossed his arms when he heard this. If that's the case, do we have to feed him some living people? No, it's against the law. Yes, but I also saw the evil spirit just now. He has been suppressed here for such a long time. How can it be so easy to calm down? At this moment, I remembered what Xiaoxiang told me to catch the tail. There are people buried here, not monsters. How can we catch the tail? At this time, there was a scream outside. When we heard it, we took the elevator up. When we went out, we saw that a worker fell into the concrete while pouring and died. My heart sank. The worker who fell to death wanted to use me and the monk as substitutes, but we didn't die, so he found another person. At this frequency, the general's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Now he has to eat a living sacrifice every day. If this goes on, his evil spirit will become bigger and bigger, and it will become more and more difficult to deal with. Chang Xinghe looked at me and said, "Look at how capable you are. You dare to take charge of things here. Now you are in trouble, right?" The monk immediately said, "On mean. Don't worry. At most, I will ask the people of Jingyi to come. You don't need to wade into this muddy water. I am also a tiger. If I knew it was so difficult, I would never bring you in." The monk wanted me to be famous. How could I not know that? Moreover, the monk had already made an agreement with others that if I couldn't take charge, he would have to hand over the power of the person in charge. If that happened, the monk's reputation would be bad. How could he still be in this business? I told the monk not to worry. I can definitely find a way. At this time, a sneer came from the opposite side. It turned out that Blackbeard and his men were gloating over the misfortune. A follower said happily, "You dare to touch the bad luck of the general's tomb. Now you know how serious it is, right?" Blackbeard also said in a deep voice, "This is a mess now. The more time you waste, the more people will be harmed. It was because you refused to let us take care of this matter that the worker fell into the cement. You are also a person in the industry. You know that this will damage your merits, right? I don't think he is afraid of losing his merits." Another follower said, "Anyway, he will be a rookie for life and will never be able to upgrade." That's right. Except for us Jingyi, no one can do this. After hearing this noise, many people gathered to watch the fun. They were obviously in the same industry and came to see the joke. They whispered to each other, "He looks like a yellow rank, but he dared to go to the general's tomb to commit suicide. He is really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. You are too nice. I think it was Zhu Beiji who took the photo and made himself look bad. That Mr. He is also blinded by his own greed. He actually found such a liar. It is true that he is a prodigal son. He has no sense of judging people. No matter how big the family business is, he will lose it sooner or later." The monk did not argue with them as before, because the monk knew that face is not as important as life. Chang Xinghe looked at me a little worriedly, as if he was afraid that I would do something stupid. But these words did not make me depressed, but made me more motivated. I really don't believe that what you can do, I Su On Min can't do. But this general's tomb is indeed a hot potato. How can I solve it? The knowledge the old man taught me was spinning around in my mind. At this moment, I suddenly realized what the tale Xiaoxiang was talking about was, so I immediately climbed up a relatively high tree and looked around. When the feng shui masters saw my action, they burst into laughter. "Are you looking for a tree to hang yourself?" I saw what I wanted to see on the tree, climbed down immediately, and ran to an open space behind the building. The monk and Chang Xinghe chased after me and asked me what I wanted to do. The other feng shui masters were also laughing at me, thinking that I was embarrassed and wanted to escape. Only the Blackbeard saw the direction I was going and showed a trace of suspicion. There is indeed no animal here that can stretch out its tail for me to catch, but there is a place for the feng shui of the turtle holding eggs, which is the tip of the tail. There is a very deep pool in that place which should be connected to the Fusho River. Originally, I had used up 3 opportunities to look at the qi, but now it is past midnight and it is a new day, so I can start looking at the qi. As expected, although this place is not as evil as the building, the black air is rising to the sky, which must be the back door of the cemetery. If we can outflank from here and get past those unmelted bones and coffin monsters, things will be easy. But strangely, the color of this air is a bit wrong. Could it be that the air here is too fierce and I can't see it clearly with my cultivation? The monk asked me if I saw anything. I shook my head and said I was not sure now. I had to go down and take a look first. When the monk heard it, he immediately hugged me and said that it was very dangerous just now. "So don't go and kill yourself." I said it's okay, I Su On Min must get this done today. I stared at the air and thought for a while, looked at the construction site, put a bag of lime on my shoulder, and asked the workers if they had firecrackers. Our county now strictly prohibits fireworks and firecrackers. But when work starts, the workers will privately set off firecrackers to drive away evil spirits in order to ensure safety. When I asked, I was lucky, and there were really a few red plums left. This winter plum red is the most powerful among the homemade firecrackers. Can blow up cardboard boxes and the like. Children are generally not allowed to play with it. I stuffed the winter plum red into the lime bag. Chung Xinghe looked at me and asked me if I wanted to go down to hold a welcoming ceremony for the general. I ignored him and went down directly. Who knew that when the monk saw me going down, he actually followed suit and also went down with a bag of lime and winter plum red on his back. I was shocked and asked him what he was doing here. The monk patted his chest and said, "I'm afraid you don't have enough lime. My mother said that it's not a bad thing to bring dry food and hot clothes. It's not a bad thing to have more people, right?" Seeing that the monk didn't seem to be going back, I had no choice but to tell the monk to climb back the same way as soon as there was danger. This time I was also careful and tied a rope around my waist. After the monk came down, Chung Xinghe actually came down too. I was a little unbelievable and said, "Why are you here too? Isn't this guy very afraid of death?" Chung Xinghe curled his lips. "If you die, who will pay me back? Life is precious, but money is more valuable." What he said made so much sense that I was speechless. The well was humid and smelled terrible. The monk held his breath and climbed down while saying, "On mean, are you sure this is the back door of the tomb? It's not a septic tank, right?" I said, "What era is it? We all have flush toilets, so why do we need septic tanks? Besides, look at this bluestone well wall, how many years has it been here?" The monk was amazed while climbing, saying how could he not know that there was such a place here? This place is actually quite hidden. If I hadn't been able to see the shape, I wouldn't have been able to see this place. Because the air here is dirty and humid, our hands holding the rope are a bit sticky. I just asked them to be careful, but I didn't hold my hand tightly, and I slipped down. I was shocked at that time, thinking that my pelvis and coccyx were no longer safe. Unexpectedly, I was lucky, as the place where I slid was not far from the ground. I just sat down hard on my buttocks, and apart from the pain, there was no serious problem. It's just that there is sewage up to my ankles, which soaked my pants and was quite disgusting. The monk also squatted down and let out a cry, splashing sewage everywhere. Chung Xinghe slipped on the monk's neck, and it looked like a father and son in a cartoon. This place has a long tomb passage, which is really large. I took the lead and asked them to be careful, but Chung Xinghe was used to such scenes and didn't take it seriously at all. He advised me to take care of myself. The monk was very excited and said that he felt like Hubei, full of courage. After passing this tomb passage, the front suddenly opened up and there was a large tomb chamber. Inside the large tomb chamber was a large square thing. The monk couldn't see it clearly and asked me if it was a mobile-colored steel house. I said, "Why is your family building a colored steel house in such a place? This should be a coffin." In ancient times, when people were buried, the poor had only thin coffins or even rolled-up straw mats, and only the dignitaries with status were qualified to use such luxurious coffins, which was in line with the status of the general. Tick, tick. The sewage here is indeed seeping in from here. The monk was very nervous and asked me what I should do now. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard a noise like something knocking on the coffin. The monk turned around and scolded Chung Xinghe, telling him not to touch it randomly and not to alarm the general. Chung Xinghe's voice was innocent, saying that he was disgusted by the dirt, so how could he touch that thing? At this time, another knock on the coffin sounded, and I realized that this sound was not from outside but from inside the coffin. Fuck! The monk immediately took a step back. "Is there anything alive in this coffin?" "Yes," but before I could speak, the wooden board suddenly exploded with a bang, and something inside rushed out towards us with a foul smell. I reacted quickly and took a step back. Chung Xinghe, as if he could predict the future, had already retreated to the back. The monk's knife wound had not healed yet, and he was not that agile. The thing rushed towards the monk. My heart was lifted up. Just as I was about to save the monk, I heard the monk shout, "Damn! What is this thing? I'm going to be suffocated to death." At this time, Chung Xinghe turned on the flashlight and shone it here. The monk saw what he had in his hand and immediately cursed, "Fuck! Giant python!" It was a huge head, opening its mouth to the monk. The monk didn't see anything clearly just now, and he blocked it with his hands, holding up the mouth of the thing. Now, as long as he let go, the head would be bitten off by the thing. Chung Xinghe murmured, "This is not a giant python. It's a big turtle. That's right. Behind it is a huge hard shell." The monk was stunned. "Didn't you say he was a general? How did he become a turtle?" "This turtle has a fierce personality and won't let go of anything it bites. Fortunately, the monk has the same strength as Lu Zhishan. If it were someone else, his head would have been bitten to pieces long ago." In a flash, I took off the lime I was carrying and stuffed it into the turtle's mouth. Then I stuffed the monk's lime into it, and then stuffed the winter plum red into it. The turtle's mouth crackled and exploded. Then I pulled the monk back. The turtle had a belly full of lime and firecrackers, and shook its head in discomfort. It didn't care about the monk at all. Chang Xinghe nodded repeatedly. So you wanted to treat him to popping candy. At this time, the whole coffin was struggled open, and the turtle rushed towards us like a tank. The monk was scared and dragged me to run. I said, "Don't worry, it can't catch up." The monk was stunned for a moment and asked, "What time is it? You are still playing the tortoise and the hare race?" I shook my head and said, "Just watch if you don't believe me." Sure enough, the big turtle wanted to chase us at first, but the lime was blown up by the firecrackers and scattered all over its stomach. Lime, this kind of thing, will burn when it sees water, and it is burning the big turtle's internal organs. The big turtle couldn't stand this torture, so it turned around and drank the sewage on the ground. But drinking sewage would be even worse. Lime would boil directly when it came into contact with cold water. Sure enough, the big turtle ate the sewage, swayed left and right in pain, tilted its head, and smashed the tomb passage, and a lot of bricks and tiles fell down with a crackling sound. It struggled for a while, vomited a lot of things, and died in the sewage with its 4 legs up. Its internal organs should have been burned through, and the smell of rottenness became stronger. The monk reached out and poked it, making sure that the thing was dead, and said with great surprise, "It's really dead." Then he asked me, "But isn't this the general's tomb? Where did the big turtle come from?" "It occupied the general's tomb. Where did the general go?" I pointed to what the big turtle vomited out. "You will understand after looking at this. It was a set of armor. I don't know what material it was made of. After staying in the big turtle's belly for such a long time, it was still as bright as new. With the armor, there were also several weapons like burial objects." The monk stared. "So, the general's body was eaten by this big turtle?" I nodded. "Yes." The monk touched his head, remembered the lime he brought with him, and immediately asked, "But how did you know? Can you predict the future?" At first, of course, I didn't know, but at the mouth of the well, I saw a trace of green gas. Since there is green gas, it must be a spiritual object, but what spiritual object is there in this place? At first, I suspected that I was not capable enough and had seen it wrong, but I immediately remembered that the monk had said that a half-broken stone tablet had been dug out here. No one would go to a cemetery and break a stone tablet. There must be a reason why the stone tablet was broken. Moreover, there was an iron chain on the stone tablet, which was also very strange. The stone tablet could not be moved, so why lock it? In ancient times, there was a custom of always using giant turtles to guard the tomb and let the giant turtles carry the stone tablet to pray for the stability of the tomb. Generally, the stone tablets were carried by stone turtles, but sometimes real giant turtles were used. If it was a giant turtle here, then the green air and the iron chain had a history. Such a big turtle is naturally spiritual, not to mention that it has been in the land of spiritual turtles with harmonious attributes for such a long time. Once it is infected by the evil spirit, it will become a monster. If it can eat the general's evil spirit corpse, its ability will be doubled, and it will naturally be able to break free from the chains and stone tablets that suppress it. This place was suppressed by the feng shui formation, and no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't get out. Unexpectedly, a few years ago, it was favored by the people who developed Shuiwan building, and the 8-direction wealth suppression formation was set on it. Turtles are good at carrying heavy loads, and they were also very successful in eating human sacrifices. But for some reason, the agreement broke down, and it began to release its minions to eat human beings, turning this place into a haunted building. The monk became more and more interested as he listened. "Then how did you think of using lime to deal with it?" I said, "Of course, this turtle has been eating evil spirits for so long, and it has a hard shell on its body, so it must be invulnerable to swords and guns. How can I deal with it with my bare hands? Of course, I can only think of other ways. If I can't do it from the outside, I will start from the inside and find its weak spot." The monk was very happy to hear this, and kept saying that he didn't expect me to have such a brain. Chang Xinghe looked at me and admired me a little. He squatted next to the big turtle, cut the big turtle's neck, and took something. The monk saw it and immediately asked him, "What are you doing? Don't you think it smells bad?" I told the monk that he was very cunning. The blood of the giant turtle that had been there for so many years was very nutritious, and it also carried so much evil spirit that you couldn't buy it even if you spent money. As the saying goes, what you eat nourishes what you eat, and what the blood on the head of the giant turtle can do is self-evident. The monk was very excited when he heard it, and he immediately wanted to get it, but the smell was too strong and he was suffocated. Just at this moment, I saw a figure in the darkness. This scared me. There can't be any unmelted bones here? But before I could see clearly, I just felt that the figure bowed to me, then clenched his fists, separated them horizontally, gestured and disappeared. Could it be that general? The general's body was swallowed, and he would never be reborn. It seems that if I killed the giant turtle, he can also escape, and he is thanking me. But what does that gesture mean? When I shone the flashlight over again, the evil spirit here was gone, and I couldn't see clearly. After the big turtle was hoisted up, I looked at the evil spirit of the whole building. It had indeed subsided. Now there was only the good feng shui of the turtle holding eggs, which could make a fortune every day. When the feng shui masters who were watching the fun saw the big turtle, they were stunned. I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. Do you know who he is from? I heard he is Yi Hu Chan. That's impossible. Yi Hu Chan doesn't have this ability. The monk was very proud and said, "You still dare to look down on my buddy, ask yourself, who has this ability?" The feng shui masters who laughed at me were silent. Only Blackbeard stared at the big turtle, gritted his teeth, and said with great pain that I was really a bandit, simply killing lives and wasting nature's resources. I looked at Blackbeard and said, "It was you who set up the 8 directions to suppress wealth for Shuiwan building before?" Blackbeard was stunned and looked at me coldly, which was considered as tacit agreement. I saw that he actually knew about the turtle. If this turtle could be dug up alive and placed under any house, as long as a human sacrifice was done, the owner would surely become wealthy. Although a feng shui master could not build a house for himself, he could make a lot of money by doing business. Some people don't care about a few lives for money. I said that he wanted to take on this job so much, it turned out to be a 2 birds with 1 stone deal. On the one hand, he could become famous, and on the other hand, he wanted this turtle. And his followers also said, "This spirit turtle has lived for so many years, and you killed it alive, you will have retribution." The monk was very worried when he heard it and asked me if it was true. I sneered. Of course, a spiritual creature that has lived for many years cannot be killed. But this turtle has eaten so many people, and its fate has run out. It's time. Killing it is equivalent to saving many living people. It is considered to be doing justice for the heaven. Not only will there be no retribution, but there will be merits. These people are just saying that grapes are sour because they can't eat them. When Blackbeard and the others heard this, they immediately gnashed their teeth and wanted to skin me alive. At this time, a sound of applause rang out. It turned out that the monk's Uncle Ma came out from behind the crowd. He looked at me and nodded repeatedly. It is true that heroes have emerged from youth since ancient times. Our Xiao Huzong really didn't make a mistake in his choice of person. The monk was so proud. "Uncle Ma, I told you a long time ago that I, the monk, have no other abilities, but I can know people and assign them to the right positions. For a leader, knowing people and assigning them to the right positions is the most important thing." But the more I looked at him, the more familiar Ma Yuanxiu looked. This feeling was so weird. I couldn't help it, so I secretly looked at Ma Yuanxiu, but when I looked at him, I was stunned. I was not even a little angry, and I could not see it on Ma Yuanxiu's face. This shows that Ma Yuanxiu is probably also a master of qi. He can cover his qi so perfectly. What class is he from? Ma Yuanxiu nodded to me and thanked me. He said that it was thanks to me that I solved this matter. Are you interested in being his exclusive feng shui master? Hearing this, the other feng shui masters were blown away. Did I hear it right? A man of Mr. Ma's status can actually let a young boy be his exclusive feng shui master. But Mr. Ma's previous exclusive feng shui master was Mr. Han from the Han family. Could it be that this boy is more powerful than Mr. Han? The so-called Mr. Han seemed to be the elder of the Blackbeard family. When Blackbeard heard this, he felt greatly insulted. He swung his sleeves and left. Before leaving, he glared at me fiercely and said that the mountains and rivers will never change and there will be opportunities to meet again in the future. Is this a challenge to me? The monk didn't even look at the Blackbeard. He excitedly asked me to agree to be his exclusive feng shui master. Uncle Ma was rich and powerful. I would be rich and wealthy for the rest of my life, not as good as the upper class. However, Ma Yuanxiu was obviously a very powerful person. Why did he ask me to be his exclusive feng shui master? Things that are abnormal must be evil. I thought about it and said politely that I wanted to consider it. When the feng shui masters around heard it, they were envious and jealous. They immediately said, You are so fat that you pant. I gave you this good face, but you are so arrogant. Yeah, he just did a business with advantages and reputation, and he is acting like a big shot. I think he is just lucky. He thinks he is a dish. I am still immune to these words. The old man said that tigers don't listen to dogs barking. Ma Yuanxiu didn't get angry. He nodded to me with a smile and said that he would wait for my news. After the big turtle was dealt with, the monk transferred me a sum of money. When I saw it, I was immediately shocked. It was 800,000 yuan. Although our local area is a small broken county, it is close to the imperial capital. Although it is convenient to go to the imperial capital, the housing prices have also risen along with the imperial capital. I never thought that I could buy a house in my life, and 800,000 yuan is enough to pay the down payment for a second-hand small apartment. Cheng Xinghe immediately asked me to pay the debt. I am now rich and powerful, so I didn't hesitate and asked for his card number. But when he saw that I was so happy, he rolled his eyes and didn't rush to ask for it. He said that he would keep it with me and let me calculate the interest for him. Where can I find such a thief? The old man's later life is settled, and I feel so happy. In an instant, I even forgot that I only have a few dozen days left to live. I wanted to take the monk and Cheng Xinghe out for a drink, but the monk had to deal with the building, so I went with Cheng Xinghe. I remembered that he wanted to eat seafood last time, so I asked him which one he wanted to eat. When Cheng Xinghe heard this, he immediately raised his thumb and said that it was different when he had money. It didn't matter which one, as long as it wasn't kelp. Of course, I usually have less than $100 in my pocket, not to mention that I'm worth 6 figures now. I can definitely walk sideways. But as soon as the CBD came out, Cheng Xinghe suddenly stared at the west and was a little dazed. I asked him what he was looking at. He thought about it and said, "It's a bit strange. There are more lonely ghosts in the local area. They didn't come in groups like this before. They even used groups? It's really out of sight, out of mind, but I also remembered that I saw the foul air. Could it be caused by Xiaoxiang being released?" At this moment, a man suddenly came over and asked cautiously, "Young man, no, master, you are a feng shui expert. Can you tell me where the haunted house is?" I saw that this man was the contractor of the Heshang construction site. He had lent me the firecrackers just now, so I nodded. The contractor slapped his thigh and said that he had finally found a savior. He asked me to go to his house and see that it was a haunted house. It was a matter of life and death. He asked me to save his wife. Then he held up his bank card and said that although he was not as rich as the general manager, as long as I could save his wife, he was willing to go bankrupt or write me an IOU and pay it back slowly throughout his life. This man sucked his lips forward, and there were fine lines around his mouth. This is called a wax mouth. He is very similar to Fatty Bear. It is reasonable to say that he should be very mercenary and stingy, and value money very much. Now he can take out all his wealth for his wife. It is true that love changes life. Seeing his red eyes, I also felt compassion. Besides, we should do good deeds to help the people in our line of work, and we can't easily refuse requests. I asked him if he could wait. We didn't rest all night and wanted to have a meal first, and our fees are determined according to the situation. We are not Huang Shuren, and we can't force you to go bankrupt. The contractor was very happy when he heard it, and hurriedly said that he knew a bun shop with delicious soup dumplings, which was not far from their home, and we would eat and talk. As he said, he took us to a small shop. This small shop looked shabby, but the taste was really good. Cheng Xinghe ordered several baskets of buns and ate so much that he didn't even have time to talk. While we were eating, the contractor talked about his story, wiping his tears while talking. The contractor's home was in Jinqiu home behind the bun shop, which was considered a relatively good community in our county. It was because his wife's sisters bought houses here that he gritted his teeth and used the money he had originally intended to buy a second-hand house as a down payment to buy a house here. The house was originally a good house. Why did it become a haunted house? It was because his wife came home from work a while ago and found that the door was not locked. When she went in, she saw a thief rummaging through her things. His wife was usually very brave, and she immediately took a broom to hit the thief. The thief might be new in the business and had no experience, so he turned around and ran to the balcony to escape. There was a pipe under the balcony. The contractor happened to be home at this time. He was quite scared when he saw the mess on the ground. After checking, he found that a gold necklace was missing. There was nothing left, so he comforted his wife that the person was fine. At night, he heard someone shouting that there was a dead person in the bushes. The dead person had a gold necklace on him, which belonged to the contractor's wife. The thief obviously slipped and fell when he escaped from the contractor's house. This scared the contractor's wife so much that she asked the contractor repeatedly whether the thief had killed himself. The contractor comforted her and said that it was okay, and the thief had brought it upon himself. When the police came to investigate, the contractor's wife told the story. In the end, the case was closed as an accidental theft. There was nothing wrong at first, but since the thief died, his wife was frightened and kept muttering, "I killed him, I killed him." The contractor didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that it would be fine in a few days, but he didn't expect that the longer the time went, the more his wife kept nagging. She refused to eat or drink and kept muttering, "I killed him." Soon she became haggard and looked like a dead person. The contractor had no choice but to take care of his wife at home. But one night, his wife suddenly laughed in his ear and said, "I'm here to collect debts from your wife. I'm here to collect debts from your wife. I won't leave until she pays me back." This scared the contractor. His wife was not her usual self at all. Her voice was completely a man's voice, not to mention her expression. It was so damn scary. He realized that something was wrong, so he quickly went to see a psychologist, but the psychologist was helpless. Someone else said that his wife might be possessed by an evil spirit and suggested that he collect his wife's soul. He quickly asked a shaman to collect his wife's soul, but the shaman fell down when he entered the door. When he looked at his wife carefully, his wife was laughing, and she said, "Don't bother, I won't leave." That voice was a man's voice. The shaman was so scared that he stumbled out and said, "I can't do anything about your wife." He thought to himself, if it really doesn't work, he can sell the house and move out. But someone died in this house, and the news that his wife was possessed by an evil spirit had spread a long time ago. No one dared to buy his house. The mortgage on the house was not paid off, and he had used all his family savings to treat his wife's illness. He didn't have much money to rent a house, so he could only make do with it for now. In this way, his wife became more and more haggard. Seeing that she would not live long, he was so anxious that he could not concentrate on his work. Once, he almost got his hand stuck in cement. Speaking of this, the contractor cried and said that if something happened to my wife, I would not want to live anymore. "You said that thief, he obviously did something bad. Why did he come to my wife to collect debts? If that's the case, then it's really a vicious ghost. Subduing it can increase merits. I just killed that turtle for justice, maybe I can get a Taoist level." Chung Xinghe ate 4 baskets of buns and said they were delicious. He also asked the bun shop owner to pack them for him as a snack. The bun shop owner looked at us, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. I asked him if there was anything wrong. He shook his head in a panic and said nothing, then went to the kitchen to make buns for Chung Xinghe. After eating and drinking, we entered the community. As expected, as the contractor let us in, the old men and women wandering around the community pointed at us and whispered, but when they saw me looking at them, they turned their faces away. I could tell from the outside that there was a taller building in the southwest corner of the house. There should not be a tall building in the southwest corner of the house. This is called the White Tiger Smiling Evil. If the White Tiger Smiling Evil, the coffin will not leave the house. After asking, it turned out that several families in this building had had accidents, some were hit by cars, and some had accidents. The contractor was even more scared when he heard it, and asked me if I had to move out. I said not really, you can go back and inform the neighbors, and hang a red thing in the southwest corner to ward off the evil, preferably a red mirror. The contractor quickly agreed. Their house is on the 7th floor. When I opened the door, I felt a particularly depressing feeling. As expected, the layout of their house may have changed the original layout. The bedroom is next to the French window, the balcony is in the middle, and the curtains are drawn in the bedroom. It is dark even in the daytime, and you have to turn on the lights. Moreover, the ventilation is not smooth, and the smell is quite unpleasant. The living room is dark, and the residents are nervous. At the least, the couple quarrels, and at the worst, people are killed. To put it simply, in a depressing environment, people's mood will not be too good. Of course, they will be irritable after a long time, and it is normal for couples to quarrel. At this time, I heard a thin voice coming from the bedroom. "Someone is coming again. Hee hee." It was obviously a man's voice, and it sounded like a pervert on TV. Don't mention how creepy it was. I got goosebumps on my arms. Chung Xinghe stretched his neck and began to look around. The contractor took us into the bedroom a little nervously and said, "This is my wife." I looked and saw a person sitting on the bed, the whole body wrapped in a quilt, a disheveled head stretched out to look at us. That look made people gasp. The whole face was as thin as a skeleton. The eyes were big and empty, as if a piece of skin was stretched on the bones without any vitality. At first, she squinted her eyes and smiled. I was about to give her a breath. The next second, she immediately showed a fierce look, rushed towards me. You are an accomplice. You are an accomplice. This scared me and I dodged it. The contractor hurried to grab his wife. Wife, these two gentlemen are very powerful. They are here to save you. His wife didn't wear much, so when she struggled, her armpits were exposed, and there were two small bulges inside. Only those who are possessed by a dead person will have such bulges. As expected, the woman's life palace was filled with black air, and it was clear that she would not live for much longer. Black lines also appeared on her philtrum, indicating that the thing was haunting her. This was all conceivable, but the strange thing was that her wealth palace was shining, which obviously meant that she had made a fortune. However, the light was also lifeless and had a burnt red color, which meant that it was evil money. Strange, didn't their family spend almost all the money? Where did she get the money? So I asked the contractor, did your wife tell you that she made money recently? The contractor's boss was stunned by my question. Master, are you kidding? With my wife's condition, where can she make money? But since the wealth palace was shining, the money should still be in her hands. There might be something fishy here, and I couldn't see the possessed man. So I asked Chung Xinghe if he had any advice. Chung Xinghe habitually stretched out his hand. Money talks. Wow, he knew that the contractor had no money. I didn't plan to charge much money this time, but he was still so obsessed with money. One thing for one thing, although I just got 800,000, if I put in my own money, the contractor's family would owe me karma, and I didn't want to make it so troublesome. So I hit his hand down. You are a yellow-level person. Don't you think about how to improve your merits? And think about money every day. Isn't this throwing away the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds? Chung Xinghe was stunned and immediately said, Who do you look down on? Who is yellow level? I have already reached the earth level. I didn't expose him. He was a little too boastful, and he felt guilty. Forget it. Just treat it as a discount today. Then he whispered to me, This thief is quite rich. What? I didn't quite understand this. The thief was chased by people every day because he was poor. Where did he get the money? If he had money, who would be a thief? I asked Chung Xinghe what he meant by this. Chung Xinghe told me that the clothes a person wore when he died would be the clothes that his ghost would wear. The dead person attached to the contractor's wife wore a Gucci shirt on the upper body, Versace pants on the lower body, and an Hermes belt. He was full of logos, definitely a local tycoon. Who knows why he broke into the house to steal? I thought that this guy was not an expert in luxury goods. What if this thief bought a set of knockoff clothes? Or these clothes were also stolen from other people's homes? At this time, the contractor saw that his wife's mouth was cracked by dryness, and he hurriedly poured water for his wife. But his wife suddenly stood up and threw the water cup on the ground. The cup was made of glass, and it fell to the ground with a sound. The wife lay on the ground and rolled around on the glass shards. This time, the glass shards pierced her pale skin little by little, and blood was dripping. She was still yelling, Pay back! Pay back! Kill someone and pay with your life. Pay your debts. Hee hee. My hair stood on end when I saw this. Damn, this is the end of the 10 cruel punishments of the Qing dynasty. This thief really wanted to torture this woman to death. This made the contractor feel distressed, but it was obviously not the first time his wife had self-harmed. He skillfully helped his wife up and used tweezers to pick out the glass shards bit by bit. It gave me goosebumps. He started crying while picking and said that his wife was usually so kind that she would not even step on an ant to death. But why did she suffer such retribution? God really has no eyes. When we were picking, the wife didn't show any pain at all. She just stared at us and cursed. Accomplice! Accomplice! There are many ways to deal with evil spirits. I can slap her mouth with the sole of my shoe, or hit her back with a willow branch dipped in salt. But this woman really owes the thief her life. I should now figure out the cause and effect and mediate. If I act rashly, it will easily make things more and more chaotic. I communicated directly with his wife. Tell me, how do you want to pay this debt? His wife grinned at me. I don't want money. I just want my life. How can we talk about it? I asked the contractor if he had a photo of the thief. The contractor shook his head and said he had never seen the thief. If I could see the thief's appearance, maybe I could tell something. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Old Four, are you home? When the contractor heard the voice, he quickly wiped his tears and pretended to be indifferent and opened the door. Zhang Man, is there anything wrong? fuck, Zhang Man? Could it be my particularly talkative female classmate? However, the name Zhang Man is quite common, so I thought with a fluke mentality that maybe this is a coincidence. As a result, what you fear will come true. Although I haven't seen her for a long time, it is indeed Zhang Man outside the door. Although she was a lot fatter than in high school, her appearance had not changed. She still had a sharp mouth. Her head was now covered with curlers and she was dressed like a landlady. At this moment, she held the door frame with one hand and looked inside with a pair of eyes, full of inquiries. I just heard from people in the community that you found a new husband. Don't I care about the girl too? How is it? As soon as she saw me, her face changed immediately. Fuck, Suan Min. Is it you? The charlatan? Hey, you tricked us into our community. You were quite capable. It turned out that Zhang Man was their neighbor, living next door, and she often came to their house to play. I know her. She usually likes to take advantage of others and borrow everything she sees. Now it can be seen that although she seems to be in harmony with the contractor's family, the contractor is actually very annoyed by her. The contractor was stunned and looked at me in disbelief, but he thought again. He saw me showing my skills to the monk and said quickly, "You know each other well, right?" Zhang Man came over with her fat waist twisted, saying, "This is our old classmate. Who doesn't know him? I know him, don't I? Fortunately, I came today. Otherwise, I would have screwed you over." While talking, she saw Chang Xinghe. Her eyes were a little surprised. She quickly straightened her curlers and winked at me and asked who this handsome boy was. I was too lazy to pay attention to her. Chang Xinghe glanced at her but ignored her. I twisted my slender waist and hooked Chang Xinghe's arm. "Brother, I think you are handsome, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. Oh, by the way, you have seen enough, right? It just so happens that my house is a bit bad. Can you come and take a look with me?" The contractor's expression suddenly became ugly. "Zhang Man, we have never bothered you when you usually want to borrow things. You have also seen what happened to my wife. These two gentlemen are here to save lives. Why are you so stingy?" Zhang Man pouted dissatisfiedly. "You are so hesitant, and you are not manly at all. Oh, you come to rob people, which makes sense." This made the contractor stare in anger. However, people with sharp tongues like to gossip the most. In addition, she has sharp ears and likes to pry into people's privacy. Maybe she can know something. I said it's okay. Then we will take a look at you first. Zhang Man was very unhappy when she heard that I was here too. But I am not her mother, so I don't care whether she is happy or not. Chang Xinghe was obviously very painful when Zhang Man pulled him. But in order to investigate this matter, he had to sacrifice his chastity. Before, Zhang Man wanted to ask me to come to their house to check the feng shui, and she even cursed when she heard that it would be charged. Today, I came to see that their feng shui is really not very good. The reception room of the Yangzhai is full of messy paintings. This position is the peach blossom position. The smoky and foul atmosphere makes me guess that her husband has a woman outside. And she asked us to come not really to check the feng shui, but to spy on the contractor's family. Brother, what did you see from their family? That woman is usually not a good thing. You must not show her carefully. I am doing this for your own good. If you help the evil, you will be punished. I really have a clue when I heard it, so I asked Zhang Man to tell me in detail. It turns out that the contractor's wife is very vain and looks down on others. She always speaks to everyone with a proud look. Last time Zhang Man praised her beautiful bag, she said, "If it's beautiful, just look at it more. Anyway, you can't afford it in your lifetime." This made Zhang Man angry. Moreover, her relationship with her neighbors is not very good. Last time she parked her car incorrectly. She was occupying the road. At that time, an old man drove an electric car past her car and hit her car. It was not a big deal. He apologized and asked his children to pay for it. But when his wife saw it, she immediately called a group of people and beat up the old man. What he did was inhumane. However, the woman seemed to have a black background. The old man's family dared not speak out, and the people in the community did not dare to offend her. When they heard that she was unlucky, they said it was retribution. Then, Zhang Man lowered her voice. "There is one more thing. I'll tell you secretly. Don't tell anyone that I told you. I actually know the thief who fell to death. The so-called Ba is the most powerful type among the zombies. It can come and go without a trace, and kill people without a trace. Once the Ba is formed, it will take all the surrounding resources for itself. Especially it will absorb the local water to nourish its own energy. As long as there is a Ba in a place, there will be a drought, so it is called the drought Ba. In the old society, if it didn't rain for 3 months, One had to pray to the Dragon King for rain, and the other was to find the drought ba by digging a drought bone pile, and then the water would come back. I suddenly remembered that I saw a drought in the local area on the news a few days ago. So it was caused by the drought ba? Du Hongji told me that the Tianshi mansion had also sent some feng shui masters, but none of them could find the lair of Hanba. The situation was getting worse day by day. It seemed that they could only find it through the method of looking at the qi. This matter was of great importance, so the best candidate they could think of was me. Chang Xinghe sneered after hearing this. Bah! No wonder Mr. Du was willing to offer such good conditions. It's really a difficult job. Not much different from defusing a bomb. Du Hongji had the high cultivation of an upper-class person, and didn't care. She just looked at me with a pair of big eyes, and her eyes were shining, which was particularly heartwarming. Of course, things that are not easy to do should naturally be done by those who are capable. Hanba is so fierce, and the evil spirit must be very strong. According to my current ability to look at the qi, it should not be difficult to find Hanba. If I find Hanba, it means that I have saved the natural disaster, and the second grade of Huang rank will definitely not be a problem. More importantly, I have less and less time, and I must find Jiang Kezi. Now the Tianshi mansion has not been found, and it is the only clue to find Jiang Kezi. Although this matter is difficult, the benefits are not small. Overall, it is worth it, so I nodded and agreed. Du Hongji was not surprised at all, as if she knew I would agree, and gave me a prepared address. I have already greeted the local residents. When you go there, they will help you. Chang Xinghe frowned when he saw that I agreed, but he also wanted to find Jiang Kezi, so he didn't stop him. He looked like he was willing to die for a gentleman. There is another most important thing to ask. Du Hongji nodded. You say, will you reimburse the round-trip fare and food and accommodation? Du Hongji smiled. Of course, in addition, there is a generous reward. Chang Xinghe's face was a little better, and he said that you are sincere. Then he bumped my shoulder and whispered that the reputation of Tianshi Mansion is here, and I am not afraid that they will default on their debts. At this moment, a cough suddenly sounded from inside the door. The old man's voice. This time, I remembered the first rule the old man set for me, which was not to fit in with the Yinyang group. And the Tianshi Mansion was the highest-end Yinyang group. Du Hongji heard the cough and looked into the room curiously. Is there anyone else in your family? My master is a little demented. I felt guilty and broke the third rule first, then the first rule. If I married a white, rich and beautiful girl like Du Hongji, I would have broken all the rules. But this was pure fantasy. How could Du Hongji be interested in me? At that time, I didn't know that this was another decision that would make people regret it. After Du Hongji left, I went to see the address. It was not far from us. I told the old man, Master, I'm going out for a few days. I'll ask Uncle Gao to take care of you. Don't run around. Don't forget the pain after the wound heals. The old man put one hand on the back of little white foot and sang with his eyes narrowed. Let's go, let's go. People have to learn to grow up. Let's go, let's go. Life is bound to experience pain and struggle. How can you sing pop songs? And how do you know I'm going to struggle? Chang Xinghe never knows when to be idle, and he also sang to me, let's go, find a home for your heart. You two can form a group and debut. I told Little Whitefoot to take good care of the old man. Little Whitefoot meowed proudly and waved his paws as if to reassure me. Chang Xinghe said that I might have a problem with my brain. How could I entrust a person to a cat? How can you, a fool, know the ability of a white-footed man? I asked Chang Xinghe to take me there in his hearse, and I asked Tianshi Temple to reimburse the gas money. Chang Xinghe was very happy and filled up the tank. That place is called Shaping Town, and it takes only 2 or 3 hours to get there by highway. Shaping Town produces watermelons. In summer, watermelon sellers in the streets and alleys all have the same slogan. Shaping Towns, guaranteed to be ripe, guaranteed to be sweet, and sandy. The locals are all melon farmers who make a living by growing melons, so when there is a drought, it can be said that the people here are in dire straits and suffer heavy losses. Sure enough, you can see from the highway that there are continuous melon fields here. But the melon vines are all dry, the ground is cracked like a tortoise shell, and the melons are all crooked. There are farmers with sad faces in 2s and 3s on the ridges. Chang Xinghe said as he looked at it, no wonder watermelons are so expensive this year. When we got there, we felt waves of heat. Our vision was a little distorted. We felt uncomfortable all over, just like we were in Turpan. After getting off the car, we saw that the address Du Hongji gave us was a large courtyard. Several shirtless farmers were fanning themselves with cattail leaves with bitter faces. When they looked up and saw us, they looked suspicious. It was obvious that there were few outsiders here. I told them the purpose of our visit, and they became excited instantly. They began to tell each other, "Another gentleman is here to see us." With this shout, many people rushed out and surrounded us. An old man who looked like the boss came out and claimed to be the local village chief. He hurriedly said, "Dear guests, please come in. We have been waiting for you." He made us a pot of hot tea. Drinking hot tea in this weather is like being tortured. I was really thirsty, so I took a sip reluctantly. Fortunately, I didn't spit it out. It was salty, bitter, and astringent. "What kind of tea is this?" The village chief was a little apologetic, saying that now the wells and reservoirs were dry, and there was only this little water in stock, so we could only drink this, and asked us not to despise it, and that it was soaked with local grass roots, which could reduce internal heat. Even this made the people outside drool. This was used to entertain guests, and it seemed that they were reluctant to drink more of this. There was no air conditioning inside, and the electric fan was blowing hot air, which was almost like a sauna. Chang Xingha's tongue stuck out when he saw it, and he said that if he had known he would not come in this season, his life was given by the air conditioning. The village chief said embarrassedly that he would definitely arrange an air-conditioned room, and begged us not to despise it, and to help us, because there were not many people, and we couldn't let more people die. Hearing this, Chang Xingha and I were stunned, and said in unison, "Is there another death here?" The village chief nodded repeatedly, but it was a bit puzzled. "Two gentlemen. Don't know?" Du Hongji didn't say it either. I suddenly had a bad feeling, so I asked the village chief to tell me the details. The village chief then told us that since the drought, more than 10 people have died in the area. The first person who died was an old man named Lu, who was also a melon farmer. There were melon sheds in the melon fields to prevent people from stealing melons during the melon harvest season. Although there was no need to watch the melons this year, the old man felt hot and went to sleep in the melon shed. The next day, his daughter-in-law went to the melon field to bring him food and saw that the old man was motionless. He was dead and his body was dry, like a mummy that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for several days. A person cannot die like this in one night. This scared his daughter-in-law so much that she almost crawled back home. Of course, the family believed that the old man was killed by someone, but after such an examination, it was found that the old man had no external injuries at all. No one knew how the old man died. When everyone was looking at each other, another widow died. She looked as dry as the old man with no external injuries. Some older people said, "Could it be a ghost?" Only ghosts can suck away people's vitality without leaving external injuries. This caused a great panic. No one dared to go out. They asked people to see if there was any problem with feng shui. But the gentleman who came looked unhappy and said that they might not be able to deal with it. As time went on, many people died in the local area. At first, one a week, then one every 3 days, and now almost one a day. If this continues, won't all the people in the village die? Many timid people have moved away, but there are still some who are reluctant to leave home and have nowhere else to go. So they just stare and wait for people to come and rescue them. I wondered why Du Hongji didn't come, and she knew that the drought here was caused by the ghost. I thought she calculated it, but she knew that people died here. The Ba is powerful to begin with, and the Ba that can eat so many people in a short time is of course even more difficult to deal with. Du Hongji said that she saw that I was capable, but was she pushing me into the fire pit? After hearing this, Chang Xingha got up from the chair like a spring and pulled me out. I knew that Du Hongji was a little fox. I saw that she was willing to offer such a good condition, and I thought she liked you. It turns out that she wanted you to take the blame. Let's go. Nothing is more important than life. Even if you want to die, you should eat too much. What's the point of being sucked to death by the drought Ba? The village chief saw it and his hands trembled. Hey you, why are you leaving? Chang Xingha waved his hand. We are the same as those gentlemen. We don't have this ability. The villagers who were watching were originally quite excited. But when they heard this, they all showed disappointed expressions. At this time, with a pop sound, an old lady suddenly knelt in front of us. Two gentlemen, I beg you, please save the people in our village. So many people have already left. If you leave again, I'm afraid no one will dare to take care of the affairs of our village. The old lady was about the same age as my master. We couldn't bear such a long-lived person kneeling down to us. It would shorten our lifespan. Moreover, the ground was scorching hot, so I hurried to help the old lady up. The old lady looked thin, but because of years of farming, She was very energetic and couldn't get up. She cried and said, "I am an old man and I am not afraid of death, but there are still many children in the village. We don't have money to move out." It turned out that there were many left-behind children in this village. They were all dressed in rags and tanned. They stared at us with big eyes. Obviously, they didn't know what terrible things had happened in the local area. They were just very curious about everything. My heart suddenly moved. Yes, if this matter is not solved quickly, these children will also be in danger. Chang Xinghe didn't let himself look there, just pulling me. I pulled him back. "Don't you want to find Jiang Keizi?" Chang Xinghe curled his lips. "If you take care of this, it's hard to say whether you can go back, let alone Jiang Keizi." Having said that, he sat on the doorstep side and said to himself, "What sin have I done, with you as the first party, where there is a landmine, where there is no way?" As a result, the doorstep burned his buttocks and bounced up again. I wanted to have fun, so I promised to treat him to popsicles when I went back. He glared at me, fumbled in his arms for a long time, and took out a handful of snacks to share with those children. Those children had never seen such fancy snacks, and they were all excited and started to fight for them. Chang Xinghe looked fierce and asked them to be honest, but his eyes were very gentle. I was planning to go to a higher place to see the feng shui here, but at this time, someone said coldly, "Now you know, Mr. Chiu, when you hurt people earlier, why didn't you think about the retribution today?" I really didn't expect Zhang Man's network of contacts to be so wide. I hurriedly asked her who she was. She told me that she was the boss of Xinli Aquatic Products. She often went to their house to buy discounted flatfish. She would recognize him even if he was burned to ashes. What? Just like what Chang Xinghe said, the thief was actually a rich man? But why would a rich person steal from someone's house? Is there any misunderstanding here? But there was indeed a gold necklace of the contractor's wife on his body, which was considered to be caught red-handed. Could it be that, as the news said, some people have some mental illness not for money, but simply like to steal things for excitement? After all, the thief broke into the house and robbed. But his crime was not punishable by death. It is normal for him to feel resentful about losing his life, but this was an accident after all, so the contractor's wife was not punishable by death. According to normal procedures, we should first mediate. If he still insists on his own way, we can only drive him away and wait until both of them are dead, and then go to the city god to seek justice. At this time, Zhang Man continued, "Also, I always feel that the woman's money is not from the right place. I have already asked Lao Si about it. He only makes about 100,000 yuan a year as a contractor, which is not as much as I make from financial management. But his wife is a customer service representative. Where does she get the money to buy such expensive bags, and buy so many at a time? By the way, there are indeed traces of evil money on the face of the contractor's wife." I suddenly had an idea and asked Zhang Man if she had a photo of the seafood boss. Zhang Man was quite resourceful. She flipped through her phone and found the thief's WeChat. He said he would notify me about the event in moments, so I added him. "Take a look." Chang Xinghe also stretched his head to look and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, the one lying on the woman is this person." The man in the photo looked to be in his 30s, with broad shoulders and a short waist. He was similar to what Chang Xinghe described. He was indeed dressed like a local tycoon, with fancy letters all over his body and a thick gold chain around his neck. A closer look at his face showed that he was not pretending to be a nouveau riche. His forehead was full, which meant that he was blessed by his parents and his family was rich. His chin was also very full. Not only that, but he had multiple chins. People with such chins must have a lot of real estate. And his children's palace was round and double-lit, which meant that he had both sons and daughters. His treacherous palace was perfect and his wife was also very beautiful. Logically, this should be the face of a winner in life. But the bad thing was his eyebrows. His eyebrows were called broken brooms. Broom eyebrows are very common, with thick eyebrows at the beginning and large, spread-out eyebrows at the end, like a broom. People with this kind of eyebrows are prone to imprisonment. Broken broom eyebrows are those with a break between the beginning and the end of the eyebrows, like a broken broom handle and broom head. People with this kind of eyebrows will definitely not live past the age of 40, and will be killed by someone else. Plus, his eyes were droopy, just like what I guessed. So I knew why he was pestering the contractor's wife. So I turned around and went back to the contractor's house. Zhang Man saw that I said I would leave and left immediately, and she kept calling me, asking me not to say that she said it. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the contractor's screams from the house. I rushed over to see that the contractor's wife's self-harm had escalated again. She even wanted to bite her tongue. The contractor loved his wife so much that he put his hand in for her to bite. I asked Chang Xinghe to help, and I looked at the aura in this room. This room really had a layer of black evil aura, and in the northwest corner there was a little gold. Gold represents wealth, which echoes the evil wealth of that woman. Under the evil aura, peach blossom red is covered. I couldn't see such clear peach blossom red before. Sure enough, my aura watching has improved compared to before. I looked over and saw that it was a small European-style closet with a password lock on it. I asked the contractor what this place was used for. The contractor took a look and said it was my wife's makeup cabinet, which was full of my wife's treasures. She said the things in it were delicate and asked me not to touch them. I had never opened it to see. That should be here. I asked Chang Xinghe to help open the door. The contractor was shocked and asked us what we were doing. If we broke it, his wife would definitely beat him up when she woke up. I said, if you want to save your wife, you have to break it. When the contractor heard this, he didn't hesitate and quickly found a small axe for us. After breaking it open, I saw that there was a big luggage bag in addition to cosmetics. I opened the luggage bag and it was full of money. Chang Xinghe glared and said, "Brother, you have grown up and can find treasures. Next time, let's just rob the tomb. I think it will make money faster than this. You asked me, a feng shui master, to rob the tomb. Are you feverish?" The contractor's eyes widened. How can our family have so much money? The money was heavy. I had never seen so much cash. It must be hundreds of thousands. The contractor cried to his wife again. "Master, look how virtuous my wife is. She usually saves money and saves so much money for me. I really married a good wife. I think this contractor is a little bit stupid. He is so mercenary and must be obsessed with money." So I asked him, "How much do you give to your wife every year?" The contractor hesitated. "At most 100,000. As a man, you have to spend some money. I have to save some money for breakfast and cigarettes. I am willing to put the king in the pancake. Who cares about your breakfast and cigarette money?" I asked him again, "How much does your wife earn a month?" 3,005. I asked him again, "How many years have you been married to your wife?" The contractor blinked. 2.5 years. "Then you're married. Even if you two don't eat, drink, use water and electricity, and don't take out a mortgage, it's only 200,000, right? Did the extra hundreds of thousands grow out of the luggage bag?" The contractor finally realized it, looked at me stupidly, and slapped his thigh. "Yes, did my wife win the lottery?" I knew that my wife was right. Men are money-making baskets, and women are money-saving boxes. Bullshit, your wife's earlobes are as thin as paper. Her nose is as curved as the moon. She is not lucky, and she doesn't have the face to make a fortune by herself. But I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Things were just as I guessed, all right. At this time, the contractor's wife stopped making trouble and just stared at the money. I looked at him and said, "This money should be yours, right?" The contractor's wife looked at me and suddenly opened her mouth and cried, "I died unjustly. I died so unjustly. It was all this woman who killed me." As she said this, she slapped her face again and again, and blood gushed out of her nose and eyes. When the contractor heard this, he immediately said, "Master, are you mistaken? That's impossible. That thief came to our house to steal things. How could he give money? Besides, he is a thief. Where does he get so much money? Your wife has it. Why doesn't he, a boss, have it?" So I said to his wife, "Now I tell you, we are not here to be accomplices of this woman, but to seek justice for you. Do you believe it?" His wife stared at me intently, still speaking in a man's voice. "Really? Really?" I nodded. "We don't lie, otherwise we will be struck by lightning." Chang Xinghe immediately kept a distance from me when he heard it. "Just talk about yours. Don't bring me along." His wife was still a little suspicious, so I persuaded her. "Think about it carefully. You are a big boss. If you don't tell the truth, you can only be known as a thief. Is it glorious to die? This reputation, let down your parents, let down your children. How can your children hold their heads up in the future? Won't they be bullied at school? Won't your parents be stabbed in the back? How can your wife face her family? Stop talking." This obviously hit the thief's soft spot. He grabbed his hair and burst into tears. The contractor had no idea what was going on. "Master, are you saying that the thief's death was a misunderstanding?" Of course he was not a thief, as you can tell from his eyes. His drooping eyes mean he must be committing adultery when he goes out. Your wife has crescent-shaped eyebrows and hooked eyes, which also shows that she is a whore. What good can these two people do together in your house? He must be your wife's adulterer. I'll tell you everything, and I beg you to tell my family that I'm not a thief." I looked at his wife. "You're still haunting me because you're not willing to be wrongly accused of being a thief, right? Now that we've told you everything, we'll definitely give you justice." "No, my death was not an accident," the contractor's wife shouted at the top of her lungs. "This woman killed me. No matter what, I have to make her pay." "Oh," Chang Xinghe whispered. "Is this woman still trying to kill for money? She looks like Pan Jinlian, but I didn't expect it to be Sun Ernyang." "You're talking nonsense." The contractor's head was immediately bulging with blue veins, and he wanted to speak, and it seemed that he was determined to protect his wife's dignity, but I dragged him to the back. It turned out that the boss of Xinli Aquatic Products was called Zhao Xinli. He had no other hobbies except playing with women. However, his family was strict, so he used the excuse of driving Didi to drive his BMW X5 out to take orders, just to add the WeChat of female passengers to make appointments. And the wife of this foreman was particularly vain. She had to get the bags and cosmetics that others in the unit had. At first, she thought the foreman was rich and married him, but she didn't expect that the money he brought back was not enough for her to buy a bag. She had a lot of complaints about this. It was so uncomfortable to look at other people's bags every day. One day, Zhao Xinli picked up the wife of the foreman. It was raining heavily that day. The wife of the foreman saw that others had luxury cars to pick her up, but she took Didi, and she felt unbalanced. Zhao Xinli saw that one was rich and the other was beautiful, and the two hooked up smoothly. After that, the contractor's wife realized the freedom to buy bags. She lived a very chic life every day, almost walking sideways. She didn't even look at Zhang Man and others. In addition, Zhao Xinli knew a lot of people in the underworld, which further encouraged her arrogance. She was a villain who succeeded. If she didn't like anyone, she would call Zhao Xinli to call her younger brother. That's how the old man downstairs was beaten. The two of them were inseparable until that day, when the contractor said he was going out to buy building materials. His wife was very happy and asked Zhao Xinli to come over. She liked a new bag again. At that time, Zhao Xinli was sorting the goods and said he didn't have time to go. His wife was unhappy and said that the bag was a limited edition and it would be gone if he came later. She called more than 10 times in a row. Zhao Xinli had no choice because he was sorting the goods, so he took the cash out. There was a lot of cash and he was worried about leaving it in the car, so he naturally took it to the contractor's house. The two were about to do something, but the contractor didn't buy the building materials that day and came back early. The contractor's wife was not afraid that she had the final say at home, so what could he do if he was cuckolded? But Zhao Xinli was afraid. Why did he know the gangsters? Because his father-in-law was involved in the gangsters. If the contractor shouted out, his father-in-law would know and would definitely drown him in the Fusho River. So Zhao Xinli made a quick decision that he had to leave. It stands to reason that most people would not dare to go down from the 7th floor, but Zhao Xinli's father-in-law was scarier than the 7th floor, so he stepped on the exhaust pipe to go down. The contractor's wife was very generous and said that she wanted to change the style of the gold necklace she gave him last time. So she hurriedly stuffed it into his hand and asked him to take it to the mall and return it after the change. Unexpectedly, downstairs, the family just opened the window and pushed him down directly. It was still very cold at that time. He was wearing thin clothes. He couldn't move after falling into the bushes, but he still had some energy. At this time, he saw that the contractor's wife on the 7th floor was staring at him. He hoped that she would call 120 to save him. But the contractor's wife pretended not to see anything and went back. Zhao Xinli saw that he could still spray some white gas at first, but then the white gas became less and less, and his vision became more and more blurred. His body was cold at first, but then it became more and more numb. He persisted for 3 hours, even with cold, blood loss, and injuries, and died in despair with his eyes wide open. Before he died, he stared at the contractor's window and swore that he would never let the contractor's wife go. It was obviously she who killed him. I heard goosebumps all over my body when I heard this. Isn't Zhao Xinli's death too tragic? What he didn't expect was that the contractor's wife, in order to clear herself from him, actually told the police that he was a thief. He happened to have the contractor's wife's gold necklace on him. It can be said that he was caught red-handed. He couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The reason why the contractor's wife did this was very simple. First, how could she live a normal life after being exposed for stealing a man? Second, There were hundreds of thousands of cash left by Zhao Xinli in the house. Zhao Xinli became a thief inexplicably. When his family came to identify the body and knew that he died in this way, his father was so angry that he suffered a cerebral thrombosis and became a vegetable. His mother cried all day long and didn't dare to see anyone again. Not to mention his wife. 2 days ago, she was still showing off her love on Douyin Moments, saying that her husband was very good to her. Today, her husband became a psychopath who stole things and became depressed. Not to mention their 2 children. They were a pair of twins, but they just lost their parents. Children without a father are like grass. A man is the pillar of the family. When he dies, the family will fall apart. Plus, what he did was so shameful that no one in his family was willing to burn paper for him. Once no one burned paper for him, he would not be able to find his way home and would not be able to reincarnate. However, he did not want to reincarnate. He was unwilling to be buried with this name. It would be too easy for that woman. At this point, the contractor's wife couldn't help but burst into tears and said, "I know it's wrong to play with other people's wives, but I just like it. Besides, after I started playing with the woman, I didn't treat her badly in terms of food and drink, and she watched me die downstairs. Women are the most vicious. For this, I will make her pay with my life. Whether I turn to ashes or my soul is scattered." After hearing this, the contractor covered his heart with one hand and sat on the ground, gasping for breath and touching his body. I knew he had a heart attack, and people with heart attacks would carry medicine with them, so I took it out for him and fed it to him. He ate for a long time before he recovered, and then he beat his chest and cried, "Wife, I'm sorry for you." Chang Xinghe was enlightened. How can he be sorry for his wife when his head is as green as a grassland? Wu Dalong is not as open-minded as him. He is not talking about this wife. He is talking about his original wife. Zhang Man came at some point and obviously had been listening for a long time. She quickly came up and said, "You don't know, this wife was his mistress at the beginning. For this wife, he divorced his original wife from the countryside, drove his original wife back to her hometown, and made his original wife leave the house with nothing. He bought this house with his property." I said, "People who cheat on others will always be cheated on by others. This is retribution." As for the contractor's wife, she finished her words. Her expression suddenly became depressed, and she lay on the bed without saying a word. Zhang Man saw it and asked what happened immediately, because Zhao Xinli's resentment was gone. Zhao Xinli is a newly dead ghost. Although he died a violent death, it was indeed his own fault. His resentment is not as strong as that of any other unjustly dead ghost. It is not easy for him to stick to a living person for so long and suffer from the burning of the living person's yang energy. It is all because of the resentment of being wrongly accused of being a thief. But now that he has spoken out his grievances, his resentment will naturally dissipate. Once his resentment dissipates, he can no longer rely on the contractor's wife. Chang Xing has stared at the corner of the wall and whispered, still crying endlessly, "It's actually pitiful to watch. There must be something hateful about pitiful people, and no one can do anything about it." I'll let Chang Xinghe ask. Now that the conversation has been opened, what is his plan? Looking at his current weakness, he can't leave or stay, but he did die miserably, so let's just treat us as good people to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Chang Xinghe squatted in the corner and chattered. Strangely enough, although I could hear what he said, I couldn't understand it, as if it was a foreign language. Could it be the so-called ghost talk? Zhang Man looked at Chang Xinghe and asked cautiously, "Suan Min, can this guy really talk to ghosts? Is he yelling at people? Why am I so scared?" "You saw it and still asked." Zhang Man then showed me a look of admiration and said quickly, "Suan Min, you are really capable? Hey, I told you last time that I also need your help. Help you? Not giving you money. Am I stupid?" However, when Zhang Man said this, I couldn't help but see from her face that there was a black air on her forehead, which penetrated the center of her eyebrows and the tip of her nose, as if there was going to be a sudden disaster and blood. This black air came from the Palace of Wealth, which means that it is also a matter of people dying for money and birds dying for food. I told you that if you want to solve the problem, you'd better do good deeds and don't take money too seriously. I can only help you so much. Zhang Man was very angry when she heard that, and she cursed at me again, saying that I turned my face away from people when I had a little ability, and I was ruthless and ungrateful, and I would be unlucky sooner or later. You should keep this to yourself. I really think too highly of her. If you don't have good words, what else can you do? Of course, I later found out that Zhang Man was so bold for money. At this time, Chang Xinghe had finished communicating with him. He said that Zhao Xinli said that he wanted this woman to come to their house to apologize and hold a press conference to make it clear that he was not a thief and clear his reputation. In addition, he wanted to return the hundreds of thousands of dollars of payment to their family. He was gone, so he had to leave some money, otherwise he would be sorry for the orphans and widows in the family. If all these things were done, she could be let off. Compared to asking her to pay with her life, this condition can be said to be very generous. He also knew that if her reputation was not cleared, what would happen if he took her life? Would she have to bear the reputation of a thief for generations and bring shame to her family? In his opinion, being Shimin Qing's reputation was much better than being a thief. At this time, the contractor's wife also woke up. After knowing these things, her eyes rolled around and she asked us, "What if we don't agree? Isn't he seriously injured now? Can he still pester her like this? If he doesn't pester her, then why should she ruin her reputation and pay back the money? Did she suffer in vain?
¿No compensaste?
I was also enlightened. I have never seen such a cruel woman. She is so cruel to herself. If she put this energy on the right path, she might have been a strong woman long ago, right?" At this moment, I suddenly felt that a cold air rushed towards the woman in the room, but there was no window or door in the room. The woman screamed in fear, and Chang Xinghe smiled at her and waved his mobile phone in his hand. "You can't deny it. I recorded all the words just now." The woman saw that it was Zhao Xinli who said all the words when he was possessed. Her face turned green. If Chang Xinghe really sent it out, she would be investigated. After all, not saving someone in danger is killing someone. She reluctantly agreed, and Chang Xinghe nodded to me, meaning that Zhao Xinli was willing to leave. I used the house-clearing method again, spread glutinous rice all over the floor, and sent him out from the red line. The bell tied to the door handle rang crisply, and the matter was settled. However, the black aura on the woman's face did not disappear, but became more and more intense. It seems that the retribution for this matter is not yet due, and God will naturally punish her. The contractor thanked me profusely. I looked at his face and saw that his cunt was broken. I estimated that their married life was about to end, so I didn't say much and let him take care of himself. The contractor was very grateful, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and said, "By the way, someone came to the construction site to look for you yesterday. Did you see that person? Looking for me?" I asked who it was. The contractor said, "It's a lame man, weird." Chang Xinghe and I were all excited and asked in unison, "When?" The contractor scared us and said quickly, "You had already gone down the well with Xiaohe, and we couldn't call you." He muttered a few words and left. It looked a bit scary. I asked him to tell me what the lame man said. The contractor told me, "He heard that you went down the well and was worried. He wanted to fish you out, but he looked at the well mouth and suddenly laughed. He said that he finally found the right person this time. This is it. This is it." Talking about me? I got goosebumps all over my body. Could it be that he had found so many people with Chen's fate before, but he didn't find the right one, so they all died, and the person with Chen's fate that he had been looking for with great difficulty was actually me? By the way, Xiaoxiang also said that I was the only person she was looking for. What was different about me from others? At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was the owner of the antique shop. I picked it up and asked him what he wanted to talk to me about. The owner of the antique shop said excitedly, "Come back quickly. Something big has happened." What? My heart was immediately lifted. What big thing could happen to the storefront? Didn't you owe the loan shark last time? Now they are here again, the owner of the antique shop said loudly. There are so many people this time, blocking our shopping street. It's so fucking scary. They said they won't leave until they can wait for you. The microloan store and the gold shop are timid. They are afraid that the fire in the city gate will affect the fish in the pond. They have already run away with valuables and money. Only I am waiting for you here. For our righteous neighbors, you have to come back soon to solve it, on mean. The microloan and gold shop are all valuables, which are easy to carry. The antique shop has too many things and too many things. You can't leave, otherwise you can run faster than them, and you are also righteous. But who is that? Another person from Tianshi Mansion? But aren't all the people in Tianshi Mansion elite? It's so crowded. No matter who comes, I have to hurry back. If I really implicate my neighbors, I can't afford the karma. So I said goodbye to the contractor, but the contractor stopped me. Master, I haven't paid you for your labor yet. You have no money. Why should I pay you for your labor? Do you want to borrow usury? I waved my hand and said, I've thought about it. I don't want it for now. When I buy a house, you can bring people to work for me to compensate. Zhang Man's eyes lit up when she heard it. Suan Min, do you really have money to buy a house? Nonsense, feng shui is so profitable. As long as I can survive this disaster, I can buy a house sooner or later. But why doesn't the master do more business? He didn't let me enter the feng shui circle. I vaguely felt that the old man seemed to have some secrets that he had been hiding from me. Master, you are so kind to me. If you need me, I will do my best to install it for you. The contractor was so touched. Then, as if he remembered something, he slapped his thigh and said, Oh, I don't have anything else. But I have something for you. He turned around and ran to the storage room to rummage around. He found a wooden box. The box was quite long, almost like 2 arms spread out, and it was square. Zhang Man also came over. What is this? Cheng Xinghe was stunned when he saw the thing. Fuck! Peony dark wood. The wood was bright in color. A very smooth black color, with large wood grains, like clouds and peonies. When you knock on it, it feels like gold and jade, and it makes a clanging sound. It is worth a lot at first glance. Cheng Xinghe rushed over and touched it endlessly. Brother, give me this box to pay off my debt. You grab everything you see, but this guy is a human treasure appraiser. The things he likes are not broken, so I pushed him away, thinking that this box is very good, and my master can use it to store ashes after 100 years. I asked the contractor where this thing came from. The contractor touched his head a little embarrassedly and whispered, Master, I won't hide it from you. This is dug out from under the Shuiwan building. It turned out that when the land was still the Shuiwan building, it was the contractor who did the construction. Once when it was reinforced, this box was dug out from the ground. He knew that the place used to be an ancient tomb, and this must be an antique, so he stole it. However, although this box is good, it has never been opened. He was afraid that it would be worthless if it was broken, so he didn't dare to touch it. Originally, he wanted to sell it because his wife had an accident, but for some reason, the pawn shops and antique shops didn't dare to accept it, and he didn't sell it. It's just right that he can give it to me now to show his love. Cheng Xinghe muttered, Not everyone dares to take this thing. I guessed it right away, so I asked the contractor when was it dug out. When the contractor said it, the time was right. I said why the iron-like 8-direction wealth pressure formation went wrong, causing the big turtleback to betray his loyalty and make trouble. It turned out that the contractor dug this thing out and took it away. This is a suppressant. The general's tomb is not an ordinary cemetery. It is a feng shui formation. The general is so fierce that he needs to be sacrificed by a living person. Naturally, there must be something very powerful to suppress the general. The one that plays this role is a suppressant. To put it bluntly, it is like an anchor which can fix the feng shui formation. For example, the gold thread jade clothes on the corpses of ancient nobles and the weights on the corpses of poor people are all suppressants, just to prevent those violent dead people from making trouble. How powerful must it be to be a suppressant for a general who killed tens of thousands of people? I was so angry when I saw it that I almost fell down. I was just wondering, this family has such a strong evil spirit. Zhao Xinli and Ximenqing can't do it. It turns out that it's all from this thing. This can't be an empty box, there is something inside. There is a golden lock on the box, which is still as clear as water after so many years. The ancient smelting technology is really amazing. When I looked at the words engraved on it carefully, I was stunned. The words "on mean" engraved on it are actually in plum blossom seal script. Is this thing destined for me? I touched the lock, and the contractor said, No one can open this thing. Indeed, I often go to antique shops to play. For a while, the owner of the antique shop bought an ancient lock and explained to me that this shape is called 9 stars and 12 plates. The way to open it is similar to the current password lock. No one can decipher it, but there is a legend that this lock recognizes the owner and can be opened by the owner touching it. I didn't think much of the black technology at the time. The padlock is not a dog. How can it recognize its owner? Before he finished speaking, there was a click sound, and the padlock opened by itself. I got goosebumps all over my body. This kind of scene that can only be seen in movies happened in reality, which is simply unbelievable. The room was suddenly silent, and Cheng Xinghe's contractor Zhang Manquan was dumbfounded. Is it true? After opening the lid, a sword was revealed. The scabbard seemed to be made of leather, with a clear luster and a complex pattern of the Anmin 7 stars, inlaid with 7 gems. I didn't know what gems they were, but they were shiny and shiny. It didn't just look valuable, it looked priceless. No wonder Anmin was written on the box. When I pulled it out and looked at it, I heard a choke sound, which was clear and distant, and the sound was so pleasant. The ancient poems often mention the sound of dragon roar, and I heard it. The sword has been covered in dust for so many years, but it is still as bright as autumn water and extremely sharp. Chang Xinghe's eyes widened. Now I have the 7-star dragon spring. 7-star dragon spring? Isn't it used by ancient feng shui masters? Because when we look at feng shui, we look at the shape below and the energy above, and we also look for dragons and determine the location of the cave. Sometimes we need to refer to the position of the stars, so we will carve the stars on the magic weapon. This 7-star dragon spring has been lost for hundreds of years. I didn't expect to come across it. The contractor took a look and regretted it. He just thought the box was valuable and didn't dare to touch it. Now think about it, if the box is opened, how much more valuable will this sword be? Chang Xinghe was about to snatch it from me to take a closer look, but I don't know how. His hand was cut and blood gushed out. He immediately grinned and took a few steps back. This thing is really fierce. The contractor was also shocked and took several steps back. I looked at the contractor and asked him if he was really willing to give it to me. The contractor hesitated for a moment, and Chang Xinghe interrupted. It's useless for him to be reluctant. He is just an ordinary person. Is he looking for death by putting a talisman at home? I think the trouble in their family may be caused by the talisman. This is still a short time. If it lasts longer, the contractor hurriedly said, I really give it to the master sincerely. Master, please don't be polite to me. I thanked him, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, he understood why those pawnshops didn't dare to take it, and he didn't dare to take it now. Zhang Man also looked envious, muttering that he was really lucky. After leaving the contractor's house, Chang Xinghe was extremely envious, but he didn't dare to touch it. After thinking for a long time, he insisted that I treat him to food, otherwise he would feel unbalanced. Why are all the good things mine, such as burning rhinoceros oil and 7-star dragon spring? As soon as I saw the bun shop, I bought him some buns for him to make do with first, and I hurried back to the door to see who was causing trouble. Chang Xinghe was mumbling as he bought buns. The bun shop owner had been acting strange before. Seeing that the contractor was not there, he asked us cautiously, Has the matter been resolved? The contractor's family affairs are really like bad news that spreads far and wide. Even the people in the bun shop know about it. I nodded and said it was okay. The bun shop owner was relieved and said Amitba. It was impossible for him to be so concerned about something that had nothing to do with this matter. I glanced away and saw an old man in the kitchen who was also listening nervously. The old man was leaning on a cane and had plaster on his feet. I looked again and saw a scratched electric car at the door. I guessed it right away. Could it be? Your father is the old man who was beaten by the contractor's wife? The bun shop owner's face turned pale, and the eavesdropping old man almost fell backwards. I reacted quickly and immediately supported the old man. Chang Xinghe also heard it and asked immediately, That's strange. If that's the case, then the contractor's wife is your family's enemy. Why are you so confident? The old man was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. The owner of the bun shop said tremblingly, The master is so smart. I dare not hide the fact. Actually, when the thief climbed down that day, my father accidentally opened the window and he fell down. It was really careless. It's no wonder that this happened after all the fuss. The owner of the bun shop said that his father was scared to death by this matter and didn't dare to say a word. He told him a long time later. If people knew about it, wouldn't they say that his father killed people for revenge? Later, the contractor's wife was harassed. His father was honest and was afraid that he would be the next one. In order to know the progress of the matter, he always treated the contractor to buns for free to ask about it. And finally, it was settled. After that, he thanked us for a long time and praised our boundless magic power. I'm not a star fairy, so I waved my hand and said I didn't deserve it. If you want to thank someone, thank God. Justice always comes back, and retribution is inevitable. It is absolutely right. On the way back, Chang Xinghe ate buns while asking me if I really owed someone a loan shark. I still want to know. At the same time, I felt a little guilty. Could it be that I broke the 9 ghosts and the coffin land, and people came to settle accounts with me? Sure enough, when I arrived at the shopping street, I saw a sea of people, all queuing at my door, just like the speculators who stayed up all night to buy houses. Their eyes were glowing green. There were also luxury cars parked randomly outside, so crowded that no one could get through. They were covered with tickets, but no one drove away. Traveling together? I took a closer look, and it was not right. These people did not have the chi level displayed in their foreheads, but the wealth palaces were brighter than one another, as if they were all rich people. Before I could see clearly, someone suddenly looked at me and immediately shouted, "The master is back!" When those people heard it, like the rising tide of Chentang River, they rushed over and surrounded me. "Master Su, I beg you to check the feng shui of our Baxi Bank. Our bank is particularly depressed this year. Can you see if there is any problem with the feng shui? No, let's check our Xianjiang supermarket first. The price of fruits has risen this year. We are losing so much money that we are about to cry. There must be something wrong with the decoration. These are all minor things, master. We have opened a new real estate project in Jinxiu Home. Please plan it. Now the real estate market has shrunk. With the name of master, the house will be easier to sell. A few days ago, I was often thought to be a delivery man. How come I became a master today and was asked by these big jobs? All right, I found a place for the turtle to lay eggs for the monk, and my reputation rose immediately. The merchants around knew about it, so of course they all came to me. The monk said that this job could make me famous, and he was not bragging. It was the first time that I was surrounded by so many people. I was a little overwhelmed. Those people all wanted to invite me. The competition was too fierce and they started to quarrel. You are from Baxi Bank. Do you know what first come first served means? We are from Xianjiang supermarket first. Master, feng shui is about fate. Who cares whether you are first come first served? Right, master. You are from Jinxiu Home too. Go to the queue at the back. You have no manners at all. If this goes on, they will have to fight. Cheng Xinghe was also enlightened. Hey brother, you are really a phoenix flying on the tree. Give me more interest. Some people saw Cheng Xinghe following me and hurried to pester Cheng Xinghe. Please help us say a few good words to your master. You will get the benefits. Cheng Xinghe's face darkened. Who is his apprentice? Are you blind? I advised them to stop quarreling and come one by one. Since they all come to ask me for help, I will prioritize the matters and show the one with the most serious situation first. Those people were all playing the victim, like they were participating in a talent show. I didn't listen to them. I looked at their auras myself. I really saw that one person had the heaviest black aura. His evil aura went from his philtrum to his forehead. It was obvious that he would not live long. But his face showed a sign of longevity. The evil aura was evil. It was not that his fate had come to an end, but that he was entangled by something. This person had a horse post on his ear and his earlobes were plump and thick, which meant that he was a philanthropic person. If we want to help, of course we have to help this person first. So I waved to the man. What's your name, sir? What do you want to see? The man was about 60 years old and looked very elegant. He didn't push forward like the people from Baxi Bank. He just stood at the back at a loss. When he heard me calling him, he didn't believe it at first. When he was sure it was really him, he was so moved that he almost cried. He came over immediately. Master Su, my name is Luo Heng. I'm a doctor. I'm looking for you because my house is haunted. It's too haunted. Professor Luo? Luo Heng seemed to be a famous person. Many people began to whisper, why is he here too? The scandal about him has been reported on Tencent News. If I were him, I wouldn't dare to come out. How dare I come here to rob Master Su? Don't worry. If Master Su knew the beastly things he did, he would never show it to him first. Beastly things? What did Professor Luo do? I asked those people to make way and took Professor Luo into the door. This action caused an uproar, and everyone started to discuss. What's going on? How can Master Su tell a story for that old bastard? Is Master Su not as amazing as the legend says? But how many people witnessed what happened to Mr. Xiaohe, so he can't be wrong. The people at Baxi Bank were the most excited, shouting, Master, don't be fooled by Luo Heng's gentle manners. He is actually a beast in human clothing. That's right. Even if his house is haunted, it's the ghost of the female college student he killed who is seeking revenge. When he heard the word, female college student, Professor Luo trembled, as if this matter was an old scar that was opened. Cheng Xinghe bumped me with his shoulder and took the phone to show me. Brother, are you a caveman? You don't know such a big news? Countless people are petitioning online, asking the relevant departments to reinvestigate and bring Professor Luo to justice. I took a look and the title was shocking. Shocked. Luo Heng, winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award of the medical school, raped a female student to death. Are you an angel in white or a devil in white? The news content was that when the medical school held a graduation ceremony, a female college student suddenly fell from the upstairs. She was disheveled and obviously had been violated. The girl died on the spot. After investigation by relevant personnel, she jumped from Luo Heng's office on the 12th floor. Luo Heng was the only one in the office. Many people saw Luo Heng leaning out of the window at that time, trying to catch the female college student, but failed. The female college student's roommate testified that the girl went to Luo Heng to discuss the matter of applying for graduate school that day. When questioning Luo Heng only said one sentence, "I'm sorry for that child." Since then, Luo Heng was listed as a major suspect and arrested, but later he was released because of insufficient evidence. Now the matter has been exposed and he has been dismissed by the medical school. The news also included pictures. One was a mosaic ID photo of a girl, but the outline could be seen to be very beautiful. Another was a middle-aged farmer couple hugging and crying. They were the parents of the deceased. It was not easy for a rural college student to come out. The child was the hope of the whole family. This news was so sad that everyone who heard it cried. The comments below were also very angry. Some said that the old man was really old, but his heart was not old. The old cow ate the tender grass. Why didn't the thunder strike this old beast to death? Some said that money can make the devil push the mill. He did this and didn't catch him. You are a pill. Some people even said that it takes two hands to clap. Since the female student is beautiful, she must not be a good bird. Maybe she staged a trap to ensure her admission to graduate school and got away with it? Words can kill people. For a teacher who is a role model, it is fatal to have such a scandal. When we got to the room, Professor Luo sat very uncomfortably. I put Chang Xingha's sour plum soup in front of him again so that he could relax. Professor Luo obviously hadn't received such treatment for a long time. There was a burst of gratitude in his eyes. Turned out that he had been in the news recently. When he went to buy soy milk, the boss's wife splashed him with soy dregs, saying that scum can only be paired with soy dregs. When he went to the park to practice Tai Chi, other old men scattered when they saw him, saying that they couldn't afford to be embarrassed by this person. When he went out on the street, he was pressed to the ground and beaten by strangers. They said that this kind of old pervert should be beaten every time he saw him. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He wiped his tears and said that he was embarrassed. He came here with the intention of trying it out. He didn't expect that I could really help him. But then he was a little confused. "Master Su, there are so many people who come to ask you for help. Why did you choose me?" In fact, it's very simple. There is a touch of gold between the eyebrows of this Professor Luo. This golden color is different from our yellow level chi level. This is the light of merit, which means that Professor Luo has done a lot of good things in his life. The light of merit is hard to come by. If he really did that kind of beastly thing, the light of merit would have been extinguished long ago and would never stay here. Not to mention that his life palace is broad and his chin is round, which shows that he is kind-hearted and is indeed not that kind of person. After hearing this, Professor Luo trembled and said, "In my life, I have saved countless lives and have never done anything wrong. Only you, Master, can still recognize it. Master, if you can help me this time, I am willing to give all my savings with both hands." I told him not to get excited and to talk about things slowly. I won't ask for too much. We must help people with the light of merit, even if we don't charge money, and helping such people will accumulate a lot of merit. Professor Luo then told the story, saying that the strange things started to appear in the middle of the night a while ago. Professor Luo's children went abroad, and his wife also went abroad to take care of the children. He usually lived alone, but in the early morning of that day, he suddenly woke up and heard a voice at the door. "Close the window, draw the curtain." This scared Professor Luo, and he thought, "Is there a thief?" But Professor Luo opened the door, and there was no one outside. Professor Luo thought he might have heard it wrong, so he went back to bed. But the voice outside the door was still the same. "Close the window, draw the curtain." The voice was sharp and thin, not like a human voice, and it would make anyone shudder. Professor Luo was in charge of so many things about life, old age, sickness, and death, and he was scared, so he closed the window involuntarily. Sure enough, as soon as the window was closed, the voice disappeared. Professor Luo was just about to go to bed, and suddenly there was a louder sound outside, as if something was hitting his window, trying to get in. Professor Luo was so scared that he wanted to open the curtains to see what was going on. But he didn't dare. The sound was getting louder and louder, and he didn't know how long it would take to disappear. At dawn the next day, Professor Luo dared to get up and see. he saw that there were actually traces on the outside of the glass, which were many oval grease marks. Professor Luo thought about what this was for a long time, and when he figured it out, his hair stood up. When people hit their foreheads against glass or mirrors, they will leave such marks. Could it be someone was hitting his window with their heads, but he lives on the 3rd floor? Professor Luo was puzzled by this matter. He wondered if the noise was so loud, would the neighbors know something? But when he asked, the neighbors said that they didn't hear anything. There was also an old neighbor who suffered from neurasthenia and could wake him up with a cough. He also said that it might be Professor Luo who had a nightmare. If anyone encounters such an incredible thing, they will feel uncomfortable. Professor Luo advised himself not to think too much. As a result, he woke up again in the middle of the night the next day and heard the sound from yesterday, but it was much weaker than before. Cover your head, don't show your head. With yesterday's experience, Professor Luo immediately covered his head with the quilt. As a result, not long after covering his head, he heard someone coming into the room, a barefoot footsteps. How dare Professor Luo show his face? He didn't dare to breathe. He listened to the footsteps circling around his bed, as if looking for him, but didn't find him. The footsteps lasted for nearly a night, and there were also sounds of rummaging through boxes and cabinets, which scared Professor Luo into sweating and soaking the sheets. The next day, he saw that there were really circles of greasy footprints on the wooden floor, and the doors of the cabinets were all open. He checked and found that nothing was missing. If it was a thief, it would be too incredible, right? Professor Luo couldn't help it, so he installed a surveillance camera in the living room. That night, the voice really appeared again. Don't go to school tomorrow, don't go to school tomorrow. And the voice was getting weaker and weaker. Professor Luo immediately went to check the surveillance, but after watching it, he was even more scared. There was nothing outside the door. What was the sound coming from? The next day was the graduation ceremony, and there were students who wanted to ask about graduate students. Although Professor Luo was uneasy, he had to go to school. As a result, at noon, the female college student walked in and suddenly smiled at Professor Luo. The smile was particularly strange, as if it was caused by her facial features, but her eyes were cold. This student was usually very introverted. Professor Luo thought she was nervous and asked her to relax. He would definitely try his best to help. But the female student said without thinking, "Finally found you." Professor Luo didn't understand. He went to work every day. Is it difficult to find? But before he could figure it out, the female student suddenly grabbed him and was about to push him down from the French window. Professor Luo was startled and naturally resisted. Although he was over 60, he paid attention to physical exercise. It was reasonable that he should be stronger than the female college student. However, he did not expect that the female college student was particularly strong, and Professor Luo could not get away no matter how hard he struggled. Seeing that Professor Luo was about to be pushed down, suddenly the shrill voice came again. "I told you not to come, but you didn't listen." Then, the female college student suddenly stepped on the air and fell from the building. Professor Luo stretched out his hand to pull her back, but it was too late. At the same time, Professor Luo had a feeling that the female college student was not the same person as usual, as if she was possessed by something. Because of the tearing just now, she was naturally disheveled, and it was a graduation ceremony at that time. Countless eyes saw this incident, and Professor Luo's crime was immediately confirmed. Originally, there was evidence of witnesses and objects, and it was almost certain that Professor Luo would be arrested, but by chance, there was a surveillance camera installed in that place. Later, when the relevant personnel investigated the case, they found the surveillance camera and cleared Professor Luo's suspicion. Unfortunately, the news had already spread like wildfire. The children of the students came to protest, saying that such a scum must not be allowed to continue teaching their children and must be removed from the education team. The school leaders were in a dilemma. Professor Luo had known them for many years and said, "Don't make it difficult. I'll resign." But when the news got out, it changed. They all said that he was fired. Flies don't bite cracked eggs, and he was the murderer. Professor Luo was like a sudden disaster. His children and wife, who were far away abroad, didn't believe him. His wife even got high blood pressure and claimed that she would divorce him when she returned to China because she couldn't afford to lose this person. Professor Luo was at a loss. He didn't hear that voice in those days, but last night, that voice sounded again. "Go find Suan Min. Otherwise, you won't live to see the next day." I was stunned. What on earth was that thing? How did it know me? Could it be that the matter of the turtle holding the egg made my name so far? Besides, last night, I wasn't famous yet. Professor Luo wiped his tears and continued. I originally thought that with my reputation you wouldn't help me, so I just took it as a chance. Then, when I saw so many people looking for Master Su, I felt even more hopeless. I didn't expect that you would help me at first sight. I really. At this point, Professor Luo remembered. By the way, Master Su, what was that voice it was predicting and hurting people at the same time? Was it helping me or? Chang Xinghe nodded on the side. I think that thing might be schizophrenic. Professor Luo corrected him and said that it was called multiple personality. Professor Luo had done countless good deeds, but the evil spirit was entangled with the light of merit. It seemed that he had done something good, but his good intentions were not rewarded, and he was followed by bad things. I said that, in order to see it more accurately, I had to go to your house to take a look. Professor Luo was very excited and quickly stood up to lead the way. I waved my hand and said that I would definitely go there today, but I had to see my master first. He had just finished the operation, and I was a little worried. Professor Luo asked about the symptoms with concern, and then looked at various surgical reports. He said that the old man should be fine. I asked him, by the way, is there any more effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease? Now Professor Luo was stunned when he heard what I said, and then looked at the CT scan of the old man's fall and murmured, it doesn't look like Alzheimer's disease. What, the old man doesn't have Alzheimer's disease? Is he pretending to be stupid? But Professor Luo was very cautious and said that he didn't see the patient and couldn't say it. Maybe he was wrong. I was relieved when I heard it, and I didn't think much about why the old man pretended to be stupid. Professor Luo went to the county hospital with us. Many medical staff here are his students. When he came to the county hospital before, he greeted him in an endless stream, but now, when these people see him, they all pretend not to see him, and some of them with a strong sense of justice even spit a few times. Professor Luo seems to be used to it, but in fact, there is a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. When I arrived at the ward, the nurse was very happy to see me. Brother, the old man is awake. What? I was very happy at once, but at the same time I felt a little regretful. It was a pity that I was not here yesterday. Otherwise it would be great if the old man would see me first when he woke up. Sure enough, the old man was leaning on the bed, eating sweet tofu pudding. When he saw me, he hid the tofu pudding in his arms, as if he was afraid that I would snatch it from him. I was very happy and said that I had money now, so you can eat as much as you want. When the old man heard this, he said very seriously, then buy one for Chang'e too. I am going to hit the moon in the sky. She asked me to take a little woman for her and I can't do anything. I nodded. No problem. Bring the jade rabbit and Wu Gang ones too. Wu Gang won't give it to me, the old man said with a fierce face. That kid is trying to steal Chang'e from me. Oh, by the way, get me a somersault, Cloud. I'll go sitting down. My back hurts if I fly standing up. I thought to myself, if this isn't called Alzheimer's, then what is Alzheimer's? I looked at Professor Luo, but Professor Luo looked thoughtful, and I didn't know what he was thinking. After accompanying the old man for a while, I happily followed Professor Luo to their home. When we got to the first floor of the hospital, I suddenly felt that the energy here was very strong, and even I shivered. I turned back to the first floor and saw a van loading things. I guessed it was a hearse, but would an ordinary dead person have such a strong energy? Could it be that there are many dead people going to and from the dead recently? But I was in a hurry to go to Professor Luo's house, so I didn't think much about it. Their residential area is not close to the county hospital, so we took the bus there. I didn't get enough rest this time, and the warm summer wind blew through the car window, and I fell asleep soon. In the dream, Xiaoxiang appeared again, and her face became clearer and clearer, so beautiful that it captured my heart. I couldn't help but touch her face. She smiled at me and said, Anmin, you have done a good job recently. I said, it's because you helped me. If she hadn't told me about the tail-catching thing, how could I have thought of it? Xiaoxiang shook her head and said seriously, no, because you are the chosen one. I was stunned. This was exactly what Jiang Kezi said. I hurriedly asked her why she chose me. Xiaoxiang smiled and said that you will know it later. If I tell you now, you will be scared. How can I be afraid of myself? Xiaoxiang changed the subject and looked behind me, saying with a little nostalgia, 7-star Dragon Spring. Long time no see. I asked her how she knew the sword. Xiaoxiang's expression turned cold. I have suffered from this thing, but I didn't expect that it would fall into your hands in this life. Suffer? I suddenly remembered that after I killed the big turtle, the general made a strange gesture. I didn't understand it at the time, but now I think it seems like a person holding a sword horizontally and pulling it out. Did he mean to give this thing to me to thank me for killing the turtle? I asked Xiaoxiang if the old acquaintance he mentioned last time was the general. Xiaoxiang sneered when he heard it. He is not worthy. My old acquaintance is that old immortal. Here, Xiaoxiang cut off the conversation. Knowing too much is dangerous for you. Don't worry, I won't let him touch you. The more I listened, the more confused I became. Old immortal? Jiang cripple? Xiaoxiang said lightly, I will always guard you. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill him. This is indeed domineering, but a little creepy. By the way, Xiaoxiang continued, if someone asks you today what reward you want, don't refuse. Just say, I want you to owe me a life. She said, Professor Luo, what's the point of owing a life? Am I seriously injured and want Professor Luo to save me? I agreed. Xiaoxiang was obviously very happy and said, Anmin, we will meet soon. I looked at her hazy but beautiful appearance and suddenly wanted to kiss her. But at this moment, I felt someone pushed me, and when I opened my eyes, it was Cheng Xinghe, and the bus arrived. This guy only knows how to ruin my good things. He squinted his clear eyes. Brother, what delicious food did you dream of? Is it pig's trotters or skewers? What do you mean? You drooled. It's only 3 feet long. Professor Luo also laughed. I wiped my mouth quickly and got off the bus with a red face. This place is quite remote, and it's hard enough to go to work in the county every day. The building is almost as old as my master, but the environment is very quiet. The whole community is planted with sycamores, which block the sky in the summer, and it is very comfortable to walk on the corridor. I only have one chance to look for Chi today, so I decided to save it and do it when I get to the house, so I didn't look for Chi here. However, just by looking at the shape, I can see that there is a high bridge in the Sun direction of this place, which passes through it like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Sun is the main spiritual place, so this place has spiritual energy and is very suitable for studying. It is very suitable for doctors to live in. But there is one thing. The flowers are prosperous, but the people are not. The flowers and trees in this community are very lush and have a tendency to grow wildly. The people who live here may not be very rich. When I arrived at Professor Luo's house, I was stunned. Professor Luo is a person who has won the Lifetime Achievement Award after all, and medical institutions are famous for their high salaries. Their house is so shabby, it is almost undecorated. Except for a large cabinet of books, there is basically no furniture in the house. It is empty. Professor Luo smiled at me and said, My family is poor. Sorry to embarrass me. I used to have a house to live in, eat at work, and I don't have to worry about my children. There is no point in saving money. I just buy books and donate some money to rural children. I don't care about anything else. It turned out that he was also from the countryside. It was also because of the donations from kind-hearted people that he was able to go to college. He stayed in the city and chose medicine. He also wanted to give back to society with his own abilities. This is what he should do. No wonder he has such high merits. I have to help him no matter what. Maybe after he upgrades, I can look at the Chi more times a day. Besides, since he is a good person, I am willing to help him without any reward. While talking, I looked at the layout of his house. This house is very open and bright, just like Professor Luo's open mind. There is really no problem. I took the last chance to look at the Chi, and I was stunned. The walls and floors here are all covered with black evil spirits, in the shape of footprints and handprints. To me, it looks like a person covered in coal dust has smeared them here. The color of this evil spirit is black and thick, full of resentment, and I have never seen that kind of black. It is greasy. What evil thing is greasy? I asked Cheng Xinghe to check the goods, but he stretched out his hand for money again as a conditioned reflex, but I beat him down before he even opened his mouth. He pouted and looked around with grievance, and then frowned after looking. It's really not multiple personality. There are 2 things in the room. 2? One is a dirty child, and the other is a thing with a long tail. I don't know it. Just at this time, I saw a very faint green gas from the crack in the door. What is the thing with a long tail? What is the dirty child? I asked Professor Luo if he had any clues. Professor Luo shook his head helplessly and said that he had never dealt with these 2 things. At this moment, I suddenly felt the 7-star dragon spring on my back suddenly buzzed and trembled like a bee flapping its wings, facing my north, which was Professor Luo's position. At the same time, Cheng Xinghe suddenly said loudly, Brother, that dirty kid is to your north and is trying to climb on your shoulder. This should be the thing that harms people. I didn't think much about it and pulled out the 7-star dragon spring with one hand and chopped it at that position. It's strange to say that this is the first time I use the 7-star dragon spring, but this feeling is inexplicably familiar, as if I have done this countless times. Is this the so-called familiarity at first sight? A sharp sound of breaking wind swept over, and with a swoosh, I smelled a very greasy smell, and I had a slight feeling that I seemed to have chopped something. Chang Xinghe immediately said, "That thing ran away. Window. Now it is summer, and every household has opened the windows." I looked at the chi again, but the color in front of me began to be inaccurate. I could only see with my naked eyes. There was half a fresh dirty footprint on the window, as if it jumped from the window. At this time, I heard a click sound, and the xiangfei bamboo chair under the window broke in the middle and twisted into 2 pieces, like a cut watermelon. I was stunned. No one touched this chair at all. What's going on? Could it be? Sure enough, Chang Xinghe rushed over to take a closer look and smiled maliciously. "Brother, pay me." Although I was slashing in this direction, I was clearly far away. Besides, the texture of xiangfei bamboo is very hard. With my strength, even if I really slashed it, it would not be so easy to break. I also looked at the broken end of xiangfei bamboo, and the back of my head felt cold. The broken end was neat and tidy, without a single burr. Is it the sword energy of Qixing Longquan? Yeah, it's obvious that the one who can guard the general's tomb for such a long time is not a good guy, but it's so sharp that it's beyond imagination. Chang Xinghe clicked his tongue repeatedly and said, "What a pity. What a pity. You were not good enough. Just now you just chopped the kid's foot. If you can fully develop the power of the 7-star dragon spring, I guess that kind of lonely ghost will be wiped out when it encounters it." He smiled at me wickedly. "I think it's a waste for you, a yellow level, to use such a good thing. Why not give it to me?" I said, "Did you feel no pain when you were chopped last time?" Chang Xinghe remembered that his wound had not healed yet, and hurriedly hid a few steps back with a little fear. "Don't let it get angry. I was just joking." However, what Chang Xinghe said made sense. A yellow level, could chop the 7-star dragon spring to this scale. After upgrading, how powerful will this thing be? Professor Luo has been engaged in science for a lifetime, and this is the first time he has seen such a shooting bull from a distance. He stared for a long time, but since he has seen ghosts, it is not surprising. Now he reacted and said quickly, "Master, don't take it to heart. I know what is good and what is bad. You are helping me. How can I ask you to pay for it? By the way, where's that thing?" The tremor of the 7-star dragon spring has disappeared, and the thing should have escaped far away. Professor Luo was quite happy. Then, "Am I okay?" I shook my head. "That thing is very evil. Since it has set its sights on you, it will not stop until you die. Besides, it was chopped by me again this time, so it will definitely hold a grudge and come again." Professor Luo's face turned pale. There is a wrinkle on his life palace, which is the life-breaking line. The position is very correct, which means that he will either survive this disaster today or die today. The voice of the premonition is not wrong at all. So the greasy kid will definitely come again today, and it will take revenge, so we can only wait here. Chang Xinghe immediately interrupted. "Do you already know what that thing is?" I stared at the grease and said, "It's almost certain, Professor Luo. Do you have rice vinegar at home?" Professor Luo nodded quickly and brought me a bottle. "So the master is from Shaanxi?" "Ah, it's not that I want to drink vinegar for no reason. I want to use rice vinegar to verify whether my guess is true." I opened the bottle of rice vinegar and dripped it on the footprint. Sure enough, the greasy footprint suddenly changed from dirty and translucent to deep red. Professor Luo has been engaged in medicine for a lifetime and recognized it at a glance. "Is this blood?" It seems that I was right. The child was a little ghost, raised by the Yinmian Fengshu. Professor Luo didn't understand and asked me what the Yinmian Fengshu was. I told him that those who eat yin and yang food look similar, but they are also divided into the positive side and the negative side. The so-called positive side is us who accumulate merits to improve our strength and act on behalf of heaven, while the negative side uses shady magic to harm heaven and seek personal gain. In short, Mr. Yang is a good person, and Mr. Yin is a bad person. Professor Luo nodded as if he understood, and asked me, "Master, can this thing be raised?" "Yes, it can be raised, but the method is very cruel. It must be a healthy fetus, grow in the mother's belly for 7 months and 7 days, and then be cut out from the mother's womb. At this time, it must be ensured that the child is still alive, and then 9 gold needles are inserted into the 9 major acupuncture points on the fetus's head, and it is hung upside down in the corpse-raising ground to exhaust it to death. Then choose a dead corpse, cut open its belly, pour in corpse oil, and soak the fetus in it for 49 days. This kind of little ghost is made. The reason why we say don't mess with the young and don't mess with the old in our industry is because children and the elderly have the most resentment. Children who die before they can enjoy the real pleasures of the world are of course full of resentment, especially those who are healthy and have the opportunity to come to the world, but die suddenly, which is even more powerful. However, it cannot retaliate against the person who raises it. Instead, it has to serve the person who raises it. Its 3 souls and 6 spirits are locked in the corpse by gold needles. Although it can move freely, the corpse is in the hands of the owner. Even if it becomes a little ghost, it is controlled by people like a kite with a string. It must do whatever the owner tells it to do. Anyway, the child has not been born yet and has no idea what is good and evil. It is very easy to control and has a strong desire for revenge. The corpse oil on this little ghost comes from different people, so this little ghost is called a corpse oil ghost. There are 7-person oil, 14-person oil, etc. The most powerful one is 49-person oil, which is made by soaking in the corpse oil from 49 evil corpses. That's why the little ghost is so greasy, and rice vinegar is made from rice. Grains have been used to worship the heavens since ancient times to ward off evil spirits. When seeing corpse oil, it turns into blood and has been used to check corpse oil. The more human oil there is, the more ferocious the little ghost will be, but the more difficult it is to refine. 49 human oil is too rare, and only the heavenly level can deal with it. Based on the corpse oil and evil spirit just now, I estimate that the little ghost should be at the level of 14 human oil, which is already rare. This kind of little ghost is very powerful and can even possess people. The female college student who fell from the building should have been killed by it. Therefore, with my current ability, the 7-star dragon spring only cut it because this thing is not too easy to deal with. When Professor Luo heard the refining method, his hands trembled. There are such cruel things. How can they do this to a silent child? There are too many people who take risks in this world, and it is not surprising. My master has told me about even more cruel things. Professor Luo then asked me, "But why did he want to hurt me?" Needless to say, Professor Luo had obviously offended someone, so I asked him to think about it, but he couldn't remember it after thinking about it. There was nothing I could do, so I had to wait. At this time, I remembered that there was a thing with a long tail here, right? I asked Chang Xinghe to see where that thing was. If I could find it, I would definitely be able to get some clues. What's more, this thing actually knew me, and I was always a little curious about its identity. There is no hatred or love without reason in the world. The thing with a long tail repeatedly reminded Professor Luo to avoid disasters, obviously thinking about helping Professor Luo. If I guessed correctly, the sound of this thing became weaker and weaker because it was seriously injured when it helped Professor Luo resist the little ghost. With a long tail and a green aura, I suspected that the thing was also some kind of monster like Hui Baizong and Xiao Jinhua. Chang Xinghe looked around, staring at the corner, as if he had found it, and then said, "Here it is, but this thing seems to be dying." I quickly asked Chang Xinghe to describe in detail what this thing looks like. Chang Xinghe became excited and said, "It's time to show my real skills." Then he opened the mobile drawing software and worked like a tiger. I stretched my head to take a look. He really had skills. It was more abstract than Picasso's paintings. He was really a soul painter. Upon closer inspection, this thing actually had several tails. If he drew it correctly, it should be 8. I asked Chang Xinghe to take a closer look. Is the ear of this thing short or long? Chang Xinghe glared and asked me to take a closer look. He drew it so vividly. It was short. That's it. Shit. I didn't expect I would come across such a thing. This should be the legendary 8-tailed cat. No wonder it can't be seen like Xiao Jinhua and Hui Baizong. It's a spirit cat. When Chang Xinghe heard it, he slapped his head and said, "Why is it so familiar?" It turns out to be a cat fairy. The 8-tailed cat does have a nickname called cat fairy. Because it is not an ordinary spirit, it is cultivating immortality. Some people may think that it is conceivable for humans to cultivate immortality, but it is a bit far-fetched for animals to cultivate immortality. In fact, the Buddha said in the legend that anyone with 7 orifices can cultivate immortality, and cats are no exception. This kind of cat will suffer 11 tribulations every 100 years. If it succeeds in overcoming the tribulations, it will have an extra tail. By analogy, when it has completed 99 tribulations, it will have 9 tails and can become an immortal. An eight-tailed cat is a spirit cat that has cultivated for 800 years. This kind of cultivation is very difficult, so the eight-tailed cat almost only exists in legends and no one has ever seen it. If this eight-tailed cat dies at this time, then the 800 years of cultivation will be in vain and it will be all over. It is a stranger to Professor Luo. Why should it risk its life to protect Professor Luo at this time? Professor Luo seemed to remember something after hearing this, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Master, I think I know why it protects me. It turned out that Professor Luo's grandfather told him that his ancestors were woodcutters. One day, his grandfather went up the mountain and there was a flash flood. He hurried down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, he saw an animal whose hind legs were caught by a hunter's trap. It was struggling on the spot and couldn't move. When it saw the group of people, it immediately struggled to stand up and bowed to them, as if begging them to save it. The other woodcutters were busy with their own affairs, and no one was willing to look at the animal. Seeing the animal bowing desperately with tears in its eyes, the grandfather couldn't help but feel sympathy. The flash flood was coming soon, and the animal couldn't struggle free and would be drowned alive, so he squatted down to untie it. But the flash flood came very fast, and untying the button would be a waste of his life. The people who cut wood with him all called him stupid, and no one helped him. They all ran away. He opened the trap little by little and held the animal in his arms. As soon as he untied it, the flash flood rushed down. Grandpa wanted to hold the animal and wait for death, but he felt as if he was pulled by someone, flying into the air, and landed on a big tree that could not be flooded by the flash flood. Then, he heard a voice asking him, "You saved my life. What reward do you want?" He felt like he was in a dream, and he couldn't help but answer, "I don't have any other ideas. I just hope that my descendants will be safe and sound." When he woke up again, the flash flood had receded. He climbed down from the tree and went home. He saw his companions' families crying. Those woodcutters who ran fast were all drowned by the flash flood. At this moment, he remembered that the animal had disappeared at some point and told his family that it might have met a mountain god. The family didn't believe it, and they laughed about it for more than 100 years. Professor Luo looked at me and said, "Don't say that. Although our ancestors were poor, they all died of old age and their homes were safe. Could it be that it was just because of this sentence that it really guarded our family for so many years?" Of course, the eight-tailed cat is most famous for keeping its promises. At the same time, this is also because the people of the Luo family have accumulated virtues and done good deeds. For example, Professor Luo has merits and merits. Otherwise, the eight-tailed cat would not have been able to guard him for so long. I suddenly remembered the monk's family. It was also because the ancestors met Mr. Li, the god of astronomy, while chopping wood, that they got the land of the big-bellied beauty. It seems that chopping wood is a good profession. The probability of encountering a miracle is much greater than sitting in an office building. Professor Luo's eyes turned red when he heard it, and he bowed in the direction Chang Xing said, "Thank you, the great cat immortal, for risking your life to save me. You have worked so hard for so long just for this promise. I really can't bear it and feel bad. Don't be sad." Suddenly, a shrill voice came from the empty room. "This is the last calamity of this immortal. Success or failure is all up to fate." That voice is really special. It really sounds like a cat's voice speaking human words. But the voice is really weak, just like the last words of a dying person. I immediately felt compassion. Even people find it difficult to keep a promise with their lives, let alone a cat. No wonder Huibeikang said that animals, keep their word more than humans. Huibeikang, Ziyajinhua. I suddenly had an idea and quickly asked Chang Xinghe to hold my hand. I wanted to touch the animal. Chang Xinghe pouted and said, "How can you be so unsophisticated? People are dying, but you still have this mood, just like an old lady who takes photos everywhere." Although he said this, he still took my hand and put it on something. Strangely enough, I couldn't see anything, but I could really touch something. It was furry, smooth, and comfortable to touch. The thing was disgusted with me at first, but because it was too weak to break free, it felt like a fate. I followed the fur and touched the mouth. I made a quick decision and cut my hand open and dripped blood into it. The scene was very strange. The blood dripped down, but it didn't fall to the ground, but disappeared out of thin air. Chang Xinghe then remembered, "Oh, right, Jiaozhu can extend the life of spiritual creatures. Last time I saved Xiao Jinhua in this way. This time, I will try my best to save it." Professor Luo became nervous and asked me if I really had a way to save it. I didn't dare to guarantee it, But Chang Xinghe rushed to say, "The #1 nurse in the country really worked. That thing is energetic." I breathed a sigh of relief and raised my hand with my fingers connected to my heart. It was really painful, but when I looked at the wound, I found that the 8-tailed cat had eaten away not even a trace of blood. Although Professor Luo couldn't see, he was also happy and was at a loss like a child. "That's great. That's great. I feel really bad for letting someone else exchange his life for mine. After all, the 8-tailed cat has cultivated for so many years. As long as his life is extended, he will naturally find a way to recover, and I can rest assured." I asked the 8-tailed cat if there was any clue about the corpse oil ghost. Time was running out, and I had to save Professor Luo's life for it. "I don't know. The opponent's methods are very clever. I can't see his origin at all." The shrill voice said, "If you want to save people, be careful. I was injured by the owner of that thing." I thought that although the little ghost of the 14-man oil is powerful, the 8-tailed cat is definitely not a coward. How could he be harmed by a little ghost like this? Turns out that the owner behind the little ghost is so awesome. Those who use such a sinister method to harm people are naturally not good birds. I will meet him and do justice for the heaven. Maybe my merits will increase immediately. At this time, the 7-star dragon spring suddenly trembled again. There is something behind me. At the same time, Chang Xinghe suddenly grabbed me and whispered, "The kid is here again, behind you on the right. It seems to want to climb onto your shoulder." Finally, I pretended to be calm, but secretly held the 7-star dragon spring. It came to the door again, so it was not so easy to let it go. "It's strange," Chang Xinghe frowned and said, "I always feel that this thing is a little different from when I left. What does it mean? Did it go back to upgrade or what?" Before I could figure it out, Chang Xinghe shouted, "No, this kid is wrong. It's a new kid, much more powerful than the previous one." Before Chang Xinghe finished speaking, the 7-star dragon spring vibrated even more violently. I identified the location, drew out the 7-star dragon spring and swept across. There was a loud bang, and a large flower pot was also cut in half by the sword energy, rolling around on the ground. I can feel this kind of evil spirit without looking at it. It is half as strong as the previous 14 people. Even if you can't see it, there is a very strange sense of oppression which makes people feel tight. 21 people? This owner is really generous. I immediately said to Chang Xinghe, "Pour rice vinegar on Professor Luo's head and wrists and ankles. There are 7 orifices on the head and pulse gates on the wrists and ankles. Generally, ghosts will attack from these parts when they harm people and pull souls. Rice vinegar can melt corpse oil, and ghosts will never dare to touch it, which can temporarily keep Professor Luo safe." Chang Xinghe was very skillful. While doing it, he said, "This thing has a very strong evil spirit. Don't resist it. If it doesn't work, let's go find Mr. Wu." The so-called Mr. Wu is a person who specializes in dealing with evil spirits and is more professional than me in this area. However, the situation is so critical. Where can I find him now? A stream of evil spirit passed in front of me, and I felt that it should be heading for Professor Luo. I immediately chopped it off, but I didn't expect that this 21 oil was much more agile than before, and dodged it as if playing. Instead, a row of books in the cabinet opposite was cut in half, and the scraps of paper were scattered all over the floor. With this speed and force, I can hardly cut accurately even if I can see it, let alone if I can't see it. Even if Qixing Longquan gives instructions, it's just like a blind man hitting a fly. This is not a solution. Once the rice vinegar on Professor Luo evaporates, it will be dangerous. "It's laughing," Chang Xinghe said loudly. "That child is laughing at you." I didn't reply. My mind was spinning rapidly, and suddenly asked, "Chang Xinghe, do you have any milk snacks?" Chang Xinghe was protecting Professor Luo. When he heard what I said, he said incredulously, "Brother, I'm not saying anything to you at this time. You still have the mind. Don't talk nonsense. Did you bring it?" Chang Xinghe rummaged in his arms with grievance and took out a bunch of beef tendons, figs, spicy strips, and slices, and there was actually a bag of Wangzai milk candy in it, and he threw it to me. I caught it steadily, tore off the candy wrapper neatly, and scattered the snow-white milk candy on the ground. Chang Xinghe finally saw what I was thinking and couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. "You are really a talent." Sure enough, the evil spirit stopped immediately, as if it was still somewhere. Then, I saw a piece of milk candy disappear at a very fast speed. I knew it. This kid is a kid after all. He has been pregnant for several months, but he has never had a mouthful of mother's milk. So milk is very attractive to them. Children are children after all. I ran in that direction and chopped the 7-star dragon spring horizontally. Zhang! It hit, but there was a dull sound in the air, and my heart sank immediately. This feeling seemed to be chopped on some hard leather, and it probably only cut a scratch, which was far inferior to the feeling of chopping 14 people before. The evil spirit of the 7-star dragon spring couldn't be cut through, and the 21 oil was so difficult to deal with. Little brother, be careful, it's angry. As soon as the voice fell, I suddenly felt something coming in front of me, like a gust of wind, rushing towards me. I subconsciously squatted down and barely dodged it. I couldn't help feeling lost, thinking that the 7-star dragon spring couldn't be cut through, so why should I fight it? However, the little ghost is Een and Yang can overcome Een. I suddenly had an idea and kicked those candies. Sure enough, as if afraid that the candies would be kicked away, a handful of candies disappeared quietly. I aimed at that place, led the pitiful amount of chi under the dantian, poured it into the 7-star dragon spring, and chopped it again. Gah! This feel is right. It is rampant and sharp, with a hearty and refreshing energy. That thing must have been split in half by me. The air suddenly filled with a bloody smell, mixed with a disgusting rotten smell. Chang Xinghe was caught off guard and vomited all the buns he had eaten in the morning. Professor Luo often treated patients, so he was probably familiar with this smell, so it was okay. Ahem. Chang Xinghe wiped his mouth and said to the window, "You cut off both legs of that thing, and it ran away. If that thing runs back and gets a real 49-man oil, we will be really in trouble." I immediately said, "You lead the way. Let's chase it. That thing runs very fast." Professor Luo hurriedly said, "I'll drive you to chase it." It turned out that Professor Luo had an old scooter, an electric one. "What reward do you want?" Just when I stepped out of the door, I suddenly heard that shrill voice slowly ringing. I remembered. Wasn't this what Xiaoxiang mentioned to me? I thought it was Professor Luo who said this to me, but it was the 8-tailed cat. I followed Xiaoxiang's instructions and replied, "I want you to owe me a life." I was in a hurry and I didn't hear clearly what it said. It was getting late, and Professor Luo followed Chang Xinghe, the human Daohang, and drove forward. Chang Xinghe pointed the way and said that the thing ran so fast even though its legs were cut off. Fortunately, I cut its legs. If it had cut its hands, we would have had a hard time catching up. The speed of the mobility scooter was limited. We chased it for a long time but still kept a certain distance. After chasing it for a long time, Chang Xinghe shouted, "That thing went in!" I looked at the place and was stunned. County hospital? Professor Luo was also dumbfounded. "Master, are you sure? How could there be such a thing in our county hospital?" Although Chang Xinghe was a bit rude, he was really capable. I got off the mobility scooter and asked him to lead the way quickly. Chang Xinghe jumped out of the car and ran inside. "That thing went down the stairs. Because the old man was in the hospital, I often came here recently, but I always took the elevator directly when I came here, and I really never went down to the basement. However, as soon as I arrived at the elevator entrance on the basement, I felt a strong evil spirit coming out, so thick that it seemed to be able to knock people down. I turned around and asked Professor Luo what the basement was usually used for. Professor Luo's face turned ugly. "Storing equipment and morgue. By the way, which hospital doesn't have a morgue? But the evil spirit in this morgue is too heavy, right? How many corpses can there be in such a small county?" Professor Luo explained to me that, in fact, there were some unclaimed corpses left here, and some died in accidents. The responsibility has not been determined, and there is no way to deal with it. As time goes by, there are more and more. Chang Xinghe suddenly murmured, "Strange." I hurriedly asked him what happened. Did he lose the chase? He waved his hand. "No, he's right in front. I saw him go in through the door myself. It's just that this place is a little strange. Why is it so quiet?" Professor Luo didn't understand. "If this morgue is noisy, wouldn't it be bad? We should be quiet. But Chang Xinghe should see many ghosts who are reluctant to leave. Is there no ghost here? Where are the ghosts who should be here? Who are you?" At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky, which scared me. I looked up and saw an old lady in a white coat. The old lady put one hand on her waist and pointed at our noses with the other hand. She looked at us coldly, like a thief. "What are you doing?" This old lady has a lion nose, a face full of flesh, and a fierce aura. Damn, no wonder she works in the morgue. Even ghosts are afraid of her. Professor Luo said quickly, "Lotus, it's me." Bah! The old lady called Lotus came up and spitted like an anti-aircraft gun. You old rogue, you still dare to call my name? Are you worthy? If people hear it, they will think that I have been sexually exploited by you. Auntie, you are really overthinking it. Professor Luo also blushed and said quickly, there are dirty things in our hospital. I am. Dirty things? The old lady picked up the mop next to her and poked Professor Luo in the face. I think the dirtiest person in our hospital is you, old man. Do you want me to help you wash it? Hurry up. Chang Xinghe winked at me. That thing went into gate number 2. If we don't go through, we can't catch up. I took a closer look at the words on gate number 2 and was slightly stunned. There was a printed paper on gate number 2, saying medical waste. I understand that the kid went to the morgue, but why did he go to the garbage room? Could it be? I was moved in my heart, just like playing basketball, and made a fake move in front of the old lady and was about to go through. But as soon as I took a step, I felt a panic. The old lady lifted my collar like a puppy, and my feet were in the air. To be honest, I suspect that this old lady has relatives with the monk's family. What kind of fighting power is this? Boy, you panted just because I said you were fat, right? The aunt said coldly. I tell you, don't even think about going in with me here. But before the aunt finished her words, I felt that the force disappeared, and I fell to the ground again. Before I could react why the aunt let me go, I heard a scream from behind. I looked back and saw that the aunt took several steps back, as if her hair was grabbed by an invisible hand. Then, with a bang, her curly head was hit hard against the wall. She slid down the wall, rolled her eyes like a dead fish, and stopped moving. Chang Xinghe pulled me nervously. Brother, why are you so impulsive? It's illegal to cause a death. I swear to God, I didn't do anything except being strangled by her. Could it be? Sure enough, my fingertips suddenly hurt. Xiaoxiang? By the way, she seemed to have said that I was not allowed to be touched by any woman. My heart suddenly turned cold. She was jealous of such an old lady. Will I not be able to drink chicken soup in the future? Professor Luo stared at the scene in front of him. He covered his chest with his hands in fear and said to himself that he didn't expect that there was really Qigong in the world. This is not Qigong. Professor Luo recovered and ran to the old lady. It seemed that he was checking whether the old lady was okay. He was really a kind-hearted doctor. Even though his colleagues spit on him, he still wouldn't leave her alone. Chang Xinghe quickly pulled Professor Luo up. We can't delay. Hurry up and catch that little devil. Professor Luo stumbled and ran after Chang Xinghe, saying that fortunately she was fine. When I entered the second room, I immediately smelled a foul smell. Chang Xinghe pinched his nose and saw the things in room 2 clearly. He asked in a muffled voice, What are these? Room 2 is very large. There are hundreds of neatly arranged black plastic bags in it, and the openings are tightly tied. Professor Luo told Chang Xinghe that these are ordinary gauze needles and the like. Usually, Aunt Lianhua is responsible for them. I didn't expect that so many of them have not been transported away. No, there is so much evil spirit here. It can't be ordinary medical waste. I squatted down and untied one, and sure enough, Chang Xinghe stretched his head and was stunned. Fuck! Inside, there are rotten fetal corpses, aborted fetuses. If I guess correctly, the other bags also have the same content, which is hundreds of fetal corpses. Professor Luo's hands trembled. Why are there so many? I have to ask Lianhua. No need to ask, so many baby corpses are naturally not for opening an exhibition hall. They are used to raise ghosts. That old lady Lotus stopped us so much, and now it seems that we have the answer. She is in the same group with the people who collect infant corpses. Professor Luo asked me immediately, Didn't you say that only children of 7 months and 7 days can raise ghosts? But these. I told Professor Luo that there are actually many kinds of ghosts. The 7-month and 7-day-old ones are only used to refine the most difficult and powerful corpse oil ghosts. They are like hounds and are specifically accomplices of Mr. Inmian. All living beings are equal. As long as the 7-orifice infants grow, they have infant spirits. They can be made into ordinary ghosts according to the size of the month and the refining method. Some can attract wealth, some can promote peach blossoms, and some can enhance power and status. There are as many kinds of ghosts as there are human greed. There are too many people who want to achieve their goals by raising ghosts. Who doesn't want to get something for nothing? Where there is demand, there is a market. To raise ghosts, you need infants. There is only one place where you can find so many infants. In addition, corpse oil is needed to refine the little ghosts. Professor Luo just said that there are many unidentified corpses in the morgue of the county hospital, and it is very convenient to get corpse oil. There is a lot of evil spirits here, but there are no lonely ghosts. I am afraid that those lonely ghosts are also used by Mr. Inmyen to inject spirits into the little ghosts. Those things are all good materials for Mr. Inmyen. Professor Luo suddenly seemed to remember something, and turned around and said, "Master, didn't you ask me if I offended anyone before? I remember it now." It turned out that when Professor Luo was managing the data recently, he found that the abortion rate in the county hospital had increased a lot. He originally thought that it was caused by young people not paying attention to contraception, but after checking, he found that the rate of sick fetuses and deformities had soared. This attracted Professor Luo's attention. He had never seen such a large-scale sick fetus and stillbirth rate. He suspected that the local water source or food was contaminated. He checked the medical records one by one, and then found that there were actually many orders in it which were misdiagnoses. In other words, after the examination, the pregnant woman will be told that the child has a disease that is not suitable for birth, so it is better to abort the child as soon as possible and have another one. The pregnant woman can only choose to abort, but in fact the child is healthy, and she lost her life innocently. These children are the apple of their parents' eyes. Some pregnant women who have difficulty conceiving even spent a lot of effort to conceive, but those hopes were wiped out just like that. At that time, Professor Luo was very indignant and immediately reported that someone had neglected his duty. The higher-ups were investigating thoroughly, but the results have not come out yet. It's no wonder cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents, so of course they want to get rid of you. If it weren't for Professor Luo's 8-tailed cat protecting him, he would have been killed by now, and no one would ever know about these babies who died tragically. I suddenly remembered the small car I saw during the day. Could it be that the small car was used to transport the dead bodies of the babies? It seems that they have realized that this place is no longer safe and they have to move their positions. At this time, a voice with a Sichuan accent suddenly sounded, "It's good to come, Amo. I just remembered it now. I'm afraid it's too late." I turned around and saw the door of the garbage room was suddenly closed with a pop. Then, there was a sound of locking. The light above my head went out. It was pitch black in front of me, and I couldn't even find the door. "Children, there is something to eat," the voice said happily. "Boy, you hurt my 2 children. Only let you pay with your life. You are lucky. Don't worry. Your fate seems to be different from others. I will use it to train a good zombie." At the same time, a swish sound rang out. I got goosebumps all over my body, and I realized it was the thing in the plastic bag that was about to crawl out. Is it going to kill people to silence them? The infant spirits here are actually not difficult to deal with, but after being eliminated, they will never be reincarnated. Professor Luo's face turned pale when he heard the noise, and he tightly grabbed Chang Xinghe's arm. Chang Xinghe's face was not good because of the smoke, so he immediately said, "Brother, think of a way. We should not die in this place. Of course, I don't want to die either. I have a good memory and remember the location of the gate. I can split the gate open and go out, but there may be some dark magic on the gate. I can't find the gate now." I thought about it and asked Chang Xinghe, "What time is it?" Chang Xinghe didn't expect me to ask this, and looked at the luminous watch. 10 minutes to 12 o'clock in the morning. "Then hold on for 10 minutes and don't die." I said, "Hold on, we will be fine." "What?" Before Chang Xinghe finished speaking, there was a crash, as if countless things rushed towards us. I waved the 7-star dragon spring and blocked them. Professor Luo finally couldn't stand the shock and fainted. Chang Xinghe had to carry Professor Luo on his back, complaining, "10 minutes, brother. I don't want to hold on for 10 seconds. But there was no choice. The evil spirits flew through my ears like the sound of wind and rain. Chang Xinghe dodged and complained. I soon smelled sweat in the stench of rotting corpses. Shwa! Don't say it, these 10 minutes are really harder to endure than 10 hours outside. My hands finally got sore. I couldn't bear it anymore. How could these damn 10 minutes be so slow? No. I thought breathlessly. I can't bear it anymore. Just at this moment, another wave of evil spirits surged up. I was about to meet it, but I found that my hands had no strength. Shit, is it really this time? Brother! At this moment, Chang Xinghe shouted at the top of his lungs, "It's 12 o'clock! I saw it, I could finally see the chi accurately again. I clearly saw that there was a direction with a thick, oily black color. Isn't that Mr. Inmyen standing outside the door? That place is the direction of the gate." I jumped up, filled my whole body with strength, and chopped the 7-star dragon's spring over there. Who? There was a loud noise, and the gate was cut off in the middle and fell to the ground. The light from the corridor poured in. I squinted my eyes and adapted to the light as quickly as possible. I saw a thin and dark man standing outside. He was wearing a white cloth robe with his trouser legs rolled up, and a string of small round boxes hung on his waist, like a non-domain waist drum. The man didn't expect that I could have this ability, and he took a step back in surprise. I didn't give him a chance to retreat at all, and chopped at those small round boxes. Bang! The boxes shattered and fell to the ground, with many tiny corpses rolling out and thick black water flowing out corpse oil. I have heard that when raising corpse oil ghosts, their original bodies must never leave their bodies. Because if there is a problem with the original body of the corpse oil ghost, the ghost can regain its freedom, and the first thing it does is nothing but backlash. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Sure enough, when the dark and thin man saw the box shattered, he screamed and tried to escape, but he was too late. Let you have a taste of what it means to give someone a taste of your own medicine. I saw many dirty handprints and footprints quickly printed on his white cloth robe. The old man said that when this corpse oil ghost backlashes, it will return all the suffering it has suffered to its master. As expected, blood flowed from the man's dirty hair. 1, 2, 3, 9 lines. These were the 9 major acupuncture points he had pierced on the fetus head. Then, his already dark body shrank and wrinkled little by little, as if the oil in his skin had been sucked out, and many wrinkles appeared, just like grapes losing water and becoming raisins. This scene was scary enough, but his screams were even scarier. I have seen pigs being slaughtered, and the screams of pigs because of their desire to survive were already very desperate. This man's screams were more miserable than the slaughter of pigs. I have never heard such a creepy sound in my life. His pain can be imagined. Chung Xinghe looked at the man's skin. It looks like beef jerky. He took out the beef jerky from his arms and chewed it to calm his nerves. This cry finally woke up Professor Luo. He squinted his eyes and looked clearly. Then he slid down from Chung Xinghe's back reflexively. What's wrong with this guy? I have to see. I pulled him back. No, he can't be saved. Professor Luo is usually elegant, but he was anxious when people's lives were at stake. How can we know if we don't save him? I know those children died because of him. How could he survive? Since you have become a Inmian Mister, you have to be prepared for this. The old man told me that, in fact, those who can become Inmian Mister must have better talents than ordinary Mister, because the Inmian is much more difficult to learn than the Yangmian. Most of those who enter the Inmian are arrogant. They think they are talented and should be superior to others, so they want to study a shortcut. Maybe at the beginning they think that it's no big deal to turn back, but unfortunately, it's hard to get out of the Inmian once they enter the Inmian. There is always a cycle of heaven. Whether it's cheating or hiding, you can't escape it sooner or later. Professor Luo then realized that this was the culprit who harmed him. He stamped his feet as if he had made up his mind. He is the one who harmed the 8-tailed cat like that? He deserves it. He deserves it. The man's screams were getting smaller and smaller. The pain he inflicted on those fetuses was returned in high density and doubled. No one could imagine what it felt like. Finally, his whole body curled up, just like the corpse that fell out of the box, dark, shrunken, and fragmented. This strange sound finally attracted other people from the hospital, including Aunt Lianhua. When she saw this scene, her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground. Other doctors rushed over and asked what was going on. Some doctors who knew forensic medicine said that this mummy had been dead for more than a year. What right did you have to insult the corpse here? Other doctors saw Professor Luo and asked if he was fired from the hospital and came here to take revenge. Professor Luo was about to open his mouth to explain, but I held him back and tilted my head towards Aunt Lianhua. She knows. Aunt Lianhua was shocked when she heard what I said, and immediately shook her head like a rattle. I don't know anything. Chung Xinghe chewed beef jerky and said, Look at you, you are trying to cover up your guilt. At this time, a bearded doctor rushed over, pointed at me and said, I know you. You are the grandson of Ma Lianxing, a neurosurgeon, right? Although I don't know what benefits Professor Luo, the old bastard, gave you. But I think you are here to make trouble. You guys get out of here quickly, or I will kick your old man out. I raised my eyebrows and looked at him. You dare! These are just 2 words, but they were so powerful that they stunned everyone present. Although the bearded man looked fierce, he was also frightened by my shout and took 2 steps back. However, he felt ashamed and immediately said, Do you think I dare? Shut up. I looked at Aunt Lotus. Say it. Aunt Lotus was frightened by me again. She was still hesitating. I pointed at the corpse and said, "It's backfired. The things you sold are all around. If you lie, they will know what to do." Aunt Lotus trembled all over, looked around immediately, sweated all over, opened her mouth, stuttered for a long time, and then said, I said. It turned out that one day she came here to collect corpses and ran into the gentleman in a white robe. She wanted to drive the gentleman away at that time, but the gentleman asked her if she was short of money. This question really hit Aunt Lotus's daughter. She got pregnant before marriage and wanted to get married, but her in-laws asked for a dowry of 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, they would not marry her. At that time, Aunt Lianhua's daughter was already 7 months old, and it was her first child. If she had an abortion, she might not be able to have a second child in her lifetime. Her mother-in-law's family saw this clearly. 100,000 yuan could be raised by selling everything she had. But with the nature of her mother-in-law's family, how could her daughter get what she wanted after marrying into their family? Which parent doesn't care about their children? Aunt Lianhua was upset about this matter. She was also divorced at a young age. She was a single mother all her life and raised her daughter with great difficulty. Did she want her daughter to follow her old path? She asked the gentleman what he meant. The gentleman told her that he knew she was short of money and knew about her daughter's situation. He was willing to keep the fetus and give Aunt Lianhua 200,000 yuan. Aunt Lianhua was stunned. One fetus could make 200,000 yuan? But this was true. The gentleman said that he was a garbage collector who specialized in collecting garbage from obstetrics and gynecology clinics and would recycle it at a high price. If you were willing, they could cooperate for a long time. This was a huge temptation for Aunt Lianhua. She was familiar with the people in the hospital and secretly performed a cesarean section according to the doctor's request. The baby was a big fat boy. She didn't dare to look at it and sent it over. Medical waste was in short supply for the doctor, so he asked if he could have more. One more would cost a lot more money. Aunt Lianhua was in a dilemma. The doctor said it was okay and he would go find a doctor. At first, the doctor would never agree to such a request, but for some reason, he agreed later. As for the female college student who fell from the building, she happened to come to the hospital for internship and was the assistant of the doctor. She accidentally discovered this incident and planned to tell the most upright Professor Luo. For some reason, she also fell from the building and died. Aunt Lianhua was very scared and was always afraid that it would be her turn. She didn't dare to tell others because what she did was illegal. At this point, Auntie Lianhua started to cry and said, "I didn't know that things would turn out like this. This is one wrong step and then another. To be honest, I didn't dare to spend the evil money, and I couldn't sleep well every day. It seems that one of the corpse oil ghosts is Auntie Lianhua's grandson." The doctors were silent. They checked the surveillance and saw the man come in. They also saw how the man turned from a living person to a mummy who had been dead for more than a year. They are scientists, but no one can come up with a scientific explanation for this matter. Finally, the hospital leader came out and asked me what to do about this matter now. Those infant spirits, are they going to stay in the hospital? This is not good. Of course, I also knew that it was not good. So I asked the hospital leader if he was willing to go to the big temple to ask for a wave of flames to help these children transcend. They are innocent after all. If the hospital performs a ritual, people will laugh at it if it gets out. The hospital leader gritted his teeth and asked me if he could give me more money and let me do it directly. Don't let it leak out without anyone knowing, or it will be a big trouble. I thought about it and it was not impossible. I said, "Then, you can help me get 10 iron cans and a large bottle of breast milk to give to new mothers." This request was incredible to them, but they still agreed. After all, this is a hospital, so it's not too difficult. This is called iron can feeding, which is a very effective ritual for the afterlife. After everything was prepared, I followed the old man's instructions, burned incense, swept the house, filled 10 iron cans with breast milk, placed them in the 10 directions, hung red bells on the line through the ghost gate, and recited the great mysterious spiritual treasure rebirth and salvation sutra. When the heavenly venerable visited the Xianglin garden, he preached the wonderful Dharma to all sentient beings and opened the door to the wonderful. Then, a 5-colored subtle light came out of his mouth, and the light illuminated the infinite worlds in the 10 directions and the infinite 9 hells. The sound of sipping came from the 10 iron cans, and the bells rang one after another. At first, they were dense, then sparse, and finally sporadic. When the last bell rang, my eyes turned pale and I almost fell to the ground. For a Huangjie to send so many children to the afterlife, it actually consumed the same energy as a person carrying hundreds of buckets of water up the mountain. However, this feeling was very satisfying that I sent those tragically dead children on their last journey and fulfilled their small wishes. I felt a sense of accomplishment. The people present watched the milk in the bowl disappear, silent as a cicada, and no one said a word. The hospital leader quickly thanked me and said that he would reduce my master's medical expenses. I waved my hand and said that we should put things in order and not mix them together. As long as it involves cause and effect, I don't want to use my brain. I don't like trouble. When I recovered, I found that my breathing was much smoother. I quickly circulated the qi. Sure enough, the little flame became half bigger. I calculated that I should have been promoted from the 4th grade of the yellow rank to the 3rd grade of the yellow rank. It was also thanks to these infant spirits. They were numerous and resentful, but the merits they brought were also considerable. The chances of looking at qi also increased from 3 times a day to 5 times a day. As long as I was promoted to the Shen rank, I should be able to look at qi as I wish. Once a person makes progress, he will feel particularly at ease. At that time, I felt that the matter had been resolved. The culprit paid with his life, the infant spirit was free, and everyone was happy. Unfortunately, I later learned that this was not the end of my fate with Mr. Imyan, but the beginning. After the matter was done, Professor Luo's reputation was finally cleared, and the surveillance video was posted online to refute the rumors. The fierce look on Professor Luo's face also disappeared. He was very grateful to me and wanted to give me money, but I waved my hand and said that I had already received the thank you gift and the upgrade was more important than the money, not to mention that he was a good person. Professor Luo was a little embarrassed, but as if he remembered something, he asked me, "I heard that I didn't have a partner yet?" I was stunned. How should I answer this? Professor Luo was very happy. So he patted my hand and said that he wanted to introduce me to someone. He had a friend's daughter, who was a perfect match for me. I had to meet her no matter what. If it was really suitable, he would be my uncle. I didn't dare to agree to this, so I quickly declined before my index finger hurt. Professor Luo was very disappointed, but he still didn't give up. He said that his niece would come to the county town in a while, and he would bring his niece to visit her and make friends with her. I was about to continue to refuse, but Chang Xinghe suddenly touched me and whispered, "There is something in the corridor." My heart suddenly lifted, and I asked him what it was. Chang Xinghe swallowed his saliva and said, "It's troublesome. This thing seems to be of a very high level. Even I only glanced at it and couldn't see it clearly. Those who can hide in his eyes are naturally not good people." I was moved. I heard that the little ghost of the 49 people can come and go without a trace, and even the earth level can't detect it. Could it be the little ghost of the 49 people? But the dark-faced gentleman is dead. The little ghost backfired on him, and the great revenge was avenged. It is said that his wish has been fulfilled, and he will not linger in the world again. Or, I was disappointed. That dark-faced gentleman has an accomplice? This accomplice can control the 49 people. How powerful is that? I immediately looked inside and my heart became more nervous. I could only see a trace of evil spirit, but the evil spirit disappeared quickly like morning mist, and I couldn't see it clearly at all. This thing seems to be beyond the reach of the two of us at the yellow rank. What does it want to do? Just at this moment, my cell phone rang, which scared me. It turned out to be the monk who called. "Brother, I heard that our master will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. I'll drive to pick him up." I said, "There's no need to be so troublesome, you're so busy. Chang Xinghe has a car." Chang Xinghe pouted, and the monk laughed. "You're an interesting creditor, and you're also a part-time driver, but I don't come to you for no reason. After picking up our master tomorrow, I have something to discuss with you." I asked the monk what it was, and he said it directly. The monk was a little embarrassed. "There is an elder who is a family friend. They had a good relationship when my father was alive. Isn't it his birthday tomorrow? Local celebrities will go there. I was invited to go too. I was thinking about what gift to bring. He has everything. I just heard that his house has been haunted recently. It was very haunted. He also sent people to you to ask you, but it didn't work. You said I would take you directly. Wouldn't it be very face-saving for me? This reputation was won by the monk. This little thing is nothing. Besides, since many local celebrities went there, they must have a wide network of contacts. Is there any hope to find Jiang Kezi with their help?" I agreed. The monk was very happy and then said, "But you have to be careful of the woman in his family. Although the woman is beautiful, She is notoriously poisonous. Many people call her dodgy. Let's talk about it when we meet. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Dodgy? What kind of woman is so dangerous? My knockoff phone was loud and the receiver was the same as the external speaker. So Professor Luo heard it and asked me if my master would be discharged tomorrow. I nodded and said that I had finished the examination and there should be no problem. Professor Luo hesitated for a moment and then said, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but I'll say it. I checked your master's medical records. According to my experience over the years, I always feel that he doesn't look like he has Alzheimer's disease. What? I was stunned. Then how is he stupid? Professor Luo considered it for a while and said seriously, or, take him to see a psychologist? I understand what he meant. Professor Luo thought that the old man was playing dumb. But why did the old man play dumb for no reason? And even if he was playing dumb for nothing, how could he hit his head like that? This incident made me feel uneasy. I returned to the old man's ward and found that the old man was playing with the pillowcase. He looked at me and asked me with a fierce face why I didn't bring the somersault cloud. I rolled my eyes and said, Don't play dumb. I've seen that you're not demented. The old man was stunned and said, What's dumb? Why do you want me to eat dumb? Is it delicious? Let me try it. I was forced to give in by the old man's soul-searching question. When I was discharged from the hospital, the monk really came. It was the first time for the old man to ride such a high-end car. He touched it here and there and asked why the somersault cloud looked like leather. The monk was happy and said it was called leather somersault cloud. The old man praised it and said that Monkey King would be very envious when he saw it. I watched coldly and thought to myself, if the old man was playing dumb, wouldn't his acting skills win the 100 Flowers Award or something like that? Because of the evil spirit yesterday, I was also very careful, but I didn't find any trace of the evil spirit. I finally understood that there are people beyond people and there are heavens beyond heavens. Although I have been promoted, there are too many people who are better than me. When I got to the shopping street, it was still bustling. There were many rich people who asked me to see their business. The cars couldn't drive in. The monk was very angry. He went out and overturned several people who were blocking the road, just like cutting wheat. Rich people cherish their lives. They ran away in fear, but they were still muttering like Grey Wolf that they would come back. I was sharp-eyed and saw a few people with auras on their foreheads standing on the corner of the street. They seemed to be in the same industry. They were staring at me with murderous eyes. It's easy to imagine that I became famous in the battle of the turtle holding eggs. All the big orders were scrambling for me, a rising star, to do it. Of course, they were unwilling. I vaguely felt that I seemed to have offended someone. After I settled the old man, I found that Uncle Gao had come back without knowing when. He stood at the door and waved to me with a smile. He also helped me move things and settle the old man. I became happy and asked Uncle Gao what he was busy with during this period. Uncle Gao said it was nothing, just busy. As soon as the old man came back, the neighbors in the shopping street came to visit him and even praised him for his toughness. The old man laughed. At this time, Shilian from the grocery store suddenly shouted, Brother Anmin, when did you get a cat? It's quite cute. Cat? I went downstairs to take a look, and I really saw a cat with a black body and white claws curled up on the chair I usually sit on, taking a nap. It looked so comfortable, as if it was at home. The monk also came to take a look and asked what breed it was. What breed could it be? Isn't it just an ordinary wild cat? There are many cats on the street where Hui Hui lives. I still remember when I went to Hui Hui's house for dinner when I was a child. Grandma Wu asked me to bring a bowl of hairtail to the old man. As a result, when I walked through the alley, several cats rushed over, overturned the hairtail and rushed to eat it, and scratched me several times. I still have scars on my wrists now. Since then, I have been walking around cats. The antique shop owner leaned over and said in surprise, Oh no, Anmin, this is a filial piety cat. He gave me some scientific knowledge, saying that this kind of cat is unlucky, and entering the house means that someone will die, and it is here to take away the soul. If there are elderly people at home, this is the most taboo. I don't like cats in the first place, and this kind of cat actually entered the house to sing funeral songs, which made me really angry, so I drove it out. But who knew that the cat turned over and exposed its belly? It turned out that its belly and feet were all white, and only its back and legs were black. The antique shop owner was silent for a while, but Chung Xinghe interrupted. The filial piety cat is black all over, with white bare feet. Look at this belly. It is not called a filial piety cat. It is called a dark cloud covering snow. Do you think this cat can understand human language? Is it proving its identity? What kind of words can a cat listen to? I drove the cat out. Go away, go away. There are no mice in my house. If you really understand, please find another job. Because of the trauma of my childhood, I was still reluctant to throw it out. I didn't expect that the cat really seemed to understand human words. It stretched out its claws gracefully and walked out with cat steps. I was relieved immediately, thinking that the cat was not too ignorant. I didn't expect that before I could relax. The cat came back again, and it seemed to have something in its mouth. I took a closer look and felt cold all over. It had several mice in its mouth. The mice were still alive and kept twisting around its mouth. It shook its neck gracefully, and the mice got free and quickly got into the corner of the door. My face immediately turned green, while Chang Xinghe clapped his hands and laughed. You just said that there were no mice at home, so you didn't need one. Now there are some. When the antique shop owner saw the mouse, he immediately ran back to his storefront. We soon heard his wailing. I just bought a hamster for my granddaughter. The cat nimbly stepped onto the table and coiled back to its original position as if it was the owner of the place. Is this cat a spirit? The monk also opened his eyes and said, I think you should keep it. This cat is not simple. Do you think it has become a fairy? I suddenly remembered the eight-tailed cat. I told it that it owed me a life. It wouldn't come to me to repay its life, right? I couldn't test it in public. The monk was anxious to take me to the birthday banquet, so I had to go with him first. Chang Xinghe heard that there was abalone at the birthday banquet, so he insisted on going with me and changed into new clothes to show his determination. When we got there, we saw that it was a mansion with a Chinese-style garden and lush trees. The monk gave me some science and said that Mr. Zhao, the host of today's birthday banquet, paid special attention to feng shui. There were feng shui trees in the house, which were found from all over the place. I don't know how much money he spent. Chang Xinghe interrupted. Your old friend is so awesome. Why didn't he come to help you when you were in trouble? The monk waved his hand. Old friends are old friends. I came here this time just to negotiate a building materials deal with him. Why would I care about that? Don't say it, the monk is quite clear-headed. He is rough on the outside but handsome on the inside. He is indeed a rich second generation who has seen the world. At this time, the car stopped outside Zhao Mansion. I saw a pit in the northeast of their house. I thought that Mr. Zhao seemed to be a Yigong who loved dragons. I was afraid that I didn't know much about feng shui, and the feng shui master I hired might not be very professional. After entering the door, I saw that the guests inside were all well-dressed. Judging from their faces, they were either powerful or influential. The monk was obviously very comfortable in this circle. He introduced them as soon as he entered the door, such as this general manager and that director. When those people heard my name, they all showed very pleasant expressions. They said that they heard that I was very accomplished in the fortune-making bureau. I wonder if I would have the honor to chat with you another day? The monk helped me to perfunctorily say a few words like an agent. Everyone expressed admiration for the monk and praised him for his good luck. He had a buddy like me, and his feng shui would be fine for his whole life. When the monk heard them praising me, he shook his head happily and praised me for a lot of rainbow farts. During the meal, I heard the gifts sent by others, such as Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng, aged pu'er tea, etc. I was secretly shocked. I thought that people gave birthday gifts so generously, but the monk only brought me. Could it be that I am more valuable than Changbai Mountain Wild Ginseng? Chang Xinghe was not interested in these empty things. Seeing that there were fish and meat on the banquet, he was just hesitating about what to eat first. At this time, someone said, "The birthday star is here." I looked back and saw that it was an old man in his 70s, bald, with a ruddy face, a white beard, white hair, and a youthful face, and he was full of energy. When he saw the monk, he nodded and walked over to greet him. The monk then said politely that he knew you didn't need anything, so he brought Master Su on Min. When Mr. Zhao heard this, he was very surprised and said quickly, "I have heard of you for a long time. I didn't expect that the master was so young. I heard that Master Su was hard to find. Xiao Hezong actually had the ability to bring you here. It was really troublesome." And next to Mr. Zhao was a sexy beauty who was about my age, with long wavy hair, a tube-top high-slit dress, and a clear view of her shoulders and long legs. Her every move was full of charm. As soon as I thought of this, my index finger immediately hurt, and I couldn't help but utter a cry. This scared everyone present, and they all asked me what happened. I had to say that I was out of breath. The beautiful woman looked at me with a smile in her eyes, not to mention how charming she was. I couldn't help but wonder, what is the relationship between this woman and Mr. Zhao? Granddaughter? And the monk introduced in a low voice, this is Mr. Zhao's wife.
No wonder.
It turns out that the feng shui shown on the pit refers to the wife of this grandfather-grandson love. Mrs. Zhao opened her red lips and said softly, I have heard of your name for a long time. Don't mention it, that I wave is so fascinating that it makes anyone blush and heartbeat, which made me out of breath several times. Mr. Zhao then said, I have wanted to ask Master Su for help for a long time. Thanks to Mr. Xiaohe's introduction this time, I will take this opportunity to ask you to help me look at the house. Okay? I nodded and told Mr. Zhao not to be polite, and asked what he wanted to see. Mr. Zhao lowered his voice and pointed at the lady who could be his granddaughter and said, to be honest, my wife is entangled by unclean things. When I heard it, I immediately looked at Mrs. Zhao's face. Not to mention, Mrs. Zhao's forehead was black and there was a broken line on the upper half of her philtrum. It was definitely a sign of sudden death. I couldn't help but be surprised. Her situation was not much better than Professor Luo. However, she had a pair of slanting spring swallow eyebrows and watery eyes. She didn't look like a good person. This kind of person would do anything for her own enjoyment. In addition, her treacherous door was unusually prominent. I'm afraid she often used her beauty as a bargaining chip to achieve her own goals. Not to mention, although her hands are long and slender and beautiful, the joints are turned outward, which is called a thin hand. Such people are cruel and ruthless, have no humanity, and turn their backs on others. And her temples are sunken, so she can kill her husband without a knife. She is definitely a husband killer. If such a person were in ancient times, she would be a demon concubine who brought disaster to the country and the people. I have never seen such a face before, so I am enlightened. The monk coughed, bumped his shoulder against me, and whispered, Brother, have you seen enough? I realized that I had been staring at her for too long, and quickly retracted my gaze. Madame Zhao looked like she was used to it, and helped me out. Master, don't worry. You can watch as long as you want. I'm willing to wait. I quickly said that I had finished, and then asked, has there been a murder case around Madame Zhao recently? The horizontal lines on the palace of Madame Zhao's servant were cut off, and there was a cinnabar spot on it. There was a bloody disaster around the master, and a trace of evil spirit was entangled from here to the philtrum, so the haunted thing started from here. If I'm not mistaken, the dead should be the staff around her. Mr. Zhao and his wife's eyes were all bright, and Mr. Zhao said quickly, yes, Master is really worthy of his reputation. To be honest, she was really frightened a while ago. It was also from that time that she was entangled with unclean things. I let Mr. Zhao explain in detail. It turned out that Mr. Zhao had several bodyguards. One of them was called Zhang Liang. His professional quality was impeccable, but he was a bit shady and frivolous. After being with Mr. Zhao and his wife for a long time, he had improper thoughts about the beautiful Mrs. Zhao and often flirted with her when Mr. Zhao was not around. How could Mrs. Zhao be interested in him? She told Mr. Zhao to fire him and not use him anymore. When Mr. Zhao heard that Zhang Liang was trying to get his hands on his woman, he was furious and wanted Zhang Liang to pack his bags and go home. Zhang Liang was a desperate man. He heard that he was going to be fired and tried to violate Mrs. Zhao with the intention of fighting to the death. He was caught on the spot by the other two bodyguards. Zhang Liang was not a good person, but he was very professional. The other bodyguards shot him dead in self-defense. The matter was investigated by the relevant departments and confirmed to be correct. Originally, the matter was over, but Mrs. Zhao never expected that she would encounter terrible things from then on. At first, a child from a relative's family came here to play and laughed at Mrs. Zhao. Others teased the child, saying that the child was also a little smart and could tell who was good-looking at such a young age. Mrs. Zhao also laughed, but the child then said, head, head. The adults asked him what he meant. The child laughed innocently, pointed to the top of Mrs. Zhao's head, and replied, a big head is floating on my aunt's head. Red, red. This scared everyone present, and the relatives quickly took the child away. Afterwards, another maid in the family was on duty in the middle of the night. Suddenly, she had her period and went to the toilet. She saw a round thing floating in the yard. She thought it was a balloon. When she got closer, she was so scared that she sat on the ground. It turned out to be a human head, floating outside the window of Mrs. Zhao's bedroom. Children under 5 years old have their eyes not closed yet, and women are so they are prone to encounter ghosts during menstruation. These two things made the Zhao family panic. Finally, one day, when Mrs. Zhao was looking in the mirror, she suddenly saw a bloody face behind her, staring at her fiercely, which frightened her and made her cry. When other people came, the face disappeared. Later, as long as there was no one around, Mrs. Zhao would see the ghost appear and stare at her. And now, she could even hear the head start to spit out a voice. "Bitch! You killed me. I want you to pay for your life." Needless to say, the head was Zhang Liang's. Speaking of this, Mrs. Zhao was tearful and wiped her tears, saying that even if he was dead, he still wanted to entangle me. What did I do wrong? Just because of my beauty? Then I would rather not have this beauty. This is 100% against my will. For such a woman, beauty is more important than life. Old Master Zhao was very distressed and hugged Madame Zhao in his arms to comfort her. This matter is not simple. Those who can show ghost shadows and ghost sounds in front of ordinary people are already black ghosts, just like Wang Qingqing in the parking lot. But Wang Qingqing was in a Yin place, so she could breed evil spirits so quickly. Although the feng shui here is not very good, there is no Yin energy. Since Zhang Liang is a man who has done many evil things, where did he get such a strong evil spirit to become a black ghost? I was a little suspicious secretly, and secretly glanced at Madame Zhao, thinking that Madame Zhao had something to hide. Madame Zhao noticed that I was looking at her, and smiled at me, which made my ears hot and I stuck in the side again. The monk was very indignant after hearing this, saying that this guy is not a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He is still dreaming after his death. Brother, you can't ignore this matter. You must enforce justice. Mr. Zhao also said hopefully, I'll leave my wife's affairs to the master. Just as I was about to say a few polite words, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Master? I think it's more like a clown. It's really a narrow road for enemies. The Blackbeard surnamed Han has also come. Other guests talked about it. Oh, it's worthy of being Mr. Zhao. It's really prestigious. Even Mr. Han came to celebrate his birthday. Yes, I heard that Mr. Han Dongliang is the future leader of Jingyi and the president of the Feng Shui Industry Federation. He was also called a millionaire in the past. Many people lined up for a month and might not be able to see him once. It's a pity that the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. Now Master Su Anmin's reputation is in full swing. Everyone goes to ask Master Su for help. Jingyi is deserted. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature, what's the fuss? As they said this, they smiled at each other. In this circle, this is probably only this kind of sophistication. Where is the human relationship? Han Dongliang had good ears, and he obviously heard everything. His eyes looked at me colder and colder. Mr. Zhao was very surprised. So Mr. Han is here too. I am honored, but what you said is... Han Dongliang said coldly. Mr. Zhao, we have always been close friends. I came here just because I was afraid that you would be deceived by this young boy. The monk immediately said, Mr. Han, you saw the trap set by my buddy in the turtle egg field. Why do you throw dirty water on me? Others also talked about it, saying that Mr. Han had no manners and was talking nonsense because his limelight was stolen. Outsiders watched the excitement. Insiders watched the doorway, and squandering natural resources is also called a game. Han Dongliang said loudly. Then today, I will ask you to be a witness. I will compete with this Su Anmin to show you what a real feng shui master is. He looked at me and said with a little provocation, Do you dare? Hey, he is anxious to defeat me and save his position. There are too many people watching the excitement. If I admit defeat at this time, I will not be able to continue to eat in this circle. So I said, Okay, tell me, how to compete? Han Dongliang smiled sinisterly. Then let's compete to see who can solve the evil spirit that is pestering Mrs. Zhao first. I nodded, okay. Mrs. Zhao was very excited when she heard it, and immediately said to Mr. Zhao, It's so lucky. 2 masters will come together to catch Zhang Liang. Mr. Zhao looked at Mrs. Zhao with a doting face. My little darling, you are so lucky. How could anything happen to you? Don't worry. I am here. No one can hurt you. I got goosebumps all over my body. Han Dongliang had already gone inside to check feng shui. I also walked inside. At this time, I saw 2 maids whispering behind the banquet. Look, they are showing their affection again. Many people envy our wife. Forget it. Another maid curled her lips. Even if you ask me to marry him, I can't stand it. You forgot about the meat dates? The old man is so perverted. Disgusting. Perverted? I approached and asked them what they were talking about. The two maids didn't expect that I heard this from behind. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They quickly waved their hands and said they didn't say anything. They took the unused plates and bowls and left. I coughed and said leisurely, "If you tell me the truth, it's fine. If not, I'll ask Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao what you two mean by meet dates." The two maids froze in their backs. They were obviously afraid of Mr. Zhao and his wife. Then they whispered to me. It turned out that although Mr. Zhao was over 70 years old, he was very afraid of death. He was seeking immortality like Qin Shi Huang every day. I don't know where he met a magician and got a recipe for an elixir. No one knew what the ingredients for the elixir were. They only knew that the thing made was round and looked like a jujube, and the madam's help was needed to make it. Oh, I didn't expect that Madame Zhao, who was a disaster to the country and the people, had this ability? But what does this have to do with disgust? They blushed and said that after the elixir was rubbed, it had to be nourished by the woman's feminine energy. Woman's temper. I figured it out and my ears started burning. No wonder they said that. What the hell is this crooked way of doing things? Moreover, Mr. Zhao did not call it medicine, but called it meat dates, which women use to nourish themselves. After they finished speaking, the two of them begged me not to tell them, because this matter was the biggest secret of the Zhao family. If Mr. Zhao knew about it, they would not be able to leave the Zhao family alive. These two people looked like ordinary working people with high cheekbones and square chins, and they would not lie. I quickly calmed down and asked them, "Does Mr. Zhao go to so much trouble to make this? Does it work?" The two maids looked at each other and nodded. "It works." Mr. Zhao was sick and hunched before, but since he started taking meat dates, he has become more energetic day by day, and even the wrinkles on his face have become less, just like he has taken a lid. I thought, this kind of magic is so evil. Could it be another in-face magic? However, at first glance, no matter how perverted this is, it is still a matter between the couple and seems to have nothing to do with Zhang Liang, so I continued to ask, what is Zhang Liang like? The two maids said that this man is quite romantic and really likes to flirt with girls. Is he really a romantic wanderer? So he is indeed a romantic ghost under the peony flowers guy? Then he is supposed to die unyielding, so what is he doing? At this time, Chang Xinghe also came over, took a plate of vermicelli, and ate it with relish. There are many women in this house, and they are all pretty. Women? What do you care about women? Do you still want to make trouble? And the two maids thought Chang Xinghe was praising them, and seeing Chang Xinghe's handsome appearance, their eyes were shining. But I came to my senses, this foodie is usually not as interested in women as in food. Does he mean that there are many female ghosts here? The younger maid was about to boldly ask Chang Xinghe for his WeChat, but suddenly the older one touched her and winked at her. She looked behind me and immediately lowered her head, as if she had seen someone scary. Sure enough, a very magnetic voice came from behind me. "Master, didn't you check the feng shui inside?" I looked back and saw a muscular man with a very neat flat head and fine features. He looked a bit European and American, and was quite handsome. I remembered that when Mr. Zhao and Mrs. Zhao came out just now, this man followed them. This man had dragon eyebrows, a high forehead, and a prominent nose. It seemed that he made a living by his body. His martial arts skills were good. He should be a bodyguard of their family like Zhang Liang. I quickly said, "It's nothing, there is a dish I like very much," and asked them how they made it. After that, I nodded and thanked the two maids, saying that they had worked hard. The two of them left as if they had been pardoned. The bodyguard's name is He Qijing, the same as Liang Cha. He entertained me according to Mr. Zhao's wishes and asked me enthusiastically, "What dishes do you like? I asked someone to prepare some good ones for you. Our master said that since you have come to our house to help us so much, we must treat you well." I called and hadn't eaten yet. Seeing that Chang Xinghe liked to eat vermicelli, I said that it was very good, but there was no need to bother. The grocery store sold this kind of lonko vermicelli. Chang Xinghe seemed to be choked by the vermicelli and coughed desperately. He Qijing's face froze, and he smiled slightly, saying that the quality of the grocery store was not as good as our Zhao's, so we should help you buy it. What's the matter? What's the look on these two people's faces? Did I say something wrong? After Chang Xinghe finished coughing, he told me, "You country bumpkin. This is not lonko vermicelli, it's shark fin." Fuck, this is embarrassing. But the bodyguard seems to be very well educated. He didn't say much, but continued to point me inside and asked me if I wanted to see the whole house. I looked inside and saw that Han Dongliang had gone to the back garden. I nodded as well. I looked back and saw that the monk was probably still discussing the building materials business with Mr. Zhao. He turned around and gave me a cheering gesture. I followed the bodyguard inside and saw a tall and straight tree in the southwest corner of the courtyard. If I was not mistaken, it seemed to be a butterfly birch. This tree is considered a rare species and has become an endangered protected tree species in the past 2 years. Such a big tree looks like it has been planted for hundreds of years. I asked Qizhen, how long has this tree been planted here? Qizhen said, you really have a good eye. This tree can be said to be hard one. It was specially transplanted from Sichuan a few years ago. Cost a lot of money at the time. The tree is a good tree, but it is not good to plant it here. I asked Qizhen, I am afraid that Mrs. Zhao is not the original wife? How did the previous mistress die? When he heard what I said, Qizhen's face changed, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. But he should have been trained to not show his emotions. So he immediately suppressed that look and asked casually, why do you ask this? There is a tree in the southwest corner, which is called the mother-killing pillar in feng shui. It is specially used to suppress the housewife. The person is strong and the tree is weak, and the tree is strong and the person is weak. Since this tree is so lush, it must have killed the housewife. Qizhen then loosened his unconsciously clenched fist and said in a brisk tone, so that's how it is. This feng shui technique is really profound and makes everyone admire it. Nothing can be hidden from the master's eyes. To be honest, the original wife died of illness. At that time, she and our master were deeply in love. The master was very sad and almost wanted to follow the original wife. Thanks to our current wife, our old man was saved. If I hadn't heard what the two maids said just now, I almost believed it. That old man Zhao wanted to live as long as the sky and die with a woman? Seeing the truth but not saying it, friends have to be done, I didn't point it out and continued to walk in. The more I walked, the more I felt that this house of his was not simple. There were several feng shui points, as if they had been touched by someone and something was wrong. It's true that the temple is small and the wind is strong, and the pond is shallow and there are many turtles. I didn't expect that there was really something fishy in Mr. Zhao's house. I'm afraid the reason for the haunting this time is really a bit complicated. At this time, the monk came over and asked me in a low voice, brother, I see that Han is very aggressive. This time he must give you a warning. Can you beat him with a compass? I told him not to worry, and then I remembered something, so I asked the monk in a voice that Qizhen couldn't hear, aren't you a family friend of Mr. Zhao? Do you know about the previous wife? The monk asked me, which one are you talking about? I was a little surprised. What do you mean by this? Did he have several previous wives? Of course, the monk replied. Since the death of his first wife, Mr. Zhao has married 7 or 8 new wives in the past 7 or 8 years. One every year, and all of them are beautiful ladies in their early 20s. But strangely, none of Mr. Zhao's new wives have been married for more than a year. Chang Xinghe asked while eating shark fin. What do you mean? They can't stand serving an old man and divorced. The monk shook his head and gestured to his neck. All dead. I was stunned. One wife died every year. So, the female ghosts that Chang Xinghe saw were all the previous wives of Mr. Zhao. What ability did this old man have to kill so many wives? I just looked at Mr. Zhao's appearance and he didn't look like a wife killer, did he? There must be something else going on. I then asked who were those wives and how did they die. The monk introduced them to me like a treasure trove, saying that there were nurses, female college students, young models, young actors, and dancers. Anyway, they were all very glamorous, but unfortunately they all died young and died in similar ways. All of them died of illness. Chang Xinghe was amazed and asked, all died of illness? This is too rare. What do the families of these wives want to say when they see their daughters die? The monk curled his lips. What explanation do you want? They are all from small families. What can they say if the pension is enough? Besides, the autopsy results are normal. It is indeed fatal due to illness. There is nothing to be done. You can only blame your children for being unlucky. Chang Xinghe smacked his lips. So that's it. There are still people willing to marry their daughters to this old man? Isn't this knowing there is a tiger in the mountain and going to the tiger mountain? The monk sighed. Don't say it. I didn't understand it before. But now I understand that poverty is more terrible than death. Right, buddy? I didn't hear the monk's words clearly, but I was just thinking that those brides couldn't have died of illness. Death due to illness is considered a natural death. They all have family members burning paper for them. According to the rules of the underworld, they should have passed away to paradise a long time ago. Why are they still reluctant to leave this place? Anyway, now I can have more chances to look at the chi. I looked carefully and saw some faint black chi emerging here. People don't have resentment, so there will be no evil spirit. They are unwilling to die. However, they didn't make trouble like Zhang Liang. Does it mean that Zhang Liang's resentment is deep and his death is more miserable than theirs? I asked the monk, "When did you marry this Mrs. Zhao now?" The monk replied that the wedding banquet was held last year, and it seems that it has been almost a year. However, this Mrs. Zhao is not a good person, and she may not die. The monk mentioned to me before that this woman is very famous, so I asked him what he meant. The monk told me that Mrs. Zhao was also a famous lady, but her family fell into decline and her situation was similar to his before. However, she was a beauty, and of course she didn't have to borrow money from others for takeout like the monk, but returned to the upper class, lowered her status, and shuttled between various rich men. She is both beautiful and charming. Because of her good family background, she has means that other women don't have, which makes those rich men crazy. How many people are jealous of her, and even compete in the business world, just to get a taste of her beauty? It's a pity that they spent a lot of money, but no one can really get the advantage. Men, the more they can't get, the more they want to get it, and the more obsessed they are with her. Some even commit suicide for her. The wives of those men were so angry that their teeth itched, but the goddess didn't have anything with their men, so they all called her Daji, the queen of vixens. When the men heard this name, they thought it was good, and Daji became her nickname. In the end, this competition was still won by the old bald man, Mr. Zhao, and no one could figure out why she married such a wife terminator. Isn't it a suicide? But the couple has a very good relationship, which is simply enviable. The monk summarized it and said that although it was unexpected for a man to be unlucky in marriage and a beautiful woman to be poisonous, it was a perfect match. It saved him from harming others. Here, he asked again, "Brother, aren't you here to investigate Zhang Liang's affairs? Why are you asking these questions? They are not even remotely related. I advise you to get down to business quickly. It would be embarrassing if that Han guy got the upper hand." After hearing this, He Qijing coughed and asked us if we wanted to go inside. At this time, a charming voice sounded behind us. "Master, have you figured out anything?" It was Mrs. Zhao who came over with a graceful manner. I perfunctorily said, "I have to take a closer look, but I have a request. Would it be convenient for me to go to your and Mr. Zhao's bedrooms? If I remember correctly, Zhang Liang was shot dead in her bedroom, and the wrong souls also appeared in the bedroom." After saying this, I saw He Qijing was a little nervous from the corner of my eye. By the way, Zhang Liang should have been killed by him and his colleagues. Mrs. Zhao was very generous. "Of course, thank you for your hard work, master. I just feel uncomfortable and want to go back to rest." I nodded and said casually, "Madam, you have a headache? Mint and white chrysanthemum are useful." Madam couldn't help but be stunned. "How do you know I have a headache?" "The killing mother pillar hinders the mistress, and it will definitely cause her a headache." Mrs. Zhao was very surprised, and one hand was wrapped around my arm like a vine. I only know that the master is famous for feng shui, but I didn't expect that he also has such a high attainment in medicine. "If it's convenient, can you take a look at it for me? I have been troubled by headaches for a long time." She chose a good angle. Outsiders only saw her excitedly seeking medical treatment, but I felt her nails, secretly, gently scratching the inside of my arm. The force was like a cat's paw that was acting coquettish, and it made people feel itchy and numb. The name of Daji is well-deserved. I pulled my arm out calmly, saying, "Sorry, I only know a little bit about medicine. I still need to find a professional doctor. I know a professor with superb medical skills. I will introduce him to you another day." Mrs. Zhao's hand fell into nothing, and a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful peach blossom eyes, as if her hint was the first time she failed. But it seemed that it was precisely because of the first failure that her eyebrows moved, and it was obvious that she had become interested in me. Women are the same as men. The more they can't get something, the more they want it. I am a challenge to her. She actually thinks too highly of me. It's not that I am determined and can't sit still. If my index finger didn't hurt so much and I started to get a stitch in the side, which made me dare not get close to her, I would have let her seduce me. Then, Mrs. Zhao looked at the monk again and smiled. "Mr. He, we couldn't find you just now. I didn't expect you to hide here. They are discussing that you should go back and drink 3 glasses of wine as a punishment. I came here specially to inform you." "How do you thank me?" This sounded insignificant, but it was so tempting when it came from Mrs. Zhao's mouth. If it were another man, he would probably be nervous. But the monk didn't have such a brain. He just remembered his building materials business, thanked Mrs. Zhao quickly, and ran back. Mrs. Zhao approached me and whispered in my ear, "Actually, I'm afraid that there are too many people and it will affect the master's feng shui. Only a fool can't hear the teasing meaning of this word." From the corner of my eye, I saw He bit his back teeth. His eyes darkened, as if he envied and hated me, but he didn't dare to say anything. When we arrived at the ladies' boudoir, Chang Xinghe saw a bowl of Swiss chocolate on the table and wanted to go in even more anxiously than I did. Madame Zhao coughed and looked at me. "Master, it's my boudoir after all. Are those irrelevant people?" Chang Xinghe never thought that he would become an irrelevant person. He was so angry that he jumped around. I thought about it and winked at Chang Xinghe, asking him to watch outside to see if he would find anything. Although Chang Xinghe was full of dissatisfaction, he had to squat outside and wait. He stuffed his mouth with raisins from the banquet, like a hamster. Qijing clenched his back teeth even tighter, but he didn't dare to say a word because of his status. He stood outside the door like Chang Xinghe, staring at me with more and more gloomy eyes. After entering the door, before I could take a closer look, Mrs. Zhao cried out, "Aya," and leaned into my arms. "It's so uncomfortable. I can't stand. The world is spinning. Is that ghost coming out again? I'm so scared." My heart skipped a beat at that time. Damn, will Xiaoxiang get mad? How can I survive in the industry if I hit the victim to death? But I waited for half a minute, and Xiaoxiang didn't make a move. Strangely enough, Aunt Lianhua lifted my collar before and was thrown out by Xiaoxiang. But when Madame Zhao threw herself into Xiaoxiang's arms, Xiaoxiang didn't react at all. Could it be that she also looked down on others? And the subtle fragrance of Madame Zhao's body hit me. It was really warm and soft. My index finger was in great pain again, and I woke up instantly. I quickly got away and walked away. Madame Zhao is really brave. Generally, no one dares to live in a house where someone has died. Mrs. Zhao didn't expect that I could control myself. Fortunately, I didn't fall to the ground. I barely stood up. She stared at me with a complicated look, and then said, "I have done nothing wrong and I have a clear conscience. Why should I be afraid?" What she said was quite frank. I was just about to check the indoor feng shui when Madame Zhao suddenly grabbed me and said, "Master, I think you are a good person, so I want to ask you for help. Actually, someone wants to harm me." "I know," I said quickly. "I'm looking for that Zhang Liang." "It's not Zhang Liang." Madame Zhao gritted her teeth. "The one who wants to harm me is..." At this moment, the 7-star dragon spring suddenly trembled, and at the same time, the sound of breaking glass sounded outside. It was Chang Xinghe who shouted, "Zhang Liang is out." When Madame Zhao heard this, she cried again and fell into my arms. I didn't want to let my index finger be hurt in vain. Xiang's crime. He immediately pushed Mrs. Zhao's noodle-like body onto the bed and ran out. "Where is it?" Chang Xinghe pointed at the window and said calmly, "He has been behind the glass, watching you two. His eyes are almost popping out, and he keeps cursing." "What did he say?" "Zhang Liang said that this bitch is too vicious. He was framed by her, and he can't swallow this breath. Even if he is reduced to ashes, he must seek justice for himself." Chang Xinghe said. "He also said that anyone who dares to help that bitch must die." This Zhang Liang's death was indeed strange, and he was killed by someone, either because of a grudge or to silence him. I immediately knew in my heart, could it be that this Zhang Liang had discovered some secret that was enough to make him be silenced? I immediately asked Chang Xinghe to ask what kind of injustice was it. Chang Xinghe muttered a few nonsense words, but before he finished, I suddenly felt a sharp energy rushing towards me. I immediately hugged Chang Xinghe and rushed to the side. The cold sharp energy brushed my back and directly hit the place where Chang Xinghe and Zhang Liang were talking. With a bang, all the Suzhou carved glass in the window shattered. Chang Xinghe was still in shock and asked what happened. I looked back and saw that it was Han Dongliang, holding a thick whip in his hand. He was the one who whipped it just now. Chang Xinghe stared at the whip and his eyes lit up. As expected of a young man in the Shen level, that is a mountain-driving whip. Fuck, is it true? In the legend, the mountain-driving whip is the treasure of Lao Junyi, which can drive the mountain to the other side and drive away evil spirits. Of course, it is not a problem. It is unlikely that he can get Lao Junyi's things, but the magic weapon that is qualified to be called this name cannot be a good person. Han Dongliang smiled coldly. "With you, you know the mountain-driving whip? It seems that I really underestimated you. You didn't underestimate me, you just looked down on me. I was surprised to see the thick evil spirit wrapped around the mountain-driving whip. It was red evil spirit. This kind of red evil spirit can only be accumulated by the magic weapon after killing 999 evil spirits. When it hits the evil things will immediately be destroyed. He wants to beat Zhang Liang to death. I immediately asked Chang Xinghe, "Where is Zhang Liang?" Chang Xinghe looked around and immediately said, "On the roof." Han Dongliang obviously also found Zhang Liang's trace, and the mountain-driving whip turned to the roof. "Boy, kill that evil thing, and I will win this competition." Just now, the sneak attack from behind almost made Chang Xinghe unlucky. "You are so cruel and you let you win. Do you think I am a freeloader?" I stood up with one hand on the ground, and with a clang, the 7-star dragon spring came out of its sheath and blocked the mountain-driving whip. Han Dongliang could see that I also brought a magic weapon, but he didn't take it seriously at all until he saw the sharp blade of the 7-star dragon spring. And then he widened his eyes. 7-star dragon spring? You really know what you are talking about. Han Dongliang reacted and wanted to roll the mountain-driving whip onto the roof first. I immediately looked at the aura and saw that Zhang Liang's evil spirit flashed across the roof and blocked the mountain-driving whip again. With a dang, the mountain-driving whip and the 7-star dragon spring collided. Han Dongliang was startled and wanted to take the mountain-driving whip back. But it was too late. The mountain-driving whip was in the air, like a mouse's tail, and it had been broken into 2 pieces neatly. Han Dongliang's hands trembled when he saw it, and he roared at that time, "This is what my master passed on to me. Fuck!" Chang Xinghe also got up from the ground, patting the dirt on his body and said, "Brother, you are ruthless enough. There are no more than 10 mountain-driving whips wrapped with red evil spirits in the world. I guess it must be the treasure of their Zhengyi sect." Although I looked calm on the surface, what could I do? I was also desperate. The evil spirit of the 7-star dragon spring is not something that I, a 3rd-grade Huang rank, can control freely. Han Dongliang looked at me as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. "Suan Min, we Zhengyi sect will never forgive you. You whipped people, you asked for it. Pa pa pa." At this time, a round of applause rang out around. Master Su is worthy of his name. His skills are so neat and swift that he can kill people without them having any chance to fight back. That's right. Mr. Han is old, but he still refuses to admit his age. This time he knows his own worth and should give the world to the young. The monk was most proud. "Of course, this is my buddy. You must have opened your eyes. He is a specialist in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction." Han Dongliang wanted to turn the tables in one battle, but he was laughed at instead. He lost his wife and his army. I even broke his mountain-driving whip. He stared at me with resentful eyes, as if he could poke a few holes in my body. Mr. Zhao also praised, "This fight is wonderful. Master Su, the thing that entangled me has been eliminated, right?" Before I could speak, Han Dongliang said loudly, "Mr. Zhao, I told you a long time ago that Suan Min is a liar. If he hadn't interfered just now, I would have solved the evil spirit a long time ago. I advise you to investigate carefully. Is he hired by your enemy to harm you? I advise you not to jump off the wall when you are desperate. Speak with evidence." I immediately said, "Who saw it?" Except Chang Xinghe, of course no one could see it. "You." Han Dongliang may have been well respected since his debut, but he has never met someone as unruly as me. His lips trembled with anger, but he didn't say anything. He stamped his feet and said, "Then I will summon that evil spirit to show you." He turned around and looked at Madame Zhao. "Please lend me some hair and blood, and tell me your birth date." Chang Xinghe immediately said, he wants to use the substitute method. The so-called substitute method is that the victim hands over these things and puts them on the peachwood figurine. In the eyes of the evil spirit, the peachwood figurine is the person he is looking for. Zhang Liang wants to pester Madame Zhao, so he uses this to lure Zhang Liang. Mrs. Zhao was still in shock and was about to agree, but I coughed and said, "You can't just hand over the hair, blood, and birth date. Don't you need these things to stab a villain? Once you hand them over, it's like handing your life over to someone else. Anyway, we serious gentlemen won't ask for them from the victim casually." Mrs. Zhao was scared when she heard it, so she didn't dare to hand it over. Han Dongliang's veins popped out. You lied." "When did I lie?" I waved my hand. "Anyway, I don't use any tricks. I'm honest and make a living by my ability. As I said that, I winked at Cheng Xinghe and asked Cheng Xinghe to take me to find Zhang Liang. Han Dongliang probably had 10,000 words to scold me, but he didn't know which one would be the most satisfying, so he could only grit his teeth and stare blankly. I left before he could finish his scolding. Cheng Xinghe was quite reliable. He had memorized Zhang Liang's escape route just now and led me to the back garden. He should be nearby. However, he was affected by the red evil spirit of the mountain-driving whip. Although he didn't turn into ashes, he must have been seriously injured. I squatted nearby, looking for traces of the evil spirit, and saw a clump of cannas. Cannas are een. There is a legend in the countryside that cannas can turn into beauties and come out to seduce people to absorb yang energy. In fact, it is because cannas can nourish een energy, and lonely ghosts like to hide in them. There is no better hiding place nearby, so I squatted in front of the cannas and said, "Zhang Liang, I'm here to help you. You are not stupid. Can you see it? If it weren't for me just now, he would have been beaten to ashes by the mountain-driving whip." Cheng Xinghe shook his head, meaning that no one said anything. I asked Cheng Xinghe to convey, "I also know that you died unjustly. You were killed to silence yourself because you saw the affair between Madame Zhao and He Qizhen, right?" The canna bush trembled instantly. Cheng Xinghe said quickly, "He asked you how you knew?" "Simple, I saw the clues before I entered the door. The pit outside the door showed that the family was not upright and the mistress was cheating. Not to mention Madame Zhao's face, with slanting spring swallow eyebrows, soft body and charming body, heart-shaped watery eyes, and bold boudoir, which showed that some needs were very strong. Can be said that she could not live without a man for a day. No matter how well Mr. Zhao took care of himself, he could not satisfy her. According to the maid, Zhang Liang was a good boy. If he really had feelings for her, would she refuse? Adding the feng shui of the boudoir, it was even more certain. Kuan Fong hit the bow, and the woman was not upright, and sooner or later she would ruin the family style. Since it was the family style, it showed that Shimenqing was still a grass in the nest. And what about He Qizhen? The temples were red, indicating that he had an affair with a married woman, and there was a dent on his eyebrow bone, indicating that he had done something wrong to his master. No wonder he was so cruel to Zhang Liang. He was really eager to protect his master. As soon as he finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the canna, like someone crying. Cheng Xinghe listened attentively and slapped his thigh after listening. "I finally know why he can turn into a black ghost. He is really wronged." It turned out that Zhang Liang was indeed a handsome young man. He had been a mercenary with He Qizhen, and later came here to be bodyguards together. They were a pair of good buddies who lived and died together. After coming here, Mrs. Zhao took a fancy to Zhang Liang, and Zhang Liang liked to flirt with other women. So Mrs. Zhao wanted to do something with Zhang Liang, but although Zhang Liang was usually dissolute, he had a positive outlook and was determined not to have any entanglement with married women, and kept a distance from Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao was very angry, but she couldn't do anything about him. She thought about it and decided to hook up with He Qizhen. Otherwise, why is Zhang Liang unlucky? One day, Zhang Liang went back early and saw Mrs. Zhao and He Qizhen rolling together. Zhang Liang pretended not to see it and turned away. When he went back, he advised He Qizhen that such a woman was not something we could afford to mess with. But He Qizhen couldn't hear any good or bad words. This job was easy, and he could sleep with such a good woman. He wouldn't change it even if he was given an emperor. How could he let her go? He even thought Zhang Liang was jealous of him. So He Qizhen turned around and told Mrs. Zhao about it. Mrs. Zhao made a prompt decision and said that this person couldn't be kept. No matter what, she had to find a way to get rid of him. He might tell Mr. Zhao at any time. Then, according to Mr. Zhao's temper, both of them would not want to live. Mrs. Zhao also told He Qizhen that the wives who died before were all found by the old man because they couldn't stand the loneliness. Now the grass on their graves is several feet high. This frightened He Qizhen so much that he forgot all about brotherhood and asked Madame Zhao how to solve it. Madame Zhao smiled and said that it was better to strike first. We know the rest. Zhang Liang died so innocently and tragically, and was scorned by his family. He was exactly the same as Zhao Xinli. However, Zhao Xinli himself did something wrong. But what about Zhang Liang? Therefore, Zhang Liang's resentment could not be suppressed at all, so he wanted to take revenge on Madame Zhao. In addition, Zhang Liang's life was a life of killing people, so he was naturally very evil and soon became a black ghost. Cheng Xinghe was also indignant when he heard it, so he asked Zhang Liang why he didn't possess Madame Zhao and tell her his grievances. Zhao Xinli wanted to do this at the time, but he didn't have enough resentment and couldn't stand the yang energy, so he could only say something fragmented and wronged. But Zhang Liang was different. The level of the black ghost was enough for him to take over Madame Zhao's body and make Madame Zhao evil. Zhang Liang told us that he wanted to make Mrs. Zhao tell the truth from the beginning, but there was something on Mrs. Zhao, so he couldn't get close to her at all. He could only appear behind Mrs. Zhao and slowly consume her. This was not the ending Zhang Liang wanted. Like Zhao Xinli, he hoped that his grievances would be redressed. I was puzzled. What was that thing on Mrs. Zhao? What? Cheng Xinghe and I didn't see it. At this time, I suddenly remembered that Mrs. Zhao had said that someone wanted to harm her. But that person was not Zhang Liang. Then who could she be talking about? Brother. At this time, Cheng Xinghe suddenly pulled me. Those beauties said it was unfair. Huh? How is it unfair? According to Zhang Liang's retelling, were these ex-wives killed by Mr. Zhao because of cheating? There was a pit at the door of the house, and there was a mother-killing pillar. Can only be blamed on these brides for their bad luck. They said that Zhang Liang was wrong. Cheng Xinghe told me. They didn't have an affair. They were killed by Mr. Zhao for other reasons. Other reasons? Why would an old man kill beautiful women after spending a lot of money to marry them? Ah! Just at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the back of the garden. I had sharp ears and could tell that it was Mrs. Zhao's voice. What the hell, what happened? Then I heard the monk yelling. Brother, come here quickly, something big has happened. I had no choice but to run over, thinking that Mrs. Zhao was doing something weird again. As a result, I gasped when I saw that it was not Mrs. Zhao who had an accident, but Mr. Zhao. I saw Mr. Zhao lying on the ground, twitching all over, with white foam flowing out of his mouth, and his face was purple. The family doctor was panicking to treat him, but it didn't work. The guests around hurriedly asked the doctor what happened. The doctor was sweating profusely and said that this was Mr. Zhao's stubborn disease, which had not occurred for a long time. I didn't know what happened today. I was sharp-eyed and had already seen that Mr. Zhao's Baosho Palace was wrapped with black lines. I thought about it and pushed the doctor away. I moved my qi and hit his vertebrae. Mr. Zhao was short of yang qi, so this could drive away the evil spirit in Baosho Palace and barely prolong his life. The doctor was pushed away by me. Seeing that I was stabbing Mr. Zhao blindly, he got angry and scolded me for being a charlatan who was cheating in feng shui. But how could I dare to play with human life? But before he finished speaking, Mr. Zhao tilted his head, spit out a lot of sticky saliva, coughed and woke up. The doctor's eyes widened, as if he didn't believe the facts in front of him. The guests around him were also stunned. The monk was the first to clap his hands, and the other guests woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream and followed suit. This Master Su is really a peerless national talent. He is not only a master, but also a miracle doctor. Yes, you are a rare talent who has mastered the yin and yang. Mr. Zhao was confused at first, but when he heard the guest's words, he widened his eyes. Am I sick? The monk told me what happened just now, and stared at Mr. Zhao proudly to thank me. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao was terrified at the time and shouted, Impossible! I can't be sick. This made the guests present confused. People eat all kinds of grains, so how can they not get sick? Is it necessary to be so surprised? When Mr. Zhao touched his sticky saliva, he trembled all over and muttered to himself, No, no. Everyone looked at each other, whispering that even if Mr. Zhao refused to admit his old age, this behavior was a bit weird. I didn't look at Mr. Zhao, but at Mrs. Zhao. Mrs. Zhao was taking care of Mr. Zhao on the surface, but her red lips showed an unnoticeable smile. At this time, Han Dongliang also came. Seeing that I had seized the opportunity to show my face again, he squeezed over and wanted to show Mr. Zhao his face. As a result, he looked at it carefully, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Impossible! Mr. Zhao has been in the business world for so many years and is a smart man. Naturally, he also noticed that Han Dongliang's performance was different. He immediately grabbed Han Dongliang and asked him if there was something wrong with his birthday face. Han Dongliang is at least a Shen level. How could he not see such a simple thing? But this is about life and death. It's not good to say it out loud. Isn't it bad luck at other people's birthday banquets? I didn't care so much and told Mr. Zhao directly, Your life limit is up. When this came out, everyone was in an uproar. Mr. Zhao obviously feared what would happen. He grabbed me and screamed, Impossible. Impossible. I still have at least 1 year left to live. No one can predict their own lifespan. Mr. Zhao's sure words surprised everyone present. Some even suspected that Mr. Zhao was a little confused due to illness. I replied, "Your lifespan is not due today. If I am not mistaken, you should have died 7 years ago." Everyone was stunned. The monk couldn't listen anymore and immediately whispered, "Brother, don't talk nonsense." In this occasion, I looked at Mr. Zhao. Whether I said nonsense or not, Mr. Zhao knows it himself. At the beginning, Mr. Zhao's longevity palace was very long, but I didn't come to see his longevity, so I didn't pay attention to it. Now, a cutoff appeared on the Baosho Palace, as if his longevity pattern was glued with glue to extend it. But now, the glue was broken, revealing its original appearance, showing that the original length was 63 years. But today is his 70th birthday. Doesn't it mean that he should have died 7 years ago? This is called stealing longevity. Mr. Zhao's face quickly turned pale. "You? How did you know?" I replied, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. This is a een-faced magic. There will be retribution if you do it. You must know from the beginning that this day will come sooner or later." Cheng Xinghe suddenly realized, "I thought." It turned out to be stealing longevity. The monk hurriedly asked, "What is stealing longevity? How can life be stolen? This life cannot be forged. Even those who want to live forever will die one day. There is only one way to extend life, which is to take someone else's life and take it to yourself, but it is very costly. Taking someone else's 60 years of life can only give him 1 year of life." The monk was a little puzzled at first. Where did he steal it from? He was not too stupid, and slapped his head. "Fuck! In the past 7 or 8 years, he has lost a wife every year. Could it be? Yes, he exchanged the lives of those brides for 1 year of his own. Mrs. Zhao is his 8th bride now, so he said with certainty that he still has 1 year of life." At this moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Is there really such a thing? It's too fantasy, isn't it? But only in this way can we explain why those brides are short-lived. Even if you want to live longer, this method is too cruel, isn't it? Those brides are too pitiful. Bullshit. Mr. Zhao seemed to be unable to help himself and shouted, "What's pitiful about them? I spent a lot of money to buy their lives. Bought. Everyone knows that there is no free lunch in the world, which is an eternal truth." I asked Mr. Zhao, "But do those girls know that the money they get is to buy their lives?" Mr. Zhao didn't say anything, but he seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned around and grabbed Mrs. Zhao, raised his hand and slapped her. "Bitch! Is it you? Is it you?" Mrs. Zhao's peerless beauty suddenly appeared with a red handprint, and she cried, What did I do wrong?" Qixing's eyes suddenly turned red, as if he wanted to tear Mr. Zhao to pieces. But he was paid by others and was in public, so he didn't dare. Madame Zhao's move aroused everyone's desire to protect her. Many young male guests rushed forward and stood in front of her. "You actually killed so many innocent women like this. Are you still a human being? An old man who doesn't die is a thief." That's right. Mr. Zhao wanted to hit someone, but he realized that it was more important to stick the lifeline back than to hit someone. He grabbed me and said, as if he saw hope for survival, "Master, since you can see this art, do you also know this art? Now that this art has been broken by that bitch, how can I survive?" I said, "Then tell me first, what are those things called, meat dates?" Mr. Zhao was afraid that he would die in the next second, and he didn't care about anything else. He told everything in one go. Turned out that 7 years ago, Mr. Zhao felt that his health was getting worse and worse. He knew that his time was coming. A famous fortune teller had calculated for him that he would not live past 70. So he planned to take advantage of the last time to look around the famous mountains and rivers and spend the last part of his life. Mr. Zhao had been doing good deeds all his life and donated a lot to the Hope Project. He was a kind man. His only regret was that his life was too short. When he swam to Sichuan, he happened to encounter a landslide and saw a man who was like Sun Wukong, trapped under a pile of rocks. When the man saw him, his eyes lit up and he asked him to save him. But the situation was dangerous at the time. If he saved him, he might also be in danger. Mr. Zhao's followers advised Mr. Zhao to take his own life seriously. And the man shouted, "If you don't save me, you will die this year. But if you save me, I can make you as long-lived as Peng Zhu." Peng Zhu lived for 800 years. Mr. Zhao was obsessed with immortality. He thought about it and thought that since he was already in his twilight years, it would be okay to take risks. He went against all odds and got the man out. The man taught him the recipe and told him to find a few young women with longevity and good looks, take their blood, and then use several medicinal materials to make a ball, put it in the woman's body, take it regularly, and burn the yellow paper with the woman's birth characters before taking it, and then the woman's life can be exchanged for his own. One woman can be exchanged for 1 year of life. When Mr. Zhao heard it, he immediately agreed. For him, nothing is more important than living. Even if it is exchanged for human life, it doesn't matter. The man told him that there is only one thing to remember: the woman must be a pure virgin, and she must not touch a man, not even once, otherwise the recipe will fail and backfire. Mr. Zhao always kept it in mind that he would verify the identity of his wife before marrying her, and locked her at home, guarded by bodyguards, and not allowed to show any disturbance. In this way, after the death of his 7 wives, he got 7 years of life. The current Mrs. Zhao also passed the test and married into the family. Therefore, when he heard that Zhang Liang had feelings for Mrs. Zhao, he was furious, not because of the green hat, but because he was afraid of affecting his life. Now the prescription failed, which can only mean that I was careless and trusted the eloquent Mrs. Zhao too much, which led to this result. At this point, Mr. Zhao held me tightly. Let me live a few more years, even if it's only 1 year. How much money do you want? I can afford it. At this time, Cheng Xinghe leaned his head over and whispered in my ear. I advise you to think about it carefully. Now the 7 beauties are all here, just like the 7 fairies, floating around the old man. This is enough to show that Mr. Zhao is afraid that he will not be able to survive this hurdle. The 7 brides didn't dare to get close to him because of his good fortune before. Now that his fortune is finally down, they will naturally seek revenge on him. The person pressed under the mountain, Mr. Inmian? I asked Mr. Zhao if he knew the origin of that person. Mr. Zhao thought for a moment and said, I only know that his last name is Zhang. When he was rescued from the bottom of the mountain, he broke 1 leg and was lame. My hair stood up. Zhang the lame. Cheng Xinghe was even more excited than me. Where is that lame man now? Mr. Zhao was startled by Cheng Xinghe and said, I haven't seen him since then. How come this Zhang the lame is everywhere? Mr. Zhao continued. However, he was limping and was about to leave. I asked him why he didn't heal his injury. He said he had to remember how his leg was injured and had to find the 4 phases bureau. For fragrance orange? What the hell is this orange? Can it cure lameness? When Cheng Xinghe heard this, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, That's right. How come Cheng Xinghe is looking for Zhang the lame for this kind of orange? He is indeed a foodie. I whispered to Cheng Xinghe, Do you know what Zhang Kezi wants this orange for? Cheng Xinghe looked at me like a fool. It's the 4 phases bureau, a feng shui bureau that destroys the world. For phases? I thought to myself, what kind of feng shui bureau dares to call it this name? The Book of Changes says, the Book of Changes has Taiji, which gives birth to Liangyi. Liangyi gives birth to Xixiang, and Xixiang gives birth to Bagua. 4 phases are also called 4 symbols, referring to azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, representing the 4 directions of left, right, front, back, or east, west, south, and north. Among the 28 constellations, the 4 symbols are used to divide the stars in the sky, also known as the 4 gods and 4 spirits. This is simply too big in terms of feng shui. If it really lives up to this name, how awesome must the bureau be? Before Cheng Xinghe continued to speak, Mr. Zhao couldn't stand it anymore and asked me if I had any solution. In fact, Mr. Zhao's food palace is really good, but unfortunately, it is now overdrawn by the stolen life. I shook my head. The een-faced magic. I can't help. Mr. Zhao stepped back and sat on the ground. Then, he looked at Han Dongliang again and asked Han Dongliang if he could think of any solution. Of course, Han Dongliang had no idea, so he avoided his sight. Mr. Zhao suddenly looked desperate and spit out blood. He Qijing quickly supported Mr. Zhao and asked him to rest first with caution and guilt. Mr. Zhao was in no mood to do so. He grabbed Madame Zhao and roared, You bitch, it's all because of you, you bitch. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. When other people heard this, their faces were also embarrassed. It's hard for you to persuade him. Mr. Zhao spent money to buy a woman's life, which is indeed a heinous crime. But Madame Zhao had an affair with someone else, and her reputation is not good. Mrs. Zhao, who is such a dramatic person, burst into tears. I really didn't know that this matter would turn out like this. If I knew, I would save you first even if I had to sacrifice my life. A husband is a woman's heaven. Without you, what's the point of living? It's a pity. I hate myself. Why was I killed by that man? These words are full of love and righteousness, and anyone who hears them will be moved. Then she pulled out the man to divert the fire. She is really worthy of being dodgy. Sure enough, Mr. Zhao also woke up and immediately roared, "Who is that man? I will tear his tendons and skin him and cut him into pieces with my last breath." Mrs. Zhao concealed the viciousness in her eyes and looked at He Qijing. He Qijing trembled at that time. Mrs. Zhao cried and said, "I was violated by him, but I dare not say it because he threatened me, saying that if I dare to say it, he would kill my husband, and I would lose my innocence. I would rather die, but I am afraid that if I die, no one will take care of my husband, and my life. Why is my life so miserable?" Well, this blame is really easy to pass. He Qijing was so scared that he knelt on the ground and said in a lost voice, "I'm not. I didn't." Mrs. Zhao rolled up her clothes. "If you don't believe it, look." There were countless bruises on the snow-white skin. Beware day and night, but it's hard to prevent thieves in your home. This kind of person dares to touch even the boss's woman. Frying him in a frying pan is not enough to relieve his hatred. Now He Qijing had no way to defend himself. Other bodyguards were already filled with righteous indignation and controlled him. He stared at Mrs. Zhao with a look of despair. "Zhang Liang is right. Women are the most vicious. I shouldn't have provoked you." The old man Zhao believed that He Qijing was the culprit who lost his life, and he took a belt tremblingly and was about to hit He Qijing with the buttonhole. Mrs. Zhao wiped her tears, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The monk was one of the few who could resist Mrs. Zhao's temptation. He whispered, "The Zhao family has no heir. If Mr. Zhao's time is coming, then all the Zhao family's property will be given to Daji." "Brother, do you think Daji knew all this a long time ago?" Of course, her purpose of marrying in was to inherit the wealth of an old man in his 70s. It was much more practical than marrying other rich people. But who knew that Mr. Zhao was not a vegetarian? What the monk said before was quite right. This old man and young wife were really made in heaven. But at this moment, Mr. Zhao suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chang Xinghe whispered. Those 7 women took him away and seemed to want to drag him out and cut him into pieces. Everyone is greedy, so Xiao Jinhua said that people have all the 5 poisons and are more terrible than snakes. Every debt must be repaid, no matter who it is. But at this moment, Mr. Zhao suddenly stood up again. I was stunned. What happened? And Mr. Zhao's eyes and voice changed, and he looked like a young man full of vigor. Other guests looked at him and whispered, "Not good. It looks like a last gasp." Once the last gasp is over, the person is finished. Mrs. Zhao stared at Mr. Zhao with a bit of doubt in her eyes. Mr. Zhao exhaled, staring at Mrs. Zhao with a sharp gaze. I know exactly what you did. Come on. Write it down for me. All the property of our Zhao family will be donated to charity. Because it was a birthday banquet, Mr. Zhao's lawyers and housekeepers were present. Although they were surprised, they all agreed. Mrs. Zhao stood up suddenly. You? Why do you? You don't have the qualifications. I'm not dead yet. How can I not have the qualifications? Old Master Zhao showed his unrestrained and uninhibited nature, squinting his eyes and saying casually, I am the master of this family. Zhang Liang.